Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NRG series in Chicago, Illinois, Pioneer 5K. I'm your host, Mason Jordan, my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And today, it's the end of the series. The end of the season, excuse me there, Devin. We're going to have another series next year. We'll talk about some of those events. Still plenty of magic to come. But for this year, and our players who are competing on the leaderboard, there's 7 rounds at minimum, 10 for top 8. And we're deciding 6 people to go to our end of the year $30,000 invitational. And Devin, let's just take a look at that leaderboard and start talking about it.
Absolutely. I mean, we have a couple of players who are on the leaderboard that are in our feature match area, Gerrick Alford and Connor Mullally. We saw Connor top 8 yesterday. I do want to mention that this leaderboard is not currently updated with the standings from yesterday. So both Gerrick and Connor did get a couple of extra points. From the leaderboard, the math that we did, we actually have Gerrick in first place at 138 and Connor in second at 131. So neck and neck, it's going to be a very interesting race as we get down towards the end of it.
Yeah, Connor Mullally, our player of the year in 2022. Once it back last year, sort of kind of took a year off Magic, played a little bit, but focused more on getting his life in order, has everything taken care of, and has come back with a storm, even having to skip a couple of our events just due to life in general, still putting himself in prime position at MVP. The MVP slot is so valuable at champs. If you don't know, at our end of the year championship, we always give our MVP a little bonus. In the past, it's been swapping players around in pod play. This year, we have a totally new bonus. It's very exciting. You basically get to say on day 1, I will not play against one person. So let's say, for the example here, you think Dom Harvey, one of the best players in the field, has a deck that counters you. You just go, I can't play Dom today. And no matter what, even if you and Dom are the only undefeated, you dodge Dom day 1. So very exciting, but we still have a lot of other players. And the way this works is for the 2024 yearly leaderboard, which is what we're looking at right now, it's going to be our top 3 players who are not already qualified. You see an orange name, that means they're qualified. Once again, that means Connor Mullally is pretty much locked, but he's playing for MVP against Gerrick. And we're going to cut down to our feature match area as those players are ready to go, because Gerrick is who we're starting with, is in first place, like Devin said, by 7 points, which is not a lot, but is enough that if Gerrick can just tie Connor on the outcome of the tournament, if both players top 8, Gerrick has it locked, but he needs to do better than Connor. So we're starting with Gerrick, and a little bit of a backup spoiler here, Devin. Our backup match is Connor Mullally. We want to see how these players are doing heading into our event. And Gerrick, known for playing Azorius Control, but decided to go with humans here today, Devin.
Yeah, I was going to say, putting down the Teferis in favor of the Thalias that he doesn't want to see from across the side of the table when he is playing Teferis. So, bit of sort of a, top 10 anime betrayals moment for Gerrick. But with regards to this matchup in particular, Gerrick is playing Azorius Humans, which, you may be familiar with the Humans core, a lot of 1-drops, Dauntless Bodyguard, Lords, Thalia's Lieutenant and Coppercoat Vanguard. The blue splash, rather, here, actually, Gerrick is sporting 4 main deck copies of Mockingbird, which is an interesting card from Duskmourn, or Bloomburrow, actually, rather. It's one of the newer cards, but card from Bloomburrow, and it's really nice because you can sort of copy your Lords and just help curve out, and your Lord now has flying as well.
Yep. And speaking of new cards from Duskmourn, we had Turn 1 Dauntless Bodyguard, followed by Landwall, followed by Shelter by Ghost. That's going to steal the creature, give the Dauntless Bodyguard War 2 and Lifelink and +1/+1. So Gerrick is going to jump up to 23, and Smith is going to fall to 17. And this is a new deck if you haven't been following Pioneer that much. Selesnya Company. Devin, tell them a bit about Company as we do see a Kellen and a passing of the turn.
Yeah, Selesnya Company is kind of, sort of, always been somewhat of a player in the Pioneer format. Basically, the recipe is a bunch of elves and a bunch of powerful 3-drops, and the goal is to just play an elf on 1 and a 3-drop on turn 2. Now, we've seen different variants of this. We've seen Angels in the past, where it's kind of utilizing Resplendent Angel and the Valkyrie, Righteous Valkyrie, to kind of make your board a little bit bigger. But with the introduction of Duskmourn and a couple of recent printings, we have a lot of good 3-drops. Enduring Innocence from Duskmourn, way to get a bunch of cards when you play more creatures. Even Interrupter is an extremely powerful card, just getting to hit any spell, make that cost 2 more. And then things like Archon of Emeria get sort of pre-boarded against Phoenix and Lotus Field. So a lot of interesting cards that we can hit off of Collected Company in this. I wanted to shout out Gerrick, the Sheltered by Ghost. That is a card that, when I don't know if you had the same experience, but when I first saw that card on the spoiler for Duskmourn, I had to read it at least probably about 5 times, because every time I read it, it had a different line of text. That card is really, really messed up.
Yeah, it is really, really strong. And quite impactful. Speaking of impactful, we have Anointed Priest here from Pierre Smith. And this is one of the more interesting hate bears. So a lot, like you kind of mentioned, this Listening Company deck has some really high impact creatures and some like sort of hate berry ones. This is one where we're going to reveal our hand, name an activate ability. Name a card, and activating the ability we're playing it costs 2 more. So this is like a very weird spot where you can name a lot of different things from Gerrick's deck, but currently we just have lands in hand.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about Anointed Peacekeeper is you are allowed to name lands, and Gerrick does have 2 lands with activated abilities in the hand, the Mutavault and the Aganjo. So, you could name the Aganjo, make that cost an extra 2 mana, so it's 5 mana to activate, or with 2 Mutavaults, even name the Mutavault and force Gerrick to spend 3 mana to animate the Mutavault. So we'll have to see exactly, maybe we can get a table spotter. Well, if Gerrick's tapping 3 mana for the Mutavault, I have to imagine that's what was named.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we'll get a answer from the spotter, and there we go. It is Mutavault because Gerrick paid 3 mana to activate that there. I bet there was some real consideration about, am I supposed to name like Brutal Cathar? Because if that comes off the top, it's game over potentially. But yeah, you see Pierre just taking a second to think here. Once again, this is a 3/1 Mutavault, thanks to the Dauntless Bodyguard in play, and all the humans are going to have ward. And we're going to see actually maybe just a trade happen. There's also a creature attacking with it who's honestly never seen that card before. I'm just going to be real. Normally I'm on top of
That
these things. Do you know how it is?
Oh yeah, that's Veteran Survivor. That is another card from Duskmourn. It has the survival mechanic, so it's a 1 mana 2/1, and then at the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, you can exile 1 card from a graveyard, and then if there are 3 or more cards exiled with Survivor, it gets +3/+3 and has hexproof. So a lot of power there for a 1-drop.
Yeah, that is a really strong card. As we do see Kellen here, it's going to attack, look at the top card of the deck, get to add it to our hand since it meets the criteria. Kellen, sort of our main story character for the last year in Magic, following him trying to find his dad, Oko. Meanwhile, Skyclave Apparition comes down for the lore experts, taking the Dauntless Bodyguard into the Elf. And, we're seeing sort of Smith's deck do the thing it does, which is sort of, just play to the battlefield, play some kind of good cards, and hope it works out.
Yeah, in terms of the matchup in particular, I think it's a pretty close one. The one thing is, so if you think about it, both players are very good at deploying creatures to the battlefield. Gerrick has a bunch of 1-drops. Pierre has the Collected Companies to get 2 and 2 creatures into play and kind of keep up with Gerrick on the battlefield. But what really comes down to it is whether or not, like, the number of the removal spells that these players draw. So, to give you an example, Pierre has 4 copies of Skyclave. Gerrick has, I'm looking at the main deck, I see 0 copies of Brutal Cathar in the main deck, just the 3 Sheltered by Ghosts. So it's really going to come down to, can Pierre find enough of the Skyclaves to kill the Lords? And, that is exactly what Pierre has done. Because I think that as long as Pierre can keep the Lords off the battlefield, he can sort of, he can size the battlefield a little bit, maybe a little bit better than Gerrick can without the Lords.
Makes sense. Pierre also picked up a really powerful card from this deck off the top of the deck, Enduring Innocence. This was one of the big gets here from Duskmourn. If you've been playing Standard, you've seen the Enduring Curiosity part of this cycle probably a lot. This one's starting to make a little bit of a name for itself. It hasn't popped anywhere as much. Basically, every time you play a creature with power 2 or less, you get to draw a card, and when it dies, it gets to become an enchantment that's sort of just on the Bennett.
Yeah, the Kellen can make sure Pierre finds more gas. If Kellen hits a creature, that's good. You draw it and cast it, draw a card of the Innocence. And as you can see here, if it hits a land, you can just kind of throw that into the graveyard. The one interesting thing in Pierre's deck about Enduring Innocence, where, it does have that line of text on it that says once per turn, but the once per turn is sort of fake in this deck because you have flash creatures like Aven Interrupter and Collected Company. So you have ways to trigger it on your turn, but also several ways to trigger it on your opponent's turn as well.
Gerrick's finally deciding to use the Aganjo in order to get rid of that. Was taking a moment to consider, do I want to activate Recruitment Officer as a way to maybe find some high impact thing, and decides, you know what, if I'm left with, a card advantage engine, maybe I can keep up with this Innocence. Decides to take down the Kellen, which has been just and Mockingbird. I'm curious if this is going to copy Enduring Innocence here. Could also copy Skyclave.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I wonder if you want to copy. It's tough. Maybe you copy the Skyclave, and then you could Skyclave the Innocence. You could also Skyclave the Skyclave to get a 2/2. A lot of interesting options for Gerrick. But yeah, like you said, Mockingbird is just an absurdly powerful card. Being able to copy anything in the battlefield, even your opponent's stuff, and the creature has flying. Just a really, really, really good addition for this humans deck.
Yeah, and we're seeing it here from Gerrick, just how impactful that was. Is now, we went from Pierre being such a great spot to just being behind. And went from having kind of decent amount of card invention resources to now Gerrick is the one that has this recruitment officer that we can just activate, excuse me, and just find cards that matter over and over again, while just sort of bashing with this one Mutavault every turn. And now the Skyclave apparition gets to attack as well, since it has flying from the Mockingbird. And you see what Smith's face there is just like, yeah, I'm just gonna block if I, I'm sorry, not gonna block. Excuse me. If I do block, I'm just gonna lose my creature.
Yeah, Pierre really needs to find a copy of the namesake card Celestia Company. That's, a way for Pierre to kind of sort of get back into this game. Hit two creatures, maybe one of them's a removal spell like a Skyclave. As we see an Archon of Emeria, not doing a ton in this matchup. But the 2/3 flying body can check the Mockingbird and the Mutavault. So maybe if Gerrick can't find a Lord, then could do something.
Well, what if we find a Mockingbird and we do the Skyclave play again, and then we're going to be attacking for lethal, I think, just due to the amount of attackers we have. We're going to exactly see, Smith might have some card that can interact. Maybe he has like his own Agonjo or something like that. But really great play here from Gerrick, and you see why he's number one on our leaderboard this year, just playing incredibly well, whether it's control or these creature beatdown decks, knows what he's doing. And yeah, Smith just has to lose the creature. And we're going to see Gerrick animate up here, and I think attack for lethal, barring anything like a Gonjo or a hasty creature or flying flash creature.
Yeah, 4 attackers, 2 blockers. That's what my math looks like. And looks like Pierre is, surveying the battlefield. Do we have a collected company, maybe? Although that one probably would have got cast a while ago, so can't imagine that one's in Pierre's hand. Yep, and he's going to pack it up. That's game number 1 to Gerrick.
Yeah, and great play there by Gerrick. Had some timely draws, used the cards well, had a lot of decisions he could have made with Mockingbird and things like that, and made the right ones. Had a lot of choices with between, a Gonjoing versus recruitment officer. Great play there. Let's check out these players' sideboard so we can figure out what they might be doing here. We're going to start with Smith's sideboard. We have 3 Brutal Cathar, 2 Werefox Bodyguard, 2 Elite Spellbinder, 2 Portable Hold, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Winged Peacekeeper, 1 The Wandering Emperor, 1 Guardian of Faith, and 1 Gideon Ally of Zendikar. Devin, what do you like and why?
So this matchup is all about playing to the battlefield. We mentioned in Pierre's deck list, there's 4 copies of Skyclave Apparition. Gerrick doesn't necessarily have those in his main deck. So Pierre is going to want to go towards more of the Skyclaves, Brutal Cathars. Those are very, very good. Elite Spellbinder, interesting. Although the issue is, the cards that you're hitting are relatively cheap. There's a lot of 1s and 2s in Gerrick's deck, so maybe not want to go towards that. But the Cathars, the Bodyguards for sure. If the game really gets bogged down, Gideon of Ally of Zendikar could be a way to, make an anthem, perhaps make your battlefield bigger. I don't hate that one. And then the portable holes as well. A lot of good targets in Gerrick's deck.
Yep, and we have some Thalias we get to cut from the main deck pretty freely. Speaking of cutting, let's go check what Gerrick's up to in his sideboard. We have 4 Portable Hole, 4 Wedding Announcement, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Brave the Elements, 2 Destroy Evil, and Declaration Stone. Devin, what do you like here and why?
So definitely want all of the cards that can remove creatures from the battlefield. So Declaration in Stone and Portable Hole, definitely want to go towards those. Destroy Evil doesn't really have a lot of relevant targets. I mean, I guess you could kill half of the Enduring Innocence, but that's kind of a tough way to do it. And then the other card that I think Gerrick might want to consider is Brave the Elements, where if you look at the creatures in Pierre's deck, there's really not a lot of green creatures. It's just the Llanowar Elves. So for all intents and purposes, Pierre is sort of like mono white splashing elves and cocoa. And I kind of think that Brave the Elements might be a way for Gerrick to, like, if the games do get bogged down, both players playing a lot of creatures and nobody can really attack, I think Brave is a nice way to break through that.
Yeah, we've seen Brave the Elements for about 2 years ago be the reason to play this deck, right? We saw decks like Mono Green clog up the battlefield, doing a very similar-ish idea, right? Like you talked about. And that was kind of the reason to play this deck, right? And having access to the sideboard here makes a lot of sense to me, so I'd love to see it. These players are still sideboarding, so let's talk about next year real quick, and let's get up our upcoming events for 2025. I have some exciting news, so we're going to talk about all the events here on the screen. In just 1 second, if we can move that out of the way there. Thank you for the behind the scenes stuff. But I do want to announce we're going to do 4 team events next year total. And we're going to end both of the seasons, season 1 and season 2, with a team showdown like you're going to see in Indianapolis in just 1 second. So we've heard your feedback. You love team events. We want to give you all what you want. So we're doing it. And we're starting off with a bang February 1st and 2nd. back here in Chicagoland, home base. Saturday, Showdown 10K. We'll get to that eventually about what the format is. We're still finalizing everything. Sunday, team trial. We'll get, once again, that information out to you on what the formats are going to be. In March, we're going to Madison. Once again, Saturday, Showdown, 5K on Sunday trial. In May, we're coming back to Chicago with another combo weekend. And then we're going to Indianapolis on June 28th through the 29th for the 10K Showdown, and then a 10K team showdown on Sunday. We will have those official formats coming very, very soon, and we'll have the back half of 2025 coming soon as well. Let's get back to the feature match areas. I'm sure the players are finishing up their sideboarding. There they go. They're shuffling up, and that was a really interesting game. You know, we didn't have a lot of like action, right? Like there wasn't a lot of fireworks, but a lot of just small, tight decisions. Good play from there, and Gerrick, you know, willing to do things like just sort of potentially throw away the Mutavault, but also not throw everything away, right? Just simple attacking, building up, pecking away at Smith before eventually getting in for the alpha.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that I mentioned that. Remember when I said Gerrick didn't have any of the copies of Brutal Cathar in the main deck? Well, he ended up just using Pierre's because he drew 2 Mockingbirds. So that is one thing that I kind of hadn't really thought about in terms of the matchup. So, you know, I did say I think that Pierre's slightly ahead. I actually think that Gerrick might have been ahead game 1. And then when you look at the sideboards, I think Gerrick gains a lot more with the 4 copies of Portable Hold to keep Pierre off of those elves. Because, you know, once you get the turns 3 and 4, Gerrick is going to be double spelling a lot more often than Pierre if the Llanowar elves get removed by the Portable Holes.
Yep. And we have Kellen back on the battlefield once again. The daring traveler.
Speaking of double spell.
Yeah. Speaking of double spell, we have recruitment officer and veteran survivor played just some 2-1s getting on the battlefield. Both pretty good if the game goes long. And
yeah, I was gonna say interesting spot for Pierre where
double. Okay.
I was gonna say it was pretty funny because, you know, Pierre's like, okay, I got this 2/3 that checks your 2/2/1s, and Gerrick's actually thinking about lining up a double block. I wonder if that was just a troll move. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it seems like those players were laughing.
Okay.
So it looks like he's gonna take it there. And we see Brutal Cathar, Skyclave Apparition, and Collected Company, and Archon of Emiria in hand. And Pierre kind of an interesting spot, you know, could play one of those high impact 3-drop answer creatures. Could also play Archon to prevent some more dumping of the hand, right? Last turn we saw Gerrick play double 1. Pierre might be afraid of like a 1 plus a 2 next turn. He doesn't like values of 2. Looks like we're going to start off by going with Skyclave Apparition, and we're going to take one of these. Taking a second to decide exactly what we want. Also, a huge sign to Gerrick that Pierre has Collected Company in hand. We had a land on top, Devin, in our all 3-drop deck, and we decided to keep it. No reason. Just
yeah, I mean, it's like when you when you're playing against the Collected Company deck and they play their 4th land and they kind of like hem and haw a little bit and they pass the turn. It's like, I mean, come on, you know, just play it with a face up at this point. So yeah, Gerrick pretty aware of the presence of Collected Company. When it comes to deciding between the Skyclave and the Archon, if you kind of think about like sort of both lines in a weird way prevent a double spell. You know, the Archon indirectly more does it, but you end up taking a lot less damage, you know, this turn if Gerrick ends up double spelling and can hit with 3 power creatures. And Pierre actually thinking about trading here. I don't hate the trade. You're basically downgrading Gerrick's creature. You're trading, you know, Gerrick had a 3/2. He's now getting a 1/1. And notably, the 1/1 is also not a human, so that doesn't get buffed by Lieutenant or trigger the Lieutenant. And yeah, Gerrick also missing a land drop here. So this is getting kind of rough here for Gerrick.
Yep. We're going to see the Daring Tracker get in once again. Archon of Emiria going to go to the hand. And yeah, you're seeing Pierre here sort of doing a great job there, sort of minimizing the battlefield. And I like what you said there too. You know, with Archon of Emiria, how many more things can Gerrick actually deploy from the hand, right? Like what's kind of the keepable hands he's going to have? You saw him keep a Portable Hold hand. He maybe, you know, kept a hand that's a little slower for the most part too. And we're going to see the Archon of Emiria come down now just because of its raw body size.
Yeah, very, very interesting from Pierre there, choosing to play the Archon over the Collected Company. And, you know, part of that, I think, is, you know, for a near close to mono white deck, you know, really the only blue cards here are Mockingbird. Gerrick actually does have a lot of non-basic lands. So, you know, if he draws... Pierre noted that Gerrick missed a land drop last turn. If Gerrick is able to find a land, it's likely going to come into play tap because they're, you know, looking at Gerrick's deck, there's only 1 basic plains. So that could be a consideration there as well. But yeah, very interesting to see the company not fired off there. But the Archon does sort of check the battlefield, makes Gerrick play a little bit more into it.
Speaking of companies, would you another one for turn? I kind of like it, sort of the idea of like a draw spell situation, right? Like you want to sort of, when you're sculpting your hand or your battlefield, know more about what's going on. So get the Archon down and see if Gerrick can attack through it. Because if the battlefield gets stalled up, then you maybe know you can take more aggressively slanted cards off your Coco, right? Versus
Mhm.
here, where we're just going to now, know, okay, we need to stabilize the battlefield a little bit. So missing the land drop too probably allows Smith that opportunity, as we're going to see
Yeah,
Gerrick have.
you see players just cackling. I'm assuming there was like a you passed a 4 mana up, didn't play a land drop. I wonder what that could be, Pierre.
Yeah, it could be anything. As we're going to see another veteran survivor come down, that's going to trigger the Thalios turn. Remember, the Mockingbird is a Thalios lieutenant as well. And then Gerrick here deciding, do I want to attack in? And we are going to see a collected company here. I assume this is at the end of turn, as Smith would probably want to. Oh, just to wear Fox Bodyguard and a Llanowar Elf. So, one big hit and legally a hit here in Llanowar Elf. And we're going to see what Smith wants to take with the Bodyguard. I imagine the big Thalios lieutenant is pretty tempting, but
Yeah.
looks like we're going to go for the flying one instead. That makes a good amount of sense.
Yeah, the other interesting thing here is the way that Mockingbird is templated. So it is, I believe it's equal to the amount of mana you spent. So
Mm-hmm.
if that bodyguard were to be removed, say by, it's sacrificing it to itself, or if Gerrick finds a way to remove the bodyguard from the battlefield, the Mockingbird would come back. It wouldn't have anything to copy because it would have to copy a token. So I guess you could, make a 1/1 illusion, but it would not be able to copy anything else. Maybe that's the reasoning Pierre wants to say, okay, well, if I get rid of the lieutenant and then you find a way to kill the bodyguard, you getting the lieutenant back is kind of rough.
Yep. And we're going to see an attack in here for 2, knocking Gerrick down to 9. And we're seeing a little bit of tank here because we do have cards like Brutal Cathar in hand that we can just use to answer this Thalios lieutenant right away. But we also have Collected Company. And you see Gerrick shake his head. He knows he's in trouble. Game 1, he dodged all the Cocos, but they're coming back in this game. And you look at Gerrick's hand, he's got a bunch of wedding announcement type cards in hand and Brave the Elements. Unfortunately, no wedding announcement, not even going to be good enough if it's played here, but also just 3 mana. So we're just sitting on duds that are duds, as Skyclad Apparition is quickly grabbed here, along with Wear Fox Bodyguard. That's going to answer Gerrick's entire board. And I have to imagine he's going to pick things up here unless he, wants to fire off the Brave the Elements now to keep his battlefield, which is a reasonable play. But then how is he ever going to finish it off?
Right.
And
yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if the wedding announcements were going to come in. But yeah, you mentioned that Gerrick having a couple of those in hand. I mean, they're really good if you're already ahead on the battlefield, but if you're behind and you're trying to cast that, I mean, it's just you're never ever going to win games like that. So, and the fact that, like you said, Pierre drew 2 companies this game, and yeah, Gerrick is off of it. So we're going to be going to game number 3. Pierre tying us up.
yeah, it feels like a situation where, and once again, maybe I missaw the card, right? But it does feel to me like wing announcement makes a bit more sense on the play, right? Kind of like what you mentioned. When you're ahead, it's a card that maybe allows you to snowball or something that's like helps you fight through a lot of the removal heavy creatures. So I like the idea of like, Pierre's bringing in, like you mentioned, 5 3-drop creatures that are going to, kill your stuff and sort of swing the battlefield. So it could also just be that maybe we have 1 or 2 of those wedding announcements in our deck and we just ended up drawing them, a little unlucky in that regard. But we'll have to see. It looks like both players are just shuffling it back up for game number 3 here. Remember, Smith did not see those cards, so he doesn't have any sort of alarm bells going off that he maybe needs something like a Gideon if he didn't already have it, if the game's going to go that longer route. But I do think Smith sort of wants the game to go longer. I know we saw game 1 where Gerrick was able to play that longer game and sort of pull ahead. But I do think, if we play those game 1s a bunch of times, it's not going to always go that way, or even the majority. I think it's going to be much closer to like, somebody sticks to the first thing and then they run away.
Yeah, and I think Gerrick's, we kind of talked about who is advantage in this match, but I think Gerrick's big advantage is just the fact that he has a lower curve, right? He can get onto the battlefield and put a lot more pressure on Pierre, where, Gerrick's turn 1, so he goes like, turn 1, I'm just going to use the term Savannah Lions because Gerrick has a lot of Savannah Lions, but turn 1 Savannah Lions, turn 2 double Savannah Lions, that's a lot of power if you follow that up with the Thalios Lieutenant. Pierre doesn't really have the ability to do that, and his creatures that kill the cards that kill creatures are 3 mana. So if Pierre is spending 3 mana on a creature to kill one of Gerrick's 1-drops, that's how Pierre keeps up on the battlefield. Like you can kind of see in those sort of games, I think those are the games that Gerrick is going to win, where, like you mentioned, the slower games that involve wedding announcement, Pierre's probably okay with that.
hmm Yeah, and we see both players start to take a mulligan. I was able to see Pierre's hand there, just a bunch of threes, and I think only 2 lands. So not exactly what you're looking for. You really do want to have the Llanowar Elf start. When you're playing a deck like Llanowar Elves, this is gonna be a good one for you standard players come up in about 2 weeks. You're often willing to mulligan. Now, and Pioneer, we have 8 elves, so that makes the mulligan a little safer. But if your hand isn't doing it, take a little bit of a risk, and just skip ahead to turn 3 on turn 2 and call it a day.
Mason, without looking, no cheating. How many 3 drops do you think are in Pierre's main deck?
Ooh, I think besides Kellen, maybe a voice, the Thalia. I'm gonna guess there's 18.
21.
Oh, dang.
Close.
The
Close.
Thalias in the main deck really threw me because I was thinking
Yeah.
20, and then I was like, no, he has all those Thalias. Oh, damn.
But
All
yeah,
right.
though that is and that is a thing that you mentioned where you really have to be willing to mulligan to a hand that has elves because if you imagine when you're on the draw and your deck has that many 3 drops, if you don't have an elf, you're not competing most of the time with anybody. So you really need to mulligan to elves, especially on the draw. On the play, you can be a little bit more you can keep a wider range of hands when you're on the play. Like maybe you go land go, maybe you play a 2-drop on 2 and a 3-drop on 3. Especially if your 3-drop is good enough in that matchup, as we see.
Ooh.
Here's an elf. Well, Pierre does have the elf.
Ooh, I don't know exactly. He might have flicked his cards really quick. I think Pierre drew it. I think
Oh,
he
did he?
kept like a reasonable 6. And yeah, I don't know. I was listening to you. Maybe I missed all, but Portable is going to answer it either way. And we're going to get in with a recruitment officer as well. That's a good draw. Let's see what Pierre has here. And it looks like we have a Temple Garden into another elf. Okay, so maybe we had one anyways. But Elvish Mystic coming on down. We're going to see these 2-1s get in here. I'm going to say I'm curious to see if there'll be a block because you're already at the 3 mana if you have a land in hand. But this could also be a sign of Collected Company, or there'll be plenty of chances to trade later. I thought it was when it came down already. And here's wedding announcement.
Yeah, I was just going to say this. So we talked about wedding announcement being not great on the draw. It's really good on this board when you're already really far ahead. And this is kind of the exact start that we were talking about with Gerrick, where, if you have a lot of Gerrick's hand is the fourth tap land of the Declaration in Stone. But the 1-drop into double 1-drop into wedding announcement on the play, like those starts are very, very, very good for Gerrick. That's where wedding announcement looks fantastic.
Yep, and Pierre misses the land. Makes sense why he wouldn't want to trade there beyond just having the Collected Company. Needs that 3rd mana. As Mutavault is getting...
Okay, we're making mana.
Okay, yeah, so we're activating
okay.
it to ourselves and then playing Thalia's Lieutenant. Though, yeah, he was very aggressive with that activation. I was like, but we're a mana short in the Anointed Peacekeeper world. Looks like we're going to be taking a block here.
And we're going to trade it for the Survivor. And let's see, does Pierre find... I think he found the second Coco, did not find land 4?
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty tough there. Gerrick also... has Declaration in Stone in hand. So we could see Gerrick do something like Declaration in Stone, this Elvish Mystic, and just, play a little Stone Rain action, as we're going to play a Mutavault, activate Mutavault with that there. We saw the draw there, end of turn from the wedding announcement as well. Gerrick has been taking a lot of card draw here. Often you'll see a lot of creatures being wanted to make, but Gerrick, as we saw, just sort of flooding out and not having a lot of threats as Werefox Bodyguard comes down. That's going to get to exile one of the things. Now, I don't think you can actually name Mutavault because it's every creature type.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought the fox couldn't get other foxes. Am I mistaken?
Let's check. Werefox Body. I thought it was any creature.
Target
non-fox creature.
Can't
Okay, Judge.
A fox.
Judge,
yeah, get a judge in there.
Can we get a judge in there and stop it?
Yeah.
Can we get a pause? I actually I've never had that come up before. I've never seen that.
I'm not saying
card, so.
that, it's been a bit since I've been in the booth. I've had a lot of life stuff going on. I haven't been able to be around. I don't miss these things. You can't outfox me. As we're going to see Enduring come down here. Now we're going to have the players. There's going to be an interaction here with the judge. We'll get it all solved. It's probably just going to be a failure to maintain game state, and we're going to continue to play from here. But, that is a thing to keep in mind. And also, like you just said, there are basically no foxes in Magic. Like, Werefox Bodyguard's the first one we've had. And previously, the best fox in Magic, I don't know if you know this, Devin, was Mutavault. So,
Still the best fox in Magic.
Are you? No, you're for sure right. You're for sure right. Can't outfox you.
That is hilarious because I've never actually seen that line of text come up on the card. Now, I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be able to do because a couple turns have passed, and like you said, it's probably a little too much has happened since then. But we will see exactly what happens. But yeah, that is the first time I've ever seen that line of text come up on the card. I did not know that.
Yeah, I honestly, this strikes me as a moment of like in game design, they probably were like, oh, the foxing the fox isn't very fun or whatever. And it's
Yeah.
pretty cool if we just put this "you can't outfox me" line of text on it, and that solves the problem. Looks like trinket text, right? And they're also probably like, well, it never comes up in standard, right? We're not going to print any foxes in Duskmorn, for example, so it's
Right.
going to be fine. It's
Yeah.
only this card. And then we play Eternal formats or Cube, and we're like, oh, dang. All right. Well, that's kind of a cool, emergent gameplay moment. And now we're going to have to get it stuff here. Once again, a couple turns have passed. Most likely what we're going to see here, because there's been so much happened, like Smith's had a turn, it's just going to be a failure to maintain game state on both of these players. This is a thing that, both of you are in charge of, even though it is Pierre's card. It's not going to be the end of the world. I think this is clearly a moment, like Devin just said, there's no malicious intent. Both players are laughing, having a good time. It's just a weird line of text that a normal person wouldn't pay attention to. And my brain's just very normal. And the other way.
Completely
normal. Anyways, we'll have to see exactly how this gets solved here, but I'm sure it'll be handled in just a second here. As I think, it looks like we are just putting everything in the graveyard, and I imagine the judges asking, for the players' names as they continue on with gameplay from here. Just as a little reminder, since we did miss some stuff there, getting everything taken care of and talking about the outfoxing, Pierre missed on the land drop again. Womp Womp played the Enduring Innocence. Then Gerrick has Declaration and Stone Dip, so he's going to get Pierre a clue, which, maybe will help him get his land. And it looks like we were about to animate Mutavault before that got taken care of. Updating to the wedding announcement has flipped to the wedding foyer. I actually don't know the back name of the card.
Wedding festivities.
Wedding festivities. I should have been more confident with foyer. You would have backed me up too. Anyways, so we got a lot of power on Gerrick's side of the battlefield, and Pierre does not have a lot of life. So this might be do or die here on the untapped land for Smith.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we've seen Gerrick take care of the Enduring Innocence. I mean, if Pierre can find the untapped land, it's Gerrick's battlefield is not super duper threatening. There's a couple of Mutavaults, but those can easily be kind of taken care of by the myriad of 2/3s and 3/3s that are in Pierre's deck. So even just Enduring Innocence, trading for a Mutavault, getting back the enchantment, having that stick in play for a little bit is pretty good.
Yep. Also, I got to look at Gerrick's hand there. Brave the Elements, Seacrum Coast, and a Mockingbird. Of note with that Values Lieutenant in play, that Mockingbird's going to be really big here. Whether we, go to activate because, I was about to say, I saw the Mutavault getting activated. I wonder if it was to itself, if we're going to see a Mockingbird situation, just like we saw in game number 2. Or maybe we'll see, just an activating attack, and then next turn, double fire up, Anthem the team, and hit. And really, what I love about this Mockingbird in the deck here, we saw how powerful it was in game number 2 as being an answer, but also the redundancy in your effects. And really, this deck is starting to look more and more like old modern humans. Now, a lot of our arena kids and COVID kids, Devin, they probably don't know that deck. It's too weak these days. But there used to be this cool deck called Humans and Modern, and it just played a bunch of annoying humans and cards that buffed the annoying humans, and had a card called Phantasmal Image that was basically Mockingbird, but worse in your deck, but better against your opponent's deck, if that makes sense. It's the best way to describe it.
I mean, Mason, I don't know about you. I don't know if you've been looking at the results recently, but I've seen humans pop up in the 5-0 dumps for a couple of times. So
yeah,
it's not over yet. All right, it's not over yet.
Yeah. I don't want to make it about Mono. This is Pioneer's Day to shine as we do this thing going on here, but I gotta say it, and this is very petty of me. When they banned Fury, people like Humans are going to come back. I was like, God, I hate to break it to you that was not the reason Human wasn't playable. And maybe I'm wrong. That's what I was saying there. I was telling a lot of people that day. I was like, I could be wrong. Maybe that was what's happening. But I think it's a power level thing. And
most likely, yes.
Every now and again it comes up. And that's sort of what I love about Magic too, is we see both of these decks kind of do it too, right? These are not decks you would traditionally think as the strongest decks in Pioneer, right? They're both good decks, but positionally, they're both really good against things like Phoenix and present these really powerful proactive game plans. And just, I think a good, healthy Magic format is one where you can play decks like this. You can play your low to the ground white creatures. That's like a really good sign. Or you can play, just a bunch of like interactive ETB focused 3-drop creatures that, just trade off and play a normal game. It's great to see stuff like this. And I've come to love Pioneer, Devin. In the past, I've begrudgingly been in the booth.
Hold on, we need to clip it.
It's fun. It's got a lot going for it now, and I think a lot of that is the representation of the decks, and it's really cool to see it sort of grow and be more than just like mid-range versus a rampy aggressive deck versus a combo deck, right? Which is sort of what it was for a while.
And the other interesting thing that I wanted to mention about this is, with regards to Pioneer, we don't necessarily see a ton of standard sets have a massive impact on Pioneer. But if you look at both of these deck lists, right, Gerrick is featuring Veteran Survivor, Mockingbird, and Sheltered by Ghosts, and Pierre has Enduring Innocence, and I guess that's the most recent card, but even a couple of like Aven Interrupter and things like that. So just a lot of like recent printings leading to the culmination of everything that's going on. And Mason, I think we're backing stuff up here. This is kind of wild.
No, I think we're playing it out because the clue's in play and we're attacking.
Oh, okay.
We're just mockingbirding. So it looks the Mockingbird tricked you. You thought it was the
thing. The Mockingbird came back, and I thought we were backing it up. But okay, so we copied the Lieutenant, animated the Mutavault. Mutavault's now a 3/3. Lieutenant's bigger and
huge misstep here by Pierre. Devin, he's been mana screwed every turn and drew a land. Clearly, he has spells in hand. Why did he not cast something?
Wow.
On 4 mana. Smith is going to feel bad about this one in the future for sure. As jokes aside, we do see the Mutavault animated up and a big attack coming in. Obviously, Collected Company is about to come down here. But I do wonder if Pierre is supposed to maybe main phase the company to hope to hit Peacekeeper to name the Mutavaults. Because I don't know if there's anything you can hit here besides like double Bodyguard and just start blocking.
Yeah, you could hit like, well, I was gonna say Bodyguard to kill the Lieutenant of the Mutavault, but we've had that conversation before. Can't do that. You could even hit something like, I don't know, a Peacekeeper and a Bodyguard to Lieutenant, Peacekeeper name whatever, and then the 3/3 can kind of eat the Mutavault. Maybe you take 3 or 4 damage here, fall to 3. But yeah, I guess at 7 life it is a little precarious. But yeah, Pierre's gonna, it's unsurprisingly slam the Coco, and let's see what the doctor ordered for Pierre. We have Brucathar Archon.
Okay. So the Archon's huge because remember that Mockingbird is a 2/2 flyer because of Wedding Announcement.
Right, the Wedding Announcement. Yeah, so even if we hit the 3/3 Peacekeeper, we couldn't eat the 2/2 Mutavault. So probably the Brucathar hits the big Lieutenant, and then you double block the big Mutavault and take 5?
Yeah. I mean, you could I kind of wonder if you're supposed to go Archon, eat the Mockingbird, right? While it's a 2/2 before it grows, and you just take 5. I'm sorry, you take
7, right?
It's 1, 2.
You can't take the 2 Mutavaults.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. It is 7. Yeah, that one has a counter.
7.
Sorry, my brain got confuzzled for a second. Yeah, so I guess you could block, but then you get the Thalia's Lieutenant back. Huh. Very interesting.
This is weird. This is tough. So Brutal Cathar, we're doing a check to make sure it doesn't say non-human or non-fox.
Yeah, you can't name a lizards with Brutal Cathar, and no jokes. It looks like
non-Feldegriff creatures. Anyways. Yeah. So Brutal Cathar is going to hit the Mutavault, and then that's going to eat that, and then presumably the Cathar chump blocks the Lieutenant, and you take 3. Sure. This is lethal damage, right? This is 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Wedding Announcement might be. Oh, okay. So I think what's happening here is Gerrick was saying, "Do your thing," and then I'm gonna respond. Now, Brave the Elements only is white creatures, so that means the Thalia's Lieutenant cannot be blocked. So we are gonna do a chump block on the Mutavault. We can still block the Mockingbird, I believe, because I think Mockingbird stays blue, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, no. I think the Mockingbird is a white creature. So
okay, yeah.
So block the Mutavault 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's gonna put Pierre to 1.
Yeah, and the Mutavault's gonna die. The other Mutavault will come back without the counter on it.
That'll pump the Lieutenant. Interesting for Gerrick to cast the Brave the Elements there. I wonder if that might just be to protect the Mockingbird.
Yeah, I think it was just a push through damage in general here. It might also just be Gerrick, you can only play 1 spell a turn. It might just be kind of like out of stuff now. And it's just like, well, if I don't use this now, when am I going to use it? Because I'm going to lose most of my board.
Yeah. And I mean, if Pierre has a removal spell for the Thalia's Lieutenant, he's sort of kind of
back the Wandering Emperor
board, right? Oh,
that's a removal spell. Yeah, and it's going to gain life.
So that'll be able to take care of Lieutenant. That'll put Pierre up to 3. So Gerrick is really going to need something like the second Brave the Elements. I caught a glimpse. I don't think it was Brave. See a secret. Oh, that's a
Declaration.
declaration in stone.
That's actually massive here. This might force the Collected Company instead of the Emperor. We'll have to see exactly how it goes.
Well, I guess what you could do. Oh, right. Because if you let it die, and then Emperor kill the Lieutenant, chump block the. You could kill the Lieutenant, chump block the Mutavault with the Elf. Take 2, stay at 1.
Yeah, but then the problem is you don't have the 4th land for the Mutavault. So I mean,
for the Coco next turn.
Yeah, to play the Coco next turn. Yeah. So I think this is an interesting spot here where Pierre, I think, needed to think through the whole turn and decide once again, do I need to hit Peacekeeper to name Mutavault and hope to hit, kill spell plus thing? Because I think right now kind of your line has become the best one where it's like you just have to hope to hit off the top.
Yeah, I mean, you could just spin the wheel and cast the Collected Company. If you hit 2 of the the Brutal Cathar type effects, you get to kill the Mutavault and the Lieutenant, and then presumably if one of them has flying, if one of them is, well, no, I guess you would need a flying.
I think you're
right.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Emperor line. I think you just have to go Elf on Volt, then before damage, flash in the Emperor, minus kill the Thalius Lieutenant, then play a 3-drop hate creature from hand, and then just like make a samurai and pass, and just take over the game, and hope that's good enough, and that you'll eventually draw a land.
Well, it needs to be a flyer, right? Because Pierre's going to be at 1, so he's going to go up to 3.
Well, no, but if you draw like I think he has a Werefox Bodyguard in hand, so he can bodyguard down the Mockingbird. Yeah, because the Mockingbird's already there, and then the Samurai trades with the Samurai chump blocks the Mutavault, and you're in you're barely staying alive territory, basically.
But staying alive nonetheless, that's all that matters for Pierre here. I mean, yeah, very interesting decision. You could high roll the Coco. I mean, I'm trying to think of, if you're in Pierre's spot, is there a Collected Company? Like, is there 2 things you could hit off of Coco that put you in a better spot than just like casting the Emperor and guaranteed not dying? Yeah, Pierre's going to roll the dice.
I think the only hits are double Gerrick with the, do you want to play the one with the double hate bear suit? Now you see him shaking his head. I think that's game. Yeah, the Emperor line, it puts you in a weird spot where you have the Werefox Bodyguard in hand, so you are guaranteed the next turn, but you might, I think, never draw the other land and lose with the Coco in hand. I think Pierre was a little worried about that happening and has taken sort of a higher risk line because of it. But I think this is a classic moment, Devin, of, hey, everything was face up. Pierre needed to make this play and think through his whole turn in response to sort of the first thing happening with the deck and stone. Because had we done that and Gerrick not respond, the Anointed Peacekeeper could have maybe stole this game for us. And
yeah, the other weird thing too is, like, even if you hit, say you hit, like, best case scenario, you hit 2 of the kill creatures, you hit 2 Werefox Bodyguard, Brutal Cathar, whatever, you hit 2 of those, you can take care of the Mockingbird. Go ahead. What?
We forgot to start tracking day and night with Brutal Cathar, and I think there's a Brutal Cathar in hand. Coco, excuse me. So the question is, does this Brutal Cathar, is it day or is it night? And I know there's been some ruling added, and I believe...
When did we cast it?
Huh?
When did we cast the Brutal Cathar? 2 turns ago?
I think so, yeah. I think it was during the... Because remember the Werefox Bodyguard joke we made of, like, does this hit anything? I think it was during that, and then just got decked in stone. So I think what's happening here, and I could be mistaken, but if I remember correctly, a judge told me recently that we default, and I believe it's tonight, because the assumption is that a spell wasn't played is the most likely outcome to have occurred. That being said, I think both players know that actually a spell was played because it was just last turn. So
no, because Pierre didn't play a spell in his last turn, right?
You're right. Yeah, no.
Pierre just passed.
Yeah, because he passed with the Coco. You're totally right. Yeah, excuse me. So that means it's nighttime, meaning this Coco is definitely higher risk than we both even thought. That's on us as well. Day, night, one of the mechanics of all time. We're up there with the Void. And we're going to have to see, can Pierre get out of it? Now, I thought of a line, Devin, while we were talking here. Double Enduring Innocence lets you chump block and get the lifelink and some card draw.
Okay. So you draw 2 cards, chump, go to 5, take 2, go to 3.
Exactly. And then now the Emperor line is still on the table because we have the mana. And it looks like Innocence is in the hand, excuse me, in the collected company pile. I'm calling it his hand because Pierre needs it. He's gripping on for dear life. And clearly, it's an interesting spot here because before I think there was a bit of awkwardness about the Mutavault. I'm sorry about the day night now. And now I think there's awkwardness. I think he might have a Werefox bodyguard. And once again, has the awkwardness on Mutavault.
So now what if we go Enduring Innocence plus 3-mana creature to kill something? You can go kill the Lieutenant, Innocence chump block the Mutavault, up to 3, take 2 from the Mockingbird down to 1. But yeah, and then that means you get to keep the creature and the kill creature in place. The Lieutenant doesn't come back, and that's exactly what Pierre hits. So yeah, kill the Thalia's Lieutenant, draw a card off the Innocence, chump block the Mutavault up to 3, stay the same, right? You're effectively gaining 2 and taking 2, and I think this puts Pierre in a pretty good spot.
Yep. And that Thalia's Lieutenant is going to get answered. We draw the card, take a look at it before we make our decision. And then, yeah, Innocence, we're just going to chump block here. You could double block and give them a 2/2 in exchange for the Mutavault, but you would lose both your creatures. Probably not really worth it, especially since Innocence just is going to become a non-creature enchantment. You know, we're going to put it back here to represent it. Maybe we can get a little printout or something. I don't know.
You know, Pierre definitely took a gamble there, right? He had the ability to survive by chump blocking with Elf and the Emperor, but Pierre taking a gamble, and I think the gamble's going to really pay off because now the board is more clear. Pierre is a little bit more stable and still gets to keep up the Emperor for next turn to be able to maybe remove I guess has to remove the Mockingbird at 1 life. So now you go Emperor, remove the Mockingbird. Maybe the Skyclave has to chump block the Mutavault.
I was gonna say you can Emperor down the Mutavault because you'll gain the 2 life.
Yeah, gain the 2 life.
But you maybe want to just like leave the Mutavault as it's so much easier. And Gerrick shakes his head. He thinks it's collected company, but Gerrick, terrible news, buddy. It's the card he's been beating people with all year. It's Wandering Emperor. And Gerrick has been, crushing our events playing that card, and he might get crushed here, as we are gonna see. It looks like Gerrick maybe drew a 2-mana spell. I was thinking about playing it, and it was a Thalia's Lieutenant.
Another Lieutenant.
That has to be one of the best draws in Gerrick's deck here. And
well, it's funny because now the line that Pierre had available to him last turn, he could just take this turn, right? Chump the Mutavault before damage Emperor. That has to be the line this turn, I would assume.
I agree, yeah. The real question is, would you chump with Elf or Skyclave Apparition? I think I like just using the Elf. Don't give him an extra body when you're so low. And, get this Emperor down. And then we didn't mention this before, Devin, but now that the Emperor's down, right, we're going to make that blocker. But with Innocence, we're going to draw a card, I believe, right? And then we have Werefox Bodyguard to flash in on the next turn, as Gerrick can only just shake his head. As he's like, yep, I've done that a lot. No, that's pretty good.
I play with that card. I know what that does.
Yeah. And we're seeing the power of this Selesnya Company deck. Just such powerful creatures that clog up the battlefield with these strong ETBs. And Gerrick's, having a pretty good draw. Not the best draw you've ever seen, but a pretty good one. We're going to trigger Enduring Innocence.
This is a heck of a game to start off with, Mason. I got to say, this has been a really entertaining match to watch, especially this game 3 where, Pierre's just been on the ropes the entire game. Has been so close to just been skirting death the entire time. And you still kind of feel like there's maybe a window for Gerrick, but it's got to be a window that's closing very, very shortly.
Yep. And we're going to have to see how this game ends up, as Smith is trying to figure out, okay, I've got all the resources except for lands. I'm in a good spot. How do I not lose this game, right? As this is going to be our Samurai token. Looks like we're looking for the real one right now, but just put this in play while we wait. And yeah, I think with Pierre having the Werefox Bodyguard, probably just supposed to wait and pass and then get that Innocence trigger on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And just,
yeah, like this. Because you want to kill the Mutavault. You kind of would rather just kill the Mutavault anyways. So now you get to draw the extra card and kill the creature you want to kill. Even if Gerrick just draws a random human, the 2/2 can't really attack into the opposing 2/2 on Pierre's side. So, as of right now, Pierre's sort of beginning to stabilize the board. Now, we talked about, what can Gerrick really draw from this position? It's tough, right? There's a lot of cards, like random humans are okay, but they're not really going to get the job done. Brave the Elements is something we saw in Gerrick's sideboard that could potentially do something, but there's only one white creature on the battlefield right now.
Yeah, and it's just not big enough either. As Portable Hole is the draw that will clean up the Samurai. So, I've seen worse draws. I've seen better draws.
I'll kill the Samurai, and then Gerrick gets to line up an attack with the Mutavault here. Well, hold on. If it's Werefox Bodyguard, we had this conversation before. Werefox can't go to the Meta Vault.
Yeah, but the Werefox can still come in though, and we can. I don't know if you have to target something. That's an interesting question on the Werefox Bodyguard. I assume you do. Yeah, no, it's
Bodyguard.
one other
Is it
target.
up to?
So you
up to
just,
okay.
Yeah, eat the Thalia's lieutenant, or just remove it from combat. I guess it doesn't really matter. Then double block, and kill off the Mutavault, and then the Thalia's lieutenant comes back, and it's whatever. Or the illusion token, whichever one Gerrick thinks is better. Probably the illusion, I would guess. So you can get the Werefox later. Who knows? But yep. And here comes
no Mutavault targeting. There we go.
Draw the card. It's a pathway. All right. So we're gonna see a double block there.
Why did both die?
Maybe the
Mutavault. Did the Mutavault have a counter on it?
I don't think it did.
I thought it didn't.
Werefox Bodyguard is a 2/2. We'll have
Skyclave's a 2/2. I could have sworn that Mutavault did not have a counter on it, but maybe I'm missing something. Never mind.
Yeah, same. It might be a situation where the players knew and we didn't. We'll definitely have a judge check in on that here in a second.
I knew about the announcement, but
either way, Smith, an interesting spot here, has a land in hand of the Rage of Urge Thicket. Also has Branchloft Pathway. Could see something like Pathway into Elf. Looks like we're gonna go Kellen, the Daring Tracker.
Yeah, so okay, it looks like it did have that is one of the ones that did have a counter for it, but that was from the second lieutenant that got cast. So that makes
gotcha. Okay, we're gonna see Portable Hole. We drew a card from the Enduring Innocence there, and then Lenora Elf, and we have two different color blockers, Devin. So Brave the Elements, even if it was big enough, isn't going to be a good enough draw. Gerrick's going to need something here like Mockingbird, Dauntless Bodyguard. We need to start building up a battlefield. Another wedding announcement would be great, as Mockingbird is the draw. We can copy Kellen, or we can copy Thalia's Lieutenant.
Honestly, just copying Lieutenant to get a flying Lieutenant, and then that means if you draw another human, then you actually have something that can sort of contest the battlefield, or that can actually attack through Pierre's blockers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like this, because Gaming Kellen could be nice just to draw some cards, but you can also just make your Thalia's Lieutenant bigger than the board and force some chump blocks. And Pierre's hand is full of 3-drops, right? Mm-hmm. So by making the Elf get traded off, then suddenly Pierre can't double spell. Now, Land or Elf will technically allow for a double spell. A little bit of a miss sequence there from Pierre, playing the land before drawing our card. Probably not the end of the world, but, if we drew a Coco and had an untap land, could be bad.
Yeah, I see some people in chat talking about the round timer. These players do have quite a lengthy extension due to that judge call. So, as far as they shouldn't be hit, there shouldn't be any issue with these players completing this match in time.
And also, you know what? This is on me and Devin. It's been a great match to watch, but we thought this would be the faster one.
We did. I know. we had a choice. Yeah, we had a choice between Gerrick on humans and Connor on Phoenix, and we were like, well, surely the humans deck is going to be over quick.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, though, is it's 11-minute time extension. We've got confirmation from the judge, is that Connor was playing versus demons, and I get to say demons on stream. So we'll have to make that happen later.
At some point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, moving into combat, though, and you're seeing Gerrick try to figure out, okay, if Werefox Bodyguard's on the other side of the battlefield, how am I supposed to attack here? Also could be an Avid Interrupter, which would just eat the Mockingbird. So you're going to see Gerrick play around that a little bit. I do think that card's probably got cut, but, Pierre was on the playing game 2, and then neither player re-sideboarded for game 3, so it might actually be there. It could be a very heads-up play there from Gerrick, as we see Werefox Bodyguard come on down. Now, I'm curious.
Not a fox.
Not a fox, notably.
Can confirm.
Yep. And he's just going to eat it. And another wedding announcement comes down, and, we saw earlier Gerrick really used wedding announcement to draw cards, which has paid off pretty heavily for him. But now the making 1/1s mode is going to be really powerful here, as it's going to give him a constant stream of soon-to-be lethal attackers. So that wedding announcement will flip, and it's going to grow the Mockingbird, making that now a lethal attacker.
Right. Now the question is, does Pierre have an additional 3 mana, remove a creature card in his hand? I mean, there's a lot of them in the post-board game, but, you have to imagine Gerrick does have a lethal Mockingbird where not lethal right now, but if there's a human on top, then that is going to be a lethal threat for Gerrick. Well, I say lethal, but the body card can sacrifice itself to gain 2 life. So there's some weird math to think about with that.
Well, it's weird math because then Daluton enters. That's a
Yeah,
human, so
true.
the Mockingbird
So
will
it's
grow and the
+1 kind
triggers.
of.
Yeah. And it looks like we're switching tonight. I think one thing to mention too is, and Pierre did have an Archon of Emeria, so we could have played that. Looks like we're going to lean on Collected Company. We've used a lot of those creatures, Devin. We talked about
Yeah.
how there's a lot of 3-drops that can have high impact, but Mockingbird off the top of
Oh.
Mockingbird, and it looks like we're going to actually Mockingbird copy the Werefox Bodyguard. Of note, can't name that. It's a fox, but
Oh. Wait, so the bodyguard itself is a fox, right? So you can't
yeah.
actually do that.
Well, yeah. So
So
you could
what would you
you
actually
could
name
copy it.
here?
So I think you're copying it in order to then get rid of the Kellen, because then on the ground you force either a chump with the elf or a trade with the bodyguard. Obviously, elf
Hmm.
probably getting chumped before that.
See, I was thinking if you just copy the lieutenant, that makes your current lieutenant a 4/4 flyer, which would be a lethal attacker this turn.
Oh, it looks like so we overpaid to maybe make Pierre think about it, because you
Okay.
can overpay in this situation. So really heads up there from Gerrick. Knew he
Oh.
wasn't going to have much use for his mana this turn. So he's like, hey, I'm copying your bodyguard. Do you want a Coco or something in response? Right? Pierre's like,
Or
nah. And here we go.
or perhaps even sacrifice the bodyguard.
Exactly. Yeah. So heads up play there from Gerrick. Really good. As we're going to see Collected Company here, I assume this is after the Mockingbirds declared the attack. And we're going to see what's going on here. Now, remember, Pierre could have played Archon of Emeria this turn, would have actually lost because Mockingbird would have copied the bodyguard. Skyclad Apparition immediately played. That's going to get rid of that big Mockingbird. And we're seeing Little Elf. You see Gerrick go to touch it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to take the one that beats me, believe it or not. Gerrick says, yep, that makes sense. Respectable. We are going to see a draw from Enduring Innocence here as this company deck is starting to reach a point where it can't be stopped. But Gerrick has been putting up a great amount of pushback here and is threatening lethal next turn again in the air if we draw any creature.
Yeah, I mean, look at how good Mockingbird has been this match. We talked about it at the beginning, where this is a huge get to as the white splash for this is the humans deck, and it's just been able to present basically a lethal threat every single turn to make sure that Pierre needs constant answers. And I don't know about you, Mason, but I've been very, very impressed with Mockingbird in this showcase.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mockingbird has been a card that's really wowed players, myself included, ever since it's released. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. And as I just keep seeing it play, I'm like, wow, that's really good. And we see why so long they've been hesitant to, maybe put one that's equal to mana value, let alone have flying. And it's a lot of text, very strong. Pierre here has drawn a Gonjo. So that's
The
a removal spell for the
Dunes.
Mockingbird. And I think we might finally start to see some attacks come down here soon from
Yeah, I mean
Pierre.
Gerrick at 20, but with that chef at Dunes, you got to imagine at some point Pierre can almost certainly get some sort of attack in eventually, where maybe you like crack the Dunes, attack with a bunch of tutus. Gerrick doesn't really have good blocks after that, and yeah, the Ganja is a huge pickup because now you have an answer to the Mockingbird, even if that were to become a 4/4. So we'll have to see what Gerrick finds. Off the top, you maybe want another lieutenant, maybe another Mockingbird.
I think of note, Pierre has a Brutal Cathar, and it's nighttime, so in on the back. But because he
Okay.
played the Elf to start this turn, it will flip on Gerrick's upkeep. So we might
Yeah.
see, a Brutal Cathar played that's flipped, quote unquote. It will immediately flip back. It will matter for attacks this turn, but when it comes to sort of stabilizing, this will be fine for Gerrick. I mean, this will be fine for Smith. I'm going to see Pierre here actually just play a bunch of cards. This is really opening up the door to Brave the Elements as a potentially, devastating play. Lethal wouldn't be on board just yet. We still have one elf that's face up. I'm sorry, it's in untapped underneath all this, but
Close though, right? I mean,
very
I
close.
guess the Brutal Cathar flip's probably going to take care of the Mockingbird, and then Gerrick draws a copy of Brave the Elements. You have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you can just chump block the.
Kellen's legendary too, so we do have a Gondro up still. Excuse me.
Oh, right. Untapping, cubing 2 lands on tap with the Kellen. So Aganjo is still available. Where, yeah, I mean, like from here, it's really tough to figure out what Gerrick could even draw to kind of just get through this battlefield. I mean, it involves Brave the Elements for sure, but like, I don't know, Brave by itself, maybe like a creature into a Brave here.
We
That's
also
gonna,
know there's only
allow
2
Steven to
Braves
attack.
and one's in the yard. So
True. Yeah.
Gerrick's on the one outer.
Pierre, thinking about what we want to block with. Looks like maybe a Kellen and a Llanowar elf. Funny, if you're Gerrick, you think about trading for the elf just to make Brave a more live top deck?
I think it's the right play.
Yeah. Because like realistically, what else can you even draw at this point, you know?
Yeah. I think you maybe had to do that, but also Pierre has so many elves that it honestly might be a situation where the right play is not to do that. So that way Pierre doesn't think about holding back the elves. You know, maybe he just alpha strikes with a Shepherd Dunes. It's like, hey, you know, I've got 2 or 3 blockers left here. What are you going to do? And then Gerrick top decks. We'll have to see exactly. But I think another interesting about this game is, you know, Pierre has a big battlefield presence, but a lot of his creatures are very like tenuous. You know, like if they die, things go so bad so quickly that he
it's like
just
a house
can't.
Of cards.
Exactly. Yeah, he can't engage in combat. And the second winning announcement, Gerrick has the bigger battlefield. Now, Kellen is in hand, and we can make a bunch of maps, and that might help with the battlefield sizing. But that's a lot of mana, and Gerrick is, you know, can draw things like Adeline, which if we draw Adeline into Brave, that's going to present a ton of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think Pierre, I mean, we're trying to think of how many, we only have the one flyer, the Archon of Emiria, so maybe that can start getting in there. But yeah, past that, it's, you know, the human tokens are 3/3s, the bodyguards are 4/3s. So it's going to be really hard for Pierre to sort of, you know, present a good amount of blocks here. As we see, there's the Kellen just going to be cast for 2 mana. Not going to go on a journey.
Yeah. And, you know, this is really highlighting to me how we saw Gerrick in game 2 have the wing announcements, and we were a little dubious on the draw with them. You know, I still think they're better on the play, believe it or not. Going first makes the more expensive card a bit better. But I do think he probably was just right to do it, because if the game stalled like this, then the winning announcement is very impactful, as we're seeing in this game. As you know, an attack for 2. I wonder if the guy be getting close to time in the round. We do see our feature match area judge Garrison there checking. We'll know when time in the round will happen. They'll put a little dice there for us, but looks like it's a nothing in the passing of the turn. I actually kind of really like this from Gerrick. He doesn't have anything going on. Flips the bodyguard. Now, I'm sorry, I like this from Smith's side. Unfortunately for Gerrick, he's flipping the bodyguard because Smith can now just. Well, I guess there's an Archon, so you can't double spell. Right, as long as the Archons are around, which is kind of awkward.
Well, can Bodyguard eat your own stuff, or is it only opponents? Bodyguard says, no, you can eat your own stuff. So you could Bodyguard the Archon and then play a second spell if you wanted to.
Sure. Yeah, and if the second spell was of another Brutal Cathar, that could be good. Although, I guess flipping the Brutal Cathar is also nice for the Brave the Elements line, right? Now we have a red creature. So Brave can't get us. I played a good bit of the white humans deck, and I've definitely lost some games where my bodyguards are flipped, and I can't Brave.
All right, Peacekeeper, going to look in a land that's also not going to draw a card off the Innocence. What do you think your name here if you Pierre Smith? Maybe just, I'm trying to think of like what the most expensive card in Gerrick's deck that could even matter here is. Like, I don't know, Settle the Wreckage or something stupid like that.
Yeah, I would probably name something like Shelter by Ghost, or like something that we've seen. Honestly, Recruitment Officer is probably the name, because
right, because the activated ability
out of it. Yeah, and you know Gerrick has the land, so that would mean he has to spend his whole turn doing that, and then his whole turn doing the next thing. So Recruitment Officer is probably your best name. Yeah, I think he's asking to look at his graveyard to see anything.
He sees the Brave.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that, I mean, you know, with Gerrick pulling the Brave to the front of the graveyard, you got to imagine that is something on Pierre Smith's mind. So, but yeah, no additional attacks besides the Archon. I mean, eventually, you see the die there. That is turn 1. I was going to say eventually Pierre can set up some sort of attack, but I mean, I don't know. Pierre's only got 2 combat steps left.
Yeah, now, like you mentioned before, we do have Shepherd Dunes. And one of the nice things about this is, right, from Pierre's perspective, is he has the Dune so he can Alpha Strike. And so that means, you know, if he presents lethal, it doesn't matter if his creatures die. But notably, Devin, since we're going to be turn 4 of turns, we can't just attack with haphazardness, right? Because then Gerrick might get a big enough battlefield to crack back and kill us. So, you know, had this game gone maybe 1 turn sooner, it would have worked out perfectly for Smith. Or on turn 5, he could just, you know, throw caution to the wind, turn sideways, and attack with everything. Now we're in a little bit of an awkward spot. And, you know, if you're Smith, you're really hoping you have Gideon allies into card in your deck to play and sort of buff the team up. And you see Gerrick kind of being like, what's going on here?
Yeah, the 3/3 can trade for a human token, because remember, the human tokens are 3/3s with the double wedding festivities.
Mhm.
So 2's going to come across here for Gerrick. Now, assuming that Gerrick draws a land, right? 3 blockers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attackers for Pierre Smith. They're all +1/+1 from the Dunes. Gerrick blocks the 3 biggest ones, which would be the Brute, the Bodyguard, and I assume the Kellen. You would take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I count 14 coming through.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Pierre actually maybe misstepped last turn, not a Gonjoing and keeping the body to play around the body off the top to present lethal. Because I was going to say, if I just count the creatures and times them by 2, that's pretty close, and that's not counting their own power. That once it's extra.
Gonna mess things up now, because now we can copy the Skyclave apparition that can take care of
The House of Cards,
the Moonrage Brute, but then you have to pay 3 life. Does that?
Well, you can get the right. You also target the Bodyguard. Now Pierre can sack it to gain some life, right?
Yeah.
Once you do that, but you'll still get your creature back. And yeah,
I forgot what was one of the Bodyguard. We're gonna find out.
Lieutenant. Thalia's Lieutenant.
It's pretty good.
It's really good. And now this board's going to get much bigger, and that's a huge swing for the damage race we were talking about. We're going to need something like Coco here for Smith if we're going to win.
I was wondering if Gerrick wanted the trigger on the stack animate the Mutavault, because he does have 2 extra mana. So even if you wanted to block, you could go animate it now and then pass and have another mana to animate it on Pierre's turn.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you're choosing not to do that. So yeah, Pierre has got to somehow get 14 damage across.
Yep. Yeah, and I think
we're counting.
A little small misstep there from Smith on sort of innocuous line, right? Of like a Gonjoing your own, the creature that you're about to trade in combat with seems kind of silly, but might have come back here, as Pierre now needs to go in the tank.
Yeah, and Mason, you brought up a very good point earlier. Pierre can't just say, sack Sheffatoons, attack you with everything, because Gerrick gets the last combat phase. So Pierre has to make sure he's doing the math, and if he can't kill Gerrick, he just has to say go and accept the draw, I think.
Yep. Maybe Pierre can attack enough and then rebuild enough afterwards, right? Trades off a lot of creatures, although Gerrick's creatures are bigger on average because of the double wedding announcement. And then, but maybe he can do something like that where he can Skyclave and show he has another Bodyguard and be like, hey, I would probably have you on the swing back, and maybe Gerrick will concede. But I think what's going to happen here is Gerrick's going to, at worst, draw this game. Remember, Gerrick's playing for an MVP spot this year. So a draw and a loss are basically the same, but a draw is much better than a loss when you're trying to get every single point you can, because Connor Mullally is out there on your heels, along with Cliff Boyardee, who is in the race as well, but behind a couple more points than both those players.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a really, really interesting turn. I gotta say, Mason, we really picked a good one to start off with. We've seen Archon cast. What were we gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I did a little checkup. Connor Mullally, our backup feature match, and in second place for MVP, aka Player of the Year, lost to Demons. So Gerrick would technically be ahead of Connor, and if their match points go the same for the rest of the day, that's all Gerrick needs to do to lock it up and get that free entry into next year. He's on Team Flex slot. They've been dominating, playing every event. He'd love to have that extra $100 in his pocket each weekend, along with being able at the Invitational to be like, hey, I'm not playing against Dom Harvey or Andrew Ellenbogen or something like that. They're not going to stop me. I'm not having to battle against them in day one. As we're going to see Gerrick just attack all out, just basically like, hey, if we're going to draw, I might as well hope to try and win this, or maybe Smith will concede, if the position looks really good.
Did he brave the elements? Are we going blockers? Did we get a brave? No. Can you imagine?
Yeah, brave would be interesting. I wonder if you're even supposed to name green, because if you name green,
maybe
then he has to block with the white creatures, and maybe you can convince Smith hey, you have nothing left. Do you mind conceding? We'll have to see exactly how it goes here. Looks like that's not the case once again, but that would have been a very interesting line, as we're going to see a bunch of elves get in the way. And this looks to just be a draw situation going on here. There's no way Pierre can take a lethal. Yeah. And also the fact that Gerrick is attacking like this implies to me that he is not going to concede, because obviously he left himself dead on board. So these players are going to take a draw. And that's going to do it for round one there. Both players had a lot going on that game. There was a lot of things happening. I think we look back on that one, a little bit faster play and a little bit tighter, we might have got out of it, but that's life. Congratulations, for getting out of round one with a better record than your runner-up there, Gerrick. We'll see if you can keep that up today. We're going to take a quick break. That was our last match, so our next round's going to roll over. We're going to set that up, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes, so grab some water. See you in a second. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series here in Chicago, Illinois. I am your host, Mr. Clark, my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake here, and we are here for round number 2 of our Pioneer Showdown. We're going to crown someone into our Invitational at the end of the year, along with our leaderboard and yearly and seasonal leaderboard spots as well. Let's check that out real quick before we head on down to our feature match area. And let's talk about the player we're actually going to watch today, Devin.
Yeah, so Zoe is going to be our main feature match. She is, this is the season 2 leaderboard. She's a little bit down on the leaderboard here, but Fletcher 85 points, Cliff 68, Zoe 61. I don't know if we have, do we have an updated overall leaderboard we can take a look at? Because that's the one we wanted to showcase. Yeah, here we go. So if you look at this is updated with the results from yesterday. So Gerrick in first at 138, Connor at 131, Zoe at 104. The winner of this event gets 30 points. That means, was 30 plus 104, quick math, 134. She can't quite catch Gerrick for, end of year, but she definitely can get one of those at large bids. So, Zoe definitely in the running for that for sure.
Yep. And remember, for the yearly, which is the one you see on screen right now, it's top 3. So if everything ended right now, Zoe would make it. Of note, Ryan Bellamy is not playing today. He played yesterday, but not today. He had other stuff to do today. So that's good news for Zoe at large. So she needs to dodge Tim Hatch and Fletcher Johnson. But Fletcher might get the seasonal invite, is what it's looking like as well, right? If he does jump Zoe. So Zoe might just be a lock in that regard. So Zoe wants Fletcher or herself to do really well, but she does need to sweat. Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion, did amazing yesterday and is only 1 point behind her on the seasonal leaderboard. But we have Zoe in our feature match area right now, so let's cut on down to it as she is going to be playing Rakdos Aggro, maybe Rakdos Valiant. We'll have to see. Versus Dominic Striker here on Lotus Field combo. Of note, this is the artist talent version of Lotus Field. If you haven't seen it in a little bit, kind of a new innovation to the deck.
Yeah, we talked about last round with Bloomburrow and Duskmorn having a huge impact in the Pioneer format, and both of these players are sporting quite a few Bloomburrow and Duskmorn cards. More Bloomburrow than the Duskmorn for sure. Zoe's deck is really centered around the Bloomburrow Mice package, Hardfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger. It looks like no copies of Manifold Mouse that I can see, because I know that is a card that some of these decks play. So none of those for Zoe, but really centered around Hardfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger. The Valiant creatures are very, very important because, you have a lot of ways to target your creatures. Ancestral Anger. She's playing 4 Infuriate and 4 Monstrous Rage. So a lot of ways to get, stuff going that way. And then for Dominic, you mentioned the artist talent in Dominic's Lotus Field deck. This is kind of a new kid on the block. Maybe you're familiar with sort of I guess I would call it the tooth and nail version of Lotus Field.
Oh my God.
Which is trying to, cast like a bunch of ultimatums and bigger spells like that. But Dominic's a little lower to the ground, cantrips and artist talents. And what do we see here happen?
We missed our land drop turn 2. Dominic kept a 1 land or mana confluence sleight of hand, passes the turn on turn 2, discards Pour Over the Pages. Zoe smiled when she saw the mana confluence because she knew that's going to be good for her. Her opponent skipping a turn, very helpful since she didn't have a 2-drop she wanted to play on turn 2. Rather get the Kamano going. We are going to see the Emberheart Challenger come down, get the counter from the other Kamano hitting phase 2, and we're going to see a Monstrous Rage on the flipped Kamano, and Dominic is going to be taking a ton of damage here. I believe 9 damage coming across the board. Dominic going to fall to 8, and we're just going to be going to game 2. I don't think there's anything his deck can do that can stop Zoe just turning sideways and casting any spell prowess-wise.
Yeah, I mean, the Lotus Field deck, the artist talent version is a little bit more powerful in terms of the raw speed, where, previously the deck had to, play Lotus Field on turn 3, maybe turn 2 if you're lucky with a Grazer, and then set up, the next turn, play stage, copy. But this version with talent does have the ability to kill a turn ahead of schedule because, you can go like, talent, activate that with some mana from the Hidden Strings. Once you activate that, your spells cost less. That means you can Hidden Strings for 1 mana and sort of churn through your deck that way. But on 1 land, yeah, there's really no chance that Dominic can get out of this, especially because one of those lands is Mana Confluence. And yeah, this is probably going to be, I would say this is probably the single worst matchup for Dominic to face.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot to be as this is perceived as one of the best decks in Pioneer. But the Lotus Field combo deck does have some real advantages, and we're going to check it out real quick here in the sideboard. So we have some cards that might be helpful. We have 4 Thing in the Ice in the sideboard and 3 Anger of the Guards to start. We have 2 Niv Mizzet Perron, 2 Thought Distortion, a Thassa's Oracle, a 9 Lives, a Leer, and a Dragon Lord Dromoka. Devin, what do you like and why?
So, you mentioned the Thing in the Ice and the Anger of the Gods. Those seem like slam dunks here. Thing in the Ice is not something that I've seen out of these Lotus Field decks before, but it kind of makes sense, especially in this version where you have a lot more cheap cards for Sleight of Hand and for Consider to make sure that you can kind of flip it more reliably early. Anger of the Gods to clean up a bunch of Zoe's creatures. With regards to the 9 lives, I think that's actually going to be staying in the board because of the wishes in Dominic's main deck. So, you'd much rather have that in the sideboard where you have access to 2 copies in the main deck. But maybe also Dominic feels like he doesn't have time to wish for 9 lives. So that could be something else as well.
Oh, did you? I got there for a second. We're
Oh,
here on the
okay. I wasn't
sideboard.
sure. I wasn't sure if it was
I
just
just
muted for
I don't
me,
know
but
exactly what happened. I'm so sorry. Anyways, we
all
have
good.
4 these 3 up next to us: 2 red cap, 2 Elijah's Curse, 1 Hazard, 1 Dragantha, 1 Go for the Throat, 1 Rockface Village. What do you like in the sideboard and why, Devin?
All right. So with regards to Zoe's sideboard, she definitely has the edge in this matchup, so probably doesn't have to change a ton. But wants to get those fatal pushes out of here. Those are basically, sort of dead draws. Although, if Zoe is aware of the presence of Thing in the Ice in Dominic's sideboard, perhaps that is something she wants to keep in, but I'm not sure if she knows that. With
Mhm.
regards to cards she wants to bring in, Thoughtseizes for sure. I mean, that's a clean swap, right? 4 push for 4 Thoughtseize. Other than that, I mean, really some of these Lotus Field decks do tend to lean a little bit towards Leer, Disciple of the Drowned. So if that's something that Zoe is expecting, maybe you could go towards the Unlicensed Hearses, but not a ton else besides just swapping the pushes for Thoughtseizes.
Yep. We're going to see how these players want to do it as they are presenting their decks to cut. So let's get up down to the feature match area to see that. And I got to say, the Raptors Valiant deck kills me a lot. But I do love that it's in the format. I love that we have like a pump spelly, kind of combat tricky deck that's sick. And I love that Infuriate has landed as the backup spell of choice. Obviously, Monstrous Rage, just incredibly powerful card, right? Part of the reason these decks, you could even consider playing them. Obviously, the Bloombar Mice are a big part. But, having that sort of pump spell is good. And then Infuriate just being like, yeah, you know what? The 2 toughness on the back end, that's what matters the most. You could play all these different pump spells to do all these different things, but you just want to outsize things like red removal and opposing creatures. I just think that's so sick to see something like that pop up in this format.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see Infuriate over Titan Strength because I know that that's one of the cards that the Rakdos Prowess decks kind of leaned a little bit more towards on in the early iterations of this. But it looks like Zoe, today is preferring the extra toughness boost on Infuriate rather than the Scry from Titan Strength. That's kind of like the thing you would consider there. So interesting to see kind of that dynamic.
Yeah, it's huge against decks like Phoenix, right? Fiery
Hmm.
Impulse killing your creature versus not when the Titan Strength is so big. Zoe did not know about Thing in the Ice. Listen, I know Zoe. She's a friend. That face. Zoe just said, oh. She went back, did not see that coming. Now, she does have Hazard in hand. I don't know. So she clearly was thinking about cards like Anger of the Gods, but that wasn't on the radar. And I think if we do see a game 3, Zoe's going to probably bring in at least 1 fatal push to have an out to this if she doesn't have any in already. As Heartfire Hero is a 1-lander and a passing of the turn. Now, Heartfire Hero, pretty good at killing the opponent with Callous Self Sword. And we have it in hand. So if we can draw like another land and some pump spells, this could be game over if Dominic doesn't block.
As we see a second Thing in the S here for Dominic. Yeah, Zoe keeping a 1-lander likely has, you mentioned the Calisel Sword, probably at least 1, maybe even 2 pump spells in hand for Zoe. So you have to imagine if she finds a land, say it's just Infuriate plus Cell Sword, how much are we looking at? So the mouse is 2, right? The mouse would get +4 from the Infuriate, because that would be +3, and then 1 from the trigger. So that's 4, 5, 6. And then the Cell Sword would be a total of 12, 6 from the trigger and 6 from the burn together. It looks like Infuriate is going to target the hero. That's going to kill one of those Thing in the Ices, and that is a nice way for Zoe to kind of get at least one of those off the battlefield, but still has to answer the second one next turn.
Yep. Notably, it is exiled because of Kamana Faces Kakazan's backside. etched of Kamano. Dominic here did have 2 sideboard cards in the hand with these thing in the ices, but as you saw there, sort of had to chump block just because of how much potential damage could come across. And honestly, a little lucky it wasn't something like Monstrous Rage there that started to chip away at the life total.
Yeah, and so now that the hero picked up an extra counter there, so next turn it's an extra +2 damage, right? Because the hero would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 14 damage. So not quite third thing in the S. My goodness.
All right, so that's good for Dominic. So now Dominic knows, he can, especially if Zoe's stuck on one land, he can threaten to flip on the following turn. If Zoe finds a land here, which I don't think she did, I think she picked up another Ember Heart. That means she's not going to be able to double pump spell and kill both of these thing in the ices. And Dominic has 4 mana, which is, the exact amount you need to cast 4 spells.
Well, I don't.
Does he have the right spells? Yeah.
With him playing the third thing in the ice, I'm not convinced that he even has, the first spell lined up because, maybe would have cast one last turn. And we see that's a sorcery, isn't it? Unless we're post.
Well, so I think she's doing it after combat. I think she said chump, no effects, and now is like, hey, I'm going to deal 2 damage to this one. That the Ember Heart Challenger got blocked on or whatever.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite tell if we were in post combat. I assume we were.
Yeah. I think that was a spot where it was just some nonverbal where kind of Zoe just moved her hands like, I gotta get the 2 damage on here so I can finish it off. Not the greatest spot to be, but Zoe, might still get the board flipped. But if 2 of those are there, Zoe's gonna fall to 3 and just be sort of dead. So now at least if it does unsummon, Zoe can start, playing other Ember Heart challengers like chump block and maybe buy enough time to combo again.
But the real question is, does Dominic have spells? We've been talking about this. These thing in the ices are really good if you can find the spells to flip it, but Dominic has, drawn too many things and not enough ices.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're starting off here with a 5 mana, 4 of the pages. So that's gonna help us find some spells. And of note, you can just find stuff like Hidden Strings so that counts kind of like a free-ish spell, right? We drew a Lotus Field there. That's pretty big. And, we keep talking about how this thing in the ice, is going to flip, blah, blah, blah. It just being this thing that Zoe's had to, like, fight through and chump block has been enough, right?
Yeah, the fact that she has to think about it, that Dominic is still at 18 life, and part of that is just because he drew a lot of these O4s.
Yep. We saw Dominic discard Lotus Field. It's going to play an Artist Talent. That does not trigger Thing in the Ice. It's instant sorceries there. But that does put Dominic in a position to maybe sort of go off on the next turn. And it's going to force Zoe to have some spell in order to bump through this Thing in the Ice. Now, of note, Zoe's hands all spells. Everyone knows that. So likely to happen. But if she does that, that's still, she might not have the pump plus fling to kill in the next turn. So Dominic here doing a good job of sort of setting up, knowing when he can. Picked up the land for Zoe. It's a painful one, but she'll be able to cast 2 spells, which is so important. So we're going to see
I was going to say, if you're Dominic, what happens if you take this hit, right? If you just say no blocks because you're worried about a pump spell, are you dead to the Callous Sellsword?
I think you were pretty close. If she hadn't played the Swift Spear and just did like pump spell plus it.
Right.
But what we're seeing here is now the Ember Heart Challenger does get a Valiant trigger because it's targeted, because Self-Sword's worded like a very normal card. And so that's going to kill that thing in the ice. And I think I really like what Zoe's doing here. She saw how Dominic was willing to discard the Lotus Field, meaning, something's up, right? Like he has another one in hand or felt comfortable with the thing in the ice. She knows she can't present lethal. So she's just saying like, hey, I'm going to hedge my bets and hope to push here, knowing that, I have other things that can maybe close the door on the following turn.
Yeah, so I mean, she's dealt with all the thing in the ices. All 3 are down. Dominic at 10 life. Zoe's still working with a Monastery Swift Spear. But Dominic got to untap with that Artist Talent, and that is a big part of. Well, we're tapping in the Mana Confluence. Interesting. I wonder what this means. Wonder what we are casting here. Okay, we're making some mana. We got the the island and the forest out. Things are happening now. Okay, Lotus Field. We're gonna sacrifice those.
It's time to say what Dominic's doing as the caster for the next 5 minutes. As we're gonna see an island get tapped. That's probably gonna be a Hidden Strings. We'll have to see exactly what he wants to do, and we're gonna trigger Sleight of Hand. I'm sorry, Artist Talent for some looting every time. Looks like we're actually going to use the force. That's going to trigger hidden strings. That's going to trigger artist talent. We're going to get a discard and a draw. The very powerful talent here that you're going to be seeing a lot of this weekend, as Phoenix players have adopted that in mass, and some Lowe'sfield players are adopting it as well. So it really lets you burn through your deck. And like you mentioned, those other modes can come in big handy with the upping of artist talent. I'm going to throw that one on screen real quick for the people at home.
Yeah, artist talent, one heck of a magic card that it really kind of changed the way that some of these Lotus Field players are building their deck. Where if you can get that thing into play, not only do all of the cantrips allow you to dig a little bit closer to your hidden strings, there's also some versions, and I don't believe. Let me take a look at Striker's deck again. Yeah, Striker does have the one Leer, so you can imagine if you kind of burn through a bunch of your hidden strings and cantrips, you then wish for the Leer, cast all of the spells that you cast or discarded that turn, and then the win condition for Dominic is, I believe, we're going to wish for Thassa's Oracle. That's kind of the main way that Dominic is winning. I've seen some versions play. I've played on MTG. I've played a couple of times against Lightning Strike, where they just like level up the talents a bunch, cast Lightning Strike, get it back with Balaged. But Dominic choosing to not go for that, as we see a wish cast here. Presumably, if we have ways to get more mana, could maybe get a Leer here.
Yeah, could also just get 9 lives and it'd probably be game over. Just the time that would generate is so much.
Yep, there it is.
So 9 lives, kind of a weird enchantment. Let's pull that up on screen. Sort of a cool top down, like how do you symbolize a cat having 9 lives? And basically what happens is if anything would do damage to Dom, that damage is going to be prevented, and we're going to put a life token on 9 lives. When we hit 9, we're dead, but nothing else kills us before then, and it has hexproof. And if this leaves the battlefield, Dominic would lose. So, for example, Zoe had upheaval like it was cube, Dom would lose. Believe it or not, Zoe's Rakdos aggro deck does not have anything like that. So what's going to mean is Zoe's going to need to deal damage 9 times. And with Dom being at 9 life, that's just, an insane amount of life gain for him here. That's 2 down, 7 to go on Dom.
Yeah, and importantly, the 9 lives counts specifically not the amount of damage that you're taking, but just when a source would deal damage. So even if Zoe were to pump up the creatures, that's still, regardless of how big the creature is, it's still only 1 counter on the 9 lives. So it does buy Dominic quite a bit of time. Really needs to, try and sort of has the graveyard already set up, has the hidden strings and the pour over the pages. Only 1 Lotus Field in play. Ideally for Dom, would want to find a second one. But yeah, from here, it's just, he's got some time to set up, just needs to find the pieces to be able to assemble that kill and, churn through the deck, eventually cast the wish from the graveyard, and then wish for the Thassa's Oracle.
Yep. A big thing to note here, too, at 9 lives in this matchup is it's very good, like when you're at this low life total, but against something like Burn, like Devin mentioned, it's each instance of damage, right? So Shock would still, essentially be doing kind of a similar amount of damage, right? Like if you think about it, 9 from the 1 is very similar to 2. In this situation, though, Zoe doesn't play many burn spells. She has, these Callous Self Swords that act like flings, but she has a bunch of pump spells, and the pump spells just do nothing against Zoe. I'm sorry, against Dominic here with the 9 lives. So Zoe has a lot of essentially just dead draws in her deck. And that's why you see players play this, as the Rakdos aggro deck is the premium aggro deck in the format.
Yeah, so yeah, from here, Zoe really just wants to keep applying like more haste creatures. Ideally, would be her best, bet at this point to get more counters off that 9 lives. But at 4, got a little bit of ways to go. Maybe it looks like deploying potentially. Okay, I thought I was going to say we're playing a mouse here, but we'll see exactly what Dominic has in the tank here. Dominic thinking about if he wants to respond to the Thoughtseize, maybe something like a bounce spell, perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like it's just hidden strings. Looks like maybe we're just confirming life totals there. There's a lot of pain lands on Zoe's side, so it's very easy to be like, I'm at 11. I thought you were at 12. Oh, I missed that spell. My bad. We've all been there. Emberheart Challenger comes down. So currently next turn, we can get to 7 on the lives. And if we have double Self Sword, that would be 9. But, Dominic had a little bit of time to set up, but that time window is closing. We could also just, like you mentioned, Devin, draw some Swift Spears. Game's over.
Yeah, Dominic can, buy some time with the 9 lives, but if he doesn't have anything left over, then, it's not really going to do a ton. Can't get a quite a good look at Zoe's hand. I think I saw a Monstrous Rage. That one's not going to do too much against the 9 lives, but yeah, we're going to go up to 7 here, and Dom has only got 2 lives left.
Yeah, it looks like she had a Slickshot show off that she's deciding to instead put aside for now to dodge Anger of the Gods. Could have put Dominic dead, but now if Dominic draws Anger, which he did, Zoe's not out of it yet. And if she draws land, she can Hazoret and attack. So this plotted slick shot show off is huge. You see Dom tanking. He's figuring out what he needs to do. Of note, Artist Talent also reduces the cost of instant sorcery because we are on Talent 2. So this Anger of the Gods only 2 mana, which might factor into things when you count the fact that we're going to get to Rummage from the talent. So much here. Zoe, very heads up play, knowing these decks play sweepers. That was her biggest way to lose.
Oh. Yeah, not exactly sure what Dom drew the turn prior. I know you said he drew an Anchor this turn. Might have just been a brick, but yeah, can maybe, loot away into potentially looking for a Leer, right? Because the Lotus Field produces 3. The Anger costs 2, so you have 1 floating. I guess you still don't have the extra mana left over to strings, even if you do find the Leer. So Dom would still probably not be able to kill this turn.
I think,
but
oh yeah, it looks like we're going to Anger. It's really interesting that Dom played the Botanical Sanctum last turn. With the Artist Talent, I would imagine you want to hold some lands. So it's possible that Dominic just drew a land and was like, oh, maybe I don't need this mana.
The Monstrous Rage can save the Swiss Spear.
Yeah, and that's massive. And then the Heartfire Hero does 1 damage. Oh, sorry, it will die.
No, because it gets X out.
Yeah.
But the Swiss Spear plus the Slick Shot is the last 2 lives for Dominic.
Yeah. And so all Zoe needs to do here. Okay, so now Zoe is saying lethal is face up to you. Now, there's an Artist Talent. I don't know if Dominic has declined the trigger already because
what is that?
You may, right?
Chilling. I wonder if that's to represent the Artist Talent trigger.
I think it is.
Okay. I was a little confused by that for a second, Mason.
It's some Lorcana thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I could also just be like Storm Count. Maybe he keeps track of Lorcana cards. I'm not a Disney head. I don't know. All right. We're going to see an
Spear is going to survive. And now, like we mentioned, the Swift Spear plus the Slick Shot, those are the last 2 lives for Dominic. Now, from here, is there anything Dominic can find to get him out of this? We mentioned has 1 mana floating with the other 4 mana available, can play a Leer, but then would have to be tapped out for that. I guess the Leer could block the Slick Shot or the Swift Spear for a turn to get you, past that 1 last life.
Yeah, you could have an Odawara here to unsummon.
Yep.
That would be a line. We know we have Flood Caller's Valley or whatever it's called. Into the Flood.
Hazoret.
Yeah, and now that's the 3rd attacker. That's lethal. We saw this Hazoret kind of be a begrudging keep before. Dominic's going to extend the hand. Zoe moves on to 2-0, trying to lock up her spot in the Invitational at the end of the year. She has played so many of our events. She is a grinder. You see her here in the NRG series. You see her at the RCs. She's competing in Magic so much, and she wants to go back. And, missed last year just barely. This year, she does not want to miss. We can't wait to see how her event goes for the rest of the weekend here. But, Devin, time for a backup match. We have a bit of a spicy one.
Oh yeah, so we saw Andrew Wolfius. I saw the deck list for this, and we had to feature this on camera at some point. For people who have not been playing Pioneer recently, you may not be familiar with this Dimir Ninjas deck. As we see, looks like didn't quite get a good look. It looked like Andrew maybe won that game, but Dimir Ninjas. If we can get a look at the deck list, this deck is really really sweet. I believe it was kind of made popular by Nassif. I think Nassif picked it up. There were some people who kind of played it before him, and he kind of championed it a little bit. But specifically with the printing from Duskmourn, this new Kaido Bane of Nightmares, this card really changed the landscape on decks like this, because that is a very, very good payoff for playing a bunch of these cheap creatures. It's, if you can ninjutsu that thing out on turn 3, it's a lot of value, and it's even against the aggressive decks. You tap down some stuff. It just does a lot to the battlefield. Yep.
Well, let's check out these sideboards real quick as these players are sideboarding. I think Andrew might have lost because there was a Restless Anchorage sideways with Andrew at 2, and I saw March get cast. We'll figure that out, though, when the round starts. But let's pull up this deck list here for Dimir Ninjas. We have 4 Unlicensed Hurts, 3 Anoint with Affliction, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Cut Down, 2 Spell Pierce, and 1 Aclazotz, the Deepest Betrayal. Devin, what do you like here and why?
So, Andrew is up against Azorius Control, so definitely wants to go towards the counter spells, Spell Pierce and Disdainful Stroke. Sometimes you could consider going towards Aclazotz. It is a little bit more awkward against Azorius because they have stuff like March and Emperor to exile it. But if you have enough cards to cut, like the Fatal Pushes are probably going to go, maybe there's something else that you want to cut to make room for that Aclazotz. But certainly the Pierces and the Strokes, and then, get these stinky pushes out of here. I just want to note Andrew sporting 4 copies of Ornithopter. Love to see it.
And 4 copies of Fairy Miscreant. We'll get into that one when the game starts.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
one of my favorite cards in this deck. But let's check out the blue-white control side. No favorites here, as Evan has brought 2 Aether Gust, 2 Bez of the Bounding Spring, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Rest in Peace, a High Noon, a Hullbreaker, a Mystical Dispute, a Shark Typhoon, a Stonheim's Unleashed. Going to make some angels there. 1 Temporary Lockdown, and 1 Chrome Host Seed Shark. Devin, what do you like here and why?
I gotta read Stonheim Unleashed real quick. Just let me pull this card up.
It's like Entreat the Angels, but it's
the Foretell. Okay,
one.
The Foretold Entreat the Angels. Okay, so Andrew playing against ninjas presumably wants to have ways to remove the cheap creatures. So I mean, looking at the sideboard, not a ton of ways to do that, right? There's the 1 Temporary Lockdown, which presumably is going to come in because it kills the Miscreants, the Flood Pit Drowners, all that kind of stuff. With regards to anything else, I mean, maybe the Chrome Host Seed Shark could be okay. Beza's not super great because a lot of Andrew's creatures do have flying, so Beza doesn't. The bodies don't matter too much. Mystical Dispute's pretty good. Andrew has a lot of blue cards, but other than the Lockdown, the Dispute, and maybe the Seed Shark, I'm not really seeing a ton here for Evan.
Yeah, and I don't know if Evan needs a ton either. Andrew's deck has some elements that are very frustrating and hard to answer, but those are few and far between, and we're playing a lot of supporting cards like Fairy Miscreant, like Ornithopter that we talked about, that if you're able to pick apart a little bit, like these control decks do well, they're not going to really amount to much, right? So this is a very interesting spot where the games can be very, back and forth, but sometimes Evan's just going to have sort of the right cards at the right time-ish. And let's cut down to our feature match area. It looks like our players are shuffling up and dealing their hands here. It looks like Evan maybe is mulliganing, maybe was taking a little bit longer to sideboard shuffle there, but Andrew has decided to keep, it seems, and does look to be on the play here for game number 2, meaning we lost game number 1.
Yeah, and we just wanted to highlight this Ninjas deck because this deck is so cool. I've played a little bit with it, and specifically, just as I was talking about earlier, Kaido Bane of Nightmares. If we can get that one up on the screen, just does so much. You're playing things like Ornithopter and Fairy Miscreant, which in general are just incredibly weak cards, just so you can enable a turn 3 Ninjutsu Kaido more often because the card is that powerful. It just, able to lock down a creature for a turn. The turn that you hit with the Kaido, you get to draw a card off of the 0. The emblem is pretty relevant, especially in this deck, sporting 4 copies of Mutavault, where normally you don't have a lot of ninjas, but there are 4 Mutavaults and the 4 Moon Circuit Hackers. So plenty of ways to kind of go wide with the emblem. Just a fantastic card, and one that, we see, there's the turn 2 Moon Circuit Hacker. That's going to get a free card for Andrew.
Yeah, using Mockingbird or something that can copy the ninjas. And I was going to say, this is the other reason to have cards like Ornithopter. Moon Circuit Hacker is such a well-designed, awesome magic card. He has ninjutsu for 1, and when it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card, unless it entered the battlefield this turn. So on the turn it enters, and sort of the first time it hits, you just get the card for free. It's so sick. And I know if you're at home and you're a little skeptical, this might just look like, oh, we're featuring kind of the meme deck, right? And this deck hasn't proven itself at the top tiers yet, but I think there's a lot going for it, Devin. Cheap creatures with some of the best cards in the format when it comes to interaction, like Thoughtseize Fatal Push. We've seen decks like this succeed, and even though this one looks a little memey having names like ninjas, as we're going to see another Moon Circuit Hacker, believe it, coming on in here. It does have a lot of just powerful game like this, right? And so you do have to play some cards like Fairy Miscreant and Ornithopter in order to help enable these things all the time, but we might even see as time goes on that those cards might go down. I think Fairy Miscreant might always stay, as it just draws a card for every Miscreant you have in play. So with these ninjutsus, it's so strong. We've been using Mockingbird, but imagine it was a Miscreant. We played another one. Things could be going crazy here. You're going to discard that Mockingbird from Andrew here to the second one does loot. And now Andrew gets to play that tempo game that we've seen blue-black decks do in all the other formats, and something that the players aren't accustomed to playing against here in Pioneer. We're going to see how Evan does. Evan's finally on turn 3, meaning he gets to play his game as he has a handful of Wandering Emperor, Stonheim Unleash interaction.
What I found pretty interesting about last turn, and I think why this Ninjas deck is so cool, is Evan had the turn 2 normalize, right?
Mhm.
Evan had the ways, so normally with you're playing blue-white control, you say, okay, whatever you spell you play on turn 2, I'm just going to counter. But
Mhm.
Andrew didn't even play a spell. That's why these ninjutsu cards are so powerful. And you can
Mhm.
imagine if Andrew follows that up with a Kaido this turn, say attack with all 3, and what is Evan going to do if there's a Kaido? You can't normalize the ninjutsu. So just
Mhm.
a ton of ways to play through blue-white control. You were mentioning the fairy miscreants. I know that we kind of made a little fun of the ornithopters. I have
Mhm.
seen some versions of this ninjas deck removing the ornithopters for spyglass sirens to get a
Mm.
maybe a bit of a higher card quality. I know Nassif has been doing some work on this deck, and I think that's what he was doing. But interesting to see how that comes moving forward. No Kaido here for Andrew. That is definitely the card he wanted the most.
Yep. And we're going to see a Mutavault, though, which is an amazing card versus the Supreme Verdict decks here. And we're going to see a March for the Lily Light get to the Moon Circuit Hacker here, excuse me. And now we're in Wandering Emperor territory. Of note, we do not have the 5th land for our Teferian hand, but I think we have a Memory Deluge as well. So we have, Andrew, what we like to call the squeeze when it comes to blue-white control. We got Deluge, we
Yep.
got Emperor. What are you going to do? You know?
Yeah, you play into one, that you play into the Emperor. All right, I'll cast the Emperor. You don't play into the Emperor, well, then we'll just deluge. I think I may have spotted some angels in Evan's hand. I think that is the Starnheim Unleashed, that kind of
Mhm.
full art, weird promo version. And we see a disdainful stroke on the Emperor. That's a pretty good turn here, pretty good setup for Andrew. See, Evan falling down to 8, still has the Mutavault available. So even if Andrew's board gets swept, at least has something left over with the Mutavault. But notably for Andrew, still no Kaido. Now, there is one interesting thing, couple that I wanted to point out with regards to Moon Circuit Hacker.
Oh, the old Kaido,
The
though.
other Kaido. Okay.
No, OG Kaito, this is one of my favorite planeswalkers of all time. This one comes in, it faces down the next turn, so we won't be able to interact with it even if we could. But basically, you draw a card if you attack this turn. If you don't, you loot, so draw the discard. But it also makes ninjas and gets an emblem that basically pulls creatures from the deck. Don't worry about the emblem. What's probably going to
No, we
happen
don't.
is this is just going to draw cards every turn for Andrew here. And you're seeing Evan sort of in the squeeze here, can main phase this Emperor in order to play around cards like Disdainful Stroke, but is just going to be having some real issues with Mutavault on play. And if we draw that Kaito plus a land, we're going to be able to make an emblem and attack and put some real power on
Right.
the board.
Yeah. The other Kaido is, I think, just not quite lethal, right? Because there would be 5 with Evan at 6, because the Mutavault would be 3. The Flood Pit Surrender doesn't get pumped. What I was going to mention last term, which is there's something that sometimes comes up with this ninjas deck, where when you're drawing cards in combat with Moon Circuit Hacker, you can actually still ninjutsu in end of combat. So sometimes what happens is if you say, attack with Moon Circuit Hacker, you draw the Kaido off of the hacker, you can still ninjutsu in end of combat, because it is still considered an unblocked attacker.
Yep. And Aklazot's the deepest betrayal
Ooh.
here for Andrew. He decided to bring it in. It's a card that can get stuck in hand sometimes, and due to the counter spells. But when you have so much looting, like Andrew's deck does, you just don't care. And here's Aklazot's coming down. That is a unstoppable threat here. Even if we Supreme Verdicted, it's going to come back. And we're seeing Andrew also have these Mutavaults that are causing real issues. This Flood Pit Drowner can't get, Wandering Emperor because it has Vigilance. So Andrew really putting some hurt here on Evan. Also, Evan has to be so careful playing against this deck, right? If you say no blocks, do you have anything before damage, for example, then, he says nothing. You're like, okay, I'm going to Emperor. Well, then he can ninjutsu, right? So you have to be very, heads up about it. So we're going to see Stonheim Unleash just cast, get me an angel, 4/4 on the board. It's going to block Aklazot's.
I think we're just dead on board, though, right? It's 6 life. You block the Aklazot's, animate
so.
2 Mutavaults. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We also just have this Brazen Borrower. Let him know. Just say, I got you. So Andrew cleans up there and really shows why this Demir's Ninja deck has some game to it, especially against decks like Azura's Control, like you mentioned. Being able to ninjutsu our cards underneath it, super awesome. And Devin, I think this deck would get so much more play if we just told people, hey, Nassif's been playing this like blue-black tempo deck. Like, I think you should try it. And then you handed it to them and they shuffled up and they drew all these ninjas and you're like, don't worry about it. Trust.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah.
Ninjas,
we just have to
better for
label it
marketing,
differently.
bad for picking up.
Right.
But Andrew here showing it is a real deck. And
if you told people it was just blue-black Delver, they'd be into it, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, so it'd be into it, and some people would go, ugh, you know.
Yeah.
And speaking of going, ugh, it's hard to believe, Devin, but the year is over, basically, especially for us
Wow.
here on the NRG series. This is our last event before Invitational, which you can watch here on Twitch, December 13th to the 14th. But we have next year's events coming up. And while these players are shuffling, let's show off next year here really quickly. Throw the slide up just so people at home can see it because they are presenting already. February 1st and 2nd, that's our first event to start off next year's series. If you want to be battling for the $30,000 Invitational, which also is a PTQ, Devin, to get you straight there, come out, play our events. We have a leaderboard. We love to reward consistent play and success. We had a lot of players who've done that. We had players like Dykeman, a good friend of Andrew's here. Last year did it, made it to the Pro Tour. An amazing player. That could be you. Come on out. Here are the events for next year. We'll be showing these off more along with the formats with them very, very soon. Let's get back to the feature match area. As it looks like they are mulliganing.
Yeah, and that game too was just kind of a perfect example of the Demir Ninjas deck just firing in all cylinders. Andrew had the one drop into the Moon Circuit Hacker. The turn, Evan left up normalized the one turn. Andrew had another ninja to punish. Evan really wasn't ever able to convert that normalized because not only do you have the ninjas, you also have flash threats. So even if you're not spending your mana on a ninja, you can just say, well, I'll hold up a Flood Pit Drowner, not play into your normalize. So Andrew has a ton of game against the Blue-Eye Control deck, along with all of these creature lands, right? Mutavault, Hall of Storm Giants, and the Mutavault's also getting pumped by the Kaido emblem. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I think I spotted a Thoughtseize in Andrew's hand, so we can get a good glimpse of what Evan is working with. No, never mind. We're going to start with the Miscreant.
I like this. Get the Miscreant down, and then next turn, if you have like another one, you just go Thoughtseize in the Miscreant, and your opponents need to have like 2 counter spells, or they might just counter the Thoughtseize, right? Evan doesn't know what's going on here. And yeah, Evan's going to take one. No Moon Circuit Hacker this time, it seems. Or if we do, we don't want to fire it off.
Yeah, potentially wanting to fire off the Thoughtseize post-combat. This will almost certainly trade for a counter spell. Yeah, you almost certainly want to, especially because, you're not even sure that your counter spells are going to be live next turn if Andrew just goes for a Kaido. Second Thoughtseize.
Had it. As we're going to look at the hand here now, we're going to have Memory Deluge 3 steps ahead, Get Lost, and No More Lies. Only one card that really doesn't just answer things here, but sometimes you do want to take the answers. Devin, what are you thinking here? It looks like he's going with Memory Deluge.
Yeah, it really depends on what Andrew's next threat is, because if it's a Kaido Bane of Nightmares, he would probably just take the Get Lost, since you don't really care about either Counterspell, and Get Lost is the only card that can interact with that card on Evan's turn. So by taking Deluge, it kind of signifies to me that Andrew doesn't have a Kaido that he wants to play next turn, and maybe expects this game to go a little bit longer.
Yep. Andrew does have a Disdainful Stroke in hand. So it does look like he's maybe saying like, hey, Azor's Control only has a few cards that really matter. Everything else is really redundant. I'm going to fight over those few cards that matter and maybe play a longer game that I would normally like to. And Evan, taking an aggressive posture here with 3 steps ahead, knows that he needs to get something going or he's going to just lose to this tempo deck. I love this here, as it looks like we're 3-stepping and maybe figuring out what exactly we want to discard.
Is that the Starnheim again? I think it might be.
Yeah. I think we drew Starnheim 3 steps ahead and Wandering Emperor as our 3 draw steps since we saw the Thoughtseize. We're going to discard the Starnheim Unleashed.
This time. Mason, no angels.
Yeah. Well, that's the good part about putting that card in your deck is it makes looting very easy. As we're going to pass the turn back and we play the Restless Anchorage.
Why you got to be like that? Just pass the turn. I'll play some angels, man.
Drowner of the Pit coming down. Evan knows Andrew's hand is full of spells, but doesn't want to fight over this one, even though it's a kind of frustrating threat. Your Wandering Emperor can't answer it. Wants to keep up mana, doesn't maybe want to get something like Thoughtseize, doesn't want to get Kaito'd again. Andrew's deck really showing what blue-black flash can be like. Watching this deck play, Devin, I can't help but think if we just had less Ornithopters and more real cards, we would have
Spyglass Iron.
I was just thinking like go for the throat as like 2 of them. Like you could even just have some Thopters, just some cards that interact, but we're seeing it here just because I'm thinking about how the flash gate, like this, holding up things playing out. It's pretty powerful, but we'll have to see how this deck develops and how Andrew wants to develop this game here. Enough big picture talk as Evan's making the land drops, which is bad news for Andrew. He does not want Evan to be on 5 mana. That is when everything is playable. And we're just going to get in for 3. Evan's going to take it down to 12.
Yeah, Andrew's still on 2 lands here, unable to, to develop his mana a little bit, probably stuck on some 3s in hand. Maybe did have, I was going to say maybe had a Kaido, but if he had a Kaido, maybe would have gone for it this turn. So potentially could...
It's a fairy miscreant.
I was just gonna say, I was gonna ask you why this is good, but miscreant, yeah, this is where it's at right here.
Draw a
Mm.
card. You're dead. How do you win?
There is nothing. I don't know if you agree or disagree with this statement, Mason, but there's nothing better at Magic than drawing a card. So
Oh, very few things. Very few things. I'm also a big fan of drawing a card. Big fan of cantripping. If I've got a fiddle, I don't want it. Just give me the card. Give me the dopamine. As we are going to see a disdainful stroke on the Emperor here.
Funny enough, Evan could have actually gone for Emperor the Fairy Miscreant in response to the Mockingbird, but chose not to. And to be fair, Andrew hit the disdainful stroke anyway, so it was kind of a moot point. But interesting, that Evan chose that, decided not that he didn't want to go for that.
Also, Evan has Supreme Verdict here. Feels like this battlefield isn't worth verdicting. And, if Evan might get Kaito'd here because of it, and that would be very powerful, Andrew. We're going to see what Andrew exactly wants to do, but Evan just trying to play a bit of a longer game, wants to hold up 3 steps ahead in these other counter spells. I think really worried about Kaito, the OG from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty.
Evan's got this Anchorage that we could fire up, and Anchorage does, yeah, I think we're going for it. Now, I think last game, I saw Andrew discard a Fatal Push to one of the Moon Circuit hackers, and I believe Andrew kept those in specifically for the Anchorage. It looks like no Fatal Push this time, but we do have a Flood Pit Stranded to tap that down for a turn. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the stun counter, even if it's not a creature, it still won't untap, correct?
I think that is how it works. I think stun counters just say your thing does, like, it removes the counter instead of untapping. It's like a replacement effect. So not only does this block, essentially get the blocker out of the way, but it also just strands us on the mana. So if we draw something like Teferi 5, we can't slam it with the shields down. A great play here from Andrew. You see Evan decide to not use any removal spell. That's because we do have the Supreme Verdict in hand. And I imagine, that's what we're going to see here. As Andrew's board is going to get cleaned up. That card can't be countered, sort of the bane of tempo decks always. And Andrew doesn't have a follow-up play in a turn, but does he have something like Kaito here that can come down? It's the OG Kaito Shizuki. We're going to make a ninja and then phase out Devin. So
three mana Kaito's not too bad on this board. Can make a creature this turn. Next turn, use the creature to get another card off Kaito. Evan with like you said, the Teferi and the 3 steps ahead, kind of just chilling over there. Maybe this is a good turn for Evan to slam Teferi. Although Andrew, as we mentioned, did have 2 spell pierces in the board. Let's see if Teferi. I thought there was a Teferi.
No, I was saying if he drew a Teferi, like some of his best draws are turned off thanks to the Flood Pit. Now, Evan can upkeep, get lost this Kaito if he wants to prevent it. He can also do it now, in response to the attack. Yep.
Yeah, it's a play here for Evan, so we can't draw a card post combat. Now,
also dodge the damage on the maps. So
yeah, do we have the other Kaito? Is the question. Looks like no. Yeah, Andrew really just, unable to find the Kaito Bane of Nightmares. That is, well,
there it is.
It's hard to tell sometimes, but that is the new Kaito. That is the Bane of Nightmares on top here for Andrew. So now it's face up. Now Evan knows about it. Andrew's certainly going to want to keep that one. And then, we're making some more ninjas.
I actually love this play from Andrew. Andrew knows there's still a counterspell left in hand, right? From Evan. He also knows there's probably not a normal kill spell. He probably would have done it in response there because this unblockable threat's pretty big. So it's all counters in hand for Evan. We just drew a Beza. That's pretty big. And yeah, you see he's even discarding the No More Lies because he knows that card is just not effective right now. And Andrew has a Drowner of Pits in hand too. This Beza is going to come down.
Oh, Mason, that's a huge draw step because we can Field of Ruin to force Andrew to shuffle away the Kaito.
That's huge. It looks all right. We're not going to go for that. We're not going to go for the Beza.
Interesting.
We're equal on cards in hand. We're behind on the battlefield though, so it's time for some fish, and we are going to get 4 life.
Wow,
that looks like Evan's valuing the counter spell over this. A little interesting, given like you said, the Kaito could also just be a moment. Sometimes you get in the rhythm, right? You're playing, you miss with the small interactions like that. We're going to have to see how it plays out here as the beautiful fish token hits the battlefield. Top 5 art of the year, I said it. And I'm going to pass back to Andrew.
The base is kind of interesting against the Kaito because you can, basically you go 3 mana, Kaito pick up the Mockingbird, maybe you leave back the 2/2, and then the Kaido stuns the Beza. You can then redeploy the Mockingbird to copy, and then you have the 2/2 to check the 1/1s. But also with Evan at 11, you could also just get in 6 damage here. Ooh, and we have the Drowner. But that's gonna get counterspelled. So you could go, attack with both creatures, pick up the Mockingbird, put in the Kaido, hit for it's 5. So 5 damage, put Evan to 6. Then you can go -2, stun the Beza, Mockingbird copy, trade for a 1/1. The other 1/1 would be able to attack the Kaido. Oh, there's also the Anchorage, though. That's the other issue. The Anchorage can maybe take out the Kaido next turn.
Yeah, and the Hall of the Storm Giants if you want to have a little bit more mana commitment to it. So this is pretty big here. I think the line, honestly, Devin, is Emblem. You Emblem here, and you have the unblockable ninjas, and you just pray. Because
you go hit for 5, put Evan to 6, Emblem, copy the ninja, and then next turn, well, yeah, if you hit a spell off the map, that's 6, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have lethal set up, and it also is the thing that plays through removal the most. Now Evan has to draw a Wrath, not just a kill spell. So something like Get Lost or the Wandering Emperor becomes a little less impactful. Looks like Andrew's going to use the Beza, though, maybe in hopes to set something else up here. I also wonder if Evan feels like he can handle the Kaito, was going to just take the one hit, and now has that Field of Ruin set up for a Mutavault later, which could have been a huge problem. So Evan maybe thinking 3 steps ahead here, but let's see exactly what we're going to do, as Evan cannot block these ninjas per their text.
Yeah, so if you're Evan, you probably want to fire up at least the Anchorage to make sure you can clear the Kaido. So the Anchorage fires up. Maybe you then post-combat use the map to do a little bit of fixing on one of the fish. But then, yeah, with Evan at 6, Andrew does have 3 power unblockable in the air, so does have a 2-turn clock. The Mockingbird has flying, right? The Mockingbird can chump block the Anchorage. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah, and doing that here, so we don't March for the Light on top of the deck.
I want to keep that one.
Play here.
Definitely want to keep that one here if you're Evan. But yeah, now if you go Emblem, hit for 3, leave back. No, well, you wouldn't leave back the Kaido. You hit with both. One of the fish chump blocks the Kaido, but then the Kaido gets attacked, and then the March takes care of the ninja, and then you're kind of on empty.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just you have to pop the map on the ninja just to get across damage now, and hope like you either hit Mutavault or like a spell that matters, or maybe honestly like removing a spell that doesn't matter, right? Like one of those cards that we have that isn't very good. I do kind of wish we did this before we emblemed, just because we could potentially have drawn the card, but I doubt there are many cards that matter. Andrew has a Mockingbird Spell Pierce in hand.
There's a hacker on top. I can't imagine you want that. I think really the card that I think Andrew needs to find is another copy of Kaido, right?
Well, I think hacker is actually really good because Andrew has Mockingbird. That's going to copy the unblockable ninja. Now the March of the Lily Light, you can sort of sneak through that extra damage.
Oh, right, because the March can only take care of 1 creature. So this is going to put Evan down to 3. Evan draws the March. Next, you replay the Mockingbird, copy the unblockable. You can only march 1, but then the other one is unblockable. But do we have a counter spell for this, maybe? I can't quite get a good look at the last card in Evan's hand.
Well, if he does, Andrew had that Spell Pierce, which is probably its last turn of being live. Evan, untapping here, last stun counter removed from the Beza. We're going to pick up the March.
And notably, Evan still has that Field of Ruins. So, could force Andrew to shuffle away that hacker. Because, as you mentioned, as of right now, with what is face up on the battlefield, Evan is facing lethal, can only remove one of the creatures, and the unblocked, the unblockable, unblocked creatures, say that 10 times fast. Yeah, Evan's just going to pack it up. Okay.
Yeah, and so the ninja really plays on things like Wandering Emperor chat. You know what I mean? Like, it allows you to push through a little bit more. There's some life gain there. Great play, and really showing off why this Demir's ninja deck can be so strong. We did not have a very good start, right? Like, we kind of just didn't do very much. We kind of just thought seized away from Evan. But we're going to cut back here to the booth as we're going to have an interview with Andrew here in just a second. It just shows just how powerful this Demir mid-rangey, flashy deck can be, especially when it hits its good matchups. And I think that's kind of a big sign, right? Like, in one way, you could argue, well, obviously, if it plays its good matchup, it should do well. But if it's playing its good matchups and struggling in the games where it's not functioning super well, right? Like we kind of saw in that game, that's a pretty big sign to stay away from the deck, right? It's like, hey, I'm supposed to beat this deck. I kind of had a bad start and I wasn't really in it. That showed just how powerful some of these cards line up. And now if you can get your bad matchups to be kind of reasonable, then suddenly you have the position. I'm sure your deck has a chance to be a well-positioned deck on a weekend. And I think there's a lot of leg to this deck, and I'm really excited to see how players like Nassif push this archetype forward in the coming weeks. As Pioneer kind of lost the limelight, but there are still a lot of people playing it. There's still Magic Online challenges, right? And there are going to be stuff like us and other people that do Pioneer events from time to time. So it's going to be really interesting to see the deck's evolution.
Right. And, one interesting thing about that game in particular was how well the ninjas lined up against counterspells, right? Normally, counterspell, as we talked about, counterspell is very good against the turn 2 plays from the creature deck because they're usually tapping out on their own turn. But not only can your plays not be countered because they're ninjutsu, you can even say turn 3, as what we saw Andrew do that game, ninjutsu plus hold up a flash creature. And you're really taxing those counter spells and putting your opponent in an awkward position where they have to tap mana when they don't really want to, and then you get to untap and resolve another threat. Or if they don't cast the counter spell in the situation, then maybe you have another ninjutsu card next turn, and they're just never going to get value out of their counter spells.
Yep. And back-to-back rounds there, Devin, we saw just how good Mockingbird is out of these cheap blue aggressive decks, right? In that game, just the fact that it was a 1-1 unblockable because of the Kaito token was massive. And it might not seem like that big a deal, right? But when you're going to play a deck a lot, things like that are going to come up. And having those small synergies with cards you already want to play is so nice and appealing. So we actually have Andrew sitting down here for the feature match post-game interview. So Andrew, congratulations on being 2-0 with the very sick Ninjas deck. How do you feel after that kind of very exciting round 2?
It was pretty close. It was pretty close. Game 3, I didn't know if I was going to get there or not. I was drawing pretty poorly near the end.
Yeah, we were mentioning that your draw wasn't quite coming together, but you were still able to kind of pull it out there. Talk to me about what kind of brought you to playing this deck for this weekend.
I used to play a lot of ninjas in Legacy, so it just kind of translates over. And the new cards that are printed in Duskmoor really push that deck to be, I think, quite good right now.
Yeah. One interesting thing about the matchup in particular that we saw, especially in that game 3 where, your opponent held up No More Lies for a couple of turns and you had to punish them. You got to punish them with just, ninjutsuing at a couple of Moon Circuit hackers and holding up flash threats. So as far as the matchup is concerned, it feels like that's got to be one of the better ones for ninjas, I would guess.
It depends. It really depends on, it fluctuates. I really had, it was pretty frustrating that third game because I really wanted him to get lost. Those ninjas that were coming in, because I really need to resolve Kaito. If you really get stuck on your mana, the blue-white control can really punish you pretty hard.
So what are the matchups you're not wanting to see when you bring a deck like this to the tournament? If someone's at home, they see this like, okay, I'm going to get this deck. What are they hoping not to run into?
My good friend Steven Dykman's been playing this Zur deck. I played with my buddy right before the event, and I got crushed consistently. And Enigmatic is also a really problematic matchup. Those Overlords really can take over the game very quickly.
Yeah, the last question I had for you, I'm not sure if you've seen maybe some other versions that I've seen some people cut the Ornithopters for Spyglass Sirens, and I don't know if that's something, you're sporting the 4 Ornithopters today. How do you like the Ornithopters compared to something else like that?
So the Spyglass Siren promotes more consistent gameplay, but the Ornithopter really promotes really explosive early games. And it also, in matchups like Phoenix, for instance, you can go put your Ninja into play, put your Ornithopter in hand, then just play your blocker. So you can really protect Kaito pretty consistently with Ornithopter. Much easier than you could Spyglass Siren. But the maps are pretty, getting those extra incremental points of damage really are pretty good.
Yeah, we saw in that last game how much the maps matter on unblockable creatures. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this deck develops over the rest of the weekend. And we can't wait to see how your record develops as well. So go take some time before this round is over and relax. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Of course, anytime. And Devin, with that, that's going to do it for this round. We're pretty deep into the round time-wise from what I can tell. So we're going to take a quick break, pick our future matches for the next round, and we'll see you all back here in just a couple minutes. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series here in Chicago. I'm Mason Clark, our co-host Devin O'Donnell, and we're here with our Pioneer 5K Showdown today. We are going to be putting some players into our end of the year $30,000 invitational. It's also a PTQ, and let's take a look at that leaderboard real quick here, specifically the seasonal one. So if you haven't played many of our events or watched before, we do season 1, season 2, first half of the year, back half. Top 2 players on each seasonal leaderboard make it to our invitational at the end of the year. And then we have a yearly leaderboard. So all your results added together, top 3 from that are going to make it for the end of each season. So we're going to look at this one because Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion, came in here yesterday, said, hey, I think my modern deck's okay. I wasn't expecting to do great. Did amazing, got top 16, and is now in striking distance to make it on the season 2 leaderboard with a good finish here. And of note, Andrew said, I'm very confident in my Pioneer deck as he is playing Artist Talents Phoenix, where he just qualified for the Pro Tour at RCDC just earlier last month.
Well, specifically, he didn't say he felt confident. He said, I'm going to win tomorrow. And I quote. So
I wasn't going to quote it, but I love that.
Big shoes to fill. But as you mentioned, yeah, Andrew really in striking distance of that top 2 spot. 60 points. Fletcher, it was 85, I believe, was the count for Fletcher. So a win here gets Andrew 30 points. Now, Fletcher, we saw on that leaderboard also 2-0. So Fletcher, is at the top of the leaderboard for season 2 and is currently in pretty good standing in terms of going into this event too. So it'll be interesting to see how all of that shakes out.
Yeah, and of note, Cliff Boyardee and Zoe Reederman are the other 2 players. Cliff doesn't have a huge lead on Andrew, and Zoe's looking to get the yearly invite. So if Zoe gets the yearly invite and Andrew jumps Cliff, he's going to be in position to do it. Cliff also, I think, pretty live for the yearly as well. So it might also just be a position where what Andrew needs to have happen is like, hey, I would love if you 3 do great today in the main event, and then I'll just sort of backdoor my way into this 30K PTQ and just stack up the Pro Tour invites. Maybe I'll defer one because I've got some in the bank. And with a Pro Tour champion like that, you can expect some great play, especially in a format and a deck that he loves and has had happening as this $35,000 invitational championship at the end of the year. It's so amazing. That's going to be happening in December 14th and 15th. So we're going to have that all streamed here. You can come back. So make sure to follow the stream. That way you don't miss any of that action. And also, really quickly here, let's look at next year's events. We have the first 4 lined up for you. So if you want to come out and play some of our events, you can see when those are going to happen. And remember, that's going to be the new start of the series for the start of the year for the series. It's going to be February 1st and 2nd. So what that means is if you want to be playing in our end of the year championship, like we're talking about Andrew Ellenbogen here, Zoe Reederman, etc., you're going to want to come out and start there because a strong start can put you in a great position. Whoever's at the top 2 for these 4 events is going to make it, along with every Showdown winner. But we're actually featuring Nikachu this round, Jonathan Zakic on Merfolk. We have Andrew in our backup feature match. We're expecting Simic Merfolk to just crush it here, known Pioneer deck. So we're going to get to Andrew very soon as he is playing a Phoenix Mirror. But we also have John Wagner, someone who's been doing very well in our events, playing Rakdos Transmogrify. As Devin, we have our 3rd round of Team Flex slot in our feature match area. They're just putting up great results this year, and it's awesome to see.
Yeah, John Wager, individual who top 8'd our event yesterday, so has been doing pretty good for himself over the NRG series, and this matchup should be pretty interesting. We have Nikachu, I bet to the surprise of everybody watching at home, playing with the Merfolk creature type, and Jonathan on Rakdos Transmogrify. So Nikachu is really going to try to assemble and establish a battlefield early on, and John, the Transmogrify deck, it's a bit of a somewhat of a newcomer, I guess, but realistically, it's been here for a little bit, maybe in different forms, and maybe not necessarily just Rakdos. But what it's trying to do is, set up a couple of creature tokens early with stuff like Fable the Mirror Breaker, Fountain Port, Case of the Stashed Skeleton, so a bunch of ways to make tokens, and then transmogrify one of those tokens into an Atraxa. So Nikachu is really going to be, just wants to get ahead on the battlefield, present a bunch of early pressure. Now, as far as ways that Nikachu has to sort of prevent the transmogrify from happening, Simic not necessarily known for its cheap removal and ways to get tokens off the battlefield, but does have an Otawara in the main deck. And then notably, once the Atraxa hits the battlefield, actually features 4 Flood Pits Drowner, which is a card we saw last round in the Ninjas deck, and another card from Duskmourn for Unable to Scream, which is a way to, sort of invalidate the Atraxa.
Yep. Now, since we've been catching up there, we got a Thoughtseize. We took down the Kamano. We got that the Kumina, excuse me. They got answered. Then we developed some more Merfolk, and we had 2 Deep-Root Pilgrimages, and we played one and got a Merfolk here. So now Jonathan's going to be able to sort of start building up a battlefield here. So we're going to see Volcanic Spite targeting that Cenote Scout. It's going to allow him to put a card from his hand on the bottom and draw a card. Worth mentioning here, Jonathan here, well known for content creation as Nikachu, does Merfolk stuff, but also won one of our Showdown events at the very first Modern Horizons 3 tournament. So you're going to see Jonathan next month at our end of the year championship for $35,000 on the line. So you could expect that. And of note, Devin, when he won the Modern event, you and I interviewed him. And at the end, he said, I literally think Pioneer Merfolk is better than Modern Merfolk. Now,
he did say
whatever that's worth, it's what he said. And he plays his deck a lot. So, he hasn't got a lot of chances to actually play his deck. But here we see him, kind of showing off 2-0. Maybe Pioneer Merfolk is a lot better than people are giving it credit for. If you're going to see a mutable activation, gets another Deep-Root Pilgrimage trigger. Going to play this Deep-Root Elite, I believe is this one's name. It's just a 2-2 in this situation. Oh, come on, a speaker, excuse me.
And a speaker, yep.
Yeah.
So we've been talking all day about the impact of sets like Duskmourn and Bloomburrow in the Pioneer format. And, specifically if we're looking at Nikachu's deck, those 2 cards that I highlighted before, Flood Pits Drowner and Unable to Scream, because the Simic Merfolk deck is, not known for having a bunch of, good removal. It's not playing Thoughtseize, it's not playing Fatal Push, anything like that. What is, you need some ways to interact with creatures. And I think Flood Pits Drowner specifically is a phenomenal card. It's a Merfolk, right? 2-mana, 2/1, and it is also able to kind of get a creature out of the way. So if John is able to set up something like Transmogrify next turn, Nikachu has ways to kind of play through that. And very, very interesting. Nikachu, I respect Nikachu's deck list. It's just all 4 ofs, which you gotta love.
Yeah, surprisingly, our first aggressive blue deck that does not play Mockingbird. I was expecting to see a couple Lords and some Mockingbird synergies along with, just some strong ETBs. But Nikachu deciding to not go that way this weekend. I'm sure he's tested that card out as he has, a Merfolk 1 trick. So he is going to try any card that could be a Merfolk. As we are going to see Torch the Tower, take down Kumina Speaker, and get a little scry because we bargained. And when we play the case of the Stash Skeleton, we bargain that. We get a little bit of smoothing going on. And that case, very, very nice, Devin, because now we can spend some mana and search our deck for any card we want.
Yeah, sort of turns into a demonic tutor. Now, interesting to note for John, we talked about the Transmogrify needing a creature token in play. If you're, Torch, now that creature token has been sacrificed, isn't able to go for something like Transmogrify next turn. But, if we take a look, I'm just going to pull up John's deck list here real quick. As far as sweepers in the main deck, because, now that we have that demonic tutor, you can, sacrifice that, go search for a sweeper. But then I'm looking at John's deck list and I actually don't see any in the main deck. It looks like it's just all spot removal. Sometimes you see these decks play, a copy of Extinction Event in the main deck as ways, just a one of to be able to search for case. But John is choosing not to play that this weekend. So, not that Nikachu knows that, might still have to at least have that in the back of his mind. But that is, worth noting that Jonathan does not have access to that.
I love this from Nikachu. So Jonathan activates Mutavault, then taps it so that he can get another Deep-Root token, then plays the Lord and attacks. And John's like, I can't win. You just sack, counter anything I do. I'm like basically dead on board. I'm packing it up. And that's going to do it there for game number 1. Very impressive stuff there from Merfolk. And I imagine these are the kind of matchups that Jonathan's going to want to play, right? Heavy on spot removal, which typically we think would be bad, but this build of the deck, light on Lords, heavy on strong creatures with effects and things like Deep-Root Pilgrimage, and then trying to resolve a big card. Let's check out John's sideboard, though, really quick here from this Rakdos Transmogrify deck and see how prepared he was for Simic Merfolk. Obviously, a deck you see a lot at these events. 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Unlicensed Heroes, 2 Goblin, 2 Obnixilis the Adversary, 1 Duress, 1 Torch the Tower, 1 Reckoner Bankbuster, 1 Untimely Malfunction. I love that card.
Oh, yeah.
1 Hidetsu Consumes All, a Ritual of Soot, and then our companion, Gigantha. Devin, what do you like and why?
So we talked about how John does not have any sweepers in the main deck, where you would presume there's at least a couple on the sideboard. Well, there's only one, that one Ritual of Soot. That one definitely going to be coming in along with the cheap spot removal in the form of Torch the Tower. Past those two, I don't really think there's a ton else. There's no graveyard stuff going on, so you don't really want Hearse. Go Blank is a little too expensive against the cheap Merfolk. Nixilis, there's too many creatures, so you probably can't keep that on the battlefield for very long. Duress, not a lot of targets, so I really just maybe the Hidetsugu Consumes All could also come in. It is a sweeper, but there's really not that many one drops from Jonathan's side of things. So John definitely wants the Torch and the Ritual, probably the Hidetsugu, but not really a lot else past that.
Yeah, it's weird, right? The Hidetsugu answers the Deep Root Pilgrimage, but only on the short term.
Right.
And like you just said, there's a lot of things that just rebuild. So it's kind of a weird stopgap card. This might be a classic situation of I have some cards I don't really like, so I'm going to bring in this card that's kind of mid, but sometimes is super good. And on that game would have been very nice to have. Let's check out Jonathan Benno's Nikachu's deck list here and see what's in the sideboard. This is unfortunately not all 4 ofs, but still pretty tight here. 4 Tidebinder Mage, 4 Mystical Dispute, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Tashanis Tidebinder, 2 Aether Gust. What do you like here and why?
So, as far as Jonathan's side of things, playing against the Transmogrify deck, you would want to have some sort of counter magic against that. A couple of Aether Gust and a couple of Disdainful Strokes. Those are probably, cards that are going to be coming in. I mean, I don't know, though. The Disdainful Strokes seem pretty good because they counter the Wraths and the Transmogrifies, but Aether Gust, doesn't really have a ton of targets. I guess you can tag a cheap spot removal here and there. If Jonathan is aware that, Jonathan is aware that the Transmogrify deck is putting in Atraxa versus Valgaboth, could maybe board in something like Tishana's Tidebinder to stop the trigger. You could also maybe consider Tidebinder Mage to tap down the Atraxa for a turn. So a lot of options here for Jonathan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you're probably going to have the Strokes because you're afraid of Extinction Event type cards and it hits Transmog. But then you can have Gust for the same reason. If the Atraxa lands and you draw the Gust, just Gust the Atraxa. So I'm curious to see how it goes there. Also, the 4 Tidebinder Mage shows me that Nikachu here, very interested in beating the Rakdos Valiant decks. It's like, I am not going to lose those decks, and I wonder how bad that matchup is. We'll have to see here. As Jonathan's going to Thoughtseize Jonathan, and gonna see a hand of a 1-drop, a Cenote Scout. We might be able to get him there. 2 Unable to Screams, 1 excuse me, Sentinel the Nameless City, and then 2 Flood Pit Drowners. So a hand where I think you can take a couple different options, but Devin, I kind of like getting the Cenote Scout and hoping to get a little lucky here.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan keeping this hand on the back of the Cenote Scout, he does have the option, to try and dig for a land drop. But if that Cenote Scout is taken, you look at the hand, it's 4 blue cards and a Sentinel of the Nameless City. There's no castable cards here, and Jonathan really has to find some land drops. Yeah, I like this here for John, just kind of trying to, hope that Nikachu misses some land drops. I mean, even if he finds a land, the hand's maybe not super powerful. You got a couple of Flood Pits Drowners. If you find 2 lands, you can get to the Sentinel, but you were kind of a little ways away from that.
Yeah, I wonder how much what Nikachu sideboarded if he's playing like this. Drew the Mutavault, I love this. Just playing it out like, hey, if you spend your turn doing something, I might want to get in for 2. So I might as well play it because I know I can just play my Boseiju next turn and play you. I think I draw. And then pretty cool off the top. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 lands off the top. 2 lands off the top here for Nikachu. Pretty good here because now you get to hold up the Flood Pits Drowner and threatening the Sentinel next turn.
Yeah. Flood Pit Drowner is a Merfolk once again and has Flash, Vigilance, and puts stun counters. Then you can shuffle it and a target creature with a stun counter into their owner's libraries. I don't know if you've ever done this with Fable the Mirror Breaker, Devin, but it's a pretty fun time to do it with that. As we're going to see a Shocked and Blood Crypt here and a Fable the Mirror Breaker from John. Yeah, just going to get his very powerful enchantment. We've seen this card for the last while now in Pioneer just be the fair deck thing of choice. Doing a great job in this deck of sort of being a creature for Transmogrify while also just a card you want to play. As Jonathan has to look here, and I wonder if he really values his Unable to Screams as just like, hey, you get Atraxa down, but I'll just invalidate that.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely a big part of this matchup where, Jonathan has a decent number of ways to prevent John from, getting the attracts into play, but also has the flood pit drowners and the enable the screams to where, even if he has to say, okay, well, tap out for a turn, maybe let you put the attracts into play, has ways to answer that. And, the unable to screams are face up, so John is aware of that. Now, that being said, Atraxa still draws 4 or 5 cards when it enters the battlefield. So,
Mhm.
it's not necessarily a direct answer. It, obviously removes the 7/7 flying lifelink, but John's still drawing 4 or 5 cards, is, able to convert that into the next turn. But it's a lot better if, Nikachu has a bigger board and can maybe say, okay, well, unable to scream, I'm going to set up for lethal this turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna see immediately John activate Fountain Port, sacrificing the Goblin Shaman, looking for something,
Hmm.
and it was Revolt for the Fatal Push
Yep.
there on the Sentinel of the Nameless City. That's going to relieve a lot of the pressure there from John, and probably a sign that John does not have a lot going on, right? Like if you had something like Transmogrify, you might want to wait and do that on the next turn. You get hit a little bit, but
Mm.
needs to relieve the pressure here. Nikachu going to activate the Mutavault, get an island on top. That one goes to the hand. You've seen him also sort of play his other lands and hold the Besagio in hand in case it comes up. There are some targets he'd like to do. For example, a flipped Fable is a pretty good thing. And yeah, I love this from Jonathan. He's like, hey, if you thought it was worth sacrificing your token last turn, and getting the Revolt going, I'm going to just play it again. And gets to apply some good pressure here as the Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to flip. And a Reckoner Bankbuster was the pickup from John here. John's deck looks a lot like the Rakdos midrange deck if you played a lot of the format in the past, just sort of changing out a lot of the creatures for cards that help enable the combo.
Yeah, it is. It is still playing, Thoughtseize, Fable, Removal, but instead of playing the mid-range creatures, stuff like Bloodscythe Harvester, Graveyard Trespasser, and things like that, you're kind of more of a control deck, and then your finisher is the Atraxa rather than, say like Blue-White controls finishers to Fairy or something like that. It's just like a control deck with a different sort of finisher, which I think this deck is definitely good and has shown that it is a contender in the metagame. Just the way it attacks and attacks from a different angle.
Yep. Yeah, having those different angles can be so important. Of note, John should have a Giganta companion. I don't think he has anything in his deck that removes that companion. So that might just be something that's off screen that we can't quite see. Sometimes, players like to put it to like the right of their deck. So do keep that in mind that John, might be able to pick up a Giganta. Probably not the play he wants to do this turn.
No, because remember, if we go back to the sideboards, the one Ritual of Soot.
Oh, sure. That's a good point. I didn't see the Giganta in game one, so I thought that might have been the case, but you're right. Ritual Soot's a card he probably does want as we play Case of the Stashed Skeleton here. And that one's going to allow us to go find a Transmog or maybe a Ritual Soot or anything we want. Also, a great thing to use with Fountain Port. So, I'm going to see how he wants to do it as we're going to pass turn back to Jonathan. We have Mutavault and a Blood Crypt up.
Yeah, so you could... trying to think. Basically, Jonathan is in a position where really wants to make sure, like if there's a way for Jonathan to assemble a 2-turn lethal, that's what he's trying to figure out this turn. Maybe you say Flood Pit Drowner, the Reflection, animate the Mutavault, attack with everything. John trades Mutavault for Flood Pit Drowner, or even trades Mutavault for Mutavault, takes 5, falls down to 7, and then maybe the Mutavault can get the job done next turn. So we're going to start with Unable to Scream on the Reflection. And I don't hate this either because now you could also consider playing the Besagio, animated the Mutavault, attack with everything, and then if the Mutavault stands up, then you can go Flood Pit Drown or tap the Mutavault. But looks like John is just content with chump blocking the Sentinel, which also makes sense. Wants to make sure he's not taking a bunch of damage.
Yep. And it looks like what we're going to do here is chump block with our flipped Fable that was unable to scream. So it's an 0-2. And then we're going to torch the tower of this Drowner of the Pit, get it out of the way. And I believe we're bargaining the torch the tower after we block. So we also get the scry here and the 3 damage in case there's any sort of weird pump effects. Good tight play there from John. I love to see it. And now from Nikachu, better known as Jonathan, we're going to figure out what we want to play here. And we have that map. I think we announced the map token, but we didn't actually physically do it. So we're going to see a Smuggler's Copter and then maybe just an activation of that map.
Yeah, Nikachu really preserving this Boseiju. Has had the opportunity to play it a couple of turns and has chosen not to play it. We really want to maybe hold that up for something like to kill the skeleton, or the not the skeleton, but the case rather, where
Mhm.
if John removes that skeleton from the battlefield to, as you see on your screen, solve the case, you could Boseiju that before it is able to be activated, and Nikachu decides against that, rather wants to deploy the land to potentially hold up a Flood Pit Drowner.
Yeah, I think the fact that the case gets solved at the end of turn and can only be used as a sorcery has Jonathan being like, okay, I can take a bit more of an aggressive posture here and just set up to have a bunch of creatures and then hope to, maybe draw another creature off the top, ideally a lord,
Mhm.
crew this, smuggler's copter, and then get in. And with all these map tokens too, Nikachu might pick up some lands to smuggler's copter away a land into, a real spell. And that's how these sort of decks can take over these games. As you know, John has a lot of the tools to stop what Nikachu's trying to do, but it can be kind of tough. We do see kind of a funny land here in the hand of
The
Jonathan.
tree?
Yeah, the tree, the world tree. When you have 7 lands, it just makes everything tap for all the mana. So that's a good way to have one land in your deck that enables Atraxa. Kind of a flex slot, right? So now, if the game goes super long, you can play it. You see some players just lean on Giganta. But John here saying, hey, I'm going to lose, a little bit of consistency in the early turns and sacrifice the second mutable that some players play in order to have this. And you see Nikachu taking a second to be like, what's that one do? So
It's like the it's the bigger Borg. As we see, the Flood Pit Surrender is going to tap down the skeleton. So now Nikachu, assuming, say, Nikachu bricks, you can go use the Flood Pit Surrender, animate the Copter, animate the Mutavault, get in with everything. Maybe Mutavault trades Mutavault. That's 6 damage coming across for Jonathan, putting John down to 6. And yeah, you mentioned if there's a Lord off the top here, maybe something like a Vidalian Hexcatcher that could, make the clock a little bit bigger, as well as provide some sort of disruption here for Jonathan.
Yeah, and I think we're going to probably see here, no matter what, we're going to leave it on top. We're just going to think through to make sure we're setting up lethal, because now you guarantee another mana for another point of damage, and you get to spread that around as well to play around some interaction. You can't get Fatal Push or anything like that. Oh no, John also tapped his Fountain Port, so that like there are not going to be any extra cards coming within the hand here, so you can kind of push in this spot. And with the Unable to Scream, unless an Atraxa finds some cheap interaction that can cover everything, you can push a ton of damage this turn fairly safely.
Yeah, and part of me also wonders, maybe you want the other map counter on the Smuggler's Copter, where you go, say one on the Sentinel, and then crew the Copter, and then potentially the other one onto the Copter. I think that makes a little bit more sense. Like you said, just kind of spreading around the power a little bit to make sure you're a little bit better against stuff like Fatal Push or any other removal spell that could happen. Although, it's tough.
It's that into Fatal Push straight up, though, right?
Yeah. The Sentinel can't be pushed this turn specifically, so maybe as far as this combat phase is concerned, perhaps it's maybe better to just load up on the Sentinel. That is kind of tough.
Yeah, I think once you go on the Sentinel, you're maybe supposed to keep going on the Sentinel, because it also plays around Torch the Tower. Because you could have bargained the tower on the tap zombie here. Not activating Mutavault here. Interesting. Looks like we're signifying the map and the loot. And Jonathan wants to keep that Smuggler's Copter on top. I wonder if that's because he wants to play it as like a creature, quote unquote, that gets around a Wrath. Yeah, and we're seeing him discard a Deep-Root Elite there. I'm sorry, Commander Speaker. I get that one mixed up every time. But we are going to see Mutavault animated.
They do look similar.
Yeah. We're going to get the block going on here, and then maybe a little activation of... yeah, you see a laugh here from Johnny. He's like, oh, yeah, I have a piece of the Buffalo. Record or Bankbuster, get my card.
Mutavault's going to die. That's going to be 4 damage coming across the John. So going to put John down to 8 life. And then you could just probably cast the other Smuggler's Copter. And then next turn you have the Mutavault and the Drowner to animate both Copters. That is only 7 in the air, so it's not necessarily representing a lethal attack, assuming that, John has a blocker for the Sentinel, which, we presumably will, because we can...
Love this. We played the copter, and now we're crewing to put a counter, hopefully, on the copter, and we hit a lord
Oh,
nonetheless.
there you go. Yep,
So
there's
now
the
you have
point.
8 damage in the air. You did need to have a creature on top, but this also meant if you had a land on top, you got to dodge it. So really well played there from Jonathan. We see a knock of the deck there from John. He knows he needs something here, and he also knows Atraxa, aka Transmog, is probably not it. And that is a tough place to be when you're playing against decks like this. When doing your thing isn't enough. So we're going to see John have to take a second and be like, what can I do to get out of this?
Yeah, there's not a lot. I mean, we talked about the sweepers, right? There is the one ritual of soot, but even if the ritual of soot is found, right, you still have the smuggler's copters, and actually that would just be lethal, right? Because the hex catcher and the Mutavault can crew both copters. That's 8 damage.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where John had to like have like the fatal push already and then draw the ritual soot. And it looks like we do have a fatal push now, but we don't have enough to stop everything because we can hold up the push, but we still have these other 2 creatures on the battlefield. You know, in all the lines we talked about, they're dead. In reality, you got to get them gone first, and John's unable to do that. And I think Jonathan, better known as Nikachu, is about to move on to 3-0 with Simic Merfolk. As it looks
The
like
band
John's
can't be
hand,
stopped.
It
It can't
cannot be stopped. Double Fable Thoughtseize. Fatal push is the hand here from John Wager, and it is unable to do anything as Team Flex Slot is gonna take an L here this round. Unfortunate for them. As all, yeah, and you see he's just like, well, I'm just gonna play my cards. It's all face up. You know, it's also very relevant because this Lord, you know, lets you spend a mana to counter a spell. So once it hits the board, you know, you can like crew the Mutavault, use the Mutavault, crew something in response. And then if you had multiple kill spells, you just don't have the mana for it. So Jonathan just knows he's mathematically won. Yeah, and John's going to extend the hand. Congratulations, Nikachu, there on Simic Merfolk with a win. We're going to get an interview with him really quickly and talk about this deck. And then we're going to head down to our backup feature match where we have Pro Tour champion Andrew Ellenbogen playing the Is It Phoenix Mirror. We're going to have to see how that one's going. But first, Simic Merfolk really doing good. And I'm noticing a theme. You know, we didn't even really plan it like this, right? Like behind the scenes, we're like, okay, we're going to show our MVP, right? We're going to show off, you know, what's going on there. Gerrick ended up playing Azorius Humans. Then we showed off ninjas the next round because we got to talk about ninjas. And now we're seeing our third blue little creature disruptive deck sort of go the distance. And I'm wondering, you know, is this sort of shape of a deck just super well positioned right now in Pioneer?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Nikachu really showing us the power of the fish. There's a lot of sweet new cards in Nikachu's deck. And, you know, just the combination of cheap curve, lords, powerful 3-drops like Sentinel and Kumena. We didn't even get to see the interaction between Smuggler's Copter and Deep-Root Pilgrimage, but that one's pretty cool where for every single creature you have, you can tap one individually to crew the Copter, and that'll get you another token off Deep-Root Pilgrimage. So a lot of cool stuff going on, but yeah, there's a common theme here. It seems to be that maybe Mutavault's the best land in the format, potentially.
Yeah, definitely. I think another thing too that's really interesting about this deck is, you know, we're choosing not to play Collecting Company. I think literally to enable the combo you're talking about, plus the 4 Unable to Screams, you know, if you want to play that card, that's going to make your Cocos a lot harder. And I also wonder how much advantage he's getting from that, right? Like if I'm playing against Simic Merfolk, game 1, I'm assuming there's at least a Coco in the deck. You know what I mean? And suddenly, you know, he goes turn 4, I'm tanking. I'm like, oh, what's going to happen? You know, and then suddenly it's not there. But you know who is here? Jonathan, better known as Nikachu. Let's cut down to our interview and talk to him. Congratulations on being 3-0. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great because I've been pumping up the reputation of Pioneer Merfolk, and finally I can actually start this tournament 3-0. Last Pioneer tournament I started 0-3 instead of getting these other random fringe matchups and getting the matchups that I want, like a lot of tier 1 decks.
Yeah, I was going to say, so when you and I last talked, you had just won the NRG. It was exciting. And you told me, which I brought up earlier, Pioneer Merfolk better than Modern Merfolk. So I'm going to ask you.
More powerful in Modern and Legacy combined. Not even close.
Not even close. All right. Well, you're starting off 3-0. You mentioned you're kind of getting the decks you want. Is this a deck that really excels in those kind of matchups of sort of like exploiting? Like what makes this deck feel that way and make you so confident in this?
I am very good in any like really slow moving attrition matchup. So blue-eye control, black-red, vampire-like decks. Unfortunately, the bannings didn't favor me. I had a 90% win rate versus vampires. Okay, they can play their Sorin into Vein Ripper. I will just turn the thing into a nothing. I used to play with Witness Protection. Now they upgraded the deck with Unable to Scream. So now they don't even have a one power creature in play. But I have to say, also, I was much more confident in the last metagame. The new metagame has a bunch of prowess decks. And I'm not good versus any slickshot deck. So I'm rooting for the blue-white control decks. I'm rooting for the Waste Knot, the black-red mid-range decks to all eat up those decks so that I'm going to end up playing those later on in the tournament.
Yeah, when it comes to the list specifically, we've been talking a lot over the first couple of rounds about all these new cards from Duskmorn and Bloomburrow, and you're playing 4 Flood Pits Drowner and 4 Unable to Scream, which, Simic, you don't necessarily associate Simic with good removal, but talk to me about these cards. How have these been for you?
The main reason Pioneer Merfolk had no chance was because they had no answer to some brick wall in play. In Modern, in Legacy, any random creature you have on the board can be converted with damage because of the Island Walk Lords. You do not have that in Pioneer. That is why I put priority on the Smuggler's Copter. That unbanning was a huge deal to the Merfolk deck. I put priority on Kumena, Tyrant of Vraska, to also get into some unblockable damage. Deeproot Pilgrimage can go wider than my opponent has creatures, or worst case scenario, if they do have some gigantic creature in front of me, I will play some. Previously, I was playing with Witness Protection and Eaten by Piranhas, which basically turns the creatures into a 1/1 nothing. And now I've upgraded the deck with Unable to Scream and also Flood Pits Drowner, which ended up being like a pretty good replacement to Eaten by Piranhas. It locks the creature down long enough and has enough, and I like that it has flash so I can surprise my opponent, but enough to keep those blockers at bay, because it was the blockers that really killed this deck for having any chance in the game.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. And I want to touch a little bit on what you said there with the surprise. And I want to look ahead to next month with champs. Now, you're already qualified, right? Today you're battling for glory, cash, etc. But, give us the it's just you, me, and 1,000 of my closest friends, and Devin. Are we going to see Merfolk there, or are you thinking of mixing it up? You know what I mean?
No, we're going to see Merfolk. We're going to see Merfolk.
Okay.
We're going to see Merfolk and Pioneer. And also, it turns out a lot of these cards translate to Standard, so I'm going to try to make Merfolk work in Standard. But I will admit that I may not be locked into Merfolk in Standard. If it's like garbage, that blue-black flash deck looks great to me. I can definitely play something like that.
I was going to say, I feel like, as long as you put in a couple hours trying to make it work, no one's going to give you anything for saying you're going to try it here, and you end up playing a Merfolk style deck. Well, either way, thank you so much, Nikachu, for coming on and talking to us. Hopefully we'll be seeing you in our elimination rounds with this Merfolk deck, crushing it. And we're going to give you a little bit of time to go relax because we've got some more Magic to show.
That's right.
All right. Well, we're going to cut down to our backup feature match. Andrew Ellenbogen is playing a Phoenix Mirror. And that was really great to talk to Nikachu about that Merfolk deck. It's really exciting. And it's also great to hear that he is going to try his best to bring it to champs. $35,000 on the line. Doesn't matter. Merfolk to the moon. And we're going to get our games updated here in a second to see exactly where we are. But we have the Is It Phoenix Mirror.
Yeah. Now, I want to just pull up the deck list real quick here. Let me just find Ellenbogen.
There are some differences in our decks here.
That's what I wanted to go over. So Ellenbogen is kind of playing the somewhat more, I guess this one's a little bit more popular as of recently. This one is 4 Artist Talent, less Ledger Shredders. I shouldn't say 0 because there are still 2 Ledger Shredders in the deck. But if we can get Artist Talent up on screen, this is a card that we saw on camera earlier in the Lotus Field decks, where kind of utilizing that to churn through a bunch of cards, eventually find the piece, set up the combo. With Phoenix specifically, it is whenever you cast a spell, discard a card, draw a card, get some Phoenixes in the graveyard, fuels Treasure Cruise, so fantastic card there. And then that is what Ellenbogen is playing. When it comes to fill-ups, there are also 4 talents, but no Ledger Shredders. Still 4 talents, though.
Yeah, and it's important to note, too, because before Artist Talent, Ledger Shredder was sort of the card in the mirror. A lot of the early game was about posturing around that card. So we're going to have to see how that changes things up here, especially since Ellenbogen still has access to 2 of those Shredders. That could be huge, specifically on our post-board games as well. It looks like Andrew is going to play Artist Talent on his turn 2 here. Be like, if you got Spell Pierce, you got it. If not, I'm going to be pulling way ahead. And Phillips just has a Free the Fae here with the Picklock Prankster. and we're going to get an adventure token and start going here. And I think this might be time shifted right here, actually. I'm not exactly sure. So this might just actually be game number 1 here, which is going to be sick for us to get to see the entire match, as Treasure Cruise is the pickup, and an Arclight Phoenix going to the graveyard, pretty important.
Yeah, when it comes to the other small differences in the list, so Andrew is on 4 Artist Talent, 1 Profs, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Torch the Tower, and the 2 Shredders. Phillips is on 4 Artist Talent, 1 Profs, 4. He's got an extra Impulse and an extra Axe, 2 Pierce, 1 Torch. So basically, he has an extra Impulse and an extra Axe, where Ellenbogen has the 2 Shredders. And you have to imagine, as you mentioned, because of how frequently these Phoenix decks double spell, you would have to give this at least the slight edge to Andrew with the Shredders, just because if that thing is cast on turn 2 and Phillips does not have an immediate removal spell, it's going to generate a ton of value for Andrew.
Definitely is. And remember, Andrew Ellenbogen and his team were the one that really, popularized this Artist Talent as a big part of the deck. We saw CFT Soft, play some one of this in the deck, right, and some challenges, but never really unveiled the full 3 or 4. And Ellenbogen's team, System Magic, really did a good job there of innovating with the deck, even if it was the final hour when they decided to do it. And like you mentioned earlier, in his interview yesterday you had with him and Niall, he said, "I'm going to win today."
Oh, he said that. And I quote.
Yeah, and if Andrew, he's down to talk a little smack. He's down to be very confident, but he doesn't go around saying that often. When I listen to Andrew talk or talk to him, he doesn't say, "I'm going to win." He's like, "Oh, I'm feeling good," or something. And when a Pro Tour champion feels that confident in the deck and has been playing it this much, you've got to think one of the favorites in the room, and could end up in our end of the year championship yet again via this at-large bid on the season 2, with just this great weekend, as Prosthetic Memory is going to come down after a sleight of hand.
Yeah, so we talked about Haymakers in the mirror match. We have the 4 Artist Talent on both sides of things, and that is a card that is definitely going to present a ton of card filtering and ways to is good in the mirror match. But I gotta say, Prof's Eidetic Memory is maybe one of the single most important cards, because once it hits the battlefield, it's very, very difficult to ever sort of kill creatures. The deck has a ton of cantrips, and if you can have any random body in the battlefield and just put 2 or 3 counters on it with the Profs, all of a sudden all that damaged base removal is no longer good. No Fiery Impulses, Lightning Axes, and you have plenty of ways to kind of to get around that. So I think this is, if this resolves, if Andrew does not have the Spell Pierce, then this might be a little bit of a slight advantage to Phillips.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting here. So what's happening is Andrew doesn't have Spell Mastery, so he's impulsing with the intent of Artist Talenting to get Spell Mastery. But Phillips is responding and Lightning Axing his own his own Picklock Prankster, in order to get the Phoenix in the yard, because there's nothing going on for Andrew, and Phillips just has a handful of removal. He's like, all I have is removal. I might as well get this Phoenix in the graveyard and set up this Treasure Cruise, and next turn hope to pop off here. So Phillips now going to resolve that Prof's Eidetic Memory, going to get the card draw. Andrew did not draw the Spell Pierce, like you mentioned, might be huge as going forward, and is setting himself up for a big turn next turn. Andrew's going to free the Fae, triggers Artist Talent, figure out what he wants to rummage away, has a Consider in hand, has a Lightning Axe, another free the Fae. All pretty good cards. Looks like Lightning Axe is the pick.
And, Phillips with 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard, Andrew currently with 1, and then, with the Prof's Eidetic Memory. So what ends up happening a lot in these kind of Phoenix mirrors is, one player will get Phoenixes back, player will maybe block with Phoenix, the next player will get Phoenixes back. There end up being a lot of trading, right? Where, you get your Phoenixes back, they block with theirs, and so on and so forth. You kind of just do this over and over again. But the kind of the way to break serve, I guess, with that is the Prof's Eidetic Memory, because now, they're not trading for your creatures, they're chump blocking your creatures, and you have, you can maintain a battlefield, especially with, as we see, a Treasure Cruise in Phillips' hand. That one pairs pretty nicely with Profs.
Yep, we're going to see a Consider, trigger the Artist Talent, discard a Steam Vents, tank on the Consider, decide to keep the card. This is going to be our 3rd spell. Phoenixes are coming back now. We have an Opt, not the Treasure Cruise you might want, but you do discard the Phoenix, which you love to see if you're an Andrew Ellenbogen fan. And that means there's 2 Phoenixes coming back here. And, Phillips had removal, used a little bit to set up his own Phoenixes, obviously still has a handful of removal. And this might actually be great for him, because he needed a target to get that 3rd spell as he draws a second Fiery Impulse.
Yeah, I kind of want to I guess I'm already going back on what I said last turn. So, I mentioned that there's a lot of trading that happens, but it turns out if you're the first person to get the Phoenixes, then, look at Phillips already down to 10. Andrew's got 2 of them in play. I mean, Phillips could do a little bit of cleanup duty, maybe find some removal spells. Both players are playing with 1 copy of Torch the Tower. That is a way to kind of exile one of those Phoenixes permanently. Phillips going to be casting a Cruise here. Now, importantly, worth noting, Phoenix plus Prof does not really work the way you want it to, where you need to have the creature in play when you go to begin combat. So if, say for example, Phillips just says play 3rd spell, go to combat, those Profs counters will not be able to be put on the Phoenixes that are being returned. So maybe if he has a land, a 1-mana spell, and then a 2-mana creature like a Picklock Prankster, could maybe go, get the Phoenixes back and then load up a bunch of counters onto the Prankster.
Yep. We are going to see a tapping of 2 mana. We know there's no Letter Shredder in the deck, so that can't be it. But it's actually going to be Artist Talent. And we're going to consider here, trigger the talent. Now, the Profs is up to 6. It doesn't have any target like you mentioned for how it works, but it just also goes to show what you meant by Prophetic Memory earlier, right? Like, yes, yeah. Andrew hit first, but now that Phillips, has this card, he could just basically one-shot Andrew on the next turn. I'd be really curious to see how he wants to play with these Phoenixes, because as we just mentioned, he does kind of have inevitability here. And Andrew's pointing out you don't actually have to do this because...
I wonder, yeah. Maybe Phillips didn't know that.
Yep. And, it's a very weird interaction, very easy to miss and mess up, because you just think, I get there, I target the thing, but it's not exactly how it works. So I'm curious to see here. Phillips, obviously, if he had, 7 counters, would have attacked with the huge Phoenix. But now that he's 2 on defense, I kind of like this. He's sort of being like, hey, I have the ability to kill you. I have, things like Fiery Impulse in hand. I just need to not die here. As we do see the Torch, the tower come down.
Yeah, that's huge for Andrew, because that's going to remove one of the Phoenixes. It's going to get to one of those exiled. So now, even if Andrew doesn't have another removal spell for the other one that trades, then you still up a Phoenix, even if Phillips gets the other one back. But yeah, going back to that, a couple of turns ago where Andrew had the Fiery Impulse for the Picklock Prankster. Imagine if for whatever reason Andrew didn't have the removal spell that turn, that Picklock Prankster would have been a 7/10. Or 7/9, I guess, as it were, or 8/10, something like that. It would have been massive.
Yeah, because we got the first trigger too. So it would have just taken over the game, right? It would have been the whole match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, with that creature being removed, that is kind of tough. Andrew counting cards. Oh,
he drew a Profs, and here's the kill spell. That's going to be number 5, and that's going to do it because Andrew's Phoenix is already in play. Congratulations to Andrew there. Let's quickly take a look at the sideboard as it is a time-shifted match. So we're going to be coming back here pretty quickly. And I imagine players are going to be pretty similar here. So we'll start with Phillips. We have 3 Third Path Iconoclast, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Brazen Borrower, 2 Fable, 2 Abrade, 1 Beacon Bolt, and then Negate. Devin, what do you like here and why?
So there's a couple of different ways you can approach this. I mean, when you're looking at the deck list, both players have access to a ton of spot removal. So you may want to bring in something like Third Path to be able to get, a couple of extra creatures in the battlefield. I mean, what's really important is if you've decided that Profs is one of the more important cards, just having the extra bodies could be good. The additional threats, you could maybe look at something like Fable the Mirror Breaker to help play a little bit of a longer game. The counter, I mean, there's a ton of options here, right? Mystical Dispute can fight over things like maybe Treasure Cruise, maybe a Prof's Eidetic Memory. You could do something like, I don't think you want to go towards Negate or Braids. Borrowers to have a little bit of, interaction against specifically the Prof's Eidetic Memory if that goes off a little bit too much. So, there's a lot of different options depending on how these players want to kind of, position themselves in terms of, I think it's a play draw matters a lot too.
Yep. Well, let's check out Andrew Ellenbogen's sideboard really quickly here, as his is a little bit different. It's got a lot more 1-ups. You have 2 Negate, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Brazen Borrower, 2 Annul, and then all 1-ups the rest of the way. Prismatic Command, Shrouder Defeat, Lightning Axe, Crackling Drake, Narset Party Veil, Tormund Script, and Prof's Eidetic Memory number 2 in here, the sideboard.
Yeah, I actually think that Ellenbogen's sideboard is quite a bit better in the mirror match. So Narset is kind of a slam dunk. That card prevents Cruise and all the cantrips from happening. The second Prof's Eidetic Memory is very, very good. The Annuls are kind of decent because you're fighting over their Profs as well as their artist talents. So I think Andrew has a bit more specifically targeted cards for the matchup. The Tormod's Crypt can also come in as well. So I think if I had to say, both players' main decks are very, very similar, I think I would give the slight edge to Andrew in the post-board games.
We'd love to see it. Well, speaking of post-board games, let's hop on down to there. Time-shifted Magic ready to go. And it looks like the players are ready to get things started as Philip with a land and a passive turns Bible of Canal. Best land you can have there into a pathway. Sleight of hand here for Andrew. Going to do a little sculpt in. Love to think about it. Things we can't see, things we can't talk about in coverage. Love cantrips.
Cantrips are great.
Love them. Got an opt-in hand for Andrew Ellenbogen here. Looks like a prosthetic memory as well. 2 lands and a treasure cruise.
Wait, Mason, I just thought of something. You know what we need for coverage? This is a shout out, if Norm, if you're listening, we need a hole cam. So like if you have the cantrip, you put the card, like a poker hole cam where you put the cards down. You put the cards down so we know what they're thinking about in the cantrip.
Yeah, honestly, what we need is like the action graphic where it changes. Just because if Andrew Ellenbogen was smaller, I could see what he was doing. As you saw me read off his hand there from flipping. But Philip's here very nicely holding his hand still from being able to see it here. We got an artist talent, some cantrips, and some lands. So pretty good spot to be here. You just get to shove your artist talent into play. Can't get Spell Pierce. This does open up Andrew to play his own high power card. But we're going to see his teammates here. Being the first one to do is always pretty nice. It's for both artists going off. Now, Devin, you might not know this. I'm a bit of an art critic. We're going to have to see how this game plays out here.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a critique. As we're going to see sleight of hand, it looks like, to start things off here. Spell Pierce in the grip as well. Maybe taking a second to think about, do I actually want to fire this here? Sometimes what you'll see in the past is players would maybe wait a little bit to figure out exactly what they want to do. Phillips here has Disdainful Stroke and Spell Pierce, and we're going to actually describe the stroke here. Card brought in to fight over Treasure Cruise.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And I wasn't sure if Phillips was going to go towards that because there really is only one target in the deck list in the form of that cruise. But yeah, specifically in this spot, not the best here. Although with that artist talent, Andrew is able to fuel his own cruise. So it potentially wanted to, maybe wants to keep that. But it looks like we're deciding to hold up a couple of cantrips. I think I see a Dispute and a Pierce, as well as a cantrip and a cruise in Phillips' hand. As we see, Ellenbogen discarding a Phoenix. That's, exactly where you want that to go. But interesting to see how this game is going to develop with now both players resolving the talent.
Yeah, I think one thing that's nice about bringing cards like Disdainful Stroke, when you're playing 4 artist talent, we saw people do this with Ledger Shredder and Fable, right? When you have so much looting and rummaging, you can afford sometimes to be like, well, I have this one card I don't super love. I'll bring in this one up that's incredibly high impact some small percentage of the time. And if I line it up correctly, it's going to be backbreaking, and I'll just discard it most of the time. So we see Andrew here get 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard and cantrip away. And we're going to get another artist talent trigger, as it looks like we're going to be having some caw-cawing going on here with the birds.
Yeah, 2 Phoenixes already in the bid on turn 3, and this is kind of what you would associate the nut drop with Phoenixes, where you sometimes turn 2 where you go consider Mill of Phoenix, and before it was like, oh man, I can't believe they got lucky and they hit 2 Phoenixes off consider. But realistically now, because you're seeing so many cards with artist talent, like this just happens way more often. As we see a turn 3 attack for 6 with 2 Phoenixes, this is exactly where you want to be for Andrew, and Philip's going to really want to see if we can find a card like Torch the Tower, to maybe get one of those exiled. But also, has the cruise for next turn, but really unable to find enough cards in the grave. Yeah, I think the hand is 2 Cruise, Pierce, Dispute, which when you're facing down 2 Phoenix is not the greatest hand in the world for Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips has a land for turn, right? Still, I guess you could just hold it because of artist talent. It's a fair place to be. Yeah, which I think is maybe what's happened here. Is Andrew's thinking?
Wonder which we're thinking about, because this is Andrew's 3rd turn, right? What are we?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Phillips is holding the land for the artist talent, I think is what's happening. I think what might have happened is Phillips discarded Free the Fae, and Andrew's like, what on earth made you do that? Like, unironic. Okay. And it looks like we're going to get an untapping here. I think that was just Andrew thing because he didn't have any mana, obviously. He went out playing formats with 3 spells. So
yeah, he's just trying to think of like what Phillips could possibly have in hand by discarding that
Mhm.
Free the Fae. Now, Phillips get awkward for Phillips here because he had 1 cruise at the time and it decided to prioritize discarding rather than casting the Free the Fae to fill up the graveyard, but got max punished by drawing that second treasure cruise. As we see, yeah, just really the only option available, just leading on a 3-mana cruise, which is good. 3-mana draw
Mhm.
3, pretty good, but not great when you're facing down 6 power in the air.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting spot. We're going to probably see Phillips not use the kill spells until the next turn. That way the Phoenixes don't come back. But he's just in a really awkward position where, Andrew has gotten to be the one to put the pressure on him. So now Phillips has to respond while Andrew gets to sculpt. And with this deck, once you're kind of ahead a little bit, you kind of stay that way with your opponent, right? And these threats don't get answered permanently very easily. So Andrew just gets to kind of build, threaten with, a Prof's Dynamic Memory here.
Cool. That's a good find here for Andrew. And that's gonna trigger the talent. So he's gonna get a card off the talent and a card off the Prof. That's representing an 8-point attack.
Mystical Dispute in hand, though, for Phillips.
Yeah, could fire that off. But now Phillips has to decide, do we want to dispute the talent or do we want to try and go for Torch the Tower this turn? Probably, see, it's interesting, right? Because you could let the talent resolve, and then whichever creature the talent or whichever creature the Profs is targeting, you could torch that one.
I think I get where you're coming from. I think you just have to fight over this Prof. So if Andrew has it, he has it. Because it's just going to, like we just said, it gets worse and worse. But now Andrew has Profs and talent, and you just have talent. And you don't even have any Phoenixes yet. So this is all in response to this. So we're not going to get the loot here. Now, Andrew does let him loot first because he doesn't have any mana, and that's going to the Spell Piercers have it lined up. So he's going to get the loot here, and this is probably going to be game over. Phillips, I like the play here. You have to fight over this. You could have maybe, like Devin was saying, tried to fight over the Phoenixes with the kill spell, but if Andrew has a Spell Pierce, it's going to be in that same spot. Obviously, he'll get more looks at it as the turn progresses, but we're seeing sort of how powerful Artist Talent plus Prosthetic Memory can be here.
And I think if Andrew has a cruise, we're done here because that's going to be 3, 6, 9, 12 damage. So we'll see if Andrew does have the... Well, it's actually going to be 13 because of the one from talent, but Tormod's going to trigger the talent. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can... So now, actually, a cantrip might do it, right? Okay, well, that's more than a cantrip.
We also have a Phoenix in hand, and so that is lethal because we're going to talent, discard the bird, and Phillips is like, yeah, I'm down on board with that. So congratulations to Andrew Ellenbogen. This was a time-shifted match, so that's going to do it for that round when it comes to that. But let's take a look really quick at our leaderboard because Ellenbogen, is really throwing a wrench in things, so especially on our Season 2 version of it. He came in this weekend kind of, a little bit of ways, but not out of the pack. Had a good finish yesterday. Now has 60 points. Is 3-0 in our event. And if he wins today, first off, it's a showdown. He's just in, right? He just immediately makes it. But also, if he gets second place, he's going to get a huge jump of points. And that's going to cause some real problems for our players like Cliff Boyardee and Fletcher Johnson and Zoe Riederman. Zoe's looking pretty safe when it comes to the yearly leaderboard. But Andrew Ellenbogen, our Pro Tour champion, is looking pretty good on this deck. And it could be causing some major headaches for our competitors today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how all this plays out. Maybe I don't know if we have the season-long leaderboard that we could take a look at here, just to kind of get a better idea. We also have Gerrick Alford playing for MVP, Connor Mullally, who I believe is not having the best day so far, and then Cliff Boyardee also in contention. So, this is the last event of the year before Champs, and it's going to be very, very, awesome to watch all of this fold out towards the end.
Yep, and let's pull up that list of qualified players. I want to show off everyone who's been crushing it this year. Last year's champion, Steven Dykman's back. Then take a look at everyone here, and you can look back over the year of all of our players who qualified. Matthew Hoey won the first one. Sean Gallagher, kind of won the showdown the next day on Sunday. They are playing standard. Dominic Harvey just won both. Back to back on the same weekend, and then kind of pieced out, went and had a bunch of Pro Tour tournaments he had to play this year and says, I'll come back for their $35,000 prize pool. We had May French win. We saw the team here crush it. Then Nikachu won our first modern event, and then all the rest of these events, so many great players are going to be at this. And so many Pro Tour caliber players too, right? Dom and Theo played all the Pro Tours this last year, right? Played Worlds. These are very strong players. It's going to be so exciting to watch. So make sure to follow on Twitch for our $35,000 player. We have 7 spots remaining. We're going to crown our winner today and the 6 at large. It's going to be very, very exciting. Excuse me, 6 are at large because we crowned one yesterday as well. So I can't wait to see that happen. But we're going to take a quick break this round. We are done with all our future matches. We're going to set up for the next one, and we'll be back as soon as possible. See y'all then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series, Pioneer 5K Showdown from Chicago. I'm Mason Clark, my co-host Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here today to talk about more Pioneer action, and we have got some sick magic to show you. But before we get into that, let's quickly show something that the players are winning for today that we don't talk enough about here, I think, which is the Inkling custom token for winning. And, along with getting our invite to our $35,000 Player of the Year event with the Showdown wins, you also win some of these events. So we're seeing a lot of them. We got Matthew Hoey with the GOAT. We got Nikachu did the Merfolk. I love Dom. He's a mana counter, focusing on the colors. May French, she made food. She likes ice cream so much. We saw Theo Jung get the energy counter. There's so many more. I think Samurai, from Sean Gallagher, that was used earlier in our feature match area. So there's a lot of great ones here. And winning today lets you get one of those that we give out at the event. So very awesome to see these going on, along with, the invite to the end of the year and all the prize pool going on, as today is a 5K.
Yeah, Mason, I'm gonna put you on the spot as I do always when we show this slide. Well, what token would you want to be?
That's a really tough one. I think one of the things energy was pretty high on my list, and then Theo got it. I've always wanted to be an energy token. I think Thopter's pretty good. That's one that's not used off. And I'd like, the Ninja token would be kind of cool with the Kaita, because I do like that card.
Oh yeah.
So I like a cat though for the modern cards. So.
Yeah, I kind of want to just do maybe a companion, or if companion was already done, maybe the adventure. I don't know if we have both.
Adventure's good. Honestly, now you got me thinking. Here's what I want to do: cards drawn for turn.
Ooh.
And then I can double as a storm count
for props.
For props. I did memory. Yeah. Maybe like a action per turn counter. That'd be kind of cool. And then you can use me for storm or Phoenix. Kind of doing whatever. But we got two great players here this round. Lucas Parson on your right, someone you've seen do very well at our events. Hasn't quite converted. He has a couple good top 8s, but it hasn't got enough to be high up on the leaderboard. But Benjamin Ungar, on the other hand, someone who's been doing very well and converted to our end of the year championship last year, and is now playing Is It Phoenix today as the Huntsman's Redemption here from Lucas. And if you played against Lucas, this is his deck in Pioneer. This is all he plays really when it comes to the format, and has some innovative takes on it.
Yeah, and you talk about innovative takes, and this deck list from Lucas is certainly the definition of innovative. So you see Huntsman's Redemption on your screen, where the enter the battlefield, you get a 3/3 out of it, and then the second chapter allows you to sacrifice a creature to go search your library for a creature or basic land, put it into your hand. So that incentivizes, tutoring usually incentivizes some interesting one-ups. So Lucas is sporting 1 Fear of Missing Out, a Scavenging Ooze, a Voldaran Thrillseeker, and a Sentinel of the Nameless City. As far as additional sweet cards, besides the Huntsman Redemptions, there are 2 copies of Thought Not Seer in Lucas's deck list, which usually you associate with Eldrazi, but Mutavault, Karplusan Forest kind of gives you enough colorless sources to be able to cast that.
I think we're seeing a wombo here, Devin. We floated a mana in our main phase in response to the Huntsman trigger. Now we're going to go search our deck. Could this be Thought Not Seer?
Oh,
it's definitely going to be something, but...
Yeah, we got a mana floating off of the elf, and we have the Raminap Ruins for the colorless. We're actually going to go for Thrillseeker. And this is interesting because Thrillseeker in combination with the Huntsman's Redemption is kind of a pretty powerful 1-2 punch, where Thrillseeker, has a backup ability where you can basically give your creature 2 counters and the ability to fling. The Huntsman's Redemption Chapter 3 gives a creature +2/+2. So you can imagine, we already had the Thought Not Seer, so this is perfect. But next turn, Lucas is going to give 2 creatures +2/+2, presumably the Thought Not Seer and the Beast token. And if, say, then Lucas goes, okay, Thrillseeker counters on Thought Not Seer, that's an 8/8. You go attack for 8, fling it at you. That's 16 damage from the Thought Not Seer itself, +5 from the Beast. That's threatening 21 damage next turn.
Yep, and we saw Lucas there take the Lightning Axe, and we also saw Benjamin Ungar with a very good poker face, acting as if this is a normal thing that happens to him. He's like, yep, Thought Not Seer, saw it coming. And now, what is he going to do? Because, he needs to find, like you just mentioned, removal spells quickly. The Thrillseeker's face up. We have this Picklock branch that we can free the Fae and get an Artist Talent rummage off of, but we're going to need it. And Devin, it looks like the adventure token has happened as Benjamin's there. So you need to think about what you want to do in that regard. Torch the Tower is picked up. That's not going to actually answer what's going on. Lightning Axe will, though.
Huge pickup. Yeah, massive pickup. Benjamin finding the Lightning Axe. So now, say, for example, if Lucas goes to target the two creatures with the Huntsman's Redemption, Benjamin might actually fire off the Lightning Axe main phase, given that it is face up. But yeah, so I think what might want to happen, it's interesting, right? Because Benjamin says, Lucas goes chapter 3, target both creatures with the +2/+2. Lucas then, if he lets it resolve, would not be able to kill the Thought-Knots here with Lightning Axe, because then it would be a 6/6. So maybe you go, okay, Lightning Axe the Thought-Knots here, let the Beast get pumped, that's a 5/5, and then the Thrill Seeker would make it a 7/7. 7 times 2 is 14, so that would put Ben to 3, but not quite lethal.
Yep, and I love this from Ben. He's just waiting, because he's like, well, maybe Lucas messes up, but Lucas obviously just was like, okay, I'm going to target these two things. You get to do first here. And of note, we're going to get the Rummage here from Benjamin, and then the draw a card from the Thought-Knot Seer. It has a drawback, and that's something you see a lot these days. But you do get to draw a card, and then we're going to draw from the talent from the thing there. And now this is a big old beast. And like you mentioned, with the Voldaren Thrill Seeker, that's a lot. And I really like the Fear of Missing Out in this deck, because Lucas's deck is weirdly kind of good at enabling Delirium. Yep. Now, it might not matter too much this game, but it kind of just gives him a way to, like, in the late game, he starts to flood out a little bit. He's got a way to redraw. He's got a way to push a lot of damage. And he picked up Scavenging Ooze this turn. So he doesn't have the 4th mana to fling, which is pretty unfortunate. And he doesn't have another green to Scavenging Ooze anything too important. So an awkward spot, but we could see something like Fear of Missing Out. The real question is, Devin, will he leave up the Mutavault in order to push 2 damage, or will he leave up the Forest in order to have potentially Scavenging Ooze, or is he just going to play the Voldaren Thrill Seeker here and just push 7 damage?
Yeah, I kind of don't hate this. I mean, you want to get the creature outside of Fiery Impulse range anyways. So even though you don't have the extra mana to fling the 7/7 here, which would have been huge for Lucas, if there was a land there, you put Ben to 3 with 1 damage face up from the Thrill Seeker and the Ramonap Ruins in play. That would have been a much better sequence here for Lucas. But I don't hate just dealing 5. Dealing 7, putting Ben, a little bit lower, and then having a 5/5 in play, which means that now if Ben has something like a Torch the Tower or a Fiery Impulse, that now can't kill the Beast token.
Yep. And, this is also something that's pretty important here, I think, to think about. Benjamin, very accomplished player, done very well. Like we mentioned, played our end of the year series last year. We see him do a lot of these things very well. But for a lot of people, this is going to be like their first time playing against this deck in a long time, let alone all the things Lucas has going on, right? Meanwhile, Lucas is playing against Phoenix, a matchup he's surely played hundreds of times since he only plays this deck. And that's going to give him a real advantage along with all these weird cards. And I think you're seeing Benjamin having to kind of be like, okay, I need to think a little extra here because of how weird things are.
Yep, as we see Phoenix going to the graveyard, that is going to be spell number 2. And then we'll see, Benjamin has a second, another spell here. One interesting thing to point out is Benjamin's deck list does contain Temporal Trespass. As you see, I believe that might have been the card that was shipped to the bottom of the sleight of hand. And that is a card that a lot of Phoenix players have been cutting from their deck list. But Benjamin deciding today, it's sort of like the 5th Delve spell, which, with Artist Talent, you do fuel your graveyard a lot more. So kind of makes sense. But, interesting to see that a lot of people have opted not to play it. And Benjamin said, you know what, I think it's still good enough.
Yeah, that card is so game winning. I can totally understand. When I used to play Phoenix a lot, pre-Artist Talent, that it plus Galvanic Iteration was such a game winning play that nothing else could have won. That, it makes sense, and it is such a powerful card. It's not like he has some silly card in his deck, right? It's a game warping effect. As we are going to see the Phoenix come back here, ready to block, Benjamin's like, okay, I've kind of got my engine going. I've got Treasure Cruise in hand. I just need to stay alive. But Lucas drew Torch the Tower, Devin.
It's pretty good. That's going to be able to clear the Phoenix. So you could go Torch the Phoenix, animate the Mutavault, hit for 3. But yeah, without that 5/5 token anymore, it's going to be it's going to be a little bit more difficult for, Lucas to be able to present enough damage. And we see just the Thrill Seeker coming across, perhaps wants to deploy the Scavenging Ooze, and that is going to be the play. So, it's just really awkward. Lucas's mana is really awkward here, right? Where you have the Mutavault and the Ramonap Ruins, so he doesn't have enough green to go after the graveyard to prevent, future delve spells like Cruise. And yeah, Ben's like, well, I already got 7 in the graveyard, so I might as well just fire it off.
Yeah. heads up play there, just sort of playing around it. And you're going to get rid of the temporal trespass because he knows this is going to happen. And from Benjamin's perspective, I'm sorry, from Lucas's perspective, Benjamin obviously is moving through his deck a lot, but has had kind of the cards he needs at the right point. And it's just sort of getting worse and worse from here. And Lucas's deck has a lot of real power to it, but needs to kind of, get that momentum early. And Benjamin's done a good job of, taking a couple real hits, but sort of stymieing the aggression.
Yeah, Torch the Tower still in the hand here for Ben. Does need to deploy a third spell to be able to get that Phoenix back into play, and is going to do so with the Consider. And picked up a Brazen Barber. So that's, interesting because, Lucas's deck can present larger threats, as we saw, the 5/5 or the, the potential Thought Knots here that could have been a 6/6 that one turn. Stuff like that doesn't die to Lightning Axe, but, can nice catch-all answer with the Brazen Barber. And these Phoenixes coming back, it's going to put Lucas on a really, really big clock. And Benjamin kind of at a healthy 11, doesn't really have a lot to worry about here.
Yep, and you saw it there on Lucas's face. He's like, yep, I'm in kind of a bad spot. And then, yep, he's going to pack it up. Knows he can't really keep up with what's going on there. He's sort of, had a chance there for a little while, could maybe push a lot of damage, but Benjamin just too solidly in the driver's seat there. And let's check out these sideboards and see what Lucas can do to maybe help things out in the post-board games. We have 2 Pick Your Poison, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, then a pile of one-ofs. 1 Rending Volley, 1 Torch the Tower, 1 Backnather, 1 Clothis, an Eldrazi Obligator, a Tranquil Frillback, an Arlen, the Pax Hope, Hazoret the Fervent, another Thought Knot Seer, Sky Sovereign, and our good companion, Giganta. Devin, what do you like here, in your opinion, from Lucas's thing? I'm sure you're very well versed in this configuration of the deck.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I just need to go look at my sideboard guide real quick. Definitely wants to bring in the 2 Pick Your Poisons and the 2 Hearses. Those seem, as far as what they're there for. Pick Your Poison is even a lot better against this version because, before it could potentially kill a Shredder, but sometimes they could sort of body block it with a Picklock Prankster. But now, they have another really powerful enchantment and it's going to get the talent most of the time. So Pick Your Poison, Hearse for sure. You could also maybe go Volley used to be good against Phoenix, but now that they're moving away from Shredder, I think you don't want to do that anymore. The Frillback and the Clothis to hit the graveyard could be pretty good. And then I think the Hazoret's kind of nice because, a lot of Phoenix's, all Phoenix's removal is damaged based, so it is kind of hard for them to get that off the battlefield via normal means. So Pick Your Poisons, Hearses, Clothis, Frillback, Hazoret, I think is where I would want to be.
Nice. Well, let's check out Benjamin Ungar's sideboard real quick and see what he might be doing. We have 2 Abrade, 2 Annul, 2 Chandra's Defeat, 2 Third Path, Iconoclast, 2 Mystical Dispute. There's the Legistrators hanging out on the sideboard, 2 over there, an Anger, a Brazen Bar, and a Negate. What do you like here?
So, from Benjamin's side of things, wants to be able to kill the elves early, so it can do that with, obviously has the impulses and the axes in the main deck, but, maybe wants to go towards the Abrades because these green-red decks usually have a lot of artifacts like Chariot and Smuggler's Copter. Past that, I mean, Anger of the Gods seems interesting because it cleans up the elves and the 3/3 token from the Huntsman's Redemption. You could consider a null where you saw Redemption, you expect Chariot, you expect Copter. I don't hate that. Past that, maybe you could consider bringing in Shredder if you expect Lucas to board out a lot of the removal that would kill Shredder because maybe he's preparing for Talon and not Shredder. So I think those are the cards that I would consider looking at from Ben's side.
All right. Well, our players are finishing shuffling up. So really quickly, let's show the players where we're going to be starting off next year. Throw that slide up there. February 1st and 2nd, we're going to be back here in Chicagoland. Then March, we're going to Madison, Wisconsin on the 15th and the 16th, back to Chicagoland, May 10th and 11th. And then in Indianapolis, June 28th and 29th. So come on out. This will be the new start of the 2025 year, meaning you could be on our leaderboard and make it to our end of the year $35,000 PTQ Invitational. So many spots and slots open for that. Let's get back to our feature match area as we're going to announce those formats very soon, and we'll have to see exactly what's going on there. But in this game, we're going to have to see, can Lucas, take the play and win this game number 2 and force a game 3 here. This is a matchup Lucas has to be used to playing. And I imagine, he has to feel at least okay-ish about. Obviously, he plays his deck a lot like we talked about before. I can't imagine him just running his face into Phoenix all the time if he hates the matchup.
Right. And you see some conscious sideboard choices too, right?
Mhm.
We talked about the Huntsman's Redemption being a way to have access to your kind of more unique and situational one-ofs more frequently, and you see a lot of those in the sideboard, right? The Hazoret, good in some spots when you have 4 mana later in the game when you're empty-handed, not the best all the time. Same with Klothys, Frillback, so a lot of choices for Lucas to kind of help shore up the matchup. And just in a general sense, if you can go like, this is kind of the start that we expect out of Gruul vehicles, is the Elf into Stormseeker starts. Those can be really difficult for Phoenix if you don't have the removal spell for the turn 1 elf. And I see an elf and a Stormseeker, but I don't think there's any lands in it. Or there's one land for Lucas. And a Hearse too. You probably got to keep that one. Yep. Oh yeah, love it.
And here we go. Llanowar Elf on the play with a Stomping Ground. Reckless Stormseeker also in hand. One of my favorite cards from that set. Really powerful thing that's going to put a bunch of damage in here. And let's see, does Benjamin have it? He does. Now it's Lightning Axe, and he doesn't have a Phoenix. So that's the one good thing going on for Lucas here. It's like, all right, I lost my Elf, but at least it was a 2-for-1. And Lucas didn't draw the land for turn, has another Llanowar Elf. Can Benjamin find the spot removal? Looks like we're going to play a Pathway into a Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, and I mean, if Lucas can find lands, his hand is pretty good. He's got a Hearse, he's got a Stormseeker, a lot of good cards. Pick your poison to answer a talent down the road. So a lot of good options here for Lucas. Benjamin notably did not find a second removal spell. So yeah, Lucas breathes a sigh of relief, able to untap with that elf. And let's see if we can maybe land Stormseeker here. It looks like no, so probably going to go towards Hearse instead, which still not that bad.
Yeah, and you see Benjamin, going to respond, but doesn't have any mana ups and nothing Lucas needs to be worried about. Did pick up a Fiery Impulse, though. So, not no matter what, but most likely Lucas, is going to be on at maximum 2 mana next turn. I have to see how Benjamin wants to play it. I like this one, Lucas here. Just going to main phase, activate the Unlicensed Hearse, play around a Treasure Cruise, or something like that. Lucas noticed a bunch of cards in Benjamin's hand, but unsure what those cards could be if they're not kill spells, so decides to make it Treasure Cruise not an option. We are going to see Benjamin immediately shock in and then go Fiery Impulse, Elf down with Free the Fae. And if Lucas doesn't draw a land this turn, things are going to be pretty rough despite having the powerful sideboard card in play. That looks like a pass of the turn, and we're going to Free the Fae. Okay, a whiff, and a Phoenix hits the graveyard, so Unlicensed Hearse can clean up that Phoenix.
Yeah, see, the thing is, we mentioned last turn where the Hearse can sort of keep Ben off of Cruise for a turn, and now there's 6 cards in the graveyard. Ben having 3 lands in place still can deploy the Cruise, so you could even see Ben go Cantrip into Cruise, and then maybe go from there. But yeah, I mean, the Hearse is keeping Ben off of getting a Phoenix into place to be able to find a threat. We did see the third path Iconoclast come in as well. Wasn't sure if that was going to come in from the board, but Benjamin decided wants to have additional threats. Kind of makes sense, especially if you expect your opponent to have a lot of graveyard hate. So something to look forward to when your opponent has something like a Hearse in play.
Yep. I like this one, Benjamin. We're going to start with a Sleight of Hand. He's taking a second. I really respect this because it's land and a Free the Fae. So it's really tempting just to take free, but he's like, actually, I'm going to resolve this Treasure Cruise. I need to think about, do I need this land? Great play there from Benjamin. Seems like a small thing, but can make the difference as Treasure Cruise goes. And he's going to draw 3 cards. Did end up finding another land, but now gets to play Ledger Shredder if he wants to, or potentially play this Picklock Prankster, depending on if he wants to play around the one of Pick of the Poison that there's no way he can nose there.
Yeah, Lucas did, I think, find a land. We found a Hash Up Oasis, so we still have some choices here.
So Lucas uses the Oasis and loses a life, and if you're Benjamin, you've got to know something's up, right? There's like some red spell that Lucas wants to play, because you just wouldn't lose the life for no reason here. Now, of note, Devin, into the Flood Maw in Benjamin's hand. That means he can get rid of this Unlicensed Hearse if he wants to.
Yeah, you could maybe see, like, if Benjamin has, say, like a Phoenix in hand and a way to discard it, you could say, okay, well, I'm going to bounce your Hearse, then discard the Phoenix, then get it back kind of all in one big turn. Or even say end phase, bounce the Phoenix, like end phase, bounce the Phoenix, and then cast Free the Fae, untap, maybe hit a Phoenix, maybe, keep going from there. Ben, and looks like we're going for Free the Fae, finding potentially another Free the Fae.
It's interesting here because, Benjamin knows Lucas's. I mean, he doesn't know Lucas's deck, but he knows there's a lot of good threes, right?
Right.
And that
Yep.
lightning axe is really good at potentially stopping something like that. But what Benjamin's done here is he's let it resolve, and then now he gets to play land from hand and treasure cruise before Lucas gets a chance to activate that unlicensed her. So Lucas wanting to play around the Arclight Phoenix is hitting the graveyard means he's not going to get the full activation here. He's only going to get one card. And, this hearse is pretty annoying. It's also just big, Devin. It's eventually going to get in. Like, this turn, Lucas could very easily play something like, this Stormseeker, crew the hearse, and then attack for 6, thanks to the Stormseeker's trigger.
Put Ben down to 10. Maybe a little bit worried about, potentially a little bit worried about Benjamin then finding a Phoenix, especially because Lucas hasn't given Ben a Lightning Axe target in a couple of turns. So, maybe aware of the possibility. Oh, and Ben finds a Braid off the top. So that can go, you can maybe go a Braid, kill the hearse. Then I think I saw a Talent as well. So you can maybe go a Braid, kill the hearse, Talent, then discard the Phoenix. We're going to go for Talent first. So
I like this Talent.
You can just go a Braid, discard something that's not the Phoenix, and then cantrip, discard the Phoenix after.
Yep. Yeah, and I get what you're saying too about the Lightning Axe in the last turn, because Benjamin didn't take the axe, right? So that might be Lucas's way of thinking, like, oh, there is an axe waiting for me. We're going to see the hearse in response. It's going to get the cards that it could, which is going to be the card from the artist Talent. So even though Benjamin's resolves 2 treasure cruises, it'll make the third one a little harder. And now you see Benjamin picked up a third path Iconoclast. He might just deploy that card here, since he can't bring back the Phoenixes this turn.
Yeah, I think Ben's hand right now is Phoenix, Third Path Iconoclast, Picklock, Prankster, and Into the Floodmaw. So weighing the decision of, so he's cast one spell that turn. If he casts the Into the Floodmaw to bounce the Stormseeker, then discard the Phoenix and rip a cantrip, that could get back the Phoenix. But, deciding to go with the more mana-efficient play of just holding up the Free the Fae, can end of turn that, discard the Phoenix, and then is way more likely to hit 3 spells next turn.
Yep, and we're going to see Into the Floodmaw. Probably going to end up, it's kind of interesting. You can bounce the token and it just dies, but you can also bounce the Reckless Stormseeker and before you move to combat, and then, he's going to sacrifice the beast, and then it's a very interesting position of like, okay, how do you use your mana, right? Trying to continue tying that up. So Benjamin's saying, okay, now that you've targeted the beast, I'm going to Into the Floodmaw it, discard this Phoenix, and draw a new card.
Yeah, and on 13 life, Benjamin can't really afford to take a big hit of 6 there. Ideally, Ben would probably want to use his mana efficiently and cast the Free the Fae, but can't really afford to take that extra 4 damage because, Lucas is, to his credit, was a little bit mana screwed for a couple of turns, but has done a pretty good job of making sure he's kind of keeping in this game. The hearse did a lot of good work early on to make sure that Benjamin wasn't able to develop a Phoenix early, and now that he's hitting his land drops, deploying some more threats, the Huntsman's Redemption could go and get something like maybe, a Hazoret, could get a Frillback, could get a Clothis. A lot of options here for the Huntsman's as well.
Yep. We're going to see Free the Fae here. It's going to trigger our Third Path Iconoclast, get a Servo. We haven't seen that card before. It's very much just Young Pyromancer, but for non-creature spells, and make Servo. So if you know that card, we're going to be making a bunch of 1/1s, and Treasure Cruise in hand. Another Treasure Cruise drawn here with the Free the Fae. And when you have a card like Iconoclast, that's what you want to see. Just this constant chaining of cards. And now Benjamin has a bunch of different plays. Looks like he's going to go with the Lightning Axe. Could have even, got a Torch to the Tower there and paid the bargain to kill it. But Restless Stormseeker, has done a great job of keeping Lucas in this game and is one of the most important cards. But let's see. Looks like Benjamin maybe realizing he doesn't quite have Treasure Cruise.
Right. This is awkward for Ben, where he has exactly 7 cards in the graveyard, but one of them is a Phoenix. So he doesn't really want to exile the Phoenix by, paying 1 mana for the cruise, which he could do, but then the Phoenix is gone. So instead, just choosing to deploy a Picklock Prankster and then, save the decision for next turn. But this is going to open the door for Lucas to go fetch that Tranquil Frillback. Now, he does have to sacrifice the Stormseeker to do it. So that
Mhm.
is a bit of an awkward, if he had a land or extra token or maybe some smaller creature to sacrifice, that he would rather do that. So interesting to see if Lucas will decide to go get that frill back this turn.
Yep. It's going to be pretty interesting. And it's so awkward because he also has this Torch the Tower that he kind of wants to use on the Iconoclast.
Yep.
Because Lucas, has played a lot of Pro Tours, heads up player. He's going to notice that Benjamin sort of like stopped and was like awkward when he looked at his graveyard. Lucas knows the treasure cruise coming. He's like, okay, I'm going to get sort of drowned in cards. I want to get rid of this Phoenix. I don't want to get treasure cruised. Can I use the Tranquil Throwback to that, or do I need to use my Torch the Tower to fight over the Iconoclast? What's the best way for me to do this? And I think he's going with what you're saying there. Just I'm going to hit the graveyard and hope things work out.
Yeah, because there's really no way. I mean, it. Ooh,
Klothys.
Klothys instead. Okay, so not choosing to go for the frill back, and this is a clean turn for Lucas. You get to go Klothys and kill the third path Iconoclast. But I mean, it's tough to say whether that's going to be good enough, given that Ben is going to resolve another draw 3 next turn. So good turn for Lucas, but it's tough to say if that's going to be enough to kind of make sure he can get out from under this mess, because there's a lot of problems that he has to face right now.
Yeah, I almost wonder if we're gonna if Benjamin's supposed to do something like maybe just play the pick lock pranksters, like resolve his draw 3 or whatever, get his cards out of the way. And then he drew a cantrip, so that kind of changes things a little bit. But had he just drawn a land, of just been like, I'm going to put creatures in play and start pressuring,
Yeah.
And we're going to see Treasure Cruise happen here. Delving 6, paying 2 mana. We're going to get the Artist Talent to trigger if Benjamin wants it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he actually wants to discard any of these cards. Maybe the extra cruise, but with the talent in play and axe in hand, you're kind of not that far away from the extra cruise. Already 3 cards in the graveyard. Well, ideally 2 after the, doesn't want to exile the Phoenix.
Discards the Lightning Axe, though. Decides to take a more aggressive posture this turn. I think this might be him being like, hey, I'm likely to see a bunch of Phoenixes and stuff. And if I just bin everything and move through my deck quickly, I can probably present a near lethal attack this turn. And he does want to get the game over with, because Klothys can be annoying if he doesn't have pressure here. And we're seeing just this Artist Talent go crazy. Opt, getting played, Artist Talent, discarding the Phoenix here. Legislator to the pickup. And I think Benjamin can go Treasure Cruise again, even if it is 2 mana. It looks like, we have an opt first. Okay, that's going to make it so that is free. And we'll get another look at Phoenixes.
Artist Talent is such a, watching these games play out with Artist Talent and just seeing how quickly it's able to churn through your deck and make sure you can find just all these Phoenixes, make sure your graveyard's always stocked for Cruise. That card is really, really powerful.
Yep, I totally agree. When I saw that card, it's just like, wait, this is like the first time we've ever had something like this, right? Just rummage for free, no extra cost. That's really strong. And the idea to put it, just it changing the Phoenix deck fully, I not fully appreciate how much it's just become a talent deck. But to me, it's like, all right, Treasure Cruise, it was like maybe tenable, but I don't know. Artist Talent really just making that card over the moon strong. As the Huntsman Redemption pops, and that's probably going to do it for Lucas. As he's going to get his Klothys trigger, he's going to gain a little life, but there's just so much going on and not that many cards in hand.
Yeah, so this is going to go Ben to we're going to swap life totals a little bit. Ben's going to fall to 9. Lucas is going to go up to 11. Now, can Lucas survive the turn? I can't quite get a good look at the hand. I think it's a land, an elf, and one other card. Poison. Pick your poison. Okay, so that could maybe clear the talent.
Oh, sorry.
It's a chariot. Okay.
My bad. All right, well.
So a couple of blockers here for the ground, although most of Benjamin's, attack forces in the air with the 2 Phoenixes and the Picklock Prankster.
Yeah, we might see something just like a braid here, clear up the cat token or whatever and just get the talent trigger. And then just try to find, our last Phoenix. As Benjamin's like, okay, what's left in my deck? I lost 1 Phoenix, but that's it. Alrighty then. Well, I can pretty easily get to the last one. And he does have a Profs as well, right? So, as soon as he finds that too, the game just ends. And I guess he's double checking to make sure, hey, do I have Profs?
Did I board a Phoenix?
Yeah. And honestly, it's a thing that does come up, right? Sometimes you play against decks with a ton of graveyard hate and you just trim 1 Phoenix or something like that, or a Delve spell. it does occur. And, Lucas showed you a Scavenging Ooze game 1 and probably got a lot more graveyard hate. So wouldn't be the most unreasonable thing I've ever seen. But I think this casting of the Brazen Bar end of turn, it's going to signify it a little bit here. And I think, we're just going to bounce Clothis to the hand.
Yeah, you could also consider bouncing the cat token so that Lucas wouldn't have the ability to crew the chariot on his turn. Like, Benjamin would basically need an extra removal spell. Well, that's not necessarily true, because if you go to kill one of the cat
There's
tokens, there's the props anyways. Yeah, Lucas is off it.
Yeah, I think it's a spot where the battlefield just doesn't matter because he can always just upgrade the chariot. And so it's just a matter of like, okay, if I fizzle, let's get rid of Clothis so I don't lose 2 life. We're going to get an interview here with Benjamin as we see him getting up to come talk to us. But congratulations to him. Him and Lucas are both having good runs today. This is round 4 of 7 of our Swiss. So still a lot of Magic left to be played. Both these players are very much live for top 8. So you might see more of them in the future. But, very impressive showing there from the Artist Talent deck.
Absolutely. I mean, it is crazy to me how much different the Phoenix deck looks with Artist Talent and how much quicker it is able to churn through its deck. For the longest time, Phoenix and Pioneer was a deck that really nobody thought there was really no spots that you could change. And it was like, okay, well, maybe sometimes there's like 1 or 2 flex spots, and really Artist Talent just changes the entire way the deck functions and plays in terms of just how quickly it's able to get the cruises online, and even in post-board games against Graveyard Hate. The one-shot Graveyard Hate not as good because you can just re-up it so fast.
Yep. Well, let's talk to Benjamin here in our interview area. Benjamin, congratulations on being undefeated so far. How you doing?
Good. Doing great. Fun weekend. Came down with, I think we had 8 of us from Team Level Up here this weekend, and yesterday we had a teammate make the finals. That was Jake Cohen, Fletcher Johnson, top 8 yesterday. So we're all just kind of having a blast down here.
That's so awesome. So glad to hear it. So what made you want to pick Phoenix for this weekend?
It's just a deck that I have a lot of history with. I remember unironically registering Chart a Course in that deck not too long ago. I'm a known Pieces of the Puzzle enthusiast. Artist Talent is just kind of an insane Magic card, and I saw as soon as it got printed, I was like, I need to put this in Phoenix because it's just going to let the deck churn like butter, and that's exactly what happened in that match, and I think that's kind of just a reflection of what that card does for the archetype.
Yeah, it's, I never really thought as soon as the card got spoiled, I thought that there was a chance that maybe people play like 1 or 2 copies. But now as we've seen the Phoenix deck evolve, Ledger Shredder, which we thought was a sacred cow before, just completely gone from the main deck. Talk to me about how specifically Artist Talent, does it make the Phoenix deck feel, because you played a lot of Phoenix, does it make it feel any different? Does it play out any different than Phoenix decks of the past?
Yeah, you definitely aren't as conservative with a lot of your cards. Like before, when it was like Rakdos midrange was the meta, and like Sheoldred was seeing a lot of play, like you used to kind of like have to sequence your cantrips like very carefully, and you had to like kind of hold them for specific spots. But Artist Talent just lets you see your entire deck, and like a big problem before was like flooding out if your cantrips kind of whiffed. But Artist Talent just giving you that extra draw to filter through lands or to filter through blank removal spells just allows you to kind of use all of your mana every turn and kind of find what you need.
Awesome. Great. Well, you mentioned you've been having a lot of fun. You mentioned, your teammates Level Up there put someone in the finals yesterday, having a great weekend. Are you you're 4-0 right now? You're a little excited. You might be able to sneak into our championship yet again this year at the end, right? The Showdown, is it on your mind, or are you taking it one game at a time?
For sure. I haven't come to a lot of the NRGs this year. I've just been busy with work and kind of outside of Magic stuff. But I really, I had such a blast at Champs last year. It's such a well-run event, and these NRGs are always so much fun. And so I like reached out to our team, and I was like, I don't have a modern deck, but if somebody could, spot me like the energy deck, I have Phoenix for Pioneer, and I would love to try to, make a run at it today. So yeah, it worked out, and I can't express how much love and support there has been from everybody on our team. So it's been nice.
That's great to hear. We love to hear it. Well, hey, we're going to let you go that we can go hang out with your friends and have a good, fun rest of your day because we've got more Magic to show the people. But thank you for taking some time to talk to us.
Of course. Appreciate it, guys.
See you later, Ben. All right. Well, that was great. I love how this excited he is to play Magic. Every time I talk to him in the booth, he's just like, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. It's been a great time. Always, interviews are after the win, so that helps a little. But when I see him around, he's always happy. So I love to see it. Speaking of loving to see it, we have our backup match in game 3. So let's head on down to that right now and see how everyone's doing. As Justin Brickman on your right is playing Rakdos midrange, and Pierre Smith is back at 3-0, which implies to me that maybe Gerrick conceded to him. Earlier.
We thought that was a draw. Interesting.
Yeah, we thought it was a draw in round 1, but I think Gerrick, nice guy, was like, hey, you know what? I'm in the leaderboard race, but I'm locked for champ.
Actually, no, it might just be a graphic. It might be a graphic update because I'm looking at Pierre's record right now, and it does show 2-0-1.
Well, there goes that narrative, but still very good weekend so far. And we saw this deck in round 1 here on the left Celestina Company. I'm excited to play the Demir mid-range deck we saw earlier, better known as Ninjas. I think that deck's sweet, but the Celestina Company, that's the deck that really speaks to me, Devin. Just good creatures, a little bit of mana cheat, and just playing good, clean Magic and sort of lining up. That's the deck I kind of like, and it's been doing really well on Magic Online as well, as we saw Team Scrap Heap take the RCDC by storm.
Yes, exactly. Both of these players playing some, sort of interesting decks from the regional championship. The Celestia Company deck was really put on the map. And like we saw Pierre Smith earlier playing the Celestia Company deck, and it is a deck that people have played in the past, but really got some, interesting new additions. And then the deck that Justin Brickman is playing. So this is the Rakdos mid-range, or if, Mason wants to call it, demons. Although there aren't as many demons in this particular version. Sometimes you see the Unstoppable Slasher and Bloodletter of Aklazot's combo. Those are absent from this list. We're just playing the 4 Archfiends and the 4 Unholy Annexes. So this is more, I guess if you would call it like more of the traditional Rakdos mid-range deck that's just utilizing Archfiend and Annex as the different sort of top end. But Unholy Annex, what a messed up card. That card is crazy.
Yeah, it's been taking a standard by storm. We saw it put up 2 people into the finals of Worlds just last weekend, as we are going to see Blood Tithe Harvester played off the mutable thanks to Urborg there. So before chat gets freaky with it. And, and we have Enduring Innocence here being played out. And that is one of the key cards in these kind of matchups. A lot of a good presence early can trade off with these things and then provides a ton of cards as the game goes on. And Brickman's going to need something like Torch the Tower if he wants to answer this quickly.
Yeah, there are 2 copies of Torch the Towers in Brickman's main deck, so perhaps those very likely stayed in because he wants to be able to kill all of these small creatures here for Pierre. But worth noting that Pierre start very, very slow. No 1-drop, no 2-drop, and then Enduring Innocence on turn 3, which leads me to believe the hand is very, very Collected Company heavy. Either that or just a bunch of 3s. So we'll have to see how Pierre decides to develop next turn. But yeah, Brickman offering up the Mutavault for trade of the Enduring Innocence, and Pierre says, you know what, no, I'd rather trade for a Harvester.
Yep. And I like that too from Pierre's side, right? Like the Innocence is going to give you, you have another one, so you're going to really pop off. But if Brickman's willing to trade the Mutavault, especially in game 3 here, his deck kind of needs some amount of the mana, then that's going to put him in a position where he clearly has a lot of lands in hand, right? If he's doing this. So you're going to want to be like, okay, I'm going to trade with the thing that is the most damage and provide the most time. And during Innocence, number 2 here was played, and that's going to be the thing that triggers off the land off, as it is only once per turn there. But you're seeing Pierre Smith's deck do its thing. And Brickman here using Blood in order to get into the swamp and then ends up fatal pushing. A little awkward there. But
yeah, these Enduring Innocences are so good. Now, Brickman does have the advantage of just having a bunch of stuff in the battlefield. This is half of Pierre's life total here. But, if Pierre has any sort of follow-up next turn, that's going to draw him 2 cards. And you can imagine, if you're drawing an extra 2 cards a turn against the Rakdos mid-range deck, you would imagine that's a good way to kind of fight through all of their 1-for-1 spot removal. Now,
Enduring Innocence number 3.
You want to kill that one, I'm going to get some more cards. Worth noting, Pierre does not have Collected Company available, so cannot go towards that. Maybe something like a Skyclave Apparition to kill the Blood Tithe Harvester. No, looks like we're just going to be a pass. So maybe holding up something like an Interrupter could potentially be, or something like maybe a Werefox Bodyguard.
Yep. And one thing to note here too, you mentioned Brickman's deck is Rakdos midrange, or Rakdos Demons, as we've been calling it, because it does have the demon package. But right now he's playing it like an aggressive deck, right? Because the draw he's had, which is one of the strengths of this deck, is he can play these beatdown games with these Mutavaults. You know, we saw players like Shota pick this up early on, or sorry, I should say in the middle of the life of the Rakdos midrange deck, just playing Mutavault. And Brickman's deck gets to continue doing that because you want Mutavault for your demon count. But now, you know, the Enduring Innocence stuff, it's slowing the game down, and Brickman is in a very awkward position.
Right. You could probably imagine that if Brickman had the choice, he would really not want to play a longer game against Pierre's deck, given the presence of Enduring Innocence and Collected Company, to just kind of have these endless amount of 2-for-1s, and it's basically impossible for him to get the Enduring Innocences off the battlefield once they've died. So, you know, Brickman is in a spot where he needs to close out this game before he gives Pierre a couple of extra turns with those Enduring Innocences, and that might be a little difficult. I think life totals might not be updated. I believe Pierre should have taken 7 last turn. I think he should be at 7 right now, but it is time shifted, so we may not be able to get that updated. But keep that in mind. Pierre, I believe, should be at 7, which means that, you know, this Annex, maybe a little bit of chip damage, could help Brickman cross the finish line.
And we see the Annex come down. You can also, one of the nice things about this Unholy Annex and Mutavault is, you know, for a mana, you're going to get that drain for 2, which is pretty nice. And what Brickman's doing here at the dice is he's representing like, hey, this room is locked right now. So what's going on? Well, you know, our card viewer are not going to be very helpful with rooms. We're going to need to update our technology and rotate that. Yeah, we tried. But Unholy Annex, that drain is very strong here. I imagine we're going to see Brickman just activate the Mutavault just for that, because it's such a powerful effect.
Yeah, really wants to, you know, the additional damage that's coming in from the Unholy Annex. We get Pierre's giving it a good old read there just to make sure we understand what it does. Very powerful card, where it's, you know, not only a card that allows the Rakdos decks to draw extra cards every turn, but on top of that, it also provides chip shot damage, life gain, and an additional 6/6 body. So just the card kind of just does everything.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting about this is Pierre had the Aven Interrupter, chose not to interrupt the Annex, and I think that might be due to the fact that if he did, that would give Brickman the ability to cast the Demon half next turn for just 2 mana, and then also unlock it again. So I wonder if that was some sort of consideration.
Yeah, I think Pierre was basically just like, well, I'm going to have to fight through this, but, you know, the Demon's going to brick me right now, and I'd rather just Brickman him. So I tried. I just, you know, it was a lot going on there. We got Thalia coming down. It's a draw 3 Ancestral. Artist Talent who?
2 mana for your 2/1 First Strike Thalia and 3 more cards. It's pretty good.
And obviously it's time shift. We can't fix it. Is this a May? Can you miss it?
No.
That's so funny. You could deck.
Yeah, and I wonder, this might be Brickman just thinking about responding to this, maybe if there's a Torch the Tower or something like that.
I do think it is a response, because if you have like a 2-mana kill spell, you're not going to be able to cast it. But I was just curious if you could actually deck yourself with Enduring Innocence, because we saw Pierre Smith in round 1, just got like one of these on the board, but he got exiled pretty quickly. So he never really like did the thing with it, but they just don't go away.
This is the standard Beanstalk problem. Never play the 3rd Beanstalk, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to get our 3 cards. And now Thalia's in play. So 1 mana removals available to us, but 2 mana spells are not. We have our 4th land, and we're going to get in with the Innocence because it's a kind of a free attack here. Looks like Aven Interrupter is going to hold back, maybe wanting to stop some of these Mutavaults. Remember, Enduring Innocence does have lifelink, so this trade would be very good for Pierre, getting his life total up and trading off with the 3/2. Heads up play.
Right. And you know, we talked about how Pierre wants this to go to the late game because he has so much card advantage with these Enduring Innocences, and you know, Brickman wants to get the game over with as quick as possible. The chip shot damage from the Annex, especially if there's a second one, that could certainly help swing the race in Brickman's favor, because doesn't really matter how many cards you're drawing if you're, if your life total is not being able to, if you can't pad the life total, which I guess he can a little bit with the Enduring Innocence, but maybe the second Annex could help Brickman kind of outpace that.
We'll have to see how this plays out here. Looks like another land for Brickman. Have some brick draws, but
stop.
Never. I gotta wonder why is the Meat Vote getting tapped over? There we go. All right, so we're gonna tack the Takanuma. I was like, come on, yeah, it's a swamp. We are gonna see Archfiend of the Dross. Come on down.
No blood tokens for the Blood Tithe Harvester, so not be able to use that as a removal spell. Because maybe Brickman would want to go say Blood Tithe Harvester to remove the Enduring Innocence, and then that could be we got a Coco in response. That's going to
Even Interrupter could be massive here, Devin.
Yeah, there's always this weird tension, right? Where the Collected Company deck has both Skyclave Apparition and Even Interrupter. And it's always, okay, do I want to play it in response to the spell, or do I want to wait till the creature comes into play? And you see Pierre hitting a Werefox Bodyguard maybe would have been a little bit more beneficial to wait, but it's a really tough question to answer sometimes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I imagine Pierre probably went down a little bit on these creatures just because of all the removal Brickman has, so they're probably a little less reliable. This might have also been a situation where if he hit Archon of Emeria, he locked Brickman out and then has something like a Skyclave in hand, right? Because he has so many cards in hand. He's got to have something that can answer the draws besides the Wandering Emperor we know about.
Yeah, so Brickman actually had a Heartless Act to remove the Bodyguard to get back the Blood Tithe Harvester, and that's also very important because not only is it going to trigger the Archfiend of the Dross to, have Pierre lose 2 life, that Blood Tithe Harvester coming back gives the Blood token, which means now the Blood Tithe Harvester can kill something next turn. That's another 2 damage from the Archfiend, with all of these chip shots really, really adding up here for Justin.
Yep, Werefox Bodyguard is going to take down Archfiend of the Dross. Now, that Blood Tithe Harvester can get it back, like you just talked about, but Pierre's going to draw 3 cards first. And, he's got a lot of cards, but Brickman did a great job of putting that pressure on early, identifying, hey, I'm flooding out. I need to apply the pressure. And now you see Pierre doing the same, attacking back for 6, needs to get this game over with. And the Enduring...
You could imagine if the life total, if Pierre was maybe a little bit higher, somewhere in the 9 to 10 range, this game would be a lot. You'd be like, how could Pierre ever lose this game? But given the fact that he took so much damage early, added up by again the annexes and the Archfiend, all of those chip shots really, really add up here. And Justin maybe has, if he could say, has a removal spell for the Werefox Bodyguard, get the Archfiend back, sack the Harvester, kill a creature, puts Pierre to 3. Archfiend or the Annex trigger puts him to 1. Like you could really see Brickman having the ability. And then the other thing you have to consider is what happens if Justin just attacks with everything, right? Because Pierre has to do some sort of blocking, and if he does some sort of blocking with the Archfiend in play, that could also be like you go sack the Harvester, kill the Bodyguard, and then just attack with both Mutavaults.
So we're gonna see a passing here. The Wandering Emperor is up, so something to keep in mind. A little extra life available. Could also stack the Werefox Bodyguard to gain 2 life.
True. Which would make sense if it's going to die anyways. Although maybe holding up a Collected Company and debating on whether or not he would rather... we got a Raider.
Guardian of Fate's going to phase it out.
Okay. So... you're gonna have to educate me on phasing. If you phase out a Bodyguard, does Brickman get back the Archfiend or no?
No, it will come back when they're together.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Phasing is so weird.
Yes.
Yeah, Brickman asking the same question. I'm pretty sure it still stays. Yeah, because it basically just like the wording on phasing is it's treat it as if it's not in play, but it never left the battlefield. It's some weird in between.
Yeah, I think they clarified it too when they reintroduced phasing as a mechanic they'll use every now and again, because there was a while where it was just kind of off the table design wise. And then I want to say around 2018, 2019, they started doing it again, and they clarified we know it's weird. Just kind of pretend it has hexproof essentially, right? It's just it's not really there is a good way to think about it. It can't die to wraths, it can't be targeted. So that's sort of what's going on in that regard.
But yeah, that's a huge play here for Pierre because that's going to protect the bodyguard, make sure that Brickman can't get back the Archfiend, putting a die just to represent that it's phased. But yeah, Brickman still has the Annex in play, so can maybe go pay 5 mana to unlock the other room, which he is going to do. That's going to make a 6/6. So that's going to put Pierre down to 3. But without access to that Archfiend, isn't really able to, attack with those Mutavaults to get in a little bit more damage. Because I think that's what Brickman's plan was this turn, was to be able to get the Archfiend back, hit with both Mutavaults, put Pierre in an awkward spot, make him decide if he wants to block or not. But now, just wants to make the 6/6 and maybe have a good attack next turn. Perhaps can find another removal spell the following turn for something like the bodyguard.
Yeah. Looks like a straightening up of the mana. Looks like there's maybe a little small mistapping here. Nothing's really happened to change, so it's all good. And it looks like Brickman's going to go to his end step and, drain Pierre for 2 and draw a card. And this is one of the things that, I think often goes underappreciated by players. That the One Ring kind of taught people is, I think that elf was summoning sick, but I'm not exactly sure. Anyways, time shifted. Who cares? Unholy Annex gives you enough cards, right? You can have a lot of cards, like the Endurance, the Endurings are here, excuse me. But if you don't have the mana to use them, right, you're going to not be able to capitalize on the full way. And for some early turns there, Pierre had way more cards than Brickman, but they were deploying a similar amount of cards, and Brickman cards were stronger pound for pound, right? He was putting in real pressure. So while Pierre is starting to pull away with it now, it's one of those situations that's very awkward where it's he has more cards, and if the game lasts 4 more turns, he's a huge, huge favorite. But, there's this weird window where he's starting to equalize with Brickman here as he's starting to be able to use his mana, which is why Elf is so good for this deck. It helps get your things out early, helps you have more mana. Very important to keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest question here is, can Pierre gain enough life and stay above a certain life total to make sure that he can't die to this Annex? Because that is really what is keeping Brickman in this game. Brickman, if you think about it, over the past, the Annex has been in play for 4 or 5 turns, so we've triggered it 4 or 5 times. That's basically putting Pierre from 10 to 2. And if Brickman didn't have that, then it would be a much different game. So, can Pierre gain enough life? There is 1 copy of Innocence left in the deck, presumably that all 4 stayed in. So maybe if he can find that to get another lifelink body, he can start attacking with that.
I was going to say, if he had used the Kellen to make maps too, we could have maybe grown the Innocence we have in play.
Pump the lifelinker, yeah, okay.
Yeah, do it the old-fashioned way, Draw 3.
Oh, by the way, draw 3.
Yeah, Skyclave does not get this demon token. Only the Werefox can, though. So you have one of those.
For people who are just tuning in, they might think that Pierre is looking through his deck. No, that's just his hand.
Yeah, yeah. Just has a massive hand going on here. Honestly, it's got to be close to decking. He's drawn 3 7 or 8 times now. He's got to have a low deck size.
That's a very good point. And with Brickman at 16, it's, I mean, I guess Pierre can probably get to a spot where if you've removed enough of the creatures, you can probably get to assemble a 2-turn lethal clock. And it looks like we might be going towards that right now.
Yeah. And it looks like an attack here for 10. Looks like Brickman's deciding if he wants to animate Mutavault, maybe get in there for a little trade skipoo. Can actually pop the blood first. This could be a good sign for a Fatal Push. Yeah, there's a Fatal Push in hand, and that's going to get the Werefox Bodyguard. Ooh. That's going to get the Archfiend, the Dross back. Brickman's going to get to block these creatures in combat if Pierre doesn't have something. Now, I think he has an Aven Interrupter. All right, he does. He's not just dead yet.
Yeah, so interrupt the Fatal Push. But Brickman still can cast the Fatal Push on his next turn, although won't have Revolt to kill the Bodyguard.
Yeah, he'll have to figure out some way to trigger Revolt. And with the 2 Aven Interrupters, if he doesn't block the Aven Interrupter now, it's going to cost 5 mana. The Interrupter stack plus the Thalia. Yeah. So it's going to be very difficult for Brickman to actually use the Fatal Push effectively on the next turn. So essentially countering it for, the shortness here.
Well, yeah, there's 3 total Interrupters in play, right? There's 2 attacking.
Oh, yeah, there's 3rd. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So
the Fatal Push costs 7.
Yeah, so I mean, I wonder if Brickman's supposed to just block the innocence here to stop the stupid life gain that's been keeping Pierre alive this whole time. You know, from Brickman's perspective, it's awkward because he wants to be able to cast the Fatal Push most likely, but I think it's just kind of gone, homie.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tough spot. I mean, like you said, you could block the innocence. I mean, blocking the innocence kind of only makes sense if you think you're going to get 2 more combat steps out of Pierre.
Oh, a Gonjo.
Gonjo to kill the 6/6. That's brutal. So Pierre's going to go up to 4. Presumably, though, if Pierre doesn't have a way to interact with another Annex on the stack, maybe that could be a lethal top deck here for Brickman.
I think it is, yeah. You just play the Annex, animate the Mutavaults, and we have the Wandering Emperor in hand for Pierre, but we don't have the mana because our own Thalia is limiting that. So Brickman has a lot of live draws and is showing just how powerful Unholy Annex is and just how finicky sometimes this Selesnya Company deck can be.
Well, now that I think about it, actually, I don't think Annex itself would be lethal because Pierre can sacrifice the Bodyguard to go up to 6.
Oh, sure. But if he does that, but it'll be his turn. Yeah. So Brickman won't be able to attack immediately. So it would force Brickman to have a kill spell. If he does, then Archfiend the Dross could be lethal.
It's the Fatal Push that's on exile, but good luck casting that one for 7 mana. That one probably not going to be cast this turn.
I think Pierre has about 22 cards left in deck. I did some counting.
Sounds about right.
So that's not enough to really get to decking. I think if we had 10 cards, 12 cards, Brickman could try to just play defense. But here we are attacking with both Mutavaults.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think what this attack might be is, then kill this before damage.
Yeah, and do we have the 4th Aven Interrupter? Now, you can sack the Bodyguard, but you're still going to get the 4 life here from the Dross triggers killing these creatures. And the Annex, that's going to be lethal. Oh, okay, the 3rd Aven Interrupter. And Brickman's going to concede the hand. Wow, what a crazy game for Pierre there. Had to lose a life to the Painland. Every point counted. Got in with those Enduring Innocences, and congratulations. What a game there. Brickman still very much alive, falling to 3-1, but, has 3 more rounds to go. Speaking of 3 more rounds to go, we're just about finished with this round. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a minute. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series here in Chicagoland. I'm your host, Ben Shark, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And this is our last round for the year when it comes to commentary of the main events. And we've got a doozy for you. We have Andrew Ellenbogen. He is in our feature match area versus Casey Ryback in a very exciting Enchanties versus Phoenix matchup with a lot on the line. But first, let's take a look at our yearly leaderboard, because Devin and I did some math, and we have some kind of exciting news we wanted to share with everyone.
Yeah, so, I mean, my math, I've been known to be wrong before because math is not my strong suit. But with Connor and Cliff both dropping from the main event, we believe, without 100% confirmation, but about 99% confirmation, that Gerrick Alford has locked the year-long MVP award. So, big congratulations to Gerrick Alford. That is going to be a huge achievement because it's not only going to give him free entry into all of our events for 2025, but it's also going to give him a bit of an edge in the Players' Championship. Mason, talk to us about that.
Yeah, so our MVP, they get to block one person from playing them on day one. We're going to do some Swiss event. We'll cover that more in detail December 14th and the 15th. Follow us on Twitch right now so you don't miss that. $35,000 on the line, along with a Pro Tour invite and an invite back to next year's champs. You get to run it all back again, see if you can, back-to-back it. But a lot on the line there, and getting to block someone is so important. You look at the deck list, maybe you're playing something like Control, right? And someone else, let's say, brings a tempo deck that looks very strong against you. Well, you block them. Now you're not playing against them, and that gives you sort of this small edge. And it's very exciting. We'll go into that more detail when that comes. But we also have some other players locked. So Connor Mullally is going to be locked for our year event. Connor and Cliff Boyardee were our two up here. They both had bad days today, but no one can catch them. No one can pass them, so they're a hard lock when it comes to our yearly leaderboard. Under that same lines, Zoe Riederman also locked through a very weird series of events. Basically, people could technically pass Zoe here on this leaderboard, but if they do, they can't pass Zoe on the seasonal leaderboard. So Zoe is just a lock, basically. It's really just a matter of how she gets the invite from having such a strong performance here in Season 2 and yearly. So congratulations to Connor Mullally, Cliff Boyardee, and Zoe Riederman. We're going to be seeing all three of you in our championship at the end of the year. But this does open up some weirdness, because remember how I just said that, Devin? You were pointing out how Zoe's a lock either way. But if Zoe locks it by, let's say, winning today on the championship, right? And she wins our event at X and 1, very likely to happen. She's done it before in Pioneer. She did it last year in our last event of the year. Actually, she won that tournament. She could do it again today. That's going to open the door. Ryan Bellamy's will actually be next in line. And everyone who can catch Ryan, and only one person is Fletcher Johnson. Bellamy's is not here today, but he might still sneak into our event. We're going to have to see how that all plays out. Very exciting here still with the last couple rounds of this event for the year.
Yeah, and you mentioned Fletcher Johnson is a name that we want to talk about too, if we can take a look at the Season 2 leaderboard, because, Fletcher has a chance to maybe catch up on the end of the yearly leaderboard, but with looking at Season 2, Fletcher in a comfortable 85 points. again, Fletcher and Cliff have, I believe, Fletcher, I think, is 2-2, so still battling it out. Cliff has confirmed dropped. But we see here, Zoe Reederman, if she wins today, that gets her to 91 points. That jumps both Cliff and Fletcher. Then, that would still, she would be qualified, so that would still pass down to Fletcher and Cliff that way. But there's also, now that you see Cliff's name here, there's also similar pass down things where, if Cliff is, in this, in the top 2 in this leaderboard and the top 3 in the other leaderboard, then maybe that opens up the door for an Andrew Ellenbogen to potentially sneak in here, who we may or may not have in our feature match this round.
That's right. And if Ellenbogen wins as well, right? Let's say Ellenbogen versus Zoe in the finals, then we're passing down to Christian Valenti because Connor Mullally, like we mentioned, is dropped. Now, for Christian, I don't know if he knows what's going on with the leaderboard race. He is 1-3, I believe, after this round, which implies to me he's still playing, right? If he was, a lot of people would drop at 1-2. So we're going to have to see if he can keep it up. But he might be in a weird position where he literally is our last person in via sneaking, which is so funny because Ryan Bellamy's and Christian Valenti are good, close personal friends who live very close to each other, and they're both trying to sneak in. So these Kentucky boys are trying to come into our tournament at the last minute. We'll have to see how that goes. I do believe we're probably ready in the feature match area, so let's head on down to that as we have Casey Ryback on your left here playing 4-color enchantments versus Andrew Ellenbogen on your right playing Is It Phoenix. Of note with Casey Ryback deck, this is not enigmatic incarnation. This is like the 4 of all the overlords for Zur the Enchanter Beanstalk deck. This is very much a control deck.
Right. You mentioned this is, we've seen a lot of enchantments deck in the past. We've seen, versions that have had enigmatic incarnations, some with 60, some with 80, some with Fires of Invention, some without. But this is sort of just the evolution of the enchantments deck. If we can maybe pop up Zur Eternal Schemer on the screen, because that might be one that you are not familiar with, but a very, very powerful card, especially when combined with these overlords, because you can cast the overlord for its impending cost. And then if you play Zur the Eternal Schemer, you can then animate the Overlord, which would still give you the attack trigger, and it would give you a very giant Death Touch lifelink hexproof creature. And another interesting thing about this deck is not only do the Overlords work well with Zur, they also happen to all trigger up the Beanstalk. So a lot of underlying synergies with this this Zur deck, as it were.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful. I actually played the enigmatic deck at the RC just a couple months ago, and I was very impressed by what was going on. It never occurred to me to just be like, what if I just only played Overlords and Zur? Maybe a learning moment for me there, and it has been quite powerful. Speaking of powerful, Free the Fae here for Andrew Ellenbogen, triggering the artist talent. It's going to take a second to figure out exactly what he wants to rummage away. It's going to do the Fiery Impulse, resolve the Free the Fae, has a Consider as the option, and it picks up another Picklock. Prankster could run it back here, decides to take Consider for the 1 mana.
Yeah, we saw Ellenbogen in the feature match previously playing this more artist talent focused Is It Phoenix deck. Ellenbogen still does have a couple of copies of Ledger Shredder, which is not something that all the Phoenix players are sporting, but the 2 shredders for artist talent, and then the 1 copy of Prof's Eidetic Memory. So yeah, we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. Casey definitely ahead here. Is tapping 5 mana when Ellenbogen only has 2 mana with that artist talent. And it looks like Ellenbogen might have missed the land drop, right? Because we played the talent on 2 and the Prankster on 3. So yeah, even falling further behind here.
Yep, this everywhere token is going to be big for Casey. And, and there's untapped because of Spelunking. And, this body is 6/5, nothing to laugh at. Now, it can get lightning axed, right? Which is, unfortunate. But if Andrew doesn't have that or has to spend his time looking for land and setting up, Casey is very quickly going to start putting the pressure on Andrew here.
Yeah, you see the Overlord on the screen. And, notably, the Zur Eternal Schemer does not only just give them lifelink, it also gives them hexproof, the creatures that it targets. We're going to be leading off with a Torch. That is a tough way to do it. But, presumably Andrew also has something like a Fiery Impulse to finish it off. But yeah, really just needs to find some land. So is able to pick up a Steam Vent. That'll help the juices keep flowing. So there's 6 in the graveyard. If you go Fiery Impulse, discard a card, and that could also line up a cruise here for Andrew. And it'll be the perfect number because the Fiery Impulse is going to be the 8th card, so you can cruise and keep the Phoenix in the graveyard.
Yep. And Andrew Ellenbogen, like you said yesterday in his interview, said, I came to win the Pioneer event. I'm fine. My modern deck's doing good. Had a good top 16 finish. great finish, whatever, but said, I'm very confident about Phoenix. And at 4-0, looking pretty likely to have a good run if we can keep it up. But Casey Ryback's going to do what he can to stop it. As we are going to fatal push that Phoenix, the Overlord was revolted away.
Yeah, so now if you're looking, as far as Casey, what the follow-up is here, maybe something like Azure Eternal Schemer could turn on the Spelunking. We're tapping 7 mana. That sounds like an Overlord to me.
Yep, Overlord of the Mistmoors coming down. The big white one, very much a Grave Titan-esque card, 6/6. It just makes 2/2/1 moths with flying. So, and does that every time it enters or attacks. So, if Andrew doesn't kill this Mistmoors next turn, Casey might just have an army of flyers.
Yeah, also a very important number here on the Overlord. Being a 6/6 means it's not going to die to a Lightning Axe. So Andrew is going to have to kind of pair 2 removal spells alongside each other. And starting off with a Consider, which means maybe he doesn't have the removal spell at the ready. But yeah, really needs to find a way to kill this, because if he doesn't kill this right now, it's just going to get even worse for him. It's going to make more 2/1s, and it's just going to kind of snowball out of control here for Casey.
Yep. Consider being resolved for Andrew. Getting another Consider, going to get that Rummaging going. Immediately discards Artist Talent number 2. Knows he doesn't want that. Knows he has to answer this Overlord of the Mistmoors like you're talking about. And taking a second to think now. Saw a bunch of cards, moves to a bunch of things, and this is why decks like Phoenix are so powerful. You see so much of your deck lets you play your game plan, but especially in the hands of accomplished players like Andrew Ellenbogen, these strong players who know what's going on in the matchups, know what they have to play to. They're rewarded so much for playing these decks. But, even if you don't, there's just a lot of raw power in this deck. And we're seeing Lightning Axe is one of the kill spells here for Andrew, but awkward spot, has to use another Lightning Axe if things keep going.
Yeah, I think Andrew does have 2 red cards, but they're both Lightning Axes. So, not the best way to answer this Overlord. It's better than, letting Casey keep it in play. You do what you got to do. Yeah, so it looks like, first Lightning Axe is going to happen. I don't know if we picked up another red card. Yeah. So it looks like
it is going to be that second axe. I think that's what Andrew was hoping was, I have it covered, but if I can pick up a Fiery Impulse, I'll be very happy.
Yep.
And missed an Artist Talent trigger there for Andrew, or decided he didn't want to do it. I know he has Treasure Cruise as one of his 2 cards. That is a may, not a must. So, kind of wish it was a must, to be honest. Just force you to deck,
Not entirely sure what the other card is. Yeah, definitely also saw the Treasure Cruise. So we'll see how Casey wants to kind of move the battlefield from here. Looking at the deck list, we have the Overlords. Those kind of pair nicely with the Zers as far as the interaction is concerned. We've seen Fatal Push here. There's also Leyline Bindings, 2 Go for the Throats, 2 Vanishing Verses, and then a little spicy one-off here in the form of Flicker of Fate. That's a cool way to kind of reset the Overlords once you play them for their impending cost. And as we see, speaking of Overlords, this is one that we don't see a lot, the Overlord of the Flood Pits. But when you're playing something like Zur Eternal Schemer, you really just want to have the highest density of Overlords to kind of, have a bunch of ways to make those into creatures once you eventually find the Zur.
Yep. And we're going to see Casey play another Overlord of Mistmoors. Going to get that up the Beanstalk trigger. Going to keep churning through the deck. And this is what Casey's deck does. It just sort of like presents constant threats, big cards, lots of card advantage. Andrew Ellenbogen giving him tokens of himself. You see him smiling, very pleased with himself. And
like, hey, do you need some tokens?
Yeah, no. Oh, they said me on them. Oh, I didn't realize.
Oh man, where did I get these from? It's just so happened that they happened to be in my deck box.
Yeah. And Andrew is going to start with a Treasure Cruise here. Going to get some delving going on. Has more than enough. Probably just making sure we have Fiery Impulse online still, although we'll very easily turn that back online here. And it looks like we're probably not going to trigger the Artist Talent like the cards we have. Maybe doing a little double check to make sure there's not something that we need to be playing towards. But, all right, yep, just saying no on the Artist Talent. Taking my 3 cards.
Yeah, now for Andrew here, this is kind of weird because you need to figure out a way to get through a lot of these tokens with the Phoenix, and it's kind of difficult to do that. Casey can just kind of trade a couple of times, then maybe the Phoenixes come back, but it's going to be hard for Andrew to kind of amass any sort of pressure through all these 2/1 flyers. So you look towards maybe a card like prosthetic memory where you can make one Phoenix big, but then in that case, then Casey could just start chump blocking. So I don't know. It's going to be really hard for Andrew to kind of amass enough of a battlefield to get through all these 2-1s.
Yep. Now, one thing that we saw at the RC, right, was some of these players on Andrew's team, System Magic, they decided to play Thassa's Oracle. And that gave them an oops, in this situation of like, well, you're accruing value. Who cares? I'm going to literally deck myself,
Yep.
Andrew ruthlessly has cut the Thassa's Oracle. And that means we're going to need to get a little cutthroaty here. And we're going to have to start killing some moths if we're going to win.
Right. Yeah, like I said, it's really hard to figure out a way to get through this. Is able to find a second Phoenix, can attack with 2 of those, can trade off for 2 of the spirit tokens, the moth tokens rather. So those get traded off. But Casey is kind of okay with that. Also, Casey just says, you know what, take 6, maybe can start racing with the 2-1s.
Yeah, that tells me Casey might have Zur plus Animate online.
Oh,
and he's just like, I'm attacking for a lethal next turn. You are not ready for this. And yeah, here's the Zur with 6 mana, which means we have a 7, a 5, and a 3 that are all going to be live. And there's 8 power from the moths. So Andrew can kill the Zur, but no matter what, Casey's going to turn the creatures on. And if Andrew kills the Zur, it's going to be very hard to kill the other ones. And
so
it's over. No, it's just done. He can't do it.
The nice thing, so Zur is interesting because you can kill the Zur to remove the lifelink from the creatures, but the really powerful thing and why this deck is so good why Zur is such a good card for this deck is that even if you remove the Zur, the creatures remain, the enchantments remain creatures even after the Zur is gone. It's not until end of turn. They just permanently become creatures. And that is a very, very important because a lot of times with cards like this, you'll see, okay, well, maybe it's like, oh, well, they become a creature till end of turn later on, down the road. I can eventually, only get hit by them once. But if Andrew can survive this combat phase, which seems kind of unlikely, is still going to have to deal with all of those creatures down the road. I guess if you remove the Zur, then you can Fiery Impulse the Blue Overlord, and that's an attack for 14.
Yeah, I was going to say, I imagine what's going to happen here is Andrew, it's a 5/5, so you can't Fiery Impulse it. Right, because it's power.
Oh, because it's power and toughness. Yeah. It doesn't just make it a creature, right? Okay, right.
Andrew literally can't win unless he had all his
right.
lightning axes. But even if he had all his lightning axes, then just the Overlord of the Mistwoods attacks, and Casey just like decks you essentially by blocking with 2-1s. And you're seeing Andrew there. He also very much like you thought, oh, I can just kill the 5/3. No, Zur is a really weird and powerful card when you get to have the time to set it up. And we saw it there. So Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champ, on the back foot. We're going to look at his sideboard again. Let's see if there's anything for this matchup. 2 Negate, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Brazen Borrower, 2 Annul, and then a Prismari Command, a Chandra's Defeat, a Lightning Axe, a Crackling Drake, a Narset, a Tormund Script, and a Props Enigma Memory. Devin, what do you like against this Beans deck?
I mean, it's tough. You got to find ways to remove the Zur. So the additional Lightning Axe probably has to come in because you might want to swap the Fiery Impulses anyways, and you kind of just need the maximum number of ways to get Zur off the battlefield. The Narset is pretty good against Up the Beanstalk. Annul is somewhat decent against all of the Overlords. Well, not somewhat. It is very good against the Overlords, so probably wants to go towards those. Past that, maybe Brazen Borrowing a impending Overlord is not the best idea. Like it buys you a turn. Mystical Dispute, there are some blue cards in Casey's deck, the Blue Overlord and the Zur, so that might be a card you want to go towards. And then Negate is a weird one because it counters stuff like Beanstalk and Binding, but it doesn't actually counter the impending Overlords, even though you're casting them as non-creatures. They still count as creatures on the stack.
Yeah, it's interesting. I see Andrew, because we can see the players in our corner of our screens, and Andrew's got about 5 cards, but he's mixing them around. I'm going to be really curious to see exactly what he does. Narset and Brazen Bar are the only ones that jump out to me. I can see it going lots of different ways from there with some pretty bad cards in your main deck. Speaking of your deck, though, let's check out Casey Rybrack's deck and see what is available over there, because I'm sure this deck thinks about Phoenix here in the sideboard. We have 3 Knockout Blows, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Heliod's Intervention, 2 Extinction Event, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Damping Sphere, and 1 Vanishing Verse. What do you like and why, Devin?
So from Casey's side of things, you definitely want to go to the Rest in Pieces to shut off the Treasure Cruises and the Arclight Phoenixes from coming back. Mystical Dispute is interesting. It can help fight over stuff like Prophetic Memory, the opposing counter spells from Andrew, as well as the Treasure Cruises. Vanishing Verse got a little bit better because now, obviously it could certainly kill Phoenix to begin with, but now you have a good 2-mana target in the form of Artist Talent. And in that same vein, maybe you want to go towards something like Heliod's Intervention just to be able to, for 3 mana, blow up a Artist Talent, although it is kind of expensive. So, definitely the Rest in Pieces, probably the Disputes, the Verse, but not sure about the Heliod's Interventions.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. One thing I'm noticing as we're talking here, Devin, is this deck outside of its mana, basically a standard deck.
Yeah.
Like it's Fatal Push, right? That's non-standard. The mana, that's not standard. The rest is kind of exciting to look at, pretty cool. And I think this deck is very strong. I'm gonna be interested to see how it develops here. And I mean, Casey at 5-0 looking pretty 4-0 looking pretty good. Soon to maybe be 5-0. Let's cut down to our players as they are shuffling up. And yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting about this deck is just how good it is at playing kind of a normal game of Magic with having unnormal, unfair elements to it. Zur plus these Overlords are really messed up.
Right. And what's interesting about that game too, we kind of talked about during sideboarding how Ellenbogen needs to have a removal spell for the Zur. Well, what about in a situation where game 1 where Casey just says, okay, I'm going to play a couple of Overlords. I'm not going to play the Zur until I have access to 7 or 9 mana, and then just say, okay, here's my Zur, activate 3 times. Even if you kill the Zur, I'm still just going to have lethal on the spot. So sometimes even the removal for Zur isn't even good enough. It's just if you're patient and you wait long enough to a spot where you can kind of activate it multiple times, this deck is really good. You mentioned standard. I have I don't know if we want to get on a standard tangent, but I have played a little bit with a shell like this in standard, and it is quite powerful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine the mana, you don't have the triumphs to make things
Mana's
work,
rough.
Yeah, but also, you can do different stuff. You don't have to be exactly this deck. It's pretty interesting to see. And speaking of making the mana work, Casey Ryback has Mana Confluence. Whenever I see that, I think, oof. Oof.
Especially on turn 1,
Yeah, that's, I don't know. Artist Talent past the turn. How many of those are in the deck? I didn't even notice them before.
1 Mana Confluence.
The Miser's Confluence, eh?
Had it, by the way.
Had it. Vanishing Verse, take it down.
Yeah, I love that. So we did see the, I guess there was 2 in the main deck and 1 in the board. So, I mean, presumably the third probably did come in.
I'm looking at the mana closer now. I'm brain melting. We scienced the 1 Mana Confluence, but the 3 Zagoth Triumph, 2 of the rest.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I'm in the commentary booth. As Cavern of Souls comes down, it's not my job to judge these things. Overlord of the Hauntwoods coming in, making an everywhere token. Everything's fine.
You yourself did play an interesting version of Enigmatic in DC with a slightly different mana base. So
yeah, but I didn't have Mana Confluence.
True.
That's me. I did play basically 5-color Enigmatic. So I'm not saying I'm down against that. I'm just down against Mana Confluence. When I see Mana Confluence, I think to myself, really? Every time.
You really just refuse to play the Confluence, huh?
It's so bad.
It's not great.
I like Mana Confluence if you're a deck like Boggles, where you're like, I'm playing a short game, my mana's atrocious, and I just will kill you as long as I cast my spells. That's the biggest hurdle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in this kind of deck, I'm a little against it. That's fine, though. We see Artist Talent come down.
5 mana, that could be Zur plus activate. We'll see if Casey wants to go for that. Casey definitely maybe was patient a little bit in game 1. I'm not sure if he drew the Zur the 1 turn that he activated it, but at least waited a little bit. And what's interesting to me about this is the Cavern of Souls, where you're kind of put your opponent in a squeeze, where if you name Avatar, you have 12 good uncounterable cards to cast through that. As we see the Ellenbogen token come back up.
Yeah. And yeah, it's a great point there on Cavern, just also like fixing your mana. And then, like in the late game, you only your mana is typically fixed by then. So then you get to name, Wizard or whatever for Zur. And then now suddenly it's coming down, doesn't get disputed or whatever. And Andrew's sitting on, these cards that can't really do that much. Also, the weird thing about these things are, even if we didn't have Cavern of Souls, Negate can't answer them, right? Like they're still creatures. So it's a very weird interaction. Now, obviously, I think Negate's still good here for Andrew for various reasons, but interesting to think about is we are going to see Lightning Axe trigger the artist talent, discard artist talent, and get a use on the Moth. We're going to get a Phoenix in the graveyard, so that explains why it was worth. Now, we drew another Phoenix, but our hand is Counterspell, Treasure Cruise, Phoenix, and I don't think we can get back the Phoenix this turn.
No, because I think there is, 6 total cards in the graveyard, including the Phoenix that Ellenbogen discarded, so probably doesn't want to get rid of that one. Even if you wanted to, 2 mana for a cruise, that's the whole graveyard, but then the Phoenix is gone, so can't really do that. I mean, can hold up the counter spells, but again, if Casey just goes, say, here's a Zur, animate my Overlord, what is Andrew supposed to do about that, you know?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, Ellenbogen's going to need to be ruthless here and figure out what the line is. He's tanking on it.
Yeah, he is gonna exile the Phoenix and fire off the cruise. I mean, kind of makes sense. Or maybe we miscounted the cards in graveyard. Okay, there is 1 extra. I thought I counted 6, but it is 7. So he is able to keep the Phoenix in the graveyard. Okay.
But Mystical Dispute, Mana Confluence, clutch. What was I talking about? It could be anything. As we are going to see a Steam Vince here shocked in afterwards.
And the Steam Vince is so brutal because if he had it in his hand before, he could have held up his own dispute to fight over Casey's.
Yeah, and now Casey Ryback can play something like Zur this turn. Ellenbogen can dispute in order to tap down and not get hit. But if there's a Zur coming down, this could be massive. But it looks like Casey actually just doesn't have much going on and wants to keep the Moth back on defense, and I like that. Sort of, hey, I've got these unbeatable Overlords coming down, and it's going to be an issue for you eventually. Of note, you might be wondering why they're on the same counter. Casey just missed a trigger on Overlord to the Hauntwood, so now we're synced up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just missed it turn 1. A little oopsie poopsie. It happens. Everywhere token in the lands there, first of its kind. Little figuring out what we're going to do here as Casey's deck has impressed. And Nassif was streaming this deck earlier today with the stream title Best Deck in Pioneer. And I know content creators would never bait me with stream titles.
I would. Yeah, we would never do that.
Yeah, I don't even know why he said you there for a second. But here we go. Overlord of the Hauntwoods, hard cast from hand. That one is not the Overlord Andrew was wanting to see. Even if it was, can't do much about them with the Cavern of Souls. And next turn, Andrew is going to be getting hit for a lot, and then the following turn, hit for a ton.
Yeah, and that's even assuming Casey doesn't have the Zur. You can imagine Zur next turn, cast Zur, tap 4 mana, animate both of these, hit you for, what's that? I can't count that high. 7, 13, 19, 21.
That's a lot. We're also going to see just how powerful Artist Talent is. We leveled up the first one. Everything's going to be cheaper, and now we're going to start burning through our deck.
Yeah, and it looks like the Annul did come in. So that was a card that was discarded there for Andrew. Resolving the Picklock, finds another cruise. That could be a start because there are 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard. So 4 cards. I believe it's, 6 total. So the cruise goes to hand. Then that's going to be 9, which is 7 minus the 2 Phoenixes. So, Ellenbogen will be able to set that up.
Yep. And this is a really big spot for Ellenbogen here. We sort of need things to work out this turn because we're going to just plow through our deck, and Casey has had time to set up and will have real threats in just one more turn. Mm-hmm. Casey also has a Leyline Binding, and it looks like he's been waiting and it's going to catch potentially the Artist Talent here once Andrews taps super low. And those negates and things are gone. Casey knew Andrew had a bunch of counterspells, wasn't doing anything. Great play there from Ryback.
Yeah, I wanted to wait until Andrew maybe tapped a little bit lower because, discarding a null, discarding negate kind of has to assume there's something going on over there. Now, the question is, is the follow-up? I think I saw a Lightning Axe and a Spell Pierce were the pickups for Ellenbogen off of that cruise. Mm-hmm. So it could potentially Lightning Axe the Moth token to get the Phoenix was into play. Because I think we're only on 2 spells, right? The Picklock and the Cruise? Or maybe
because we played Talent was the first thing. The second Talent. So that meant, I
might have missed it. We might have missed a removal spell.
Well, we started the turn with Talent. I think we should get a judge involved ASAP.
Yeah, because I thought, it was Talent plus Cruise plus plus Prankster, right?
Yeah, and there's only 3 mana.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible we missed something. Devin and I have been wrong before. I'm wrong about this mana confluence right now. It's crushing it, but we're seeing a lot going on here, and it's important to catch. And also, thank God Ellen Bogan's tanking, because now we get to think a bit more about it. This is gonna
you're right. No, because he led on the artist talent, then the cantrip, then the cruise. So maybe if we can have a judge just head over there real quick, just so we can get a double check to make sure there's nothing we're missing.
Yep, and I saw a judge walking over. Although it looks like to be the other match. Oh no! Coverage guy, get up, leave us. We can do it. Run over there.
Go.
Twitch chat won't shut up if I don't do it. Please. They're just going to talk to me about stuff all match. I don't want to do it. It's my last match of the year. We're going to see a cycle of the triumph. There's still time to back up. No information was gained. Anyways, it happens if it happens. One of the weird things about coverage, right, is we get to see these things where normally they just happen in the Swiss and we don't catch them.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. Get to see them live.
This is the thing I tell Twitch chat all the time is they're like very judgmental. And I'm like, surely if I watched your games, I would never catch anything. Surely.
Surely. You would never.
We are going to see an everywhere token tap. That is what that blank one is. We have one everywhere. We're going to see a Leyline binding cast. And I like this from Ryback. He's just like, hey, you've shown me a lot of things that could stop my Leyline bindings. I'm going to just get in this binding and call it a day.
Yeah. I mean, I would have to imagine at this point, even like I said, it's possible there was something that we missed. But even at this point, probably we're at the point of no return. We will have to see exactly. But yeah, the Overlord's now coming into play. Now Kesey has a ton of pressure on the battlefield here. And yeah, Andrew just not really having a lot over. Mason, you're laughing. What are you laughing at?
I'm Twitch chat. I'm doing everything I can for you. I know our feature match judge is my neighbor, so I DM'd him on Facebook and I said, "Judge," all caps. And I was just laughing because I thought I was funny. But now you made me say it out loud. As we're going to see Crackling Drake come down. Oh, there's the. He sees the message. All right. Well, I think what's going to happen is way too much has happened.
Yeah, way too much. Even if, like I said, even if that is the case, and what we presume happened the turn before was that Andrew only cast 2 spells. I mean, we're 2 turns ahead at this point. There's no turning back. So we are past the point of no return, as one would say.
Yeah. I assume it's a GRV. So basically the judges are messaging, because basically we got the message across. So now we're relaying basically what we think happened. Once again, maybe we're wrong, whatever. We just don't want Twitch chat mad. That's fine. And this is just a silly oopsie poopsie. I think Andrew even cast a spell later in the turn. So like he could have done it then. Obviously it's a little advantageous. Basically we just need to get a GRV, call it a day, right? That's just what's going to happen.
Yeah, because at least from what we saw, he started the turn, with the talent in play that was leveled up, cast the second talent using 1 mana, cast the Free the Fae using the second mana, then cast the Cruise with the 3rd mana. Then when he went to combat to get the Phoenixes back, there was a total of 3 mana tapped, presumably for the talent, the Cruise, and the Picklock, which that is an enchantment and 2 instant sorcery. So that's at least what we think happened. Not entirely sure. Again, we might be missing something, as we've been known to do that, but
a lot of this is just we want to make sure the game stays clean and clear. We understand, it's a weird thing, right? Like feature matches basically get extra sets of eyes, but we're only supposed to really comment on these sort of things. So, and once again, we potentially missed something. I believe that fully did not be the case. Normally, I would not be so like, let's get a judge going unless I'm like 99.9% sure. That's kind of my default, is to assume I've missed something because I'm working a job here. I'm messaging production. They're talking to my ear. Things happen. It's okay. It is not the end of the world. In the worlds of Hannah Montana, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. It's not that big a deal. I sincerely believe there's no ill intent here. Andrew Ellenbogen is a very accomplished player, done a lot of things, and has, I see always play very well and very cleanly. I think this is just what we would call a small oopsie poopsie. Now, the problem is we have caught, the judges got involved, are having to relay across the country to them. Too much has happened to rewind. That is
for sure. Yeah, there's no way we can back up at this point. I mean, there's basically been like a two whole full turn cycle since that turn. Just been too many things cast. Now, as far as the battlefield, as far as the battlefield currently sits, I mean, there's a big crackling Drake. Casey's got two couple of overlords in play. Andrew only access to 1 mana available. Maybe something like a lightning axe could kill the green overlord. But the mist moors could give us some chump blockers to potentially block the Drake next turn. Maybe Casey also has something like a leyline binding, but we will have to see exactly how this plays out.
Yeah. And, from this spot, it's a pretty interesting game state, right? Like this crackling Drake is a bajillion a million big, right? So if we can get it across the finish line, we're going to be good. And I think what's happening here is Andrew just finished telling the judge about his turn and is apologizing for, the game state / if we're wrong, sorry for us. Thank you, Andrew, for passing that along. But yeah, I think what's going to end up happening here is just, we're going to move on, call it a day. It might also just be a situation where I could easily imagine playing this deck and you're doing all these things, right? You felt like you cast the spells. You're also discarding so many spells to the artist talents that it just feels like you've cast them. And, obviously, once again, I think that's where we were. But
yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the Phoenix deck takes so many game actions in a given turn. Like, you cast a couple of spells, but in the meantime, like you said, you're looting, and maybe you discard a cantrip, and then you look at your graveyard, and you're like, oh, I see the cantrip, the cruise, and whatever, and you're like, okay, well, I've cast 3 spells now. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just say it in chat. I think it's, like, very, very likely here that Andrew just made a mistake. Once again, it's impossible to know, right? Like there has been accusations in the past. I'm not accusing Andrew of this, but we've seen people who got the benefit of the doubt. My whole case is that Andrew normally plays incredibly tight, and I have watched him call things on himself and catch himself when he doesn't know people are watching. And I think it's just a very simple situation of these mistakes happen. And the reason you see more of them chat from PT champs is because we feature PT champs because they're really good at Magic and they make mistakes because they're people. So you're like, oh, I always see this happen with so-and-so, where like it happens with these people that do really well all the time. And it's like, no, this is happening across the whole hall. That's why we need judges. And we just show you the matches with the good players. So you see the good players do it. It is not that big a deal.
I agree.
Yeah. So just,
the Andrew Wolthius walking by. I wanted to see, I don't know, we got some things to talk about. Andrew Wolthius was, I believe, going into this round at table 1 with the Dimir Ninjas deck. So he's a bit on a tear with some Ornithopters, Mason.
Yeah, I like that deck a lot. I'm gonna be honest. After this, my plan, I'm going to the gym. I like to play a little arena on my phone while I start off on the treadmill. And I've got it saved on the other monitor. I'm ready to queue it up on arena. And it looks like we're going to continue play from here. Everything should be taken care of. And we're going to get some Andrew Moths onto the battlefield and attack for, I think, 11. That's or 12. That's a lot of damage. Yeah,
presenting Andrew the option of blocking, which Andrew doesn't really want to do because he needs that Crackling Drake to be able to cross the finish line. And yeah, this is a situation where a lot of times what happens in Phoenix is because you see so many cards, you have to figure out what is left in my deck. Like, how many removal spells do I have left? How many ways do I have to remove these blockers? Because if it's a situation where Andrew, has enough removal spells left over, maybe he says, okay, I'll take the hit, try to find the 2 removal spells to remove the blockers, and then just have the Crackling Drake for lethal.
Yeah. And when we were looking at the mini camera during sideboarding, I saw Andrew flicking a couple fiery impulses, and it makes sense, right? They're not super good. So maybe he has one in an attempt to combine to kill one of these white overlords, right? But that probably means these moths are going to basically be trading the entire game. And I think, one of the weird things about this deck now that it's changed, right, is you just Hall the Storm Giants is just not a part of Andrew's deck anymore because he loots away the land so much, right? It used to be Phoenix, I would joke, is it Hall the Storm Giants? Where you technically just, you theoretically you want the other cards, but you would always just make your land drop because you drew so many cards. You'd keep 1 or 2 for Shredder, and then eventually you just get to these points and you go kill spell, Hall, you're dead. Or Time Walk, copy at Hall, you're dead. that's not how the deck's built anymore, and you lose a little bit of that insurance. Now I think Artist Talent's worth giving that up, but it is like a pretty big change up here, and Andrew's going to have to figure out how to get across. He does have Pick Lock Plankster, which he can play, which can help chump a little bit, maybe, get a profs. But Devin, what are you seeing to get out of here with?
I mean, on 12 life, he's also facing down a ton of pressure here. Still has the Green Overlord plus the 2 Moths to contend with. So, and I don't exactly know how many axes we've been through, but I can't imagine there's a lot left. I want to say we've gone through at least 3. So maybe if he boarded in the 4th from the sideboard, maybe has 1 left in his deck list to be able to answer that Overlord. Only 1 Phoenix in the graveyard because 1 got exiled from the binding. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we talked about, where Andrew really needs to find a way. Maybe is there potentially a way to set up a lethal attack over the course of a couple of turns? If you send 1 Phoenix in, you block with the other one, but it's going to be a dispute on that Free the Fae from Casey.
I like that from Casey. Fighting over the ways that Andrew can get back in this. You have a good board presence. Just do what you can. It looks like we're rummaging. And now
there are we talked a little bit about this before. There are no copies of Thassa's Oracle in Andrew's deck list. So, if Casey has this sort of battlefield, that is not something that Andrew can draw towards. He is choosing not to play the Thassa's Oracle this weekend. Instead, just go back and look at the deck list. There is the 2 Ledger Shredders, 1 Borrower, 1 Props, 1 Torch. So those are kind of like the flex spots that Ellenbogen has chosen to go with. So not something that we can go towards if you are Ellenbogen's side.
I think Ellenbogen was just declaring how many spells have been cast there, and both players just see kind of chuckle, be like, "I have done it. 3 have been cast,
confirmed."
Yeah, and we're gonna get back these Phoenixes and hope that they can, go the distance here. We're also seeing, Casey's deck is very impressive, right? It's put up a lot of good results. The difference between Bean and no Bean is this game is close. In game 1, it was like kind of close, but like not really. And that is the big difference, right? Is like Casey just had that flow of cards, knew it was going to hit the Zur and just get that huge swing. And just also knows, enough kill spells, I can kill the Phoenixes when they get profed,
Right.
So big difference here post board. And now we're seeing Casey can attack with this Overlord of the Hauntwoods, can get an everywhere token and force Andrew to, cast enough spells to bring it back. Might just have to, because
thing that we never mind. I was going to say I'm so used to these enchantments decks playing Yorion that I thought that Casey was a Yorion deck, but no, only 60 cards, so no Yorions today. I was wondering, but yeah, my bad. In any case, Casey has also not found the Zur yet. That is one card that you can imagine if that is able to be located, that turns on both bindings. But yeah, we're going to attack with everything. So Andrew has the option of double blocking. I think I like this from Andrew. Get the Overlord off the battlefield. That'll deal 4 damage down to Andrew. But yeah, you bring up a very good point where the games where Casey doesn't have Beanstalk, he can kind of run out of steam a little bit. And that's sort of exactly what we're seeing. And, Casey unable to find a Zur here. That would probably almost certainly end the game on the spot.
Yeah, and what I like there at Casey's attack too is Casey felt like Andrew was probably going to block, so he gets in with the Moths because he knows there's no way he can get profed, and we actually see prof get discarded there by Andrew.
Wow.
And which makes me think Andrew's deck is smaller than it looks, and he doesn't think he can actually get the pick lock big enough, quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the library, there does not appear to be a lot of cards left in Andrew's library.
Yeah, and you see Andrew's count. Yeah, and that was a quick count.
The 10 to 12 range, maybe?
I agree. And that means Artist Talent's starting to come back. Okay, we had the other profs. That makes sense. We are going to get the card draw going here, and we are going to play the pick lock pranks or something. Something's going to come onto the battlefield because, once again, your Phoenixes cannot be targeted by your profs, as we learned in an earlier round. Now, the real question is, can Casey chump block and kill spell enough? Casey's on double lands in hand. Could draw something like Overlord of the Flood Pit, which also draws cards.
Yeah, I think Andrew is not 100% positive if he drew a card off the profs. I believe he didn't, because I saw him rummage discard the vents, but I don't think he actually drew a card off of the profs yet.
Okay, well, luckily it looks like both players just confirmed deck size. And so
Yeah.
Andrew's like, okay, well, I was supposed
Yep.
to have drawn 2 cards. My deck is whatever the size is, so I now know. So luckily a little heads up there. And that also is going to help us confirm sort of how many cards have been drawn for the profs to make sure we're on the right number. So
Yeah, so the other thing to worth noting is the spell count, right? So we've cast the
Hmm.
Cruise and the Prof so far, so only on one spell. And Andrew does kind of want to deploy one of the pick locks this turn because otherwise you're not going to have a creature in play to get the counters on for the Profs. So
Mhm.
presumably 2 mana to spend on the pick lock. Do we have 2 more spells left to get the Phoenixes back? I'm not sure that we do.
yeah, I'm not sure if we do. And also, Andrew might have something like negate in hand, right? And if he
Yep.
has one of his negates, he discards some of them. But if he has them, he's going to want to keep it to make sure that the profs doesn't get fought over. Something like Vanishing Verse could have been game over here if, before move to combat, I Vanishing Verse your profs. Andrew probably just couldn't win in time. Just not enough cards in deck. Now, Casey has a Triumph in hand. He's going to hold it.
I don't know if there's was there a Triumph? I thought it might have been 2 Shocks.
I think it's Hollowed Fountain and then Naya Triumph.
Okay.
We'll
So
have to see.
borrower bouncing one of the tokens, depending on how many cards Andrew can flow through while removing both blockers. So this is probably just lethal, right? 6, 7, even if with the props. So it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus the 3 Phoenixes. Now that's 19, I believe, for Andrew.
Yep. I guess it wasn't a Triumph. That's my bad. I thought it was. I imagined Casey would probably cycle and try and find something there. But, like we mentioned, the flood out can occur, right? Like with Casey's deck, sometimes you have a lot of really powerful, high impact cards, but you don't have a lot of card selection, right? Like one of the nice things about Ellen Bogan's deck is just how much it smooths the curve, how much it never really fails, right? It has such a low fail rate. Casey's deck hits up the beanstalk, very similar position, not as good as Ellen Bogan at doing it, but when you don't have that, you don't have, your blue overlord to help sift your draws. You're kind of just almost like Seth Banfield's Worlds deck, right? Like a ramp deck with kill spells. And you're just kind of like, yeah, I draw what I draw, right? Like,
Mason, are you a ramp hater?
No, I actually play a lot of ramp decks. I really like ramp.
Oh, okay.
I think ramp's underplayed.
Yeah, but I think that these first 2 games are a very, very good showcase of exactly what you mentioned, where, game 1, we saw Casey kind of run away with the game, just had a turn 2 beanstalk, was drawing an extra card every turn, was able to find, all of the overlords just in time, found the Zur at the right moment. And then game 2, Ellen Bogan was able to cycle through, make sure he hits the very specific cards he needs at a lot of given points, ended up waiting towards the very end of the game where he had less than 10 cards in his library to find that profs, or maybe he had it for a while and just waited to set up a little bit. And maybe perhaps this game we'll see Casey with a turn 2 beanstalk. Maybe perhaps both players can sort of fight on all cylinders. As far as the matchup is concerned, it seems like it's very, very close. I wanted to say I was going to give a little bit of a slight edge to Casey, but I actually think Ellen Bogan improves a little bit better in the post-board games.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would lean towards slightly Ellen Bogan, but I think it's still going to be a close matchup for game 3.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, I agree. I think what I like about Ellen Bogan's deck is just the fail rate is so much lower, but I do think Casey's deck lines up pretty well here. And so I feel like it's whoever's on the play is who I like more. Although I think, over 1,000 games, I like Ellen Bogan a bit more. So it's really interesting, right? Like just Ellen Bogan's deck's going to stumble way less than Casey's, but Casey overpowers him. I'm going to vote Casey, though. I like these enchantments. It's going to be sick. We'll have to see how it goes. We actually just saw the Enigmatic deck. This is the Yorion version. Obviously, this is not Enigmatic, but it won the Chinese RC. So, congrats to that player. And this archetype has a lot of room, right? Like this deck and Enigmatic are kind of like siblings. They're different, but they end up doing a lot of similar stuff. So it's gonna be cool to see them evolve.
Yeah, and I remember seeing some posts. I believe it was from Dom Harvey, who played a slightly different version of this Overlord deck, where he actually went up to 80 cards and kind of mixed in all of the maximum number of Overlords, but kind of also mixed in the enigmatic package. So, as you mentioned, tons of different ways to build this. Where the other thing about 80 cards is Yorion works well with the Overlords. We see a shock here on turn 2 for Casey, and I believe that might have been a pass. I think Casey did not find a third land drop here. That's tough.
That's really tough. Casey does not want to stumble against Ellenbogen. We talk about it, right? Like he's doing some more like if we cast equal number of cards, right? Like mine are better. But obviously Ellenbogen doesn't play that kind of game. And when you sort of miss here, you're potentially falling really far behind. That makes me think Casey has some really high impact sideboard cards in his hand that made him want to keep this. And then you see Ellenbogen sort of just, pass the turn, not really wanting to play into anything, knowing Casey has cards he wants to deploy. And now he has to decide, am I going to do something like Overlord of the Hauntwoods here, make my land drop, and potentially get annulled? Looks like it's going to be Spelunking.
Yeah, that one also a reasonable annul target.
Yeah, it's super interesting too, right? Because Casey doesn't have the land or has the weirdest bluff of all time where he missed a land drop to then set up Spelunking. But, it's just going to let the mana enter untapped. And if Andrew has something like, yeah, free the Fae, this is a great time to deploy it. And sort of, Andrew stole the play back, right?
Right. Yep.
And we're going to see Opt be the take here. Doesn't want negate. And it's going to cast the Opt right away.
All right, so that is going to, Andrew's going to cast the Opt, and we'll have to see as we throw it back to Andrew's turn. Couldn't quite get a good look at the hands for Andrew or either player for that matter. But yeah, no Phoenixes. Not exactly sure where we want to go here. Looks like deploying a Mount land.
And the Fae are freed yet again.
Mm-hmm. Finds an Axe or a Consider. Chose the Axe, which is interesting. Maybe worried about something like potentially like if Casey, I'm trying to think like if Casey made, like you said, baiting with the Spelunking, maybe he still has a copy of the Green Overlord. And then if that were to happen, maybe he's worried about a Xur after the fact.
Yeah, I think Andrew is also like very heads up. And, like the fact that Casey thought about the Spelunking, it could be that he had some sideboard card, right? And he was thinking about leaving the mana up versus not. But I think it's more like, am I playing the Spelunking as bait or not? And yeah, Casey plays the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. It gets annulled. And now Andrew sort of, has the green light to play anything he wants. And it's Crackling Drake. So if Casey doesn't have a kill spell for that, it could be game over. Because that Crackling Drake's probably about 7 or 8 power right now.
I would have to imagine. It's got to be close to that. We're doing a count here. It's got to be
also
close.
Worth noting, if Andrew has like a null here, so it looks like it's 5. If Andrew has a null, then something like Leyline Binding, which is one of Casey's better answers, just won't do anything here. So Casey's going to need, one of his like go for the throats, which maybe didn't even stay in, right?
Yeah, notably the Vanishing Verses. We said that was going to come in from the sideboard to answer talent. That one does not take care of the Crackling Drake.
Yep. Casey hit the land now. Looks like we're going to play the White Overlord.
Ooh, do we have the second annul? Does not have the second. That would have been brutal.
Yeah, that might have been game over had that resolved. Stop this from resolving. Now we're going to have 2 Moths, and they're going to get us to chump block a little bit. But we saw last game how Andrew can very easily clear the way one time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he wants to, he can probably go the distance. And he has an axe in hand, and it looks like he's actually axing right now. Nope, he's going to wait. Never mind. Decides against it. Might be hoping to draw Artist Talent or some Phoenixes. And looks like we're going to start with a Treasure Cruise.
We're going cruising, Mason.
Yup.
Maybe he can find something like a Profs off of this. And then that would be, 4 power on that? Get it up to 6. Then it would be a 10 power attacker. That would be a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, plus if you profs into like Lightning Axe here, you might be able to actually just lethal. Like, just actually clear the way. We'll have to see though. Sleight of hand. Really love all the cantrips and decisions.
Yeah, and remember, each one of these spells is continuing to pump up the Drake as well. So the more cantrips he finds, the more we can power up the Drake. Now, it is worth noting that even though there's 7 dice on it, it still has 4 toughness, which means, Casey still does have the opportunity to double block, but it looks like Alan Bogan's not going to give him that opportunity.
Yep, and discarding the Phoenixes with that, oh my goodness. This is
Is
915
enough?
damage.
2 Phoenixes, right? Yes, this is
Yeah.
going to be 15.
Yeah, if we had a third Phoenix, it's lethal. If Andrew has something like Free the Fae here, he could cast it and has lots of ways to win. Could hit another Phoenix, could hit 3 spells and choose nothing, right? Just very much has a chance to win here. Looks like he does have something he could potentially cast. I think he's just thinking, okay, can I actually assign lethal? Decides cannot, and it's going to put Casey down to 3, which honestly I think is good enough. A lot about Casey's stuff is like he's on the play, consistently doing his thing, and curving out and like stalling for time, basically. If you had a Zur here, it'd be good, but it wouldn't be game winning, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this was really tough for Casey. I'm not exactly sure what the texture of the hand that he decided to keep. We did keep a 2-lander. Perhaps had some sort of the counter spells. But there are 2 Mystical Disputes and 2 Dovin's Vetoes in the sideboard here for Casey. So perhaps maybe went towards some of those, and that's what we kept the hand on the strength of those. But I mean, it's really tough, and possible that we just had, 2 land and a couple Overlord of the Haunt Woods. Maybe wanted to hopefully draw land 3, hit that, cast, get some land drops there. But, with Casey stumbling here and no Beanstalk, it's going to be pretty. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction Event is the only card I can see that does anything here. They're named even, and
Wow,
Andrew can hard cast the Phoenix to win. Will he draw it? He has a lot of really live draws here. And Casey has the Zur in hand. If Andrew doesn't kill this turn and Casey can draw the land, get the Zur on the battlefield, turn the Mistborn lifelinking, he's going to swing it. Now, a lot needs to go wrong for Andrew here, but it's already started going wrong. Why would it stop now?
This is crazy. I can't believe he actually had the Extinction Event to clear the board, and now, Ellen Bogan, so he can play the Talent, but even if we cast a couple of cantrips, okay, 2 mana for a Cruise, but now we don't have enough to hard cast the Phoenix, so now it would have to be
triple
cantrip.
Spell.
Yeah, cantrip, discard Phoenix, and then second cantrip to go to get it back, because that would be the 3rd spell with the Cruise.
I think he's in the tank. He's thinking about what he wants to do. He might have found some sort of interaction spell that he wants to leave up for Zur, right? Like he might be thinking, okay, I don't think I can actually get there now. I'm going to, think about what I'm doing and just maybe hold up Zur so I don't get life-linked. But also might be thinking about what the odds are. I think those are the only 2 Phoenixes we've seen so far. I don't think any got exiled earlier. This game is something kind of, not much going on from Casey's side. And we are going to see a Spiral for the passing of the turn.
Untapped land is big here for Casey, because then we would gain 6, go up to 9, and make 2 blockers for the Phoenixes.
Yeah, and Ellen Bogan will be behind. But either way, Casey now has cards like Vanishing Verse up.
I say untapped land. There's a Spelunking in place, so they're all untapped. Yep. Okay, yes. There we go.
Yeah, and the Triumph's there. And we're seeing Casey go for it. Here comes 3. Oh, he has a bunch of Zurs in hand.
Do we have 2 white sources? Oh, yeah, there's the Rafine's Tower. Okay, Rafine's Tower plus Sparras.
All right, so we're going to see Mystical Dispute. That's going to allow us a Rummage. Now, of note, Casey does have a Vanishing Verse in hand. So that's going to mean that Ellen Bogan's Phoenix might not kill.
Yeah,
obviously
there is
it can be protected.
Another Zur left over. I can't quite get a good look at the hand here for Casey.
I think it was Zur, Vanishing Verse, Random Spell.
I don't know why, but I thought I maybe saw a veto. But yeah, Vanishing Verse is nice, because even if Ellen Bogan can put the Phoenix into play, then you could still hold up the Vanishing Verse for the Phoenix to buy you that 1 extra turn, because that's really all Casey needs at this point, is just 1 more draw step to get to that Zur.
Yep, and we're going to free the Fae here, rummage away the Artist Talent, hit some cantrips, can take the Consider. It looks like Overlord of the Haunt Woods, Leyline Binding, Vanishing Verse, Zur, and maybe the Flood Pits. Maybe I was wrong on the 3rd Zur there. consider going to happen here. Discard the island. Now, part of this is, Ellenbogen has cards like Mystical Dispute. So even if we find the Phoenix, we might be able to, protect it. Obviously, Mystical Dispute, very hard to use against Vanishing Verse, but is doable. And it looks like Ellenbogen is just going to try and get this Picklock Prankster in play and ride it to victory.
Yeah, the Prankster is interesting too, because Ellenbogen may also have a copy of Prosthetic Memory to maybe grow the Picklock next turn. So even if he can't find a Phoenix, that also might still be able to present a lethal threat. So we'll see if Casey finds... Now, even if Casey does find land 6, Ellenbogen, if there is a second Mystical Dispute, probably still fires it off, because if you pay the 3, then you can't animate the Overlord this turn.
Yeah. Now, Casey does have Leyline Binding, so if, the Mystical Dispute happens, he might not even fight over it. It looks like he's actually going for the Drowner.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
So I wonder if Casey is maybe saying, instead of going for the Zur this turn, he's going to go for the Overlord this turn, the other Overlord this turn, and then next turn holding up, some sort of interaction, whether it's Binding or Vanishing Verse if he has that, and then the next turn go for, and yeah, this is the bait for Mystical Dispute.
Yeah. So now Casey has Zur in hand, has another one, and has a Leyline Binding. So next turn we can play it. Of note, it just gives Hexproof and Lifelink to enchantment creatures. Yep. So it will just automatically be helping that creature out if we get that far. And currently, Ellenbogen is not presenting a lethal attack. Has the ability to easily do it, but...
Yeah, and also worth noting that Casey has the ability to pay for Spell Pierce. So if Ellenbogen has some sort of cheap, if Ellenbogen has one of those soft counter magics, if looking at the deck list, I'm trying to think of what other counter spells he could have. There's 2 negates, 2 disputes, 2 annuls. I think we've already seen both annuls and both disputes. So I think negate is the only one that could even fight over the Leyline Binding, I believe.
Yeah. And he is pretty light on mana. And because Casey fought over the Artist Talent, it's going to be harder to get the Phoenix in the graveyard. Unless, you do something like Lightning Axe to discard the Phoenix and just put the damage on the Overlord, which is what Ellenbogen's doing.
Ooh, there's the Phoenix.
He's setting up. If he has negate, this is going to be all she wrote. As Prosthetic Memory is going to also put him in the squeeze of 2 lethal threats. Now, we have 2 minutes left in the round. These players do have an extension because of our judge call. Brazen Bar is going to bounce the Overlord.
That's spell number 3.
Yeah, and spell number 3 with 2 cards drawn means we have 2 lethal attackers. Casey can't get out of it. Congratulations to Andrew Ellenbogen. Moving on to 5-0. Both players very live for our top 8 still here today. But Ellenbogen a little above the rest at 5-0. Has told us yesterday he's going to win the tournament, Devin. He's trying.
So far, he's not lying, right? He was really confident in this Artist Talent Phoenix deck. And as we've seen him on camera a couple of times, I think it's pretty clear as to why.
Yep. And like we just mentioned there was 2 minutes left in the round, so we're not going to have any backup magic this round. But Drake's Astro Corbin Hostler, they're going to take you home for the rest of today and for the rest of our series year from this. We'll see you all in December the 14th and the 15th for the Invitational, so make sure to follow. And I've had a blast commentating this year. I've had a blast doing it with you, Devin. I hope we get to do it more next year, and I hope you all enjoyed the commentary. Stick around for some more Paper Magic. We'll be back.
All right, everyone, as promised, the short break, and we are back here for round number 6 of 7, the penultimate round of our Pioneer 5K Showdown here in Chicagoland, beautiful Illinois. We, of course, got to watch quite a bit of modern action yesterday as part of the 10K Showdown, and we got to see Grayson Nimitz punch his ticket to the end of the year championship, and one more player will be able to do so by winning the showdown today. Again, it all comes down to this. This is the last opportunity for points. This is the last opportunity to qualify via direct invite. Last opportunity for everything. This is the end of season 2 of our 2024 NRG series circuit here. So with that, like I said, the tournament, we're 6 rounds deep. So, the people are starting to figure things out. And I believe, things are also starting to be sorted out as far as the leaderboard goes. Things like Gerrick now, I believe, hard locked with Connor dropping from this tournament for the MVP. So congratulations to Gerrick, and, kind of soft locked for some of the at-large bid stuff too. We'll see exactly how the rest of this plays out and who qualifies via the showdown. That can mix things up quite a bit. But, for the time being, we have some spicy Pioneer to watch, and a very different format with a very different, I guess, cadence from what we were watching in Modern yesterday. You've seen quite a bit of Phoenix so far, Andrew Ellenbogen and all that stuff. But, Corbin, you were just watching quite a bit of Pioneer, if I am, to be believed. And so talk to me a little bit about the format and specifically what we're about to watch as we kind of get ready for these players to play round number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe we can take a look at the deck lists as we go here, but Pioneer in Phoenix specifically, you brought it up. It's kind of the last deck standing from the round of bans a while back, right? And that makes it very comfortable. It makes it something that players know how both to play with and against, and that's why you see someone like Andrew Ellenbogen being able to find such great success with it. Oh, and all right, Alex, actually, we're able to get directly down into our match, so we will hop right on into it with some Pioneer action. I am excited to watch this. So you see it right there. The word
Quite
combo.
different.
The word combo is on both sides of your screen. Selesnya combo and Rona Luca combo. So we'll get into this match. These first turns might go pretty quick, but then it might get a little more complicated because both of these decks are trying to do things that you may not regularly see. Certainly different than what we saw.
Oh, here we go. We got Lands in front.
Yeah,
player.
this is
Wii-oo.
Yeah.
I believe that is Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Quick check here.
I can't tell. It's in the wrong spot. It looks like a land to me.
It's behind the lands. It's not even a card, just revealed from a hand. No, so, I mean, both these decks seem to be kind of in their own way creature combos in the sense that creatures are involved, but looking to accomplish quite different things, I'd say, as obviously Thalia being deployed alongside Enduring Innocence. That one's a nice recent to pick up from Duskmourn in the face of a little bit more traditional look, I'd say, with the 2 mana creature elves over there for the Rona Luca combo. And then we also have a copy of Rose 2 mana. What the heck is this thing? Looks like a reskinned card. So, it's Paradise Druid. This is the Paradise Druid from the Lord of the Rings set that I got a reprint there. So, followed up by Kennen. So that's going to juice up the mana quite a bit. And this is a deck that needs its creatures to make 2 mana. I believe the combo here involves quite a bit of mana. Lucca itself being a 5 mana planeswalker, but also if you're just trying to cast some of your bullets that you draw, things like Atraxa and things like the Valaki, God of Lies, Tybalt, Cosmic Imposter. If you're trying to cast that stuff, which I assume is part of the plan sometimes, you need to be able to make quite a bit of mana. So creatures involved, mana involved, and of course, we can also just activate Kennen. That's a way to do it as well. There's Valaki. Found it. That's a one of.
This deck can go pretty wild, right? Like this is, where were we on turn 3, turn 4 here? There's a Thalia in play. And look at this. I mean, look at how much mana is being produced. Meanwhile, Frederick over there just trying to play out these fair creatures. You spot the Enduring Innocence, a really nice pickup for a lot of decks from Duskmourn. It's got lifelink. You don't really care if it ends up dying in combat because all along you're just going to be drawing cards. And you see there, you just replace a legendary creature with another. You draw a card off the Enduring.
Yeah, and finding all these Thalia is not really what you want to see. We saw, I believe, one of them taken by the Valaki trigger, and then we had one in play. So that's all 3. We have the one that we just deployed as well. And again, not even that good in this matchup, right? We were just talking about how there's a bunch of creatures involved on the other side of the table, and now they're making a ton of mana, pretty much invalidating Thalia's effect for the most part. And if the best play we have for this turn is just play the third Thalia legend rule out, one that's already in play to draw a card, that's not great. That's not great if you're a Frederick fan and a fan of this Selesnya combo deck.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for Kamari here to show off, though, in terms of what this deck is capable of in terms of producing mana, because it can make a lot of mana. And Kinnan, by the way, you might recognize its first ability, where when you tap a non-land permanent for mana, you get additional mana. But you can also just pay 7 mana and activate it and start getting things off the top of your deck. I think that's what.
Or you can pay 7 mana and use Atraxa to get things off the top of your deck, like we see him doing right here. A huge pickup with that Atraxa, 1 of 2. So finding a bunch of the bullets that you normally find with Luckas. Didn't find any Luckas, just found the creatures themselves. But Kinnan, as I just mentioned, allows you to really to be able to cast these creatures. And now a pile of cards. Looks like Tyvar, Oath of Nissa, Extinction Event, Breeding Pool, and of course the Fae of Wishes.
Step 1, make a bunch of mana, right? Step 2, find something to do with it, whether that's Kinnan for an Atraxa or just casting Atraxa or playing your Tybalt, the backside of that Valky for a bunch of mana. This deck can really do a lot once it gets going, and Kamari just faced absolutely no resistance in setting up this huge amount of mana. And Pioneer is a format where you can do that, right? Like between all the Nykthos decks that have existed, there's a lot of ways to make a bunch of mana in this format and things to do with it, as you're seeing here. This is just really showing off with Atraxa, right? And now Frederick just maybe we'll get to see what his deck does next game, unless there is a combo waiting in the wings.
We've successfully here found an answer to the Atraxa in the form of Brutal Cathar. Now, if this one does get removed, Atraxa comes back as the ETB again. That's a disaster. So really, I mean, it's a little risky, but at the same time, you can't leave the Atraxa in play. Not a ton of other answers in the deck anyway. Have to answer it, have to get it out the way if you're going to try to claw your way back into this game. But again, Valky getting first strikes, Thalia going back to hand. Really, just not the draw Frederick really was looking for. Is there any back doors to combo it? So this deck is a Selesnya combo.
Yeah, it looks like I'm digging.
Oh, it's a company deck. I don't see any. Is there any actual combo?
No, this is as fair as it gets.
Yeah, I was looking through it. I was like, I don't even know. Is the combo just collecting company plus creatures? That's tough.
Yeah, this is as fair as it gets, and that means if you're Frederick, probably looking towards the sideboard here, right?
Sure.
I guess. I mean, you answered Atraxa, sure. Unfortunately, Kinnan and all this mana is in play, and Atraxa did refill Kamari's hand. So, okay, I mean, the game's going on. Frederick's sitting at 24 life. He does have Kamari down to 8. So, mana getting tapped. We'll see what comes of it. Looks like an extinction event.
That'll do it. Extinction event. Of course, that is the answer that was face up to the Brutal Cathar. So that's going to bring Atraxa back, going to trigger Atraxa again. And yeah, the game's all wrapped up from there. So honestly, quick magic from both of these players, some creature stuff going on. Not a lot of removal in either deck. And that's kind of, I'll say, atypical for the Pioneer format when there's a bunch of Rakdos decks with burn spells flying around. The Phoenix decks has a ton of burn spells as well. So typically you see creatures getting answered. And here it's a little more of just the ships passing in the night kind of style of magic. So a very quick game number 1, of course, going to Kamari.
Yeah, Frederick just not able to interact with Atraxa going over the top, right? I mean, Brutal Cathar, hey, that's a great way to answer it in terms of interacting with creatures, but when it leads to another Atraxa trigger, you're just going to be buried under that card.
Tough.
So I think
you said let's look to the sideboard. Yeah, let's do it. Let's look and see what exactly Frederick has to work with here in this Selesnya sideboard. We got 4 copies of Night of Autumn, 3 copies of Portable Hull, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Elite Spellbinder, 2 Brutal Cathar, 1 Werefox Bodyguard, and an Anointed Peacekeeper. So if you're playing this creature style matchup, this kind of combo deck, what are you reaching for?
I think you have to answer Kinnan, right? That has to just be a plan. So the Portable Hulls are coming in one way or another here. I would think to have more interaction against those early creatures, and then you maybe want Spellbinders and Cathars for more of the same, right? Spellbinder can interact with their hand, slow down a hard cast Atraxa, or anything like that. But also just having the information of what's in their hand can be pretty relevant when you're able to get that. And Brutal Cathar, of course, can really handle the board. So you do have options here to interact with your Frederick. Unfortunately, if the game just kind of goes according to plan on the other side and mana leads to an Atraxa cast, there's not a lot like answering Atraxa once it's in place. Not exactly where you want to be, but
Not
hey,
ideal.
yeah, the interrupters, the hand disruption. There are some ways to slow it down, and that's what you're looking for here if you're Frederick. Now, maybe the Thalias, not sure exactly how you want them to line up. Probably kind of medium against a big mana deck. So not a ton there. Let's take a look though at Kamari and see if you're playing against fair green white hate
See
bears,
what we have
for
to
lack of a
work
better
with.
term.
Yeah, we got 3 copies of Into the Floodball, 2 copies of Thoughtseize, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Retraction Helix, 1 Mox Amber, 1 Lucca Coppercoat Outcast, 1 Thought Distortion, 1 Besage Who Endures, 1 Aetherflux Reservoir, 1 Tormod's Crypt, and 1 The Stone Brain. So a little bit of a wish board here for the Fae of Wishes. What can you afford to bring in here in the company matchup?
Yeah, I suppose the question is if you want, I guess, the bounce spells, right?
Yeah,
Like
the Into the Flood mods are the only thing that really
yeah,
stick
you
out
mentioned
to
it.
me.
It's very much a wish board, and that's fine. I mean, you don't
Yeah.
necessarily need to change a lot. You certainly are presenting a more diverse threat base, right? Like if we spot the Bring to Lights here in this deck, I mean, it can do a lot, and there's combos built into it, which maybe we'll see. We saw in that game, you don't even need them a lot of times. So I don't know. Maybe you want. I guess maybe Thoughtseize is a consideration, is if you want to hit the actual collected companies that just have a little bit of interaction there. But I don't even know if that's the way you want to go. I feel like Kamari is really trying to just execute on the plan of going over the top, and anything that keeps you alive towards that end is what you're going to be looking for here.
Yeah, not a lot to work with, and no mana creature on turn 1 for either player. Kind of shocking. We have, the full 4 of each of the mana elves in Frederick's deck, and I believe 6 total elves in Kamari's deck. So quite a number of Elvish Mystics and Llanowar elves between the 2 players, neither player having one here, as Kamari does find Sylvan Caryatid off of Oath of Nissa. Does have a turn 1 play after all. And like you said, I think Frederick's going to end up getting a little bit more reactive, so maybe not as much incentive to have some of those mana creature draws if you're looking to just have removal spells, and some of your more powerful sideboard cards I think were 3 mana cards anyway. So just making sure you're getting your land drops and that kind of stuff, maybe a fine play as well. As Mox Amber was the follow-up for Kamari.
Yeah, it's a very reactive hand for Frederick, and a Portable Hole's actually just going to take down the Mox Amber. Okay, sure, deny Kamari some mana, but Caryatid mattered being revealed because it has hexproof, remember. That is a pretty key part of the fact, hey, Portable Hole can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and there's Enduring Innocence. So we got that one back in front again. There we go. Unfortunately, kind of brick walled a little bit against the Caryatid. But I mean, answering the Mox Amber is relevant, right? That's part of the Rona combo. So, the Rona combo with the Retraction Helix on Rona, you can pick up the Mox Amber, replay it, untap Rona, and then you're kind of doing the thing. That also makes infinite mana, which is why you have an Aetherflux Reservoir to go get. So that's the final end state of the actual combo itself. Even though this is like a Lucca, Bring to Light, make an Atraxa and hope that's good enough for the most part plan, you do actually have a kill that puts a check mark on the game with Rona and Mox Amber. Taking that out isn't a 0, and of course it can make mana alongside Kid and stuff in the meantime. Is Skyclave Apparition coming down for the Rona. So handling the combo here.
Answer that immediately. Answered the Mox Amber with the Portable Hole. Answered the first Rona with the Skyclave Apparition. Pretty good. But you know what Kamari's deck does? Makes a bunch of mana. And here we go. Frederick's going to pick that one up and read it. We'll pull that one up on the screen. So
yeah, Lucca Coppercoat Outcast. I believe this is a riff kind of on the polymorph style combos. Yep. So what we got, we have a bunch of abilities on this thing, but then -2 is the one I really want to highlight. I'm not going to read the whole card to you.
Yeah.
Where you exile the target creature you control, then reveal cards to the top of your library until you reveal a creature card with a higher converted mana cost. So most of the creatures in this deck cost 1 or 2. And in fact, the only ones that cost more are, I believe, the Valaki, God of Lies, where you can kind of cast the Tibalt Cosmic Imposter side, and Atraxa, the Grand Unifier. So when those are the only targets that are higher, you're guaranteed to hit one of those 2 every single time, and that is exactly what just happened here. -2, found the Atraxa, casting the Atraxa, and then look at that. Pretty well-renowned card. This one from the Phyrexia will be 1. 4 keywords, 4 colors, 7/7, massive creature, and of course draws you a bunch of cards. Like the top 10, get 1 of each type. And this is how they introduced battles. They kind of did the Tarmogoyf thing, where they teased at a new card type using Atraxa. How cute.
Which is fun. I like that. It shows good planning.
Sure. Frederick maybe doesn't like it so much on the other side of the battlefield. You mentioned a reactive hand. It's a very reactive hand. But now, as you mentioned, answering attracts once it's in play, not really the way you want to do it.
This
Second
is the
Mox Amber Pound
problem.
from Pierre.
This is the problem if you're Frederick, is you've actually played 2 reactive cards that have removed threats from your opponent's side of the board. Hey, that's pretty good, right? You're even beating down while you do it. The problem is Atraxa just doesn't care about that. And now it doesn't really matter what's in your hand, because even if you get rid of Atraxa here, even if you get rid of Luca, Kamari has refilled, has at least 6 or 7 cards in hand. It's just really difficult to get out of it. And just kind of a shrug there from Frederick is not a lot to do
Oh, we
here as
found
the
an elf.
Manadorks show up.
Yeah, it's on time. We get a card from the Enduring Innocence. Can't imagine this game's going to go on too much longer. And what a dominant performance from Kamari in this Lucca combo deck. I mean, we saw you kind of checked the Rona combo. Okay, that's all well and good. Here's my hexproof mana creature plus Lucca. Okay, check it out. Beat this. 10 cards. I mean, look at all this stuff.
Yeah,
it's
this game
really
is
impressive.
over.
Brew.
I do want to highlight though Frederick's deck and the Enduring Innocence, how good it is. Now it's not going to matter in this game, in this match, in this matchup, but turning your these fair type hate bear decks with mana dorks, right? Those are your worst draws in the mid and late game, is when you draw your Land of War Elves on turn 5 and turn 6 or turn 10. So Enduring Innocence actually just really key in cycling those cards, and you're playing against basically any deck that isn't going over the top with Atraxa on turn 5. That really matters over the course of a game, and it really adds up over the course of a tournament and your percentages, and just really helping fix your draws, especially as we mentioned, the Enduring Innocence comes back when it dies. If it's exiled, maybe not, but if it dies, comes back as an enchantment, and then turns the rest of your draws live for the rest of the game. So it's really, really powerful, and it's part of the reason Frederick's got to this 4-1 start. It does look like maybe it's going to fall a little flat in this round, but the deck, I like. I love a good.
It's good against probably Phoenix and stuff, right? Like all the cards that looked bad, and this is this is a call out to Kamari's choice as well. But all of the cards that Frederick really was highlighting in game 1 are good against Phoenix, like the Thalias. You have Voice Resurgence, you have things like that. All your creatures cycling makes them good against the burn spells, which normally is part of Phoenix's plan against creature decks. You are set up well against the Izzet Phoenix, which is the menace of the format. But that's part of what Kamari's juking. A lot of the cards good against Phoenix, not that good against what Kamari's got going on. And we see that really in effect here. Frederick, like you mentioned, powerful deck, has a lot of powerful things going on. Maybe not as good against this specific matchup. And part of that is the choice of Brew from Kamari as well. Going on back. Did plus up Lucca there. I mentioned that we weren't really going to talk about that ability too much. And it doesn't matter too much. You get the exile of top 3 and then creature cards. You can cast them as long as you control Lucca Planeswalkers. So that's like weird templating. I think they probably moved away from that, but basically you can cast them as long as you control Lucca. So we have an Atraxa in exile that we can cast at some point as long as Lucca is still in play. We did find a Brutal Cathar here to get rid of the Atraxa. That's something. That's a start. But
it is a start because
you
get to take down the Planeswalker now, which is pretty good. And then Kamari's mana is going to be at that point not crazy amounts. It would only be 5 mana. There's not even a land in Kamari's hand that we can see anyways. There's a one we don't know about. The problem is that there is Bring to Light. And Bring to Light, if there's, say, Extinction Event in the deck, can go do that. It can do odds. It'll get the sky. It'll just actually destroy the entire board.
Yeah, it seems quite powerful. Now, we don't really know what the Anointed Peacekeeper is naming. That could maybe be part of this equation as well. There was a lot of cards in hand that Frederick was looking at, and if it's naming Brain Delight, does that accomplish anything? Can you just
Well, he didn't
cost 7.
Okay, so we'll see what he opts for here. This game is an interesting spot. The
we just have Extinction Event, right? Okay, and then Atraxa comes back, and you get the Rona. You get a 2/2 from that.
What a blowout! Yeah,
all the creatures go away. Wow, they're all odd. Wow, they're actually just all odd.
Yep. That's I worked through that one. That's not great. If you're Frederick, you have a company on top of your deck, which is nice.
Something.
You'd feel pretty good if it was literally anything but Extinction Event on that turn, right? Even a different board wipe that leaves your Enduring Innocence coming back would have put you in a slightly better spot. But I don't know if it really matters. It's just second attraction.
Yeah, I don't know how many Atraxa triggers are considered beatable. I kind of think one is close to unbeatable, but close to unbeatable, especially if it's like a brick. I think we're on like number 3 or something here. I don't know. This
certainly if even if it's just one, once they untap, it's basically done for, right?
Yeah,
sometimes you
just
can steal one against Atraxa when they tap out for it, but
well, either way, it looks like 5 more cards coming here for Kamari. So, looking quite good is our number 19 on our overall leaderboard. Now, Kamari is actually locked up for the 2024 NRG Championship already, thanks to winning the August Team Trio Showdown along Frederick, who is actually his teammate for that. So Frederick is qualified as well. And of course, Charlie Dusterberg was their third, it looks like, from the August Trio Showdown. So a little bit of a team kill here. And, these players already qualified, but still playing, of course, for points, then all the things that we have available, the money, the glory, the invites, all the things that are available with our Showdown events. But
token.
Yeah, I mean, great starts for both these players. And honestly, Kamari, I'm rooting for Frederick in his own right. Obviously somebody that we like to see winning here on the NRG series, somebody we've seen before. But Kamari's got a cool brew going on, so it's hard not to root for that. I mean, this is sweet. I like Rona. I like all the little combos and stuff with Rona. And,
I have to say, it's pretty nice how it is jamming a couple different things together, right? You mentioned just the Rona combo. Which is a thing players always have to respect. And then while they're busy doing that, it plays out actually exactly how it did in this game. They answer stuff early, and then you just play your Planeswalker and polymorph into Atraxa, and that's that.
Surprise! Yeah, so actually Kamari's trying to do the combo here, using the Fave Wishes the Granted to go get a Retraction Helix. But in response to casting Granted, we have a Collected Company. So this is kind of gets to do the old Spell Queller trick, right? Where with a spell on the stack, you cast your Collected Company. If you hit even Interrupter, you can kind of catch that and stop it from happening. And actually, the Archon of Emiria might be a fine backup here, because that can stop that just stops the combo outright. You have to cast Mox Amber over and over and over again.
Yeah, so gets an extra card off the Enduring Trigger.
So not terrible there. We do still get to reveal something from out of the game, put it in the hand. We chose Into the Flood Maw, it looks like, I believe. That or that's already known. Yeah, it looks like Into the Flood Maw. One of those was chosen from the sideboard. So picked up that. And that's part of the timing issue too, right? Is like you did it in response. And so now instead of having the Retraction Helix and doing it with the Retraction Helix in the stack, which you could maybe argue is better if you know you're going to hit Archon, now Kamari gets to pivot and grab Into the Flood Maw, which you have there on screen. Very powerful Magic card from the Bloomborough set. Uncommon, the take on Unsummon, but being able to get any non-land permanent, if you're willing to just give them a little measly fish, is a big upgrade. And we see a lot of Pioneer decks reaching for this one as the sideboard option as a result.
Yeah, it's a really hyper mana efficient card. All at the cost of a fish, as you see here. It's always going to be buying you more mana than you're spending on it. And there you go. It takes down.
Yeah, I believe we're bouncing in combat the Archon, and I guess that's just enough because this Atraxa going to run away with the game. And I believe the combo actually is also just possible next turn as well. So Kamari going to win that one in what was a very decisive victory. Going to get to talk, I believe, with Kamari here just a moment and kind of get his take on what it was like to have to do a little bit of a team kill there. But I'll of course, talk about the brew and stuff as well. So a lot to talk about there. And then following that, we will have a backup match. So still quite a bit to watch here as part of round number 6. Remember, we got the entire top 8 is going to be playing out today. And this is the last event of our 2024 season 2. And I believe we got Kamari ready to go very quickly headed into the booth. Kamari, congratulations on that win. What a cool deck you have to work with.
Thank you. I would say I had a spark of inspiration last night. I was planning on coming here and playing the Legacy side event because, as you know, I love Legacy. But my Retraction Helixes came in the mail. I was planning on playing this deck at Thursday night, but they didn't come in time. So I was like, okay, maybe it would be cool to play the event and then drop and play Legacy. And then I played some practice matches against my friend. His name is Michael. He's awesome. My favorite testing partner by far. Super positive all the time. He plays Transmogrify. I went 7-0 against Transmogrify with that deck. And I was like, hey, maybe it has legs. So I said, okay, maybe I'll join the event. And maybe I'll see how far I can go. Now I'm looking at maybe being able to draw into top 8. We'll have to look at my breakers. But Yeah, 5-1 is really good for a deck that I could not find on MTG Goldfish easily.
I would
But
say
yeah,
so.
yeah.
Can you talk about? It seems like we look at the deck list, we watch it in action. There's a lot going on, and I can only imagine how your opponents feel when they answer a Mox Amber, answer a Rona, and then the next thing you know, there's an Atraxa in play. I mean,
Yeah.
what is the deck? The deck seems to play on so many angles.
So the cool thing about it is that the deck is super resilient, and the name is a bit misleading. I mean, like they try to help you out with say, putting Luca in the name, but people know Rona, Retraction, Helix, Mox Amber. They know that
Mhm.
very well. People know that combo, and so people are very afraid of that combo. And so what ends up happening is someone would keep like, for example, my friend in game one. We talked a little bit about my deck, but he didn't know too much about it. He just knows about the Rona Retraction Helix combo. He thought 3 Thalias, great hand.
Yeah,
And then
Sure.
all of a sudden I'm casting an Atraxa. And it's
Right.
like, oh wait, that was in the deck? That's happening. So it's like I really like that it has a lot of variety. And it allows you to pivot really easily into another game plan. And if your opponent doesn't answer the right game plan, all of your game plans
Right.
are really powerful. And Rona can act as like the glue between them because oftentimes I find myself against a hate piece. I'm tapping my Rona, discarding irrelevant cards that are not going to help me in this matchup, and allowing myself to move ahead and push ahead and get into more card advantage or a different lane and try to beat my opponent that way.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw that in action, right? That even after the sideboarding, there was a pivot into answering more of the Rona combo stuff, but not necessarily with Thalias because all the mana was made from creatures. And so checked out the Mox Amber, checked out the Rona, and then, oh, here's the Laka, just does an Atraxa, and that's good enough. And so having kind of those two angles, those two pivots, and Rona to get off the extra combo pieces if you draw the wrong half or whatever, really the glue to hold things together. And we saw that in action. That was, I mean, incredibly impressive. So, kind of, is this a brew of your own creation? You mentioned you didn't really find it on Goldfish. Did you just take two decks and shuffle together, or where?
No, this
what
was
was
a deck that this was a deck that existed about a year ago, like as a deck that I saw put up a few results in challenges. One of the things is it is a click intensive deck, so of course you're going to see less of that on Magic Online. No one wants to click through that. I mean, this one a little bit easier than others. You can see some of the things in the sideboard, so I wish I had it on hand. I would like to shout out like the person whose list I pretty much copied and changed a few sideboard cards, but I don't have it exactly on hand right now. But there was a person who was posted on Architect, and they just had this whole list, or yeah, I think it was Architect. And so I switched the Fatal Pushes to Flood Maws to give me a little bit more coverage against demons, against hate pieces, and so like I just copied their like main deck, changed like I think I changed 0 cards in the main deck, and this was like a while ago list. And then the sideboard, I changed some cards around. Some of their sideboard choices were a little bit weird, in my opinion, so I made it a little more efficient, a little better at fighting through the decks I thought were going to be hard for me. I think that so far, I thought Selesnya Company was going to be a hard matchup. That one, I think, partially just draws, partially like, but it did not feel difficult at all.
Yeah.
And then the other matchups I'm afraid of, blue-white on the draw, they just counter everything, and it's just over.
Right.
You can't establish an engine. And then Phoenix is very good at churning through their deck. They will find the piece to interact with your board state. So that deck's a little bit terrifying, but so far have dodged Phoenix, played blue-white twice, got one of them, and yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully I can get top 8. Hopefully I can play a little bit more. Already qualified for champs, so that invite will be going to someone else. But it would be nice to get a little bit of money out of the weekend. Nice to nice to just show off the deck. I really want this deck archetype to be like played again. I want to be like this is a really big event, but like I want to do like the cauldron combo thing where the deck shoots up after someone does well with it.
Well, this is
deck's
huge,
super
right?
fun.
And this is huge. And you mentioned it's something that you barely even got the cards in time for, right? So
Yeah.
very possibly room to grow with
Yeah,
that.
100%.
So
I've
yeah.
misplayed at least 10 times today of just like,
Well-
oh, I definitely had a line there. And like I think that mastering this deck could really give you like a lot of edge, especially in that people don't know what you're doing. People don't know how to stop what you're doing. And oftentimes you can win with just 1 card, or you can win with 3. And yeah.
Well, it was good enough there. Well, Kamari, again, we're rooting for you in top 8. And of course, we're going to see you in the championship, as you mentioned as well. So quite a bit more of you to see through this series. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. And we, I believe, are going to cut over to our backup match. Thank you for speaking to us. And we look forward to watching more of you through the rest of this event.
Thank
Good luck.
you. Have a nice day, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to cut directly into our backup match here. So we have Zoe Reederman versus Charlie Dusterberg. Rakdos Aggro versus Rakdos Transmogrify. Two very different Rakdos decks. I guess both Rakdos trying to do very different things. These Rakdos colors seem pretty good. They've been pretty good in Magic's history. Like I said, kind of trying to do a few different things. The 4X Fable of the Mirror Breaker, one of the cards that really has done a lot for the Rakdos archetypes across the board since its printing in Pioneer, supported as a 4X in Charlie's deck. Less so here by Zoe, an aggro lover the entire time I've watched her play Magic for many years at this point. Has always loved her aggro decks, pivoted off, did some living in stuff, was very successful with that. Now, good to see her back in form, with swinging with Monastery Swift Spears. Got Kumano, faces Kazakhstan to trigger the prowess as well, and the beatdowns have begun.
Well, I've always said that Magic is good when, and I guess technically the statement is usually Standard is good when Shock and Giant Growth are good, right? And I think that that's just something that generally holds true across Magic formats. Well, Zoe's deck is playing Infuriate, which is strictly worse than Giant Growth. However, it is red, and
it's
Zoe's deck
different.
is red-black, and Zoe is 4-1 playing Infuriate. So I have to say, we're in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, I have to love what you say. Not just playing Infuriate, 4X. We mean it. We're about the Infuriates. As here is a, I believe, plotted Slickshot show off. So very, intentional there with the plot. Obviously giving up on the Kumano counter that you would get if you decided to deploy it this turn. I think also pretty heads up. There was the go for the throat you would have run it directly into, and that's not really the exchange you want to be making. So has to go for the throat on instep the Monster Swifter instead. Follow up with a Reckoner Bankbuster, and actually a really great exchange there for Zoe. I've loved the way she sequenced last turn. Kind of unintuitive. I think pretty heads up. And now, Charlie doesn't have anything in the way of blocking, so quite a bit of damage
two creatures in play, right? So it goes from 0 to 2, all of a sudden, nothing you can do about it, and that's at least. And here we go. We're going to start the spells and start the triggers.
The Ancestral Anger. Yep, things have begun. And we have the dice out to annotate triggers. Charlie's looking on. Got a mana up. Maybe has something. Let's see exactly what the 1 mana tricks are. We got 4 Fatal Push, 4 Torch the Tower. So quite a bit of 1 mana removal spells. See exactly if we have any that we want to use. Do have the Fatal Push. Looks like Double Ob and Transmogrify in hand. So we have a push. What is the timing on this? You're going to try to bait her into casting more spells. Doesn't look like she's into that. So probably going to have to pull the trigger here shortly. You could try to wait, but that doesn't seem great to me.
It's really dangerous not to just go for it. But here we go. There is another spell coming from Zoe. It's a Monstrous Rage. So we got another trigger.
And this one's smartly on the flipped Kumano. That's Etching of Kumano is the backside there. So going after that one, splitting up the damage, obviously getting a little bit more resilience. The removal spell being telegraphed by Charlie here. And maybe one more spell in the chamber. Fatal Push, I think, works no matter what that last spell is. Yeah, and here comes the
and push. It is going on. Is it going on the...
Yeah, the Kumano.
It goes on the Etching. Okay, so there is still a Slickshot show-off coming in here. Now, is there another spell for Zoe for the max punish? No.
Doesn't look like there is, and that's fun. Only 2 cards left here for Zoe. I'm going to use the Calisel Sword to fling, which does just short of lethal here, I think.
Because it should have triggered again, making it
it triggers
7,
again.
Right? And then it would fling.
Yeah, fling the 7.
So we'll get an update on Charlie's live total here, but I think it might be as low as 4.
Yeah, 4 sounds right to me. I don't know. We'll see what it is exactly once we get an update there. But looking at the life pad, that says 16-4 to me. So that's about I got.
That's that next level eye there. Next level board awareness.
And main phase activate Reckoner Bankbuster isn't inspiring, but the dust is settled here a little bit. And back over to Zoe we go. 2 mana, gonna actually deploy the Calisel Sword. Of course, we used Burn Together last turn, and 1 card left in. I believe Fatal Push among the mix, but Charlie did find a second Fatal Push. That's a huge pickup.
Well, and at 4 life here, the board says 7, but as you can see on the pad, as Drake noticed,
it's 4 for sure.
16-4 right now. But Zoe is trying to find 4 points of damage, and even the best burn spells are probably only 3. So was able to do the fling play for max amount of damage, which I definitely like. Charlie obviously had more removal coming. You were able to maximize the damage that way. So really heads up play by Zoe there to get Charlie down to 4. That said, she's still going to need to find more burn. Now, there's a few cards in hand. One looks like a Monstrous Rage.
So we managed to make a Devil. You'll notice some weird cards here, Devil, Mutavault, and all that stuff. Transmogrify, again, this is another take on a polymorph deck where you actually are you play no creatures except Atraxa in this Rakdos Transmogrify deck. And that way, any token you make, you Transmogrify it, you go find an Atraxa. And I believe that play is available right now if we want it. Now, Removal Spell does blow that out, and Zoe does have a Removal Spell. We know about a Fatal Push here.
Yeah,
so,
Transmogrify is an incredible card, but it is a little bit risky.
Well, let's see. We're beating down with the Devil. Maybe Signal's at least not going to reach for it right away. No rush. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just get the creature out of here. You might need to be more mana efficient later. And, again, Charlie paid off for the patience, but again, can afford to be patient. We have a Reckoner Bankbuster here. We have a Planeswalker setting in play. So what's the rush? I mean, you're at 4, so there is a little bit of a rush. Eventually Zoe will assemble some damage enough to kill you, but for at least a turn or two, you have some time.
Yeah, Zoe's only got 2 cards in hand, it looks like. The Bankbuster can refill Charlie's hand. So it really is just about turning the corner here. Can you find 12 points of damage before, a hasty creature and a Monstrous Rage kill you sort of thing?
Yeah, I don't even know that you necessarily need to find 12, but if you instead can just get an Atraxa in play, like that covers basically every angle.
Life gain works as well.
Yeah,
right?
Just attack once and we're done here. We're going to buy Gigantha. Looks like both these decks Gigantha decks, so keep that in mind as we do go back to Charlie. Just kind of building up. And again, I actually like this play from Zoe. Even if she draws a creature or something, I'm not sure you want to play it right away. You really want to build for one big turn and try to get through that way. And it looks like Charlie sniffed that out, and so is going to maybe make the first attempt here at a Transmogrify as we have a Mutavault. Oh yeah, here we go. Uptick Obnixilis, and we control a Devil thanks to Mutavault.
Transmogrify on the stack.
Yep. So we got our life from the Ob, and that looks like that's working. So here it comes. We're gonna see probably only 2 Atraxas in the deck, so might have to go pretty deep in the library for this one.
There's a lot of flipping your decks upside down that we've seen over the course of
so fun,
season, right?
All the cards should just flip your library in random places.
We watched Charbelcher, of course, win the Modern 10K yesterday, and that involved literally just turning your whole deck upside down.
You at least get the shortcut that one. Like, look, I don't have a land, so here you go. Here's all the cards. But this one, we gotta do the cascade thing, one at a time. You never know which one it's gonna be. And Zoe, of course, taking a look at the revealed card zone, which is quite expansive after that Transmogrify. But here we go. Like we just saw just a moment ago with Lucca, we now see with Transmogrify some Atraxa and Zoe. Again, once you have a 7/7 Vigilance Lifelinker, the air's covered, the ground's covered, you can attack, you can block. There's no path out if you're an aggro deck versus an Atraxa, unless you can, I don't even know what you could do, but I don't see any outs really in Zoe's deck.
The lifelink has actually been the most relevant of all the keywords on Atraxa.
Underrated keyword for sure. Huge. So I don't know if we're going to get a look at the sideboards if we can really quickly. That was a really nice play match for both sides. I do like Zoe playing the red deck. What I want to call out is the Burn Together with that Sellsword. That was a play that a lot of people may not make. Why would you throw away your creature when you don't need to? But that was actually the line to maximize the chance to win the game, even though it didn't work out. So now we have access to the sideboard. We get more of those options. Look at Zoe here. Yeah, we got 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Obnixilis, 2 Redcap Melee, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Hazard the Fervent, 1 the Gigantha, the Companion, 1 Go for the Throat, and 1 Rock Face Village, a little extra land in the sideboard. What do you like against the Transmogrify deck?
Well, one would think Thoughtseizes, right? So
sure, yeah.
It's interesting. I'm not sure what the village is in the sideboard for, but this could be a matchup where you want it, right? Like if you're playing against a heavy removal deck, you just want the option to give your stuff haste in the late game. Maybe. I don't, if that's what it's for, I'm not sure. Obviously, you're going to look for the Thoughtseizes. That's where we start. Maybe Hazoret It's a nice
Yeah, I don't hate
resilient
the
threat.
Hazard. If you're going
Yeah.
bigger and you want the land, I think the Hazard and the Rock Face probably come in together as a package. But I mean, some options here. The Thoughtseize or not, I think, is the big question. I like them less in the play, more on the draw. But either way, I think there's some reasonable-ish options here for Zoe. On the flip side, we got Charlie Dusterberg on Rakdos Transmogrify. Again, both of these Rakdos decks with fairly different sideboards. We got 3x Go Blank, 2 Cut Down, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Path of Peril, 2 Urbrask's Forge to go with the main deck, 1 Extinction Event, the Giganta the Wellspring Companion, 1 Obs Nixilis the Adversary, and 1 Unlicensed Hearse. What do you like against the aggro matchup?
Well, you want your cut downs, you want your removal, your extinction event, and that's that, right? The rest of this, maybe the other Ob Nixilis makes another blocker that making those devils can be pretty good brick wall against a bunch of different aggressive decks. So you're looking there.
The Path of Peril is probably too. I think that's more sweepers. You just got like max out on sweepers, max out on removal, ship it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Your deck is the deck that has the ability to go over the top already. So as long as you preserve the ability to do that, then the rest of it, it just kind of fills in, right? And that's the beauty of playing a deck that has a package like that. You can cut down on the things you maybe want less of, right? Whether that's your case of skeletons or your bank busters, if you think I don't need as much long-term card advantage. Whether you decide that you could cut down, trim on Fables, or maybe you want to trim on the combo package itself. There's a lot of different ways to go here, and that's the beauty of a mid-rangey deck with a package like Transmogrify in it.
Absolutely. Let's look at here at game number 2. And yeah, I mean, you called it out. You have a lot of options and a lot of things I think that you can argue for either being good or bad, depending. The play draw certainly matters, but like you mentioned, the card advantage stuff, the Thoughtseizes even, those can be kind of weak, doesn't play to the board. If you're on the Transmogrify side specifically, tempo negative plays, your deck's already full of them. Thoughtseize among the mix.
Right.
But we'll see exactly in the direction Charlie wants to go. But I mean, I have to say, it feels like Charlie has a lot more for the matchup than Zoe does. So with kind of how game 1 played out and now going into the sideboards, I like his position to win this one. Now, Zoe, I've seen her put on some quite impressive runs behind the aggro decks, actually just piloting these things extremely well, something she's very, very good at. So we'll see. Knows what she's up against. We'll see what she can assemble this go round. It's Swiftspear, which comes into play tapped. Actually, it's unknown fact about it. Doesn't say it on the card, but it does come into play tapped.
Fair.
and attacking, of course. As here's the follow-up. Sulphurous Springs got the beatdown for 1 mana.
This is a beatdown. Look at that.
Yeah, and that one very quickly removed. These players playing quickly. Fatal push.
Very, very clutch fatal push, of course. Now, the thing to call out here is that Zoe was on the play, which you want, but was also forced to mulligan. So essentially down 2 cards against Charlie here. So if Charlie is able to do exactly what Charlie did there, which is play fatal push on your creatures and just survive, you're going to end up with more cards by the end of this. So Zoe is just all in on this aggro start here with Double Swiftspear, though.
I love this draw from her. Yeah, we got a claim to fame to bring back
that's
the
so
Emberheart
good.
Challenger. Yeah, the creatures, all of this being like the creature beatdowns, I think is really good. Runs a little bit into the sweepers potentially, but given what you saw and what we're seeing right here with the Go for the Throat, checking the Emberheart Challenger again, please stay dead, says Charlie as 2 more Swiftspears beat down. Prowess triggers, of course, among the mix as well. This is the draw you want. The burn spells, I think, get quite a bit worse against these removal heavy decks, and I mean, a great opening 3 turns here from Zoe. As here's Ob Nixilis gonna make a devil right away. Back to Zoe we go. Quick
it
magic.
Was so much haste from Zoe there. Like the claim to fame, that card is amazing when you're bringing back a haste creature. Sort of the thing with claim to fame is you can play the claim, bring the creature back, and then do the aftermath on the fame from the graveyard to give it haste. But if your creature just has haste naturally and you're triggering Monastery Swiftspears, that's a massive attack. But now the devil's out there. So if Zoe is thinking about whether to cast the card from hand or whether to cast the fame, from the graveyard to get the prowess trigger so that your Swiftspears get out of devil range. So that's probably the thought process here is opts to just move to the attack.
Yeah, laying down the attacks. This is actually an interesting attack, right? Like you could attack Ob, and you have Swiftspears already won. Yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah. And the Devil represents potentially Transmogrify next turn. So that's something that you at least need to bluff having a removal spell for. I mean, you can't just let yourself get a track set on turn 4 on curve, right? Like that's not what you want to be. So even if Zoe has things to play, I think you need to do some bluffing here, even if you don't have it. Now, if you do have it, obviously that's very good, and that's the best case potentially. But you can't just let yourself get transmogrified. So that changes the texture of how this turn can play out, and even changes how Zoe attacked there as she does lay the beatdowns. And he's just going for it. Transmogrified. Do you have it?
This is exactly what I was going to say, is that just even having the threat of removal open there probably changes how Charlie has to play the game. But then as you walk down that path, Charlie may say, well, you know what? I actually just have to go for this because there's nothing I can do if you have it anyway. That's what happens. Zoe doesn't have it, and now Charlie has Atraxa.
Yeah, no threatens or anything of that nature in Zoe's sideboard.
Exactly what Zoe
once
needs.
down, facing one of the hardest cards, I'd argue, for an aggressive strategy to beat. Even if you can get it off the board again, it just draws 10 cards or whatever. I mean, not 10, you just draws like 5, but still, I mean, you get to look at cards and grab your own. You get Path of Peril, another Transmogrify, another removal spell, Bank Buster.
Four in this case, only 4.
Sure. I mean, but they're all hitters. They're all great.
Yeah, I mean, this one, that's likely it, unless those last 2 cards in Zoe's hand are some unknown answer to Atraxa that would be perfect. You actually, Threaten is actually the card you would want. That would pump your Swift Spears up to 4. You'd seal it for 7, which I guess technically wouldn't be quite lethal, but you'd be 1 spell away at that point. Now, I do see a Callous Sellsword Fling in hand here for Zoe. So gonna try to figure out piece away. I mean,
you can't do it. It's a sorcery, so you can't like do any kind of like block with Atraxa. Okay, fling the thing you block, and maybe we can figure something out that path. And
now, I mean, if Zoe has like actual removal, you can attack and then remove your own creature that Atraxa's blocking. But I just don't think any of this is going to be enough. But all right, here we go. Swiss Sphere's coming in with the fame.
Yeah, all right. I mean, Charlie just happy he gets to block. Doesn't need to block the one with the highest power. Might as well just block one of them. I mean, it's going to be net positive for you no matter what way you slice it. So I like this. If Zoe's plan is to remove it with some burn spells, I mean, you don't really want that to happen. And the extra points of damage is kind of negligible. So block the smaller one. So I actually like the block there from Charlie. We'll see what the follow-up is from Zoe. I believe we have the Callous Sellsword to finish off the Atraxa anyway.
Well,
but
you know what?
That's Zoe's entire board.
Yeah, that was painful. Very painful if you're Zoe, but it is the only thing that keeps the game going.
Right. You have to do it because, I mean, you're not beating Atraxa attacking every turn, as we've established. So, I mean, Charlie's won a bunch of cards in hand. We know a lot of them are good. It's an uphill battle, but I mean,
well, there's a Hazoret in hand for Zoe as well as a show off. This is pressure. Suspends the show off.
Yeah, chooses to plot the slick shot show off. I mean, I don't hate that. We know about things like Path of the Peril and stuff like that. You don't really want to just line that up to where it's just going to get picked off in the same turn, and maybe you can eventually build up to where you can win all at once at instant speed. And Callous Sellsword may be part of that equation. No 4th land for Hazoret's tough. I mean, even if you're boarding that Rockface Village in to help you cast it,
Zoe having 4th land here for Hazoret would have been huge.
And we're going to
Zoe trying to get down to 1 card in hand, so when Hazoret comes into play, it can attack.
Okay. So unlike Fling, the burn together targets a creature. It doesn't like use it as part of the cast. So we can actually torch the creature in response, which just happened.
And it does get the trigger off of the mouse, though, giving Zoe access to the top card of the deck, which in this case, if it was a land, she could have played it. In this case, it was an Infuriate, which means now it's not a non-land you don't have to draw. And
it would have been a bad draw.
Zoe's actually lined up for Hazoret now, if she can find it. Now, maybe that doesn't matter at this point. Charlie's just had so many cards. Could easily be another Transmogrify in the chamber here. But
we know there's one right from the Atraxa reveal, so I think we know he has one. That means the second Atraxa is coming basically right now.
Well, it was a great line by Zoe to try to find a way back in it, but as we have established, just one Atraxa is usually just too many.
The first one's usually enough. I think the second one's also enough, although we didn't go for it. Am I missing something? What happened to the other Transmogrify? Oh, we might have taken the Path to the Peril instead. They're both sorceries.
Might not have it, in which case the game continues. It was not land for Zoe, though.
Yeah, no land is tough because Hazoret would be a big deal. All these creatures getting picked off by Torch of the Tower. Hazoret doesn't happen. Be indestructible. Yeah. Here is Callous Sellsword number 1. I'm going to get a read on that one. I think Torch actually exile. Oh my god, it's just getting Torch too. Okay, I'll say Torch exiles, so it doesn't even enter with like the counter or whatever. But it doesn't matter. It's dying to Torch.
A lot of
anyway.
lands for Charlie. We're
Yeah,
still
more
on the
attack,
Mutavault plan. And
the
the
Bank
Buster
Buster. That's a
plan.
real pressure. Come on.
It is. It actually is, right? Like it's just 2 more turns, and if you can't find it, here we go. Is it land? Still no land for Zoe.
Oh,
Now it might just be too late.
Brutal.
Yeah.
And this is the cost of playing 4 mana cards in the sideboard of your deck that has, I mean, I don't even know what the count is here.
Yeah.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 lands. Yeah, that's
Cut
tough to
down.
cast 4 drops even on curve, but I mean, she has missed quite a bit to cast this hazard, unfortunately.
Well, she maximized her chances of getting it. I like the lines that Zoe's taking in both games here. It just doesn't work against the track. So.
Yeah, the Atraxas obviously, I mean, even now dead has such an impact on this game. I mean, Zoe, look at how she's fought after the math, right? Like she's really kept in this game, I mean, at least defendable. And that really shows how much she would have won if it wasn't Atraxa. We found land 4, and so it's gonna get a counter too.
Maybe a little late, but we'll see. Has to keep it back to block.
Yeah, Zoe
sitting at 2
I believe.
By the way, Zoe is, and there's a handshake.
Tough. Yeah, that is
a
brutal spot to be.
Charlie Dusterberg taking it down, though. Moving to X and 1 here in the tournament. Of course, that was our backup match here in round 6 of the NRG Championship Series in Chicagoland. And we're going to be off to round 7 pretty soon. So, Drake, before we get there, why don't you go ahead and take us through our leaderboard that these players now are helping us finalize for the season.
Yeah, so Zoe, obviously that match was a big part of the leaderboard consideration. She's someone I believe is kind of in that soft lock, maybe even hard lock position on the leaderboard. Here we go. We're looking at the season 2 leaderboard. She's got 61 points here. Obviously she's making a deep run here today, but Fletcher Johnson there at 85, sitting very pretty to lock up one of the 2 invites that you get as part of the season 2 end. So 2 players from this leaderboard with their names in white will be qualified, and that'll be the top 2 after this tournament is over. So you can see Zoe with that 7-point differential between herself and Cliff Boyardee, who's in number 3. That's the second unqualified player that the invite would pass down to. So you can see in orange there, those players are already qualified. So Zoe, kind of fighting on that axis, looking to, I believe, make a deep run here today. And like I said, I think she's looking very good to actually pick up one of those invites. So season 2 leaderboard, and Ellen Bogan was the other major contester there. You can see number 8 going to kind of battle through with his Phoenix deck. We've seen quite a bit of him today as well. Connor doesn't need the invite here, but he is a number 9 seat, and that's really as far down as I think it's going to go for season 2. So quite a bit of leaderboard changes here through this event, even coming down to the final event. I mean, that's really cool, having the points matter there. Let's take a look at the overall, because again, top 3 unqualified from the overall, that's going to matter as well. So if Cliff gets an invite here from the season 2, then his invite that you see he's currently set to get will pass down. So you can't double qualify. So a lot of the same names showing up in both means that it's very likely we're going to see more or less all of these players. Connor, Cliff Boyardee, Zoe Reederman. Those are the ones that I think we're very likely to see, really, no matter how things break from here, given the performances. And then, some of the dark horse players, people like Andrew Ellenbogen, we're gonna have to check on Ryan Bellamy, see how they're doing. Tim Hatch, those kinds of players are the ones that are kind of on the outside looking in, potentially, depending on how things break, that are kind of still fighting for their spots. But given both of the leaderboard positions and the point thresholds from our players, with it all coming down to this, they're fighting for their points, and it's looking like they're doing a really good job of it.
That's the beauty of having a season-long event, right? That leading season long race for an event is everything matters. Your events on the last weekend of the season matter, and your events on the first weekend of the season matter, with, of course, the ability to just win one and punch your ticket anyway. So that's actually what I think makes these kinds of tournament series so popular with people over the years, is how much it feels like what you're doing matters and how meaningful it is. And these players are playing for it all as we get ready to head into round 7 here of this $5,000 Pioneer Show.
Yeah, that'll do it, of course. All of the action that we saw there, that was round number 6. So I believe we're heading into round number 7 next. Got that updated already. I believe we're going to be taking a quick break before heading into round number 7. So with that in mind, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final round of the final event of season 2 here on the 2024 NRG series very shortly. Do not go anywhere.
If you've never been to an NRG before and you're maybe a little intimidated about the main event, I highly recommend coming and checking out the side events. They've got so many awesome side events, and it's a great way to sort of dip your toes in and get a feel for the experience.
Side events are actually, I don't know, maybe a misnomer. They're not really side events. They're still just as competitive as the main event. It's a really great way to boost up your own skill.
They're my favorite part. Friendly, it's a great starting point. The judges who run them are fantastic. Just playing with the convention boosters every time is just so much fun. Like years after they stopped printing them, it made the weekend so much better.
You start running into regular players, they can walk you through the process, start helping you get more comfortable, not just with the event, but with the people at the event.
No matter win or lose, it's a good time.
It's just a great way to like hang out with people. You can watch games between rounds and just have a great time.
The NRG series is coming to a Midwest city near you.
All right, everyone. A little bit of a break there. We are back here for the 7th and final round of Swiss of our Pioneer Showdown. Watch quite a few of our series mainstays, as well as some, some spicy decks throughout the day. And it kind of all comes down to this. Last round, our top 8 will be taking shape, and we will be selecting the final players that are going to be part of our 2024 NRG Championship. Again, coming at you with a Pioneer 5K Showdown from Chicagoland, beautiful Illinois, among one of the staple locations for the NRG series. And I'm here in the booth with Corbin Hossler watching some Pioneer magic. And we got a spicy one for you. We've seen, I think, both of these players at various points throughout the day. Now I believe it is a clean win-in situation for these players. So we're looking at, excuse me, 2 qualified players for our 2024 championship already, Charlie Dusterberg and Jonathan Zaschek, or better known as Nikachu, who we're going to be watching, I guess, get Thoughtseize off the jump already. Charlie Dusterberg we watched last round against Zoe Riederman, dusting up the creature decks. We'll see if he can do so again here against a little bit of a different look, the Merfolk versus Transmogrify. Now, not a matchup I've seen a lot of in Pioneer.
Yeah, this is a Nikachu special, not gonna lie. It's Pioneer Merfolk. And I love that he's doing it. You mentioned tournament mainstays and sweet decks. I think we've got all of the above here in this match.
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course, Charlie Dusterberg, qualified via the August Team Trios Showdown. And then as far as Nikachu goes, he won the June Modern Showdown. So these are 2 tournament winners looking to become 2-time tournament winners here on the 2024 NRG series. And starting out with, I guess, both standard bannable 2-mana artifacts. We've got a Smuggler's Copter and a Reckoner Bankbuster accomplishing
Vehicle
2
Showdown.
things. Yeah, exactly. Both vehicles, both busted if you're playing the standard format. But that's what Pioneer is all about. Playing
here
the
we go.
standard
Crew up
favorites.
the
We're crewed
copter.
with Mutavault. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Boop. Loot. Really key loot here. That unable to scream pretty bad in this matchup, I'd say. Transmogrify doesn't really care if their creatures have text or not too much. I mean,
yeah,
getting a
I guess
Traxa, not great.
We talked about in the last match, sometimes you can get basically 1 turn against the Traxa if you can answer it. And I guess the Merfolk deck is the kind of deck where if you are unable to scream the Atraxa on the turn it comes down, maybe you can pull off lethal through that, but not if all your stuff has been removed. And losing your powerful 3-drop, not exactly where you want to be. We're asking, I assume, questions about Unable to Scream, which I have to say is a really nice piece of tech for blue decks, right? Like, it's a great piece of removal. It does not do what it seems Nikachu wants it to do, so it goes to the graveyard.
It sure does. And getting a look at this one, this is one of those cards, it kind of has the humility problem where the loses all abilities. All right, what does that do to the game of Magic when you do that to something? And that question comes up. Look at the vehicles, right? If you were to put this on your own Smuggler's Copter, could you then crew it again, give it abilities? Is that good? That could be part of what the question's about and all those kinds of things. But as we mentioned, not really good against the opposing creatures, as Charlie Dusterberg's creature column consists of exactly 2 copies of Atraxa Grand Unifier. Not really the card you want for that one. And decides to discard it to the Smuggler's Copter, which we crewed with Mutavault. I imagine that's not really how you want this game to start, but honestly, it's not that bad. Smuggler's Copter quite good against what Charles got going on here. I'd say.
Yeah, Smuggler's Copter has been one of those cards that goes in and out of Merfolk, and of course, Nikachu won his NRG event with Merfolk in Modern. But Smuggler's Copter is one of those cards that has been played in different formats in the deck for years because it is a pretty good 2-drop, right? Like, it gets you through the cards you don't want. It does a decent amount of damage. And more importantly, it kind of like gives all your future creatures haste in the sense that they can impact the board immediately by crewing up the Copter. And if they remove the Copter, well, then they're not removing your Merfolk, right? That's the idea. So Kumina, one of the few, like, there's only a couple of cards in this Pioneer Merfolk deck that actually care about Merfolk. Kumina is one of them. It's a very powerful set of abilities. And here he kind of does the pseudo haste thing and it crews the Copter, which has to eat the Fatal Push.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're talking about. We saw this happen quite a bit across the board of Magic. Kind of one of the Magic fundamentals is the ability to present 2 threats in one turn. And, Plot's a way to do that. Vehicles are a way to do that, kind of doing it on suspend. As we get a look at Kumena, the leftover.
It can give. Kumena can get very
But
powerful.
a little bit of a combo alongside Deep Root Pilgrimage. You can kind of get a bunch of tokens going there. And, you know, I think even if you have any of the Untapper guy, it's like Kiora's Follower. Don't see any Kiora's Followers here, but you used to be able to do, like, with Kiora's Followers, you can actually make infinite. With Kumena, it's just a good synergy alongside Deep Root Pilgrimage, which we do see in hand as we're getting duressed.
He's a lot closer than you might think, too, because Mutavault counts, too, right? So if Kumena sticks around here, you're able to play a creature, activate the Mutavault. You can activate Kumena. And the card advantage does get going. Like, and this is kind of the matchup where you want that card advantage, especially if you're not under the threat of being transmogrified here. So looks like Nikachu's thinking about, do we want to go? The problem is, if you don't have landed hand, you can't play your 3-drop and activate Mutavault. So he's thinking about whether or not to go for the Pilgrimage and fire up the Mutavault and attack with 2 creatures to try to guarantee a trigger out of it. But of course, that means you're not casting your 3-drop and trying to activate Kumena. But it does look like that's what he's landed on.
Yeah, so yeah, we started on Deeper Pilgrimage, and this is, you could argue, like, potentially baits, you know, obviously waiting to go for the throw at the Kumena until we've committed the mana to do Deeper Pilgrimage is like part of the equation. But like you just said,
this is good.
Mutavault counts. So yeah, we get to make some more creatures. We get to still push damage with Mutavault. We get to make a Merfolk because, again, Deeper Pilgrimage just cares about a non-token Merfolk. Doesn't care if it's a land or not. So Mutavault definitely counts. And so, you know, even though the go for the throat, you know, is not the ideal, if you're a Nikachu fan, I mean, this wasn't a bad turn, and with no creatures already in play for any kind of transmogrify, I don't even know if we have a 4th land. So Charlie's hand hasn't really come together like we saw it come together against Zoe. We do have 4th land, but it comes in tapped.
Yeah, this is the window, though. This is the window if you're Nikachu, because you're untapping with a Mutavault up, with a Pilgrimage up. Your opponent is tapped out. They only have 1 creature in play. I guess they have the Bank Buster, but this gives you a bit of a window. Now, this is definitely where you miss your modern Merfolk, right? There's no Merfolk Tricksters or anything like that here. This deck is much more kind of just play my creatures aggressively, attack with them, trigger my stuff, and try to go wide. Kumena, one of the fewer ways to kind of get tricky with the deck. So not an easy spot here for Nikachu. Also, there's, you know, no Spelljung that you might be used to seeing for card advantage. So now the 3-drop he does have there, that can make map tokens, and that does give you some form of advantage over a long game, especially since the tokens off the Deep Root Pilgrimage have hexproof. But it is all kind of a little unimpressive in the face of what's going on from Charlie's side right now.
Yeah, and we do see the Sentinel, the Nameless City, deploy. Nikachu, like you mentioned, this is a critical turn. Did give it a lot of thought. Chooses to land on the revealed card from the duress, the Sentinel, the Nameless City. That one's going to make a map token on entering. Going to look at that rare from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. 3/4 Vigilance, actually pretty good against opposing aggressive strategies. Can attack, can block. Great cube card. I've cubed a lot with this one, but obviously a Merfolk as well. So very powerful, can grow very big, very quickly, and makes map tokens coming into the battlefield. A little extra value there, and of course when it attacks as well. But again, doesn't actually end up tapped, which is a little awkward with your Deep Root Pilgrimage. So like you don't tap to attack with it, and that's like a non-token creature, and so you don't get a token for just attacking like you do with like Vault and things like that. But you know, obviously Vigilance still a powerful keyword. As we do go ahead and crack the map token right away. Send out Scout to the bin, and I think the counter went on the Merfolk token, so went ahead and attacked there.
That's a
oh, it's a blue die. That's why my eyes just like were.
Yeah, no. Well, there's also that's he Ben Kumena speaker. It plays that and Senate Scout, right? So there's like a full suite of 8 1-drops in the deck that are green. Very like it's a very aggressive build of the deck. So the 3/4 the Sentinel is pretty nice here, though, right? Like it's a decent blocker. The map token gives you a little bit of value. I don't know. I guess it really depends on what Charlie has in hand. Charlie has a full grip, though, and in fact is going to get had a trigger off of the Fable here. So you have to imagine Charlie is sitting on everything that he needs to kind of slam the door shut here. But let's see.
Notable attack, just attacked right into the Sentinel. Yeah, it has to mean something's a follow-up. Now, whether you just want the treasure for more secure transmogrify, or if you have some follow-up damage alongside Torch the Tower, you know, either way, I believe that is exiled, but I don't know if that matters.
Okay, this is all. I mean, this isn't. Is this the transmogrify? No, just Ob Nixilis.
Yeah, Ob Nix. You know, Ob Nixilis Not a 0 here, of course, gives you a blocker, but honestly, less impressive than I expected. I mean, for getting to untap with Chapter 2 of Fable the Mirror Breaker, I mean, really did a lot, I think, to unlock what Charlie's hand had going on. And Omnicles is a fine follow-up, but we don't get to Casualty or anything like that. You can look at the 3-mana Planeswalker from New Capenna. It's a mythic. People were excited about this one upon release. Haven't seen it do a lot, but have seen actually quite a bit of it in main decks and sideboards and Pioneer now, maybe kind of late to the party, but finally showing up and making a big impact in this Pioneer format. Ability to make devils, gain life, making non-token creatures, of course, matters for your Transmogrifies. But I mean, it has a lot of other Texas matchups in the matchups in Pioneer as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's seen a big jump as well. It lines up against things like in Modern, even also at Pride, where you just those devil tokens are actually sometimes very good. But in Pioneer, it kind of does the same thing. It just really, in addition to the value you mentioned, but just putting the wall, it just grinds the game out, right? And I actually think Charlie, at least as it's looking now, I mean, there's another Kumina and Nikachu's hand here, and that could get some card advantage going. Which would be
we have
huge.
a second deep root
pilgrimage.
here. Ooh.
I would say I think Charlie is gonna, if he wins this game, is gonna be able to do it just playing fairly, right? Just drawing cards off of Bankbuster, activating a Planeswalker, getting value a chapter at a time off the Fable. It might be good enough. That said, double Deep Root Pilgrimage, this Kumina comes down next turn, and immediately Nikachu, because remember those are hexproof, will be able to draw cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. And obviously also just having hexproof big for all the spot removal that's available. We do get a flipped reflection of Kiki Jiki here, but I mean, cleaned up everything there. Cleaned up the devil token, cleaned up Mixilus. I mean, a great attack for Nikachu, and these redundant enchantments, fine in multiples. You still have a reasonable attack force, and Charlie's life total is dwindling. I mean, really under a lot of pressure to find a Transmogrify as quickly as possible. Plenty of targets here. Yeah. We'll see.
He'd slam it if he has it, right? So that means maybe not. Then again, we are. Here comes a 3-mana tap. Wow.
Buy Giganta is not what you want to see if you're a Charlie fan. Really just looking for that Transmogrify in order to get an Attraction play. I mean, it would be such a big level up. But now, I mean, I really think that was the turn he had to do it. Because now this turn, Jonathan has Kumena, and that can start to slip away very quickly.
Yeah, and remember, we're talking about the tap 3 Merfolk draw card with Kumena. That's the one the most commonly activated. It's tap 5 Merfolk, put a counter on all your Merfolk. So
sure. Yeah.
If there was, say, a land and another 1-drop here, okay, we're going to Unable to Scream. So it is not going to be anything quite like that. Opting to just have to answer and stay aggressive. So you turn off the reflection, attack for 4.
And this is interesting too, because I don't know how much of a threat that was, but it does prevent you from losing any of the Merfolk you already had in play. As Torch is going to not a lot of targets for that one with all the hexproof Merfolk. That one is going to take care of Kumena Speaker.
To preempt anybody wondering, Deep Root Pilgrimage does trigger off of non-token Merfolk attacking.
That actually messed me up a bunch of times. I thought for a long time that like Deep Root Pilgrimage plus Kumena was just instantly infinite, and that's just not true, obviously. And I was like, okay, well, at least they had the sense to have that as a stopgap. But then it's still infinite with Kiora's followers and stuff. So I was like, okay, now it's just blowing my mind. I can't handle this.
It's very, very powerful in the right deck, but this is, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even say I know who's advantaged right here, right? Like, this has been a great game.
I mean, it all comes down, I think, to whether or not Charlie does find a Transmogrify. I mean, that's really what he's looking for this whole time.
Well, here's a big tap.
It's Giganta.
Hey, oh,
the Giganta we picked up last turn. Yeah, that ain't it. I mean, it's a good blocker.
Man, Nikachu, just every turn, it looks like on taps out. I get another turn. I get another turn. And here we go. Kumena hits the board.
No
Kumena, by the way, can also make itself unblockable.
I think we're just going to start drawing cards right away. Make another token here. The 1/1s don't attack great into the 5/5 Giganthus. Let's just go ahead and start cashing that out. And now we got 2 more tokens, and I think we can just activate it again. So we really have a great source of card advantage running here.
This is huge. Yeah.
Can we find a land? You can play some spells. I mean,
I think that's what he was hoping for, right? If he hit it to land there and has a follow-up, it's really going to get silly. If he had, another non-token Merfolk to start tapping.
It doesn't even find a land. I mean, that's pretty good, right? If you could choose to stop at 3 or 4 lands. I was 4 lands, right? Because we lost the Mutavault. If you could choose to stop at 4 lands in your Civic Merfolk deck, I think you would. I mean, this has been a great draw, I'd say.
And he still gets the draw on the end step, right? This just means you get to keep up your blockers as well. And if it's a transmogrify, you're in trouble. And if not, you're probably just winning the board at this point. And I mean, you get to draw cards. So now finding another copy, like there's 4 Unable to Screams in the deck. This is the exact situation where maybe even a transmogrify at this point for Atraxa, Nikachu could just go around.
Yeah, I mean, it is getting to that point. We start activating, Kumena, that's unblockable. And with Charlie's life total being so low, already at 6, you can start to go wide, you can start to go around. Unable to scream might start to be good enough. I mean, really, I think he needed it like a turn or two ago. But even now, because of how things have played out, and kind of Nikachu taking like a pivot thanks to Gigantha in order to just draw cards and stuff like that, it might still be good enough this turn, but the window is closing.
Yeah, the other issue here, right, is that Flood Pitch Drowner is a 4 of a Nikachu's deck, which if you're not familiar with Flood Pitch Drowner, it's actually flew under the radar from Duskmourn, but it is a Merfolk, and it flashes in to tap things down and put stun counters on them. So it's a pretty clean answer to buying you that turn against Atraxa, and in fact, it buys you 2 turns against an Atraxa attack. There's also the Vidalian Hexcatcher with Flash to consider that could pump all of those tokens to turn an attack that doesn't look lethal into lethal. And that's so basically, I guess all of that is to say, if you're Charlie right now, there's a ton of scary draws that are coming off the top of Nikachu's deck.
Yeah. I mean, that's I think that's the case for both players. Like it's about what's on the board right now and what the draw steps look like. As we do go ahead and cut back to Nikachu drawing on end step as we expected.
Okay, so Charlie was able to deploy a handful of blocks.
All right. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and draw for turn. So a bunch of pickups. I still don't see a land, which, I mean, could be good, could be bad, depending on what the spells specifically are. All right. Can we assemble a kill? The board is a mess.
There is a Hexcatcher in hand, so that's +1 to every Merfolk.
That's big. Yeah, that's big.
It can also come into play, tap to make Kumena unblockable, which guarantees that you're getting in 3 damage.
Yeah. And then so we got Pilot, Gigantha, Unable to Scream, Reflection. Those are the 3 blockers. So we have 3 blockers.
Okay.
Kumena is just going to be laying the beatdowns of the 1/1s, which to me signals that we don't have a kill this turn. But again, we don't really need the kill this turn, right?
Right. So this is unblockable Kumena, just poking you down, keeping
and
up.
Now we have so many tokens that maybe Hexcatcher just counters a Transmogrify even if you find it.
That's a great point. There's also, that is an excellent point. There's a lot of options available right now.
Yeah, I think the window's closed for Charlie. I mean, to his credit, he's done a ton of digging with these bank busters. He's done a good job putting up a wall of defense where really, even with all this stuff in play, the Kumena is the only thing attacking. As here does come, I believe, what is that? It's just a backwards token. I don't know what kind of token it is. It didn't make a treasure, so it's not a Fable token.
It's off of the
case. It's
right?
from the
skeleton.
Okay, it's from the case. Yeah, it's the skeleton. Jeez, so many tokens here. What are we doing?
There's a lot going on in this match.
2/1. Yeah, it's has menace as well. So that's really why you don't really want to block that one too much. Your 1/1s are worth a lot more than that. Yeah, get a look at the rare Murders at Karlov Manor. That set had stuff other than Surveillance in it, I promise. Case of the Stash Skeleton. Makes a 2/1. It's a suspect. And it has menace and can't block.
So here we go. Post-combat removal spell on Kumena. And you called it.
Oh, Hexcatcher time.
He's going to be able to draw at least 2 cards. Might actually just opt to put counters on all of the Merfolk. Because there are 5
I think we're just starting with making
making
Kumena unblockable. So we're getting 2 more tokens, and now we're going to start hex catching, it looks like. I believe
There
Charlie
we
has
go.
seen enough. He understands now that Transmogrify is not even good enough. These 1/1s are going to be far more than enough to beat him. And at 4 life, yeah, I mean, your spell gets countered and then no spells resolve for the rest of the game. So Deep Root Pilgrimage alongside Valdelian Hexcatcher Kumena, good enough to defeat Rakdos Transmogrify in game 1. Shocking.
Pilgrimage.
I mean, they have so much spot removal, and you really couldn't
Pilgrimage
close it.
was huge, right? Like Pilgrimage just carried that game.
Yeah, Kumena, I believe I said Kumano on accident. Anyways, let's take a quick look here at Rakdos Transmogrify in the sideboard that Charlie's looking with. We saw this last round. We're going to see it again here. We got 3 copies of Go Blake, 2 Cut Down, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Path of Peril, 2 Urabresque's Forge, 1 extinction event, the Gigantha, the Wellspring Companion, Obnixilis, the adversary, and Unlicensed Hearse. So again, a creature matchup. What do you like in this spot?
Well, I think there's 2 cards that seem to matter from game 1, and that was Deeproot Pilgrimage and Kumena. So if you are Charlie, you try not to lose to those cards. Okay, so
okay,
that's everything else you can answer. All the other creatures you can 1-for-1. You can remove. You can play blockers for. You can trade off with your tokens off of your Fable, right? Like everything else you can handle. What you can't handle is a bunch of cards getting drawn off Kumena or a bunch of hexproof tokens getting made off of Deeproot Pilgrimage. So I think you play the game around that. And looking at the sideboard here, obviously you're going to pick up extinction events and cut downs, but there's not a lot else that is going to answer those cards. So that's what it comes down to. You're going to be hoping that a Thoughtseize can catch one of those early. But that's the challenge for Charlie here.
Yeah, definitely. Not a lot of things that answer Deeproot Pilgrimage, but again, the removal very attractive in the creature matchup, unsurprisingly. Let's move over to Nikachu, his take on the Simic Merfolk deck. Again, a deck we've seen already today, but really, seeing him champion this, and he's a big believer in it, believes this to be better than even the modern version. We got 4 copies of Tidebinder Mage, 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, and 2 Aether Gust. Only 5 different cards in the sideboard. What do you like of them?
I love the color hosing of this, right? Like Tidebinder Mage to hit all of the red and green creatures, Mystical Dispute for the blue decks, Aether Gust for the red and black ones. I guess that's a way to build a sideboard, right? I'm sorry, red or green with Aether Gust. But so I think you probably could consider that here, right? Tidebinders, I also think have a place. Tidebindering, I mean, it's better on the play, right? But Tidebindering an Obnixilis trigger is pretty decent. So you've got some options there. Also, the Tidebinders, it has to be noted, at that point, you're up to 10 flash spells in your deck, thanks to the Drowners and the Hex Catchers, plus the instant speed tricks you get to do with Kumena. And there's an Otawara in the deck as well. So there's a lot of that can kind of go on here if you obviously go in that direction. And when we start talking about it, the Aether Gusts come in as well. So yeah, I think that's a pretty decent. You cut 1-drops. I imagine the Scouts, maybe some speakers, things that are just going to run headlong into removal and get a little more interaction here to grind the game out.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I like some of the counters. Well, you mentioned Gust. I kind of like Stroke maybe too, if you care about the Transmogrify stuff, or if you're a little worried about Extinction Event. But Tishana's Tidebinder actually might be a sleeper. Also gets Atraxa. It's like one of the only good cards against Atraxa. Stops the trigger, and then you strip lifelink off it. That's appealing. So maybe one of the few cards in your deck that can actually hang with Atraxa, and obviously gives this Merfolk deck a little bit more power to win the game post Atraxa that we didn't really see from any of the red aggressive decks that we've seen Charlie play with against as well. So I think this Merfolk deck is a lot scarier if you're a fan of Charlie and his
Rakdos. Yeah, we were talking about it before the round, and obviously Nikachu is going to play Merfolk if he can, but it's not just Nikachu crushing with this deck because Nikachu crushes with Merfolk. Like there's actually a lot more going on beneath the hood here than it looks like.
Yeah, the blue aggro decks. I mean, we've seen a bunch of different takes on various Mockingbird style. Like, what are we doing? Ninjas. That's something that's fighting, and I think it's on our backup match right now.
Right.
There's a lot of different takes of how can we make an aggressive deck with counter spells, which is kind of one of the classic ways to beat sweepers, one of the best cards against you, and make that work. And for Nikachu, the answer is obviously going to be Merfolk, but I mean, there is a real metagame kind of consideration for playing a blue aggressive deck, which might just be the perfect time for Merfolk. I mean, this might be his time.
It's always the perfect time for Merfolk.
I mean, well, he believes it's always his time. I don't know that I agree, but based on what I've seen here today, I mean, I really do think that Merfolk actually was not. I mean, people like to laugh at Merfolk, and I think that's part of where you get this, I'll say, cult following for Merfolk. I mean, Nikachu certainly, maybe, I don't want to accuse him of being a cult leader or anything like that, but the temperature feels similar. Merfolk has its people, and its people are about it. And, I think as a result, you have a strict polarization the other way, where some people just hate Merfolk.
I'm just saying that every night in the Merfolk Discord, you can find a group of us helping each other pilot.
Oh, us! I'm in the booth with a Merfolk cult.
Oh, I'm sorry if you didn't know this. My first ever SCG top 8 many years ago was off the back of someone handing me Legacy Merfolk. I ended up splitting the finals of the tournament, and It's been my thing ever since. I've got it foiled out in every format.
Foiled out.
I did the whole thing. I committed to the bit. I got the full art mutavolts and the whole bit. It's beautiful.
What?
It's beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
So
my
look,
God.
there's literally tens of us,
Oh.
and we all support Nikachu crushing this tournament right now. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. I guess I need to adjust my rhetoric. I was not, I didn't get a right read on.
Look,
the
I
rule
try to
here.
be really realistic about it though, and a lot of people, it traditionally is seen as a budget deck, right? So I think where a lot of the reasons people underestimate it is it tends to be played by people who may not have 10,000 modern games in them.
Sure. I mean, the deck is deep. The gameplay is deep, and like I said, and there's spots for it where if some of the best decks ways of beating you are one for oneing, and then some expensive sweepers. I mean, just having blue for counter spells and really leading on the Merfolk's energies can be good enough. And Nikachu here playing a win and end 5-1. Both these players 5-1. I believe this is, like I said, clean win and end, lose and out. So with Nikachu up a game, gotta like his spot on the draw here on a mulligan. So not as good as game one. Charlie gonna need to be better at finding the Transmogrifies. Tried his best. Fable, Ranker Rebecca Buster in game one, not good enough to get there. Tapped Haunted Ridge on turn one for him. Not too surprising to see. Not a lot of ones you're gonna want to play. As here is a Kumena Speaker on turn one for Nikachu.
It looks like a nice curve out here for Nikachu. Drew that breeding pool on the first turn, which of course gets your speaker going immediately. And I think he's going to have a good follow-up here, right? So the issue, of course, is that the speaker is very likely to get removed. So something like Deep Root Pilgrimage on turn two, which is one of your most snowbally starts possible, is probably not going to work out. So as a result, he actually does move to combat, gets in there for two, and as a result, it turns into the expected cut down.
This is actually, I think, a fine exchange for Nikachu, though, right? Like, cut down is going to gun down the one drop, but now, I mean, if anything,
those cards don't matter.
Follow up,
yeah,
anything you play as a follow up can't get gunned down, and actually, really interesting there too. Deeper Pilgrimage, the follow up,
like I said,
post combat, I think that's really interesting. As Fable going to be deployed, I mean, a fine curve out here, I guess, for Charlie, if you can call it that. Cut down on turn two into Fable. I mean, having Fable on three does so much to glue together some of these. Not even anemic, but just the wrong mix kind of starts. Really fixes your mana, fixes your hand, and that's why the card's so strong. But Nikachu, I mean, Deeper Pilgrimage did a lot of work last game.
This is exact as you expect to play out, and this is why I talked about during the sideboarding, right? It's about who can grind out the match here. It's like why in Modern Merfolk boards out its Ether Vials against Jund, because it's just a dead card. So the Kumena Speaker here, it's going to eat the cut down. Your opponent has to cut down it, but you don't really care because that's not the cards that are going to matter in the matchup. The card advantage cards are going to matter, and that's why Deep Root Pilgrimage landing and sticking around here is a window. And if you don't get transmogrified here immediately, it's going to give you a chance to get into the game. And of course, the fact that you might get to untap with your treasure maker, or I'm sorry, with your map maker, is even better.
Well, here comes Fatal Push with Revolt thanks to the treasure. So we got to attack, then before blocks, crack the treasure for get that Revolt for Fatal Push and Transmogrify the follow-up. This is exactly
he's just got it all.
Thumbs up from Nikachu. I mean, I guess if there's a game for it to go wrong, this is one of them. Nikachu's hand maybe a little bit anemic, and a perfect start here from Charlie. A turn for Transmogrify after using the Fable token to do some removal too. So we got to do it all. Transmogrify, get a look at that one.
Perfect draw, Charlie.
Transmogrify? Am I saying this wrong? Whatever.
It is, in fact, Transmogrify.
All right, whatever. I'm sorry. Transmogrify. I'll pronounce things right. Actually, never. Don't count on me.
It's Magic is full of words that are hard to pronounce. And sometimes you learn that a word is pronounced a certain way. Like, for instance, Eidolon. For instance, Eidolon of Rhetoric. And then you just all agree that we're not going to say it that way. Anyway,
0% chance. Look, I'm from Alabama. I get an excuse. Come on. The Alabama education system wasn't kind to me, all right?
I'm in Oklahoma. We can just go full Southern States commentary here. The words would be pronounced differently, I'll tell you that.
It'd just be nobody know what we're saying. Just like full lean into it. At least, whatever. At least we don't have that Bayou accent, the Ed Ogerons, all that stuff. It's like utter nonsense. Whatever. We're separating cards for Traxa here. I mean, again, this game feels really over, but I mean, honestly, Merfolk is one of the decks that I'd say is the best of the aggro deck suite that you could even imagine at beating a Resolved Atraxa. I don't know if Nikachu has the tools to do that this game.
Nah, he's not going to pick this one up. Not with another one
yeah.
going to hand for Charlie here. But you could imagine if he had more creatures he'd been on the play, and then you throw an Unable to Scream on the Atraxa, that maybe you keep playing. In this case, it's just going to be too little, too late. Like the first game would have gone this way too if Charlie had found, his deck's namesake card. So that's why you play deck and then just go over the top of pretty much anything, and that's the appeal to any deck, any package that includes Atraxa.
And there's a Tidebinder in Jonathan's hand. Now, it wouldn't have been good enough because obviously the Fable token plus the Fatal Push would have kind of taken care of it. So Atraxa would have had text, but it is so brutal too to like be facing down an Atraxa trigger that resolved with a Tidebinder in hand. That is tough. Yeah, he's done. He played his land. He's like, all right, this thing has all that words on it. All right, I'm good. And I do not blame Nikachu one bit. So a completely different game from what we saw in game number 1. And that buys us to game number 3 of this win in. Nikachu on the play. He's got a lot going for him heading into game number 3. Knows what's up now. Has seen the full combo at the fastest speed it can go. And so can make some adjustments here. It looks like he will. So let's take a look at the sideboard one more time as these players heading into the final game of their win in. Again, we saw the Tidebinders. We had we saw. Well, no, they're both Tidebinders, right?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Mage,
it's horrible.
Tishana's Tidebinder. Wow, that's horrible. Yeah, that's awful. I hate that so much. All right, we saw the Tishana's Tidebinder. We saw one of those in hand for Nikachu already, so we sniffed that out. Is it time to pick up more counter magic now that you've seen the Transmogrify combo in action happening as quick as turn 4? I mean, you can't really kill that quick, right?
Well, you certainly not in this deck, not playing Deep-Root Pilgrimages on 2. I would assume that there is counter magic there, and it was just not seen. Remember, that was a mulligan from Nikachu, and he kept 1 drop into Pilgrimage. That pretty much you just pressed into keeping that hand, right? And it works out that your bad hand may be lined up against their good hand, because that was a showcase of what the Transmogrify deck can do, because that was not just turn 4 Transmogrify. That was like a removal spell into that. So that was extremely powerful. So obviously now we flop things back around, and Nikachu gets to go on the play. And that means if you just find a hand with counter magic or even Tidebinder, perhaps, then you can keep that and have some initiative because you get to go first. It just completely changes the way that your spells line up. And that's going to be how he hopes that it goes here, because that he just was missing a turn, right? He had the early start. He had the long-term advantage. He just didn't have the interaction on the turn he needed it because he was 1 turn.
Yeah, I think that's really the only spot we're going to see really any kind of heavy changes is first. Some of what you're talking about, I mean, I agree with you. I think Nikachu did sniff out a lot of what's going on there. He's probably already aware of kind of what's going on. Maybe some more counter magic, maybe not. We'll see. But as far as Charlie Dustenberg goes, we saw all the removal really be involved in game number 2. The cutdowns a part of the mixture as well. That's from the sideboard. And I don't think he's looking to make any changes, whereas we did see Nikachu make changes. And now turn 1 land, turn 3 Mutavault. No creatures in play on turn 2, but we're going to choose to play Bank Buster instead.
We got a flash creature from Nikachu here, so he should spend the mana.
Flood Pit's Drowner among the options. Yeah, so that's going to resolve. I think we have a Hex Catcher too.
Oh, Hex Catcher. Oh, so he actually was debating Hex Catcher countering the Bank Buster there?
Yeah, because it's non-creature, right? You can actually tag it. Yeah.
Yes. I think I like letting it resolve there, but
I do too. Yeah, I think Hex Catcher is actually secretly actually your best card in the matchup, because it catches the early game, the early Transmogrifies, and that's a really big deal. And obviously, it's just a Lord as well to pump up.
And if Charlie has a bunch of mana to dump into Bank Buster, you're probably in trouble anyway.
Oh, does this thing have Vigilance too? Does our entire deck just have Vigilance, and then we're also playing Deep-Root Pilgrimage? That is so awkward. Yeah, take a look at this uncommon from Duskborn.
Well, you can tap it to shuffle away if you want to.
Oh, sure, you can. You can shuffle away your creature.
It's just a bizarre card that happens to fit into the text. Yeah.
It's like an upgrade over the Harbinger of the Tides, I guess.
I actually spent years on a campaign to Wizards telling them that Curse Catcher was the worst Curse Catcher, and they let me preview Vidalian Hex Catcher as a result.
Is that real? Are you actually, are you
100%?
That is, you understand that's kind of psychotic, right?
It really made me mad that Curse Catcher was the worst Curse Catcher, and it made me really happy that I got a preview of Vidalian Hex Catcher. made a video with the history of Merfolk and everything for it. It was amazing.
I don't know how I didn't know all this lore about you. I guess maybe it was before my time. I mean, it's not that I'm blind to Merfolk.
I'm just old, man. I'm just old. That's all.
That's fair. I mean, it's not that I'm a youngster. I'm about to hit the big 3-0. I'm just, ancient, approaching death.
Maybe we should talk about the Magic. It's getting a little dire here.
It is getting kind of gloom, memento mori. Anyways,
it's getting kind of dire for Charlie too, though, right? If you are just passing here, you're facing down actually a fairly substantial attack. I mean, that's 6 damage coming at you.
Yeah, this is a real attack for us. I see some Torch the Towers in hand, so we have some stuff we could do at instant speed. And Jonathan, obviously, very heads up, holding up the Hex Catcher this entire time, not going to let himself get transmogrified on turn 4 again, like we did see in game 2. So, like I said, I mean, here comes Torch the Tower. And now you have to ask yourself, do we flash in Hex Catcher to try to bump it up to save it? Yeah, and it looks like the answer is yes. I'm going to put that one on the table. And yeah, that's going to bite an answer here from Charlie as well. Wonder what we're going to go with this one.
Yeah, so now things get interesting, though, right? Because there's one targeting the original creature. Now there's a Hex Catcher. We would assume the second one's targeting the Hex Catcher. Well, now the Hex Catcher is in play and can sacrifice itself to target, for instance, the torch pointed at the other creature. So Nikachu could, if he wanted, throw away 2 Merfolk here to save 1.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that because one's already getting saved, right? It's only 2 damage without the bargain. So
the catchers, if the Lord goes away, it'll die.
Oh, right, because you have to pay. Oh, this is weird.
So I would suspect that the catcher is going to end up sacrificing here to try to counter the first torch, which would then invite Charlie to pay the mana, and then Nikachu has to make a choice.
What if you valued the Hex Catcher higher than that? What if you sacked 2 Merfolk to save the catcher?
Interesting. If you give up on some damage this turn,
I really think the Hex Catcher's good. Like, what if we sack Mutavault and Speaker or whatever?
No, you're right. He could throw away the Mutavault and the Speaker to it. Maybe you throw away the Drowner in case you draw a Pilgrimage.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, whatever. You got other
maybe
stuff.
not, but maybe.
The Hex Catcher's going to be getting busy.
Yeah, you're right, I think.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're sacking Mutavault to try to protect the Hex Catcher. I like this. This is what I want to do, I think.
Because Charlie's very short on mana, right? So you're still going to end up getting through for 3 damage here. You're preserving the Hex Catcher, and Charlie doesn't have a creature to transmogrify, and even if he did, he's nowhere near having the mana to pay through a Hex Catcher. And Nikachu still got 3 cards in hand. So that you're right, this line is, I think, going to work out pretty well for him. And in the sense that, hey, the game still continues. Charlie has the Bank Buster. He can draw cards and keep playing. But that particular exchange, I think, worked out pretty decently for Jonathan.
I think this is part of the trouble with taking the line we took last turn, like protecting the Mutavault, really fighting on that axis instead of just kind of letting yourself die. Exposing the Hex Catcher when that's, I think, like I said, one of your better cards against a fast Transmogrify means that's just priority number 1 for Charlie to get off the board. So if you don't have another way to stop Transmogrify as the game goes on, I mean, you can only protect the Hex Catcher for so long, and it's face up on the table. So Charlie's not going to accidentally run Transmogrify into it or anything, and can spend the time just gunning that down over and over and over again, like we just saw with the go for the throat and such. And if you don't have any backup, now you might be exposed.
Yeah, and it's, I think, 2 lands, 2 spells in hand for Nikachu, one of which is a Sentinel, and one of which is a Kumina, which means you cannot get the 3 Merfolk this turn for Kumina. So maybe you just slam Sentinel here, but you are shields down to anything Charlie gets to do, and Charlie's going to get to draw a card on the end step if he wants.
Yeah, so we do get to use the map token. Again, I think I maybe would have liked this pre-combat. But if we're just going to grow this Sentinel, maybe it doesn't matter.
You weren't doing
Hex Catcher number 2. Okay, that's a big one. So Charlie needs it here. This is his window. He wants to punch his ticket in the top 8. You need to Transmogrify now. A land plus Transmogrify. You could animate Mutavault and then use Mutavault to cast it. And if we have it, that's what we're going to do. If not, that Hex Catcher, I mean, that represents, again, really hard to cast Transmogrifies.
I think if he had it, we would have seen it already, unless he's just, going through the full thought process here in his head to make sure he's not missing anything.
Ooh,
but it sure looks like he doesn't have it.
I don't love that. That body posture tells me a lot about what's going on over there. Yeah. Missing something. Not sure if it's land 5 or if it's Transmogrify or both. Let's see if we can get a look. We have Path to Peril.
A lot of cards. Another Bank Buster.
We have Transmogrify. Is the land of Blackleaf Cliffs? Is that the problem here? I think so. I mean, we have
Yeah.
looks like we have everything you'd want, right? You have path,
A lot of
both the throat,
options.
you have another bank buster, you have cards, you have removal, you even have your combo piece.
Now, I
Charlie
think
looks
he might
absurd.
actually. Now, he doesn't know this, obviously, but I don't think he's dying next turn. Like, I think Charlie is probably going to be okay if he's able to just interact and set up for it for the next turn. Of course, that gives Jonathan several draw steps. I mean, one of the things I'll note about his deck is that there are no Silver Girl Adepts. So none of that
Okay.
just sort of cycled to draw extra cards that Merfolk's leaned on in the past. So I think it's Kumina and maybe just land in hand for Nikachu, and we know Hexcatcher on top. So the Hexcatcher you have to think about here for Transmogrify, but it's not like they're on unlimited resources. If you can work through the creatures in play, maybe you have a shot. But Charlie actually just draws a card, plays the tap land, and passes. So this seems great if you're Jonathan here.
Yeah, it's interesting to let Nikachu draw. Like, obviously, we're representing Go for the Throat, and if you let him draw the Hexcatcher, if you're planning to use it on like the Sentinel anyway because it's big, you're just kind of letting Nikachu dictate what he lets die. That's what happened in the first Voldalian Hexcatcher exchange too. That's part of the power of Voldalian Hexcatcher.
Yeah,
and maybe we're trying to block. I'm not in love with that.
Okay. This is going to be a difficult sequence here. So
you don't need the creature because Bank Buster you can crack next turn and get it all, but
the Hexcatcher is not in play. It is revealed. That's why it's face up. The Drowner is a 2/1. So even if Nikachu flashes it in, it will be a 3/2 and trade with Immutable.
Okay.
That would allow the Sentinel to get in for an additional point, which puts it down to 5, which is, lethal next turn. But that, of course, commits Nikachu to that line. We don't know what his other 2 cards in hand are. There's also now going to be a map token floating. So trying to figure out what he wants to do with his mana here, if it's worth exposing the Hexcatcher, for lack of a better term, to get in 1 more points of damage. And it looks like he opts to save it because I think you're onto something. Like, keeping that card in hand means that you get to control how it interacts with Transmogrify. You don't, like, Charlie doesn't get a chance to set it up. So
yeah, and I think that's a big part of the formula here as well, and part of why Nikachu held it there. And like I said, part of the nice thing about actually blocking the Mutavault is that you don't expose. You get to pick what dies, but I mean, even still, I think you're killing the worst thing on the board and in hand between what you know. So, I mean, the Mutavault exchange happens. That reduces some of the pressure. Down to 6 goes Charlie Dusterberg, so really only has like 1 more turn to live. Nikachu getting a read on what happens when the final counters remove. You do get a pilot and a treasure, so that's going to help solve some of the mana problems. I think the draw off the Bank Buster last turn is what found an untapped land. So I think next turn Charlie will have an untapped land, which untapped land plus activate gives you creature plus mana. But I mean, with the Hexcatcher now still face up and unable to be killed, that's not really something that's going to be good enough on its own at the moment. So Charlie's going to have to string together some of the removal spells, and I think continue to tread water for a turn or two before we can even go for the Transmogrify.
it looks like we're getting some rules clarification on exactly how the Bank Buster is going to interact here. Both Seiju avail. I mean, this has really worked out pretty well for Nikachu here, and we don't know exactly what's in his hand. I guess maybe we do. It's a Kumina, but if you're Charlie, you're also staring down the threat of a Vidalian Hexcatcher, right? Or Tidebinder, the 3 Tishana's Tidebinder, the 3-drop.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Tishana's Tidebinder.
Got to work our way through the Rolodex of Merfolk here.
And yeah,
in my head,
just Sentinel in play.
At home, I keep all my old defunct Merfolk foils in a drawer. So I was just working my way through the drawer.
Through the progression. Yeah. The drawer of the lost fish.
Tackle box, if you will.
Oh, sure. Why not? The catch of the day. All right. So I assume part of the question was with the Spacesius, since the Spacesius face up, if he activates and the regular Bank Buster is no longer in play, like if you blow it up, I guess in response or something, I don't know, like, will you still get the stuff? And I believe the answer is no. I think you do. Yeah. Well, actually, hold on.
I'm not sure of the answer. I am certain that that's what they are asking about, though. So we'll get a clarification either from the judges or based on how they play this game out. But
yeah, I mean, we'll see here in a second. I think it's just going to go ahead and activate. And I assume if you would not get the stuff, then it would be fine. But yeah, I think removing the counter is part of the cost, and I believe removing it will use last known information to resolve the ability. This is my guess. I'm not a judge. My guess is it will use last known information, and you will get the stuff even if you blow it up in response to the draw, because the counter, the last it remembers is the counter's removed as part of the cost. That's my guess. That's what I got.
Out to me. It seems to be how they resolved it as well. So it sounds pretty good. Which has had the effect of sending Charlie back into the tank here, right? So he knows he's staring down a Lord. He knows he's staring down not just. I mean, we've been talking about all of this in the context of whether or not he's going to be able to resolve Transmogrify. The Sentinel's just big, right? Like it's a 3/4 naturally.
Yeah, Lifetoll's under pressure.
It's a 4/5. The Hexcatcher makes it a 5/6. Like one more Lord just makes it lethal at that point. So there's a lot to consider here. Another map token if it came from a second Sentinel, things like that. There's a lot of ways. If you're Charlie, you have to consider actually just losing the game next turn, and that makes things more difficult. So here we go. We're going to
animate the Bank Buster while it's tapped. This makes sense if you want to try to transmogrify it, but that runs into the face-up Boseiju. So now I'm a bit confused. Oh, okay. We're actually casualtying it.
Oh, wow.
Our Obnixilis adversary. That's much better than transmogrifying it. And gonna give you a second Obnixilis, the adversary. So that's nice. That's going to help the blocking force for
This is a really interesting line from Charlie, and it is going to probably have the effect of, one, it plays around any Hexcatcher shenanigans, right? Because you have a copy on the stack now in addition to that one treasure, but it makes a bunch of blockers. And
yeah, a bunch of blockers is what we need.
Yeah, well, doesn't have and they have the effect if the Lord comes into play and the Devil tokens get a block, they get to ping down the Lord after that. So it makes the Hexcatcher itself a little bit awkward. So, and we know if the rest of Nikachu's hand is just that Kumena, the window could still be opening for Charlie to resolve Transmogrify.
Is there any way we're interested in countering any number? I guess there's a treasure, so you can already start paying. Yeah, it's no good.
Yeah, that's the problem is you can't actually, and you have access to very few merfolk overall at this point.
And the first one can make a devil. The second one can actually gain some life using the plus ability, and that could matter as well. You might want to split the difference, make one devil and do some life gaining here.
It looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah, I like that. I like that quite a bit. Because add your life total and get a good blocker. Yeah, this is gonna. Oh no, it's two devils. Okay, so it is two devils. That's fine. I mean, either way, I think it's a good spot. Obviously, you want to make sure you have a blocker for Sentinel, even in the face of additional drowners and stuff like that. So part of the equation is just having
big draw here for Nikachu. He hits a land. So I don't know if it's interesting. He may have actually been fine with playing the Boseiju now, but he has 6 lands, which doesn't really do much. I guess you can go Kumena and Hexcatcher and get to draw a card since the Sentinel has Vigilance. So, okay.
All right. Attack, block with a devil. I mean, you got to work through the blockers, right? Like these Obnixilises can't do this every turn. You still have the Hexcatcher that is helping check the Transmogrify, but not for much longer. You don't have enough Merfolk without Deeproot Pilgrimage to really work through it. But Kumena does represent some unblockable power if Atraxa just happens. So we might even be able to play on after Atraxa, by doing things like growing the Kumena here. And finding Cavern of Souls, not really what you wanted to do.
Well, it does mean that he gets to keep Boseiju. Well, I guess the other card's a breeding pool, right? So all he really did was save himself 2 life. And
an unknown. I mean, the unknown matters.
Yeah, well, yeah, and now you that's true. And now also you obviously have a new draw step next turn, right? So this is a big spot here, right? Because Charlie's got a lot of Planeswalker triggers.
Game, yeah.
But
2 Planeswalkers versus some Merfolks.
For the first time this entire match, Nikachu has an engine. He's going to be able to play the Hexcatcher with 3 untapped Merfolk in play, tap them to draw a card with Kumena, and that's going to be the first opportunity he's had in this entire game to set up an engine. So he is behind, right? Like if Charlie just goes for a Transmogrify here, like it's pretty bad for Nikachu.
Yeah, I mean, how many Merfolk are you willing to sacrifice?
You're going to have to throw them all away.
Yeah, it's here. Yeah, we are trying Transmogrify on the pilot. So if we flash in Hexcatcher, we have to use all of them. Now,
Yeah, I
obviously, we
think-
can flash in Hexcatcher and do a draw first, but we're out of mana at that point.
And then you're just actually going to get ground down by the Devils and the Obnixilis.
Whereas on the other side of the equation, if we still have all of our Flood Pit Drowners, maybe we can tap down the Atraxa, put a stun counter on it, and
Well, that
opens everything else up.
That is, gosh, that's not where you want to be, but it may be where you're at, because at least at that point, you have a Kumena engine, and that's...
Yeah, you have Kumena that can be unblockable. If you can get the Atraxa down, you can keep beating down. So, I mean, here's the Atraxa.
He's at 7.
We did let this happen. Yeah, I mean...
He's at 7.
We might be able to beat this. This isn't over.
Flood Pit... So if there's 3 Flood Pit Drowners left in the deck, you're going to get, 3 more draws at him? Not bad.
Yeah, it's a lot of looks.
Unable to scream also in the deck.
Gaining life still, so that's a problem.
Well, there's unable to scream also in the deck. So like,
true.
I guess there's.
I don't know how good.
It depends. I mean, this is of course we come back to what we always come back to, is that Attraction just refills your hand and you're ready to do it again next turn. But you have some outs if you're sitting in Nikachu seat.
Get a look here at what we are going to find. The second Atraxa among the mix. Yeah, I mean,
wow,
3 Fatals. Okay, I guess we'll take one of those. Take Fatal Push is the only remove. No, we do have the Path to Peril too.
Well, Fatal Push is actually
a lot.
Huge. Well, is there Revolt?
Yeah, we have Revolt. We transmogrified. That exiles something.
Yes. So like
that leaves the
this is actually kind of I don't know, like this. I mean,
you're running into Hexcatcher if you do it though, because
the problem is that
the
problem is that Nikachu can't Hexcatcher.
And we still have a land drop. Ooh.
If Nikachu goes for the Hexcatcher now, Charlie gets to remove Kumena in response, and Nikachu doesn't get to draw any cards, and that engine we talked about just isn't there. So he may be forced into just doing something else entirely, which is not what he wants either.
A sigh of relief from Charlie. I think Charlie knows that he's...
Yeah, I think if anything, Nikachu was supposed to flash out the Hexcatcher there so you could draw. But okay, he's going to...
Okay, Fatal Push main phase and holding the Hexcatcher back. Okay.
I'm not sure what we're missing there.
Yeah, we could have flashed in a draw card. Maybe you just value it too highly, like you're running it into pat. I don't really know.
I'm not sure what
comes down.
Here it comes.
Coming on instep is the Hexcatcher. Needs to be a great draw here. Has flooded out. It's another Kumena, I think. Gives you another look at things. 3 caverns. It's very uncounterable, is this Kumena. All right, now I think finding Flood Pit Drowner.
Well, it's rough. If he had drawn an extra card last turn, he could have had that Kumena in hand here and hit whatever he just hit.
I mean, it has to be something. He's excited about it. And, not a lot of exciting hits to find here. And over to Charlie we go. Now, if it is Drowner, it does have Flash, so we can wait on it a little bit. But
I don't think there's any 4 drops in the deck, so I don't think he could have hit anything that he can't play.
Yeah, definitely not.
I guess Ottawa.
Excited. He didn't pick his cards up. He seemed excited about the draw.
He has a legendary creature, so he could Ottawa as well.
What is it?
Oh, it is Ottawa!
Oh, that's a nice one. And we have a legend in place, so that's discounted by 1 thanks to Kumena. So Kumena into Otawara. That keeps us playing. Into the tank goes Charlie.
Well, gosh, it really does make you wonder about that missed draw, because could have had this exact same line, but been +1 cards right now. Might have been big. Okay, it does
goes
hit
Atraxa, so we play on. I mean, we know Charlie's hand's good, but Atraxa is really the lights out card, and now, I mean, there's still a game to be played. Nikachu's life total very high, and Charlie's, even with the life gain from Obnixilis, is not that high.
Oh no! All of a sudden, this game looks incredibly different with that Ottawara coming off the top there. I think Nikachu might have been in a, I guess it's probably over kind of, resignation there, but you saw his reaction when he ripped that Ottawara off the top. Well, wait a minute, I have a chance.
Not a lot of Hollywood there. It's all I found a good one, and he sure did. Ottawara, an awesome one here. Is another Devil going to enter, and I believe a plus to gain 2 more points of life, 2 blockers, 2 more life, up to 11 is Charlie Dusterberg, as these NRG championship qualified players battling it out here in game 3. For their spot in the top 8 of this Pioneer Showdown, is another Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to join the mix.
Yeah, that's not Transmogrify.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, well, I think, is the other Atraxa in hand? I guess you could choose not to take it from Atraxa, so maybe it's on the bottom or whatever. Oh, and we're on turns? Is this time? I see a die there. This might actually just be time of the round.
Okay, well, if this is turn 1, Nikachu gets 3 turns, including this one. If he's winning the game, it's probably in that time frame, to be fair. Kind of brutal for Charlie, though. Well, let's think it through here. Nikachu is got a 3-power Kumena. You can make unblockable. He's got a 4 or 5-power Vigilance attacker. That's just obviously going to run into the attacks. If he attacks with that and the Devils get in the way, they can ping down the Hex Catcher.
That's not good. Yeah, I think letting Charlie block is pretty bad here. I do like Kumena. Actually, I like Kumena attacking down Obnixiluses. I think those need to go. You can't, like, racing those is much harder than just taking them out. So I would like to see.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do this in time, but you're right.
I think that's what is going to happen. Is even if Nikachu sets himself up to win this one, I think he's going to run out of time.
I think so too.
And yeah, we're going to draw a card here to kick things off. I don't know what it would need to be. 2 lands is not the formula. That is not the Krabby Patty secret formula at all. And back on over to Charlie we go. This might just be play to a draw territory. 2 lands is so brutal, having already flooded out so hard.
Yeah, this one would have been interesting, I think, with a little more time and a little less confusion at the end, right? In terms of what's actually going to happen, because it's really not clear where this one was going to go.
Yeah, this has been a battle. I mean, really, 2 very talented players piloting very different decks. But again, like I said, NRG mainstays through the 2024 year. It's they're not going down easy. Neither of them are. This multiple points in time, this game felt really bad for both sides, like one side and the other. The swings have been immense. And I mean, it's kind of brutal not really being able to see this one kind of come to a natural conclusion. But that's where I'm feeling things are going. Charlie's gonna get a look, and I believe it's 2 lands. Island and
no collected companies in Nikachu's deck. We didn't talk about this.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's relevant, but like you'd think, like if you're Charlie and you're in a spot like this, okay, what could I lose to? Is like, okay, well, he's got all this mana open. Casting collected company and putting 2 Merfolk into play could be disastrous. But opting for the more aggressive build of the deck here, Nikachu doesn't actually have any in the list.
And here comes Transmogrify number 2, going to find Atraxa number 2. We do know one of them is in hand thanks to Otawara. It happened early in this game and kept Nikachu in this one. But here on turn 2 of turns, we're going to put another Atraxa in play. Is this game, I mean, outside of whether or not Atraxa gets to stay in play, any kind of flood pit grounders or anything like that, is this game winnable in time? Can Charlie actually close this?
Well, if Atraxa's in play, what do you get? 2 life drain with the obs, which got to stick around and play. So what are you talking? We're talking 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Looks a little short to me.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
We found the Fables again. Found all three of the other Fables.
Wild. Okay. I'm not sure if he can close it out, especially, Nikachu gets 2 more draws, and you can hit all kinds of cards that, turn this game into a draw instead of a win. I don't have any idea. Somebody was asking in chat. I don't have any idea what the tournament math looks like for these players if they do draw.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players actually had to play it out, right? I think basically all of the 5 and 1s had to play. So the question becomes, now that all of them have had to play, if this does result in a unintentional draw, are they live because of so many X1s playing? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, that's tournament math that I frankly don't know.
Well, we don't have it in front of us, but very interesting.
It is interesting. I mean, and it does mean that I think even if Nikachu can play to the draw, he should, which is, maybe not what I think people would want to see. Because I think with the second Atraxa in play, it's very likely that Charlie is going to win this one as game goes on. Yeah. And because of that, people I think are going to be more of a fan of trying to see, Charlie actually win it. But I mean, I think if Nikachu can play to a draw, the tournament math might really want him to. Now, we'll see exactly if that does happen. Another Devil Maid can't attack, but we can lay the beatdowns with the Fable, the Goblin Shaman token, and the Devil this turn, which is the second to last turn that Charlie Dusterberg will get. of course, Nikachu going to get 2 more turns through this as well. He's going to get turn 3 and turn 5. And here's 3
I'm not sure if there's
damage.
any line. I guess we'll see what the draw step is here, but I'm almost confident at this point there's not a line for Nikachu to find lethal. That said, maybe, I don't know, maybe you hit a Drowner or something here and you just tap down a track so you can get an attack in. But overall, it just seems difficult. There's another blocker. So, yeah, I'm not sure there's anything available to Nikachu here, but perhaps trying to find a draw. Also not sure if Charlie can come up with 14 points of damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question is, can Charlie even do it? And, what can Nikachu find? I mean, he's flooded out so bad in this late game. The Odawara, a land he was actually excited to draw.
Yeah.
But the other 2 follow-ups, not great, is here comes another Sentinel of the Nameless City. Offers another blocker. And I think, like I said, all but guarantees his ability to stay alive. And I think you're interested in making Kumina unblockable and gunning down one of these Obnicholas to help the damage math. You keep the land in hand. That way, of course, to discard. And then you can take down one of the other ones and not give any free points there. Another Sentinel on top. Okay. Late to the party, guys.
So it's a 4-power Kumina now. That's enough to take down creatures or planeswalkers, but it's not going to be enough to do anything with life. So Charlie feeling pretty comfortable that he won't be losing this one. And now from his seat, you're just trying to think, how can I come up with 14 points of damage on my turn?
Yeah, like that's the big question now is like, can Charlie actually win this? It's not, actually Smuggler's Copter makes things a lot harder.
Yeah,
even
probably
with Ras and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know that you're supposed to play that land. I think you hold it for obs, you don't take damage. But either way, this is the last turn Charlie will get. He needs to find 14 points if he wants to win it. Otherwise, like I said, I think it's very likely that we see an unintentional draw here as the first Fable is going to flip. And yeah, we didn't even talk about that. Like the 2 Fables provide so much inevitability if this game did progress on. So like I said, I think in a lot of spots where it's just clean, losing is out, winning is in, there would be maybe a case for some kind of concession and things like that. You talk about like it being good sportsmanship, whatever, things like that. In this case, that's not the case. I do think an unintentional draw could reasonably still give them fighting chances at upscaled prizing and maybe even top 8 contention.
Yeah, certainly matters for prizing as well.
It is correct for both players, really, if you can't win, to play for a draw. And I think that's what Nikachu's seat is about right now. Here is some thinking, it looks like. A little bit of a crowd gathered around. Like I said, I believe we are in time, obviously. So these players kind of talk.
Issue says the NFL doesn't let you draw into the playoffs, but they do let you play the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about some problems with the NFL for quite a while. I think we could point to some games where maybe some players weren't giving their best efforts. I just theoretically just throwing that out there. I'm not saying that removing draws solves anything. Okay, I don't. Really
there's a handshake.
Okay,
Charlie Dusterberg takes it down.
Ob. Oh, I think second ob is actually good enough to do the last damage because you get 2. And then they both can ding you for 2. That's 4 extra damage. I think that's actually the extra damage you need. So Charlie Dusterberg going to be victorious. And I mean, a victory is certainly top 8 contention locked. So with that, this was one of our last matches playing. They were in turns as the feature match, which means, they have a little bit of extension too. So the round is completely over. So we are going to be taking a very quick break. And then we will bring you the top 8 of this 5K Pioneer Showdown, the last event of 2024 outside of the championship. This is the end of season 2. All comes down to this. For one player of our top 8, they will be punching their late ticket, but ticket nonetheless, to the 2024 championship. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with our top 8 very shortly. All right, everybody, we are back here for the quarterfinals of our Pioneer 5K Showdown in Chicagoland. Of course, the last event of season 2 of 2024. This is it. After this event, the 2024 championships will be set. The last opportunity for some of these players to qualify. Of course, we've seen some of our players in top 8 already qualified, but either way, we have a top 8 nonetheless. So let's start out by taking a look at that. I believe we have 6 different decks total represented through the top 8. The only repeat, of course, being Is It Phoenix, kind of unsurprising. They've got 3 copies in the top 8, but you can see there on the left side of the bracket, we have Pierre Smith on Selesnya Company versus Carter Steichen on Rakdos Agro, and then Adam Weiss on Gruel Prowess versus Max Komanowski on Is It Phoenix. That's the match we're actually going to be watching. And then on the right side of the bracket, we have Andrew Wolthus on Demir Ninjas and Benjamin Unger on Is It Phoenix. And then we have Charlie Dusterberg, someone we watched in the final 2 rounds of Swiss. He did, of course, make it with that win on Rakdos Transmogrify versus Andrew Ellenbogen on Is It Phoenix. Ellenbogen, one of the players really looking to lock things up with points, or obviously by just winning the whole thing. He said he liked his chances, and here he is in top 8, so needs to get 3 more done, and then he's locked for sure. But I mean, even I think just a massive point spike could really put him in the conversation on the leaderboard considerations alone. Now, points aren't the only thing these players are playing for.
Well, and we also have the 5 different decks in the top 8, right? Like, this is the potential to have a really cool top 4. Or we have the potential to have 3 Is It Phoenix decks against possibly Rakdos Agro or Celestia Company. But
yeah, I mean,
the more you
need some heroes to win here.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, just like Demir Ninjas, which hopefully we'll get a chance to look in on this round, seems very cool. We obviously saw the Transmogrify deck that Dusterberg was playing look great. Adam Weiss, that's a regional champion from the United States, by the way, competed at the World Championships last week on the Gruel Prowess deck that you see take over Standard. Well, you can see a version of it in Pioneer as well. So yeah, a lot going on here. And of course, you know, the classic Is It Phoenix. We know it has its fans.
Oh, I'm a big fan of Is It Phoenix. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But first, what these players are playing for, of course, this is the top 8. So those first 4 blocks are the ones you're going to be looking at. Of course, winner, $1,200, the trophy, 30 points, that, RC invite. And of course, the invite to the 2024 championship. No matter what your standing is in the leaderboard, punches your tickets by winning an event. The winners, they get invited. That's how this series works. Second place, you don't get the invite necessarily unless you have a bunch of points standing, but you still got a lot for your trouble. You get $600, 25 points, and then of course third through fourth, $400, 20 points, and then all of the players at a minimum will be receiving $200 and 15 points. So quite a bit already for these players that they have already won, playing for quite a bit more. And that, of course, the winner gets quite a bit of stuff, but it doesn't stop there, because any winner of a showdown, in addition to getting invited to our 2024 championship, gets a special made token by Inkland Customs. You can check her out at www.inklandcustoms.com. Her work is fantastic. I use her tokens for everything in all the games that I play. But all showdown winners receive a custom one by Inkland Customs, of course, banning that collaboration between NRG and Inkland. You get those sweet tokens. You see some of the examples already on screen, creative by these players. They get to pick their token, and they even get some control of the art direction as well. And I think you could really see some of their personalities shining through in the tokens as well. Yeah, so some awesome stuff there on screen. I really love these. These are charming, make me smile every time, and awesome to see them in use here in NRG as we do cut down to the match. You just talked about Adam Weiss, RC winner. He loves his red aggressive decks versus Max Komanowski, who loves his Is It decks. I believe twin on Twitter. So that'll be little bit of 2 players, I guess, NRG series mainstays, juggernauts of the game, kind of representing the archetypes that they're known for.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Gruel Prowess, a little bit of a newcomer to Pioneer, just in that it's gotten a lot of cards over the past, 6 months, a year. And Is It Phoenix, I'm really happy that when the bans came down, right, where they got rid of, your Vein Ripper combo with Sorin, and they nuked some of the other stuff. I really like that they left Is It Phoenix, because it's like sort of the quintessential 55-45% deck that it just always does its thing, and it's never right. It never feels like offensive But it
I
never
think there's
feels
some players
bad.
that would argue with you that after it being the last thing standing is offensive. I mean, there are some real
Maybe.
vocal people that are tired of Treasure Cruise. Now, I'm not. I love Is It Phoenix.
Well,
That
Treasure
is
Cruise to
something
me
I'm
is
about.
not Is It Phoenix, right? Like that's just Treasure Cruise.
What?
That
What
card
other
is
deck is Treasure? Okay.
that card is
Sleight
not.
of hand on turn one.
I'll hear you
Max
that
Kolanowski.
I'll hear you that card may not be long for. I'm shocked it's remained in the format this long, and that's certainly
Look, it's
what
only
gives the
fetch
deck-
lands. That's the only reason it's broken. There's nothing, don't worry about it. Nothing else to think about. Turn
when
two
I think
here.
of Is It Phoenix, you're right. That's the card that gives the deck power. But man, I like to see the Phoenixes come back. Like I just like to see the 3 sleight of hands bringing back the Phoenixes.
Me too. I'm with you. Cantripping's what I'm about, and it looks like that's what Max is going to be about too. Although under quite a bit of pressure, thanks to a slick shot show off with a counter, thanks to the Kumano faces Kazakan. That second chapter provides a counter from the slick shot show off, and no red land into red removal spell could spell big trouble here for Max. See what he has. He did find a reef and does find a fiery impulse on time. Needed that.
Perfect. Yeah, that was clutch. This would have been a massive turn for Adam otherwise, and it's still going to be, I think, a probably pretty solid turn for him. Plenty of mana, though, on his side.
And actually, this creature, Etching of Kumano, obviously very aggressive, very powerful one-drop, but the static text on the back end matters quite a bit in this particular matchup. The Phoenix is part of the value of them that we've seen since its printing, really, is your ability to block with it. And you can kind of, recur them and get card advantage that way. Actually, on the battlefield, this one prevents that. Creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die. You get the Exile instead. That's a big deal when it comes to Arclight Phoenix. Now, the new addition to the Phoenix deck deployed here, Artist's Talent. Actually, a class card here deployed by Max Komanowski. We've seen quite a bit of this one already, and this is a card that I scratched my head when I read this thing for the first time. An extremely powerful first level of this thing. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. It's kind of giving Jeskai Ascendancy vibes.
Well, and it then discounts it if you played it in the same kind of deck, which, hey, this is that kind of deck where you cast a bunch of spells. And, it just so happens that level 3 is pretty good in your deck, too. But, yeah, just having a discard outlet that also scales into the late game is a little bit of a different, angle for the Phoenix deck, right? But it works very well. And now we have one Phoenix that has been put into the yard for Max.
Yeah, speaking of, there goes the Phoenix right into the yard. And, consider the thing to trigger it. And, using cantrips like this so aggressively means it's very likely that we have quite a bit more one-drops left over as we did a quick graveyard count. Second Phoenix in the yard. Woo-hoo, this is
look at this class go off.
Max.
Yeah, this is really showing off right now. And I have a feeling that this op is going to be followed by a couple more spells at this point.
I have to agree with you, and I think we're going to see Treasure Cruise. Yeah, there we go. You think of Is It Phoenix, you think of Treasure Cruise. Yeah, look how clean that is. That's satisfying right there. All of your graveyard except Phoenixes, annihilate that. 3 cards coming, get to add more to the graveyard, churning through your deck with Artist's Talent. What on earth? As if what we needed was more powerful cards for these at Phoenix deck. Treasure Cruise, 3 more cards coming. That's spell number 2. And have to imagine we're going to have something left over. Still have 2 mana. Now remember, the Etching of Kumano can help Adam Weiss fight through this. So I think Max going to be interested in maybe if you find like a red removal spell, using that as spell number 3, just to help protect your Phoenixes. But if you don't, I mean, not the end of the world, but there is some danger in bringing Phoenixes back.
You're absolutely right about that, because if it is just another cantrip and you bring them back and Adam is sitting on just 2 shocks, the entire complexion of the game looks different, right? Because your Phoenix deck is built to bring the Phoenix back multiple times. Like you can reload with Treasure Cruise to get more spells after you've sort of gone off the first time. But if they're not there to bring back, then you're in trouble. And that's why it's actually a brazen borrower to bounce it.
Yeah, a little petty theft action going to bounce back the Etching of Kumano. And yeah, I mean, that really, it temporarily solves the problem. But given that you need to go through all the chapters of a saga to make the Etching of Kumano even happen to begin with, a fine exchange for Max. Both birds coming back in play. No Etching of Kumano to worry about. Now considering which to attack with, which to block with. Not clear. Adam Weiss might have something to say about this either way.
That was perfect sequence for Max.
Yeah, love it. I mean, getting rid of the etching, a big deal. And I love this attack, too. One attack, one block. Not really under too much pressure to get the game over with, but do need to start making moves. But again, part of the card advantage of this deck baked in is your ability to block with these these Arclight Phoenix cards and, bring them back again later. That's a really big part of how this deck fights through creature decks. And so splitting the difference makes a lot of sense to me. Over to Adam Weiss we go. Seems to have quite a bit of lands to work with. I think we picked up a questing druid. That one seems timely here.
Yeah, he's got plenty of cards in hand to work with. And he does have Max down to 11 life. So coming up with direct damage here is also a line to play towards, right? It's something to keep in mind, right? As he deploys the Saga and just tries to think about how he can poke through damage before Max finishes him off, right? So Max has kind of done his thing now. The Phoenixes are in play. It is what it is. But you have 17 left to work with. So you have at least a couple of turns as it currently stands if you're Adam. And maybe you can get that chapter to the third, Saga to the third chapter, transform it and get rid of the Phoenixes. But maybe not. Maybe it just helps you poke through a little bit of damage and you go from there. But he has some lines here, but nothing is, I would say, overly appealing. You want to come out of the gates a little more creature heavy than this. And this is working.
Well, maybe. I mean, now that we have it, the direct damage line might be the path, like you were just mentioning. And like, I think Seek the Beast is certainly going to be part of that. The front half of the questing druid. I feel like there's some people that would want to play Seek the Beast into questing druid or whatever last turn, or even just get that started. But I really like the patience here. The ground's locked up. You really have time to do some card advantage stuff and try to find your way into some direct damage to end this game. It's not like there's a lot of life game present, and we already have an Atarka's command, so we have one piece.
Yes,
Here
exactly.
Comes the Fae. Spell number 2 triggers Ledger Shredder for Max Komanowski.
Yeah, Max is now doing everything as Phoenix does, right? He's fully going off. So if you're Adam, you're really not going to be able to stop any of it at this point. You just got to figure out how to go around it, right? And he does have some cards that have the ability to go through it, as you mentioned. So Max is not going to be able to end this game for at least maybe a few turns here. Ledger Shredder starting to grow. Does add to the clock, but it's going to be shields down for a moment, and Adam's going to have a chance to find a way to force through damage.
Yeah, I think this is representing a clean 3-turn clock. I mean, even if, this Ledger Shredder is getting big enough that even if that third Phoenix we found doesn't come back right away, you're good. But, I mean, actually, there's a chance that you're dead next turn if that third Phoenix does come back and we can grow the Ledger Shredder again. So this might actually just be a clean 2-turn. Like, you may actually have to make it happen next turn. Might be a little bit less time than you think you have. And that's part of the power, of course, of Arclight Phoenix having haste. You find all 4 of them, that's 12 damage. That's easy math. If you can find all 4 of the Phoenixes, there's 12 damage. And with Adam at 11, there's a chance he dies next turn. And obviously, Ledger Shredder helps with that as well. Play with Fire Soulscar Mage. And I think, is that a second one? No, that is the same questing druid there that is in exile. So
looks like we got
find 2 spells.
Monstrous Rage and Atarka's command in hand. Like, this does represent a fair amount of damage. Now, you have to be able to get a creature in before you die. That's going to be the biggest issue there for Adam. But he's got some stuff to work with here. So he's staring it down, looking at his options, trying to figure out how he's going to spend this last couple of mana here.
We're on Max's instep here, so to actually play with fire on instep, kind of appealing. Can get you a scry to find more, and also it's just a little bit more mana efficient. If you do actually have to get it done next turn, starting to your mana starts to be a gate here.
If you go face with that, you get a good scry and you find a nice haste creature. You have the Monstrous Rage to really have a big turn. So there is, look, if Max's 1 red mana is a removal spell, I'm not really certain you can play around that at this point. But there's certainly going to be an opportunity. Depending on what Adam wants to do here, like there are lines that could win.
Yeah.
Step 1, have 2 mana.
2 more. Are we Atarka's commanding for mana efficiency instead? Looks like the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
Bonk. 3 damage to the dome. And that is actually second spell, so that will trigger Ledger Shredder. So if your plans to attack through that, it's getting harder.
Well, and he had to ping life, so he's just definitely dead next turn now, right? So,
I can look at Atarka's command. This one, I did some money with this thing back in Standard. Your opponents can't gain life, 3 damage to each opponent. Put a land from your hand on the battlefield, and creatures get +1/+1. Now, we did do 3 damage there in the end step. Did not find a draw step Adam liked, so he's actually picking up his cards here. Did find Sunburn, did not find enough. So game number 1 goes to Max Komanowski. So you have to be pretty excited about that as we do take a look at sideboard, starting, of course, with Adam Weiss down a game here. Let's take a look at what we have to work with. We have 3 copies of Challenger's Defeat, 2 copies of Cinder Vines, 2 Rampaging Ferocidon, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Destructive Reverie, the Gigantha, the Wellspring Companion, and the Screaming Nemesis. We have one of those. So if you're playing against Is It Phoenix? Looks like we have a few good options. What do you like?
Yeah, I mean, you should have a plan for this, right? You don't come to this tournament not expecting to see Izzet Phoenix. So, that said, I look at the sideboard. I'm not sure exactly what you want here, right? So there's
Like Screaming Nemesis is appealing. Don't want to Lightning Axe that because that would go
Yeah.
very badly for you. So I do like that thing. That seems like a good one to grow. The question to me really is, do you want the Cindervine style stuff or not? Like, how much do you value putting that in play and they're going to cast a bunch of spells and deal a
I
bunch
do
of
think it's
damage?
probably reasonable, especially on the play, right? If you think you're going to be able to get ahead on mana and get some early damage in through, Cindervine's probably represents 4 to 5, maybe more points of damage if you can deploy it early. It just kind of is a question of what it comes at the cost of, like
Mhm.
what are you giving up? Are you going to draw a hand with one creature and a Cindervines, and then they kill your creature and you're Cindervinesing them when they're at 19, right? That doesn't really do much for you. So those are the
Maybe it
considerations.
could. Who knows? Yeah, it's tough
Yeah.
because I do think some of the bump spells get worse as they do against any deck with a bunch of removal spells. You do kind of want to shave back on that stuff a little bit, but
Mhm.
the question is how much. Like you also have raining volleys you could reach for if you're worried about the big butt ledger shredders and stuff. So the question is, do you want to try to get their creatures out the way, or do you want to try to attack the spells with things like Cindervines? The only
Exactly.
slam dunk I see really is I think Screaming Nemesis is a slam dunk. I think
Yeah,
it's really hard
that
to
card
deal
has been working its way into more and more decks across formats. And it's very powerful, right? Like this is a line that comes up fairly regularly in my experience where someone tries to remove your Screaming Nemesis with a non-damage spell. And in response, you just throw your own damage spell at your Screaming Nemesis, redirect the damage to them, and now they can't gain life. It's an extremely powerful interaction. And that's
cute.
why you see it just work its way into more and more decks.
Well, either way, that is, I think, going to do it there for Adam Weiss and his Gruul deck. Let's take a quick look at the Izzet Phoenix deck that Max Komanowski has decided to bring with him. And quite a lot of one-ups in this sidebar. We have 2 copies of Prismara Command, 2 Negates, 2 Mystical Disputes, and 1 Beacon Bolt, 1 Third Path Iconoclast, 1 Brazen Borrower, 1 Annul, 1 Aethergust, 1 Proph's Eidectic Memory, 1 Anger of the Gods, 1 Crackling Drake, and 1 Chandra's Defeat. So ton of one-ofs. What do you want here against the Gruul Prowess strategy?
Yeah, take your pick of removal and interaction, right? Like, I guess it ultimately comes down to whether or not you want more removal in the form of Anger of the Gods, Beacon Bolt, this kind of thing, or whether you actually prefer like a Debris Ring in the Brazen Borrower. Is it better to actually bounce their things? You do have to consider the Snakeskin Veils on the other side. So I think in general, you feel pretty decently set up for this matchup. You're going to trim a couple of the spells you typically trim, right? You can cut 1 or 2 of the draw spells, etc., to bring in a few choice spells. So you do have to kind of consider the prowess angle of the deck, right? Like, do you want to try to interact with the non-creature spells, or do you just want to remove the creatures? And the beauty of Izzet Phoenix and a sideboard like this is that Max can go in either direction.
Right. I have to agree. Like I said, the only slam dunk for me is Chandra's Defeat. I think you can kind of pick between Anger of the Gods or Third Path Iconoclast. Is like, okay, do you want to try to produce blockers with this thing? Or do you want to just try to sweep everything and be okay with that? Tough. I think Arclight Phoenix's blocking is part of the formula, so Anger of the Gods can get awkward, but you probably still want it anyway. Those are part of the and with all the one-ofs, like that weird mixture is just going to be part of it anyway. Like you're hedging your bets against everything, which means that you're going to have to find a weird amalgamation of what you have access to actually support your plan here in game number 2. But with Max Komanowski already up a game, can't feel bad about his position. And I think typically Izzet Phoenix pretty well set up against a lot of decks like this that are looking to put a lot of little creatures in play, because this is one of the decks that can really keep up as far as mana efficiency goes, answering their creatures as much as the creatures cost, right? You're not going down on any kind of tempo using your 1 mana removal spells and their 1 mana creatures. And that's what this is about a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's a hyper efficient mana deck, which is one of the reasons why it's always been so much fun to watch for me across formats, is it just does so much with so little. Including getting your Phoenixes into play without paying any mana, right? That's kind of what it all goes back to. Also, the deck list, just even the main deck, the sideboard, sure, eclectic, filled with a lot of one-ofs. So was the main deck, to be honest. There's a lot of spells that are 1 or 2-ofs there. So, like you mentioned, you're kind of just going to draw an amalgamation of spells, and your deck does so much churning anyways that actually works pretty well, because in a lot of decks, maybe you just want 4x of your best removal spell. Well, in a format like Pioneer, where it sometimes requires very different removal spells for different threats, having access to those in a deck that can see more cards allows you to kind of line them up in a way that just maybe adds small percentage points. And in that context, mixing in another few of those from your sideboard makes sense.
Yeah, and we see Adam Weiss here taking a mulligan, not really where you want to be on the play. I mean, obviously nobody wants to mulligan ever, but Adam Weiss really under some pressure to assemble something powerful over the first few turns. Now, especially down cards, not really set up to grind with Is It Phoenix, but at the same time, I mean, Max Kamenowski kept a 7, has to like some of the stuff he's got going on. So pretty bad sign if you're an Adam Weiss fan. Like I said, I think that, obviously Adam Weiss has a lot of success here. He's in our top 8, but I do wonder how good he feels about the Phoenix matchup. Can't feel it's that bad, right? It's the deck with the target on his head coming into this weekend. And even though some players managed to dodge, we talked a little bit to Kamari earlier, and he's like, yeah, I don't know. My Phoenix matchup's not great, but I just dodged it. I mean, that's okay. You did it. Congratulations. But Adam Weiss, I don't know what his story here to top 8 necessarily looks like in entirety, but what I do know is Kumano faces Kazakhstan, going to be the first play of the game, and a strong one. Let's see what the follow-up will be. These first 2 turns, a lot of pressure. Just a Chivalry.
I could be wrong, but I think I spot the Screaming Nemesis.
Hey, there we go. That's a good one. Here's Cindervines too. All right.
This is a really nice 1-2-3 if he finds a land after this.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And even if he doesn't, what are the leftovers? We got.
Might even
is that
have
just a
it
land?
already.
Yeah, I think that might be Soken's in his land 3.
Yeah.
Wow. And the others look at Cindervine. So this one actually pretty good against players casting a lot of spells like the Phoenix deck does. Gives you a damage for each of those. But also, actually, now the second line text has text too against Artist's Talent, which
just like down. This.
Yeah, you can crack that, deal 2 damage to the permanent's controller. So now we actually have targets for the second half of this card. And that's not always the case against Phoenix. Now certainly is. And a juicy target at that. So the question is now, how long do you want to keep Cindervines versus cashing it out for that damage and destruction right away?
This is just
Here comes the Screaming Nemesis.
Beep,
beep. 5 damage across the red zone. Here comes Etching of Kumano and Screaming Nemesis.
So to remember, just to remind people, I got Screaming Nemesis wrong the first time I saw it. It is not a when it deals combat damage trigger. It is when it is dealt damage. It deals that damage to any other target. It's a Boros Reckoner, if anyone remembers.
Yeah, a little Boros Reckoner callback. No Blasphemous Axe here, but would be spicy, I guess.
And then, of course, if it hits a player, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. And on top of all of that, it's just a 3/3 with haste. Like, it's just very powerful here. What an amazing 1-2-3 from the Gruul deck, even on a mulligan. So much pressure is put on Max already.
Yeah, and you mentioned this card growing in popularity. I mean, Adam's certainly leaning into that. He's got 2 in his main deck, 1 more in his sideboard. So he's a big fan of this card as part of his strategy in this weekend. Seems to be part of the formula against Phoenix and looks good here. Max in the tank, and you're kind of getting a double threat here. I mean, the Cindervines makes digging and trying to do the Phoenix stuff hard. Obviously just putting creatures in play, facing down the Etching of Kumano and Screaming Nemesis, not great either. So not a lot of awesome options. I mean, this is really among the best draws Adam could have. And I think, did he pick up a Tarka's Command? That would be really good.
It sure would. It sure.
Oh, he certainly has it. Oh, and here it comes. Oh boy.
Nice guy by Adam Weiss too, letting Max pick up the land there as he paid off for it immediately. Karma off the top of the deck brings him a Tarka's Command. Okay, clutch.
Now we're going to go try to bounce the Screaming Nemesis. That's going to give you a point of damage. Petty Theft, picking up a haste creature doesn't feel good, but does prevent a point of damage thanks to a Tarka's Command will actually pump the team here. I'm sure that's the other mode picked.
Right.
+1/+1 to your team, and then also 3 damage to the dome. So does prevent a point of damage, even though it gives a point of damage. And of course, all the damage prevented by not getting hit by this thing this turn as well. So Cindervine's going to work. Screaming Nemesis going to work, and we're going to Monstrous Rage as well on this Etching of Kumano for even more damage this turn.
Well, it's huge there that Adam is able to be mana efficient and spend that 3rd mana, because bouncing the Screaming Nemesis to hand, if he only has 2 drops and then Screaming Nemesis after that, it's actually a fairly weak turn for Adam. But instead he has Monstrous Rage, which gives him a huge point of damage. Then the Cindervines, of course, giving 2 more on board is enough for Max to scoop him up.
Yeah, you just can't cast a spell for the rest of the game is what the situation that we were in, and you can't win with that. So that's going to do it for game number 2. Really, I mean, the perfect draw, I'd say, from Adam Weiss there, game number 2. A nice mulligan decision leading into a beautiful 1-2-3, and obviously 4 and 5, all that. He got exactly what he needed, and it fells Max Kamenowski in a very quick game number 2. So to game 3 we go. Max Kamenowski on the play. Both of these players, we'll see if they're interested in doing any sideboarding. I mean, right now, they kind of, they're going to review deck lists, but I don't see them reaching for their sideboards. No changes going into game 3 from either of these players. Seem to like the configuration they have between the two of them. Is one of these players. But like both these we've seen on the NRG series plenty. Both extremely talented and very well known for the kinds of decks that they're playing right now. But really comes down to this game 3. This is exciting. This is the edge of my seat. Quick Magic, fun Magic. Love to see it.
Yeah, this has been like we mentioned, we have 6 different decks in the top 8, with only the 3 Phoenix decks being the repeats. And that's a good spot to be, because every deck came to this tournament knowing Phoenix was very popular, which means in theory they have at least a sideboard plan against it.
Sure. Yeah.
Which means you don't have any deck then, even though that's the most popular deck in the top 8. Like that means that no deck is likely to just turn out to be truly dominant over the course of the weekend. It's looked good for Pioneer, I guess, is what I'm taking a long time to say here, is that the formats look pretty enjoyable with a lot of diverse options, at least based on what we've seen so far today.
And, these players, like I said, players that we've seen before, but this is actually a big tournament for both of them. Really, I think, was it Max Komanowski's number 47 on our overall leaderboard? I believe Adam Weiss number 43, which is respectable, but it is not within a range to get an invite off of points. So really, both of these players, if they want to be present in our 2024 championship, I think both these players need to win. And obviously part of the problem here is only one player can win. So, only one of these players is going to advance. And if they want to punch their ticket to the end of their championship, they have to win this event. There's no real path that looks like it involves like an overall bid. And yeah, I think checking real quick, Adam Weiss is number 92. Yeah, that's not even in striking distance for our season 2 leaderboard. So really, there's no path that involves the points for these players, even though they, have had some finishes here. It's just not quite enough on the leaderboard alone. They need to win the event if they want to qualify for the championship. So a lot at stake here for game number 3 for both these players. Quick, we're writing something down. I wonder what that's about. Little note taking there. Okay, I love to see it. You a sideboard guide guy? Like you write sideboard guides for your tournaments?
I'm more of a, these days especially, sideboard by vibes kind of guy.
Oh, a sideboard vibe guy. All right.
Yeah, always been a sideboard vibe guy. I just take a look at it and I just kind of roll.
I'm too dumb.
If someone hands me a deck, hand me a sideboard guide, please. Right?
Sure.
But a lot. Other than that, it's vibes.
Sideboard by vibes. No, I mean, you can find old videos of me. I pull out like a folder. I have to have it written down because I just get so wrapped up in what's happening in the game. I just kind of forget why my cards were even in my sideboard to begin with. Whereas like sideboard notes, it wasn't just like ins outs. Like I would write like, think about this, like in the note boxes as well. And I don't know. That's just how my brain works.
Shout out to Twitch chat. Shout out to Twitch chat, by the way, calling it.
Oh no, don't do that.
Vibe
boarding is horrific. That's just not great. Because like you wouldn't say guide boarding, that's horrific too. This is just horrible. None of this is good. But no, I'm very proud to be a part of the sideboard guide era. I am somebody that is a big believer. Look, here's my math. If you're going to take a test in school and they give you the option to bring like the index card with like notes from the book on it, you're going to do it, right? You're going to bring your index card. It's the same concept. These players off to the races. No one for Adam Weiss. We got an opt here from Max Komanowski.
This may shock you, but I wasn't much of a note taker in school either.
Okay, you know what? This is just in shambles. I'm in shambles. An opt in the main phase. We need a land? That usually means you need a land. Otherwise,
a lot of cards to the bottom.
You're incentivized to wait. We did find a land, it looks like. You can usually tell they moved one over. Sekenza, not the best follow-up land, but fine if you have a red removal spell. Awkward land so far. Riverglide Pathway into Sekenza, and I mean, you want some Is It Duels, as here comes a plotted Slick Shot show-off.
We've seen a lot of that this weekend, right? The plotting of the show-off instead of just running it out there.
I mean, right, it just enables that double spell, right? You get to pay the mana up front, but actually end up double spelling on one turn. That's a big part of the equation. You don't want to let Max use his mana. And look, he didn't, right? He just passed the turn back as we plot another Slick Shot show off and pass the turn back. So, Adam Weiss, not really able to get any pressure started all at once yet, but the Slick Shot show offs could do that. As here comes Free the Fae on end step.
No Phoenix is going to the yard. So if you're Adam, at least your worst nightmares are not yet coming true in this winner take all game 3.
Sure. Spell Pierce going to be selected from among the mix. Yeah, with Adam missing land drops, that Spell Pierce is very likely to find targets.
Yeah, I like Spell Pierce a lot here. Consider as well. Must not be considering a bird that would have gone to the graveyard. So here we go. So now Adam, knowing he's against Spell Pierce, but this is looking pretty decent, I have to say, for Max. I mean, Adam's setting up for a big turn with the show offs, but the mana advantage will be difficult to overcome if he can't find a third one.
Max doing some of the work for Adam, as here comes a shocked Steam Bench just passing the turn back and a host of spells in hand for Adam. I mean, you can see these plotted slick shot show-offs. You see why we're doing that. A lot of tricks in hand.
Gosh,
so really kind of gets to set the pace of the game. When do you want to go for it? I think Max knows that, not spending mana.
Well, okay, this I like because you have to be able to just do as much as you can here because Max has at least 2 removal spells in hand if you're Adam. That has to be thinking. So just going show off, not really going to do it. So if you can at least, I like playing a little slower here with the Swift Spear and trying to set up, unlocking the game a little bit once you have a third land, especially if you're not under any pressure and still no Phoenixes for Max. So you're not yet under any pressure.
And this is interesting too. I think going for free the Fae, I mean, does that signal we're maybe a little lighter on removal spells than we otherwise would want to be? Like, I mean, obviously you kind of want to kill this thing. You don't want to take random straight points of damage when there's a chance you just get killed out of nowhere. But like, I mean, theoretically, if you're going to kill this, you're going to kill it before it deals damage to you. And maybe that involves now, maybe not. I mean, if you're Snakeskin Veil needs to be under radar.
No blocks, no spells.
And maybe another free the Fae instead. Do we even have removal spells at all? We passed on a lightning axe.
Maybe it's a turbo bird hand. Well, there we go. There's a start. One bird, one lightning axe. So I mean the clock is ticking on Adam here. If he doesn't find a third land next turn, I think he may just end up getting ground out here. But we'll see. I mean, both players are very healthy. Why we're casting pranksters.
Okay. I mean, they blocked. They're fine blockers. I actually like this a lot. Like it puts pressure on Adam to make the first move.
Yeah,
like,
it's going to bait out that monstrous. It's going to bait out a removal spell. It's going to bait out that monstrous rage for sure.
Yeah, some piece of action. Make you do something. This is a holding pattern between these players.
Yeah, still no land. So every turn that Max ends up in mana, now that he has access to just casting pranksters as being relevant, he's ending up in mana and board presence. And there we go. Just snap block.
Yeah, obviously. And so now here comes no effects. We're just going to set up more Soul Scroll Mage. I like this. I really like this. Max isn't putting any pressure on you either. So if your plan is to beat Max on mana efficiency, all hope's not lost. We still have the 2 plotted slick shots. Shot. Wow. Okay, slick shot show offs. Man, that name is too much. We still have both of those. And if you can just keep building on board, you're still representing Snakeskin Veil, then you could use, you can line your Snakeskin Veil against a removal spell, not during combat, which is what you want. And then line up the good spells like Monstrous Rage and things like that during combat with slick shot show offs potentially being involved as well. So like here, we can start to just trade resources, start to trade 1-for-1s, but it's all on stuff that's not your slick shot show offs. And that's really what you want. You really want your slick shot show-offs to be the last things standing and, of course, able to attack.
Yeah, that's well said. And Max with that Snakeskin Veil, Max knowing that he's playing around a Snakeskin Veil, doing his best here. Still got a healthy life total, but there's kind of a lot more going on than it looks like, right? You see these players attacking, blocking, and some of these plays maybe don't look super natural, but it's because both of them are well aware of what the other person could have and what they do have. And Max knows that he needs to be careful about where he fires off removal spells, right? You want to be judicious so that you don't end up dying to a random slick shot show off, getting 2 triggers off a monstrous rage 3 turns from now.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's thinking about. And obviously the Picklock Pranksters, wow, we found the Picklock Prankster. Main phase is tough because, I mean, Treasure Cruise.
Finally.
That's a good find. Yeah, I have to imagine that's part of it. Because, like you said, these players are thinking about what's in hand. This game is about what's in hand. Max is thinking about what kind of tricks can Adam have, with him missing land drops. As soon as he finds them, I'm going to get hit with a flurry of spells. Because if he doesn't have lands, he obviously has spells. So as soon as he starts finding the lands, I'm opened up to getting a flurry of spells. So I can't really commit too much until that happens. I want to just keep hitting my land drops, keep developing in some way, but I don't want to overextend. And so that's why this is so difficult. And that's why this game looks like it's had a really weird cadence thus far.
That's right. It's been, if you're a fan of, just the chess match, the mental chess match that is Magic, this is a game has a lot of it. Even though if you're Adam, you'd wish it was a little more simple. You just drew a third land and tapped out to play your nemesis, but still doesn't find one. He picks up an Atarka's Command instead, which opens up more options, but I think he wants to leave Snakeskin Veil up. So this may be a Monstrous Rage turn.
I think Atarka's Command very likely to be among the last spells to end up cast out of Adam's hand. But I mean, there is some pressure on Adam to get some stuff started here. I mean, Max is still hitting land drops. You know about a Treasure Cruise, and eventually there's just going to be enough flying blockers that like your Slickshot show-offs are going to start to need to do a little bit more, and that's tough. And I think that's why we're seeing Adam really in the tank here. I think he senses the window closing.
Well, and even though there's only one Arc like Phoenix in the graveyard. More are eventually going to show up. And also, as Max just makes land drops, even if it's just the one Phoenix, right? At some point, he's going to have enough mana to just go cantrip, have that one Phoenix in play to block, and still have his removal spells up. And the hill just becomes steeper and steeper for Adam. And that's why he is thinking so deeply about this particular turn. And he's thinking about pulling the trigger on those flick shots here. And he'd have a big attack with a Monstrous Rage and a Snakeskin Veil up, which will be probably, he recognizes it, the last opportunity he has before Max just has too much mana, and thanks to that Treasure Cruise, too many cards.
I like this. I like this play a lot. I think it's time. Like, I think the window's closing. If you want to have some unblocked slick shots at any point in this game, I think this might be the last turn for it.
Yeah, I agree entirely. So,
and we just went to damage. 2 damage.
Yeah, that's what I find more interesting here. He did not go for the Monstrous Rage with the Snakeskin Veil up, knowing that Max could have 2 removal spells in hand. And now it looks like maybe we're moving to the end step, and the removal spells begin.
Oh, Axe discarding like Arclight Phoenix number 2. That is tough.
This is it for Adam, right? He needs this interaction to go well for him, or it's going to get really ugly really fast.
Yeah, how many cards? I mean, the question is, how many cards does Max have left in it? Is that 3, 4? God, that's a lot. We know one of them's Treasure Cruise.
And one of them's Treasure Cruise, so it's a disaster no matter how you slice it for Adam here.
But he did pass on a Lightning Axe on an earlier Free the Fae decision, so it's likely he has some number removal. We've only seen Fiery Impulse plus this Lightning Axe thus far. You know, really the question is there another red removal spell hanging out? I think it's likely. I actually think it's also pretty likely to be a Brazen Borrower. I think Petty Theft is not unlikely here as well.
True.
So yeah, we're going to let this happen.
Yeah, and I think this makes sense. It's just the problem for Adam is that it makes sense to let every one of these go in the moment, but you're just not getting anywhere. So Treasure Cruise here for Max it very nearly slams the door, depending on what shows up here. He's got a grip of cards, and 2 Arclight Phoenixes are going to be back. So I think Adam just missed on that third land for too long, was not able to play out the game, but he does have still a grip full of burn and removal, right? So you
got a bunch of spells. Yeah, I mean,
you can still start pointing things at the face. The Atarka's Command puts him down to 12. Then you got some attacks, a Monstrous Rage, and Snakeskin Veil at that point. If Max has spent his turn cantripping, maybe you can force through some trample damage and then finish it off with some burn, right? Like that's probably what you're looking for here, but it is going to be challenging because there's just more removal coming.
And I think part of the equation too might be like we're getting the territory where you might just need Max to attack badly, and I don't think he's going to do that. And like if that's what you need to happen, I mean, you might just be cold because you really do need the slick shot to have a window. And like obviously part of it was that turn, part of it was not. We just lost the slick shot to a follow-up Fiery Impulse. So I mean, with 2 birds coming back again, like I said, I think part of the equation is you need Max to attack badly, and you know, I don't even know what that looks like with all of these blockers we have. And Play with Fire going after an Arclight Phoenix does not feel good. This is how Phoenix gets card advantage. So, I mean, this might be just where Adam's at, missing on a third land for a little too long to have all his critical massive spells available. But also interesting that he chose to use the
that's what I was going to say.
Green land there.
Yeah,
I think that might be. I think that was intentional. I don't think that was accidental.
You have to pay life with the ruins for red mana, right?
Well, and it helps signal. Hey, I don't have any green spells here.
That's true as well.
Lands are the same. I don't know. We'll see. Here comes another attack. Yeah, here comes a block. I'd like to see, I think, a move here. Yeah, I like this. I think it's time to get moving. Here comes Monstrous Rage. And here comes another removal spell. And now the Snakeskin. Oh, no, it's the Smokers. That's right. From earlier. Right.
Yeah, we knew about that one.
A good one. That was
forgot about that one, but we did know about it.
Yeah, we saw it on Free the Fae
here. It's just brutal for Adam not having that third mana.
Yeah, I think it's come down to what have we been through? How many removal spells are left?
Yeah,
we've been through a lot. You can't, if his hand's all removal, you can't beat it.
He wants to play the Monstrous Rage here and poke through the damage.
Yeah,
and
how
try
many
to
can
burn
you
him
beat?
out? And it's just so I don't know. It's like 2 Otarka's command in hand, so like the burn strategy is not unreasonable, but he just desperately needed a land. So he may decide that the only line here is to run the Monstrous Reach out, Monstrous Rage through, get the damage in, but lets it go, continuing to hold this Snakeskin Veil up.
And another Treasure Cruise coming. If you were worried about a removal spell last turn, it seems a lot more likely this turn. And yeah, hand is on the table here. It has 3 more cards coming from X Komanowski, and Treasure Cruise really, I don't know. Do people really need proof that this card is powerful? Ancestral Recall has been doing it since day one. 1 mana for 3 cards has been a good exchange since the inception of the game. Not going to change here.
I like that they attempted to keep this card legal in the format for so long. It was a valiant attempt by Wizards. I'll say that to prove that it didn't work. It clearly didn't work. But
it's legal. We're casting it right now. Yeah. I don't know what you're on about. Max Komanowski's entire 75 is Pioneer legal Magic cards. So as Treasure Cruise number 3 coming down, a Graveyard Annihilated and accept the Arclight Phoenix. And again, I think really Adam just missed a land for too long. Like you could keep up for a little while with the plotting and all that kind of stuff. You're keeping up on mana expenditure. Now there's been too many missed opportunities. Obviously he's been very patient with his spells, and some of that's necessary, but it's not. You can't afford to, right? Like you're now slipping away on mana spent across the game, and now Max Komanowski's really pulling out ahead, and that's the metric to look at. Is here comes Prof's Eidectic Memory. That's pretty good with 2 Treasure Cruise cast, I believe. Not great at math, but I think it's pretty good.
The maths pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know how many counters it's going to be. It looks like a lot to me.
I think Adam played really disciplined Magic here, right? He recognized that if I overcommit to this, it's probably not going to work out. I have to try to just grind out this situation as long as possible, and it didn't work out for him. But definitely committed to the bit, which is what you have to.
Oh, here we go. We're getting Prof's Memory up on screen. I
look at that one.
I think this card is a nightmare. This is the worst design card I've ever seen. You have this legendary enchantment that draws a card, gives you no maximum hand size. That part's fine. But at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn -1. Why did we put a math problem on this Magic?
It is a word problem, huh?
What is this? This thing is a nightmare. 2 Phoenixes coming back, a handshake forward. A bunch of counters coming down on the Phoenix, obviously. 2 Treasure Cruises. The math problem might be goofy, but I tell you what, it does work out in Max Komanowski's favor, and a victory for Max Komanowski. So, decisive. So we have at least 1 Phoenix deck in our top 4 of the 3 potential, because of course no Phoenix mirrors happening quite yet. So I believe congratulations there, Adam Weiss. A valiant run, and obviously a lot of success with his aggressive strategies. Just did not come together there in game number 3. So tough outing. And I believe we have a backup here. They're the second round of our quarterfinals. Let's get, are we coming in live? Looks like we are. This is game number 3. Andrew with us on your left, playing Demir Ninjas versus Benjamin Unger on your right, playing Is It Phoenix as well. Thoughtseize coming down, and a lot of looking at a lot of fairies from this angle.
It certainly is that. So trying to catch up with the deck here. Demir Ninjas is a really sweet archetype. I'll say that. We see the Mockingbird in the graveyard. It's been playing some fun stuff. Now, in play, I'll draw attention to the Unlicensed Hearse. The Unlicensed Hearse is going to slow down that, has slowed down that Treasure Cruise. It's going to slow down the Phoenixes. Now, the Picklock Prancers can still fill it up pretty quickly, and they keep it coming. But that Hearse is definitely going to do work for Andrew here.
Yeah, that seems to be the big. Obviously, we're doing some beatdowns. We see a Prof's Memory in play. We see, I believe that's a Moon Circuit Hacker in play. A little 2/1 with Ninjutsu, a common from Kamigawa Niwan Dynasty, an enchantment creature. Never deals common damage to player. You can draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless it's entered the battlefield this turn. So you kind of get 1 shot at a card advantage, and after that, it's just a looter if it connects. Now, this Picklock Prankster in play is going to do quite a bit to stonewall that, and consider as a follow-up. No birds in the yard to think about, but Hearst checks those anyway, so
Well, this Prof's
not
eidetic
great.
memory is not checked by the Hearst, though, is it?
True. So this
Like
this
this
fairy might be
Picklock
getting a little bigger.
prankster is going to start growing, and
Right.
it's going to keep growing. This is a very interesting way to play this game, and we saw more Picklock pranksters in Benjamin's hand. Now this one looks like
Getting tapped by
the Flood Pit Drowner.
The Flood Pit Drowner. Guys, the Merfolk. Get the Merfolk guy. Let's go. Keep it together.
So this is a pretty nice one here, because look, if Andrew wants to here, he gets to attack with it, poke 2 damage in, and then you can get rid of that Picklock prankster, shuffle it away so that the eidetic memory can't keep growing it. Because the thing about the eidetic memory is it is going to grow a creature every turn that one's in play, and Andrew or Benjamin can cycle through his deck and cantrip, and it turns out his whole deck is built to do that. So when you can't get your Phoenixes going, when you can't get your Treasure Cruises going, it turns out that just one creature and cantrips and Prof's eidetic memory can do some work. But on the other side, here comes
Ninjutsu Kaido. What a sick sequence here. Like, you don't want to remove the Flood Pit Drowner, because if you do, it just shuffles away your creature and you lose card to disadvantage. So, okay, fine, I'll just take that one. Well, here comes the Ninjutsu Kaido. Get a look at this one. A Mythic from Duskmarn, and this is kind of a weirdly templated card. This is a Planeswalker with normal ninjutsu here, and as long as it is your turn, and it has one or more loyalty counters on it, it's a 3/4 ninja creature with hexproof. And then, of course, it has loyalty abilities as well. You can get an emblem that buffs your ninjas. Hard to get rid of emblems.
Yeah.
And then the 0 gives you Surveil 2 and draw a card for each opponent who's lost life this turn. So a little super preordained. And then a -2 of tapping creatures, putting stun counters on it. All relevant abilities in this matchup.
Yeah, that was a huge sequence for Andrew. You said it, because now he got in the damage. He gets to activate the Planeswalker. The Picklock Prankster is still tapped thanks to that Flood Pit Drowner.
So sick.
It's because of that Sun Counter it had on it. So it can't even get at Kaido this turn. Now, a Hasty Bird could, for instance. We see one of them in Benjamin's hand. So, for instance, a cantrip and a Arc-like Phoenix could take down the Kaido. But I don't think he has that. And if he doesn't have that, then Andrew's going to untap with a world full of possibilities.
Yeah, this is a really tricky spot for Benjamin. Now, he does have an artist talent, looks like, in hand, and if you have some spells to pair with that, the memory can start to set things off pretty quickly. But, like you said, I mean, we might not even have time for that, because we have this Kaido in play applying pressure. We have Hearst, which is really like stifling a lot of your graveyard shenanigans that you can do, that also is just growing. This is what Hearst does. This vehicle that grows really large as it is exiling cards, and then can eventually start attacking for just 1 billion before.
I think we might have birds, though. He hit a blue spell 1-drop off of that, which I could be wrong.
Exile them with Hearst. Triggers on the stack. Munch.
Yeah, he could. If he can get a second one into the graveyard, he could get one back here.
No, Hearst exiles 2 cards. You need 3.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Good call. So yeah, no, he's actually just
it's tough
on that.
Working through Hearst is hard for
So
Phoenix.
he's just going to want to keep that in hand at this point.
Right. Snare Thopter mode it.
Yep.
And we're actually, we're just going to deploy a blocker here. And Fatal Push going to get that out of the way very quickly. All things seem to be coming up, Andrew. Notably, no discard there. No exile on instep. Maybe we do want to exile it instep.
There we go.
That a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I was like, I think we want to be exiling the bird on instep. Don't let yourself get overwhelmed.
He got a little excited. He sees the path to the semifinals ahead of him here at the Pioneer
Looks
Show.
good for him. I mean, everything has really lined up very nicely for Andrews, I believe. We've just made an emblem, which makes this Mutavault bigger. Talk to me. Yeah, massive attack here. Beatdowns. 4 + 3, is that 7? Is that the math? Checking. Ninjas, like your guy's a ninja, right? Yeah, it's a ninja creature. Ninjas you control. So it pumps Kaido himself, pumps the Mutavault. This looks like 7 damage. That's a 2-turn clock.
And he's got Flood Pit Drowner up as well.
Oh, yeah. And that gets rid of the finally untapped Picklock Prankster from earlier.
I thought the eidetic memory was going to be a nice sequence here for Ungar to try to claw back into it, but Flood Pit Drowner buying you 2 turns against a blocker, pretty good. I mean, and obviously, of course, Kaido was devastating, but what a fun deck this Dimir Ninjas deck is.
Yeah, I mean, it's so sick. And like I said, like when you can line your cards up like we've seen, I mean, this is, about as good as you could draw it up, I imagine. I mean, based on what we've seen. I don't know how the first 2 turns went, but this looked like it went really, really well for Andrew, basically every turn. Benjamin Unger does have a lot of resources to work with, except lands. A lot of spells, not a lot of lands. That's been a weird problem here. We've been cantripping, been digging, can't find lands.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for him here because now playing your Phoenix again, without a cantrip, I guess with the prankster, the two of them together could team up to try to take down the Kaido. Except that, of course, we know and Benjamin knows that Andrew has access to the Flood Pitch Drowner, so that wouldn't even work. So that's why Benjamin is deep in the tank here, trying to figure out.
Yeah, that
what
Drowner
can I
exchange
do?
is so brutal. I mean, the fact that you could just cash it out, so like you basically never want to go after it for removal spells, makes it just a prime thing to ninjutsu back to your hand, and then it gets ETB value too. What a perfect card for this deck.
Pretty sick, actually. So you can start, if you're Benjamin, you can start by cantripping, try to find a land off of that with an opt, and that treads water. Then you're getting a counter with the eidetic memory. So I guess that's a start.
Explain to me how you can get out of Kaido -2 tap plus Drowner tap crew vehicle to kill you. Like, because you can exile 2 more, get it to 7. That's a one shot.
Yeah,
Kaido can crew it. How do you get out of that?
The crew is the real damaging part here, right? Because we've been talking about the hearse as a graveyard hate, right? Engine, and it is that. But now it's also just going to turn into a creature that ends the game.
Yeah, and he has more damage than that too, right? Because actually, I think the Flood Pits thing, and then we can animate Mutavault. Like, we have way overkill based on just known information, what is on board and what we know is in hand. And I mean, Benjamin Unger is doing a lot of math here, but I just don't know that there's a path. Yeah, I think we have to start by just getting a bunch of blockers, but how many do you have? 2? Well,
yeah, you want to, I guess, try to get a blocker, but then also grow one of the pranksters to be big enough. I don't know.
We have Torch, the tower, and that's maybe okay. The emblem makes that worse.
Interesting. Well, that's why I feel like
attack Kaido for
I think it's very possible you're supposed to just go for one of the ops or something. If you don't have a way to spend both of these mana, is you go for the main phase opt and just hope to hit another land off of it so that you get an additional. I mean, just because why not, right? It's better than doing it on the instep if you can't spend that extra mana, because I think the line would have had to involve getting one prankster as a blocker while growing another, but this Drowner is likely to.
I mean, I think you have to bluff the Brazen Borrower potentially, and maybe that doesn't matter anymore now that Torch the Tower is in the mix. You do have, maybe you're just bluffing a second removal spell, and that's the only way you can even survive. Because, like I said, I don't know that he can beat just unchecked what's on board, and so it might just be in like time to bluff territory and make them jam into a potential second removal spell. Now, I think Andrew's gonna have no problem doing that, and has a Thoughtseize, Thoughtseize 2 to clear the way and guarantee
bluff called.
Yeah, but it's not even bluff called. It just has it all. Has it all. Everything, every single turn has just come up Andrew's way through all of the Magic we've watched here. And I mean, it's looking very good that Dimir Ninjas is going to be present in our top 4, which will be, I mean, that's one of the Phoenix's felt. 1 in, 1 out, potentially. All right, little split the difference action between Phoenixes in the top 4. But yeah, Kaido gonna go to work, tapping the other creature, and now, I mean, Mutavault plus Kaido's it. Curse by itself is it. I mean, everything is it. And here's an opt. No slaughter packs in the format, so yeah, no pitch elementals either. And there you go. That'll do it. Andrew Worthless and his Dimir Ninja is going to win it 2-1 over Benjamin Unger. Find his way into the semifinals again. Another player that may be ready and priming himself to punch his ticket to the 2024 championship with his take on Dimir Ninjas. Deck I haven't got to see too much, but from what I got to see there, that was pretty sweet and looked to dismantle Phoenix at every single step, thanks to the combination of Hearst plus the flash creatures plus Thoughtseizes. I mean, all were excellent and excellently timed.
Yeah, I thought that looked really good. I've been wanting to catch that Dimir Ninjas deck since we spotted it in our pairings late in the Swiss, and I'm happy we got a chance to look in on it there because it looked great. And you know what? We might have a chance to watch it again because next up, I believe, will be our semifinals after this. So
yeah, so quick break.
That's where we're headed.
Yeah, quick break as the other 2 matches wrap up, and then we will be back with the semifinals of our Pioneer 5K Showdown in Chicagoland, the last event of our 2024 Season 2 very shortly. Hold on to your horses. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. right, everyone. We are back here for some semifinal action here at our 5K Pioneer Showdown, part of the 2024 Season 2 of the NRG series. Of course, we are in Chicagoland in beautiful Illinois. Beautiful area, lots of good food, and some high-stakes Pioneer. Now, I don't know if we have a top 4 bracket here for you, but what I can tell you is that only one Phoenix player advanced. Of course, I believe that is Max Komanowski, and we're going to be watching actually the other side of the bracket. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got it up here. Pierre Smith, Selesnya Company versus Max Komanowski on Is It Phoenix. We're actually watching the other side of the bracket. We saw a little bit there, Game 3. Andrew Wolfis and his Demir Ninjas versus Charlie Dusterberg, someone we've seen quite a bit of today. Made it to the top 4 on Rakdos Transmogrify. So we're going to be diving into that here in just a moment. Of course, one of these players is going to be punching their ticket to the 2024 championship at the last possible opportunity to do so. This is the last event of the last season of the last everything. And, it has to come down to a final 2. So one of these 4 players will be doing so. We're going to find out here in just a little bit who that's going to be. Now, if you're, watching this, you want to support this content, remember our 2024 NRG Championship is going to be happening December 14th and 15th. So, hey Siri, hey Google, set your reminders for December 14th and 15th. You're going to be watching the championship. Get a look at the players qualified. These are the players already qualified. We've got Steven Dykeman, Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, Dominic Harvey, May French, Taj Ali, Kim and Yo. I can't read all of these. Justin Brickman. I've already done it. So we got Nikachu, we've seen today, got Feld in our top 8. Harrison Canford, Gerrick Alford, our MVP, Theo Jung, Charles Dusterberg, and Kamari, Frederick, Wesley, and Bob Gulp. Sorry, I didn't read all your names, but
well done, Drake. Well
got to move things along. Thank you. Hey, Corbin, I appreciate it. So yeah, make sure you're following us so you're notified when we go live. Follow us here on Twitch. Subscribe if you don't want any ads. We're going to be watching quite a bit more Magic left today. And of course, you're going to be subscribed when you're watching the championship too. No ads for that. But for the moment, it is time to get down to our, I say spiciest, maybe 2 decks in our Pioneer top 8 here. Demir Ninjas, Rakdos Transmogrify. Maybe strategies we've seen before in different forms, but I mean, not to this level, right?
Well, the whole top 8, right, was full of pretty cool decks. The top 4 is certainly full of cool decks. All 5 colors represented among those decks, by the way. In Transmogrify, look, we've seen a lot of different ways of getting the tracks into play across formats, whether it's like Footsteps of the Goryo, or just doing domain ramp and that's the
Goryo's Vengeance. It's not the 3-mana one is Footsteps of the Goryo. The Goryo's Vengeance, the 2-mana one.
Yeah, that's the one, huh?
Footsteps is wild. I mean, it works. It still works.
Listen. That actually did used to be a modern card, but yes, thank you. I was thinking of the wrong Goryo.
Spicy.
But yeah, no, we've seen lots of different ways to put Atraxa into play across various formats. And this Transmogrify deck here in Pioneer is one of the more interesting ones because it gets to play just a Rakdos game plan, right? Like a very Jundish way of playing the game, except it has Transmogrify Atraxa at the top end instead of trying to just win with, say, Tarmogoyfs, right? But it, as we've seen in previous rounds from Charlie, it can actually just win a normal game where you just activate Obnixilis a bunch until your opponent loses all of their life.
And on the other side here, we got this Ninjas deck, and what a pickup here from Bloombro. You got the Mockingbird giving you more Fairy Miscreants. Yeah, you get to draw more cards, and now you get to do the best thing maybe to do with it, and Ninjutsu your clone back to your hand. I mean, that is powerful magic. As here comes Kaido, the 4 of Planeswalker. We've already gotten a look at that one in action already quite a bit, and it just does everything for this deck. 3 relevant modes. Is a 3/4 with Hexproof. Can't even target it once it's in play. Lays some beatdowns, makes emblems. It's just hard to interact with on every axis. Making emblems, having Hexproof, Ninjutsu as an ability. I mean, all these things very difficult to interact with, and also applies a lot of pressure. So here comes Fable the Mirror Breaker, kind of one of the namesakes of the Rakdos Transmogrify deck. Does a great job setting everything up for Charlie, and really gonna need to have Transmogrify and fast facing down this Ninja beatdown that Andrew's put forth thanks to Kaido, Mockingbird, and the Fairy Miscreants that we've assembled thus far. Mockingbird is so sick with Fairy Miscreant too. I mean, like I said, you get to pick it up later and draw cards, and I mean, you can make a bigger knot, whatever. It's so sick.
That's a pretty sweet one for sure. So Charlie hasn't done anything up to this point. Just turn 3 Fable, right? So I would assume that means that Charlie is leaning on a Transmogrify type hand instead of a removal type hand, since he is just taking the Miscreant beatdown along with the Kaido here. So I would say that this next turn is likely to be the turn of the game here, right? Does Charlie just have the Transmogrify to get the Atraxa? Is that even good enough when you're facing down Kaido? There's a lot going on right here.
Yeah, and I mean, Kaido already going to work, making some emblems, a lot of mana held up. And we mentioned really one of the ways to fight a resolved Atraxa, kind of being those ways to like tap it, clone it, those kinds of things, threaten it. We have that available to us, right? We have 4x Brazen Borrower, so you can petty theft it back to hand. And we also have 4x Flood Pit's Drowner. So these are 8 different ways in the main deck to really, I'll say, cleanly answer an onboard Atraxa that you need to get through. Now, of course, all the cards that come with it, like there's a lot of problems that come with a resolved Atraxa, but the point is, this particular aggro deck is not just cold to the 7/7 Life-Leaking Vigilance body.
No, in fact, I think I'm not going to say it wouldn't be good for Charlie here, but it certainly wouldn't be great. Kaido could still knock it down. You're at 10 life, and then you're just fully operating into letting Andrew spend up to 9 mana once you like, because that's what you're facing down right now. If you're Charlie, you have access to the mana you have access to, which is with a treasure token and a land up to 5. Whatever you do with that 5 mana, Andrew's going to have the opportunity to spend up to 9 mana of his own plus Planeswalker activations before you get to take another game action. So you better be very confident in how you spend the mana you have on this turn if you're Charlie.
Yeah, it's going to be Fable number 2. So, I mean, 2 Fables notably good in conjunction, especially once they flip the double reflection. You can start to make as many reflections as you have mana, and that can be a powerful way to close games without Atraxa. But, I mean, as you said, we're spending 5 mana here. Reckoner, Bankbuster, plus a second Fable. I mean, it's impressive, but facing down what Andrew has to work with, I mean, it might just not be enough right now. As here comes the first Flood Pit's Drowner, tapping down the token.
Shields down, and now you're facing down what Kaido's a 3 naturally, right? So it's 6 in play. Kaido emblem would make it 7. We have more,
so it's already 7. We can make it 8 if we want to, and that's not even to say, you know, with other things going on, and also you still have more turns. Like you know, that's just this turn. You might not be dead this turn, but what's your plan for next turn? All these tap abilities, you know, Kaido himself, like there's a lot of problems here. Charlie Dusterberg really, like you said, didn't play anything until the first Fable. That just might not be good enough against this Ninja's deck.
And notice, by the way, Andrew actually had the Flood Pitch Drowner. So even if there was a Transmogrify for Atraxa there, it might not have been good enough. So this is really a precarious situation, I think, if you're Charlie. It's a lot of damage coming in.
It sure is. And I mean, rolling up Kaido, emblem number 2, these ninjas getting very large and a very large attack here. 4 mana still up. No ninjutsu shenanigans. That could have really added a lot to the damage. I think actually we had a kill there if we do have a ninjutsu like Moon Circuit hacker or whatever there. That's just enough damage to kill right there. So don't have that transparently. Now, not clear what the leftovers are. Is the first Fable going to flip? Got to do the cute little the double suspend counter trick there where you actually do the other one. You put 2 counters on the other one. Yeah, cute.
It is fun. It's fun. I've done it.
You only have to mess with one of them. And we discarded one of the Atraxas and a case here. Case of the stashed skeleton. Both hit the bin. First reflection flipped. I mean, Transmogrify is not good enough. Well, what is? There's 2 in hand. And they're just not good enough.
I don't think anything's good enough here for Charlie, to be honest, unless it's a board wipe. That also wipes Planeswalkers. Like, that's actually the real power we've seen out of these aggressive tempo-y type decks over the past 2 days. If you think back to the Boros decks, energy decks of Modern, and now you're seeing kind of the same dynamic play out with Kaido, where having a Planeswalker mixed into your creature aggro deck makes it really difficult for people to interact with, right? And a lane where board wipes don't work. Petty theft.
And we went for the Transmogrify. We have the petty theft to disrupt that, and that is more than good enough. It's funny, that petty theft could have been used before, after, during, doesn't matter. Everything coming up, Andrew. I mean, every turn of Magic I watch Andrew play, it's like, well, that was good for him. Wow, that was really good for him. Wow, that was good for him. Oh, well, what do you know? He won. So, I mean, crazy stuff here from the Ninjas deck, and we're going to have to start here with Charlie Dusterberg, see what he can even do about this Ninja Menace. A sideboard we've seen quite a few times, and that's because Charlie's done a lot of winning. Back against the wall here, has to keep it going. 3 copies of Go Blake, 2 copies of Cut Down, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Path to Peril, 2 Urbrask's Forge, 1 Extinction Event, the Companion Gigantha, 1 Obnixilis the Adversary, and Unlicensed Hearse. What do we want against ninjas?
Well, you probably do the same we've seen against all the creature decks he's run into, right? You just load up on removal. So Cut Down, I think, actually doesn't. It can take down a ninjutsu enabler, right? But I don't think it can actually get Kaido itself. So you obviously probably do want Cut Down still, but that's something to keep in mind, is that your removal that can hit Kaido is slightly more limited. And that's going to be something to keep in mind. But if you're Charlie, you just want to bring all the removal in you.
Yeah, the removal going to be big players is just keeping Kaido off the board. But yeah, shame some of these Gopher throats and things like that can't hit Planeswalkers. I mean, that is, like you said, such a big part of the problem is hiding on the opponent's turn. Such like that, having hexproof from the opponent's turn, just really can't tag it for removal. All right, let's take a look then over at Andrew's deck. Again, a deck we've seen quite a few times. That's because he's doing a lot of winning, and that doesn't seem to be stopping at all. We got 4 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, 3 Anoint with Affliction, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Cut Down, 2 Spell Pierce, and 1 Alcazat's Deepest Betrayal. What do you like in this Rakdos combo-y mid-range style setup?
Well, I think this is honestly, if you're Andrew, I don't know if it's just a world where you can't cut Ornithopters and Miscreants and Mockingbirds and things of that nature, maybe you just can't. But if you can shave on that, that's where I'd look to shave my numbers. And then look, between Spell Pierces and Disdainful Strokes, you could probably be reasonably set up to deal with the Transmogrify plan. You could even go to Aquazotz or something if you wanted some additional, late game resiliency type stuff here. But this is I think a real opportunity if you can just find 1 or 2 pieces of key interaction in the form of whether that's Spell Pierce catching a Planeswalker or a Transmogrify, or a Disdainful Stroke catching a Transmogrify, or even just whatever the other big play is at the time. I think there's a lot to like here from Andrew's side.
Yeah, I love the call. It's the counterspells stick out to me like a sore thumb just because you really do. I mean, you want them. You want them in your deck. You want them to not answer Transmogrify like you called out, but any of the sweepers and stuff that might be coming out. That's where you get an upgrade over something like the removal spells, right? The removal spells do disrupt Transmogrifies. The counterspells get the other stuff too a lot of the time. And so I think those become more appealing. And then you already have plenty of things that disrupt the actual Transmogrify combo already. The Drowners, the Borrowers, all these things are pretty good against it. Maybe you can start to trim on some of the pushes and stuff like that, while leaving a lot of the core intact. Like you said, I mean, the Ornithopters, they look goofy. How many can you trim? Probably not a lot. I think you do really want to keep the package of what your deck does intact.
Yeah, and one of the other things to keep in mind too is that Spell Pierce hits an early copy of Obnixilis, and those Devil tokens have a lot of targets against the blue deck, right? Like there are a ton of X1s in that deck. We just saw where trying to just play normal combat against it can be rough. But if you're able to go 1-2 drop, a 1-drop on turn 2 and have Spell Pierce open for their turn 3 Obnixilis, for instance, there's a lot of tempo-y lines available to Andrew that I think he'll be looking for.
Yeah, I have to agree. And even though we really haven't seen a lot of the Ornithopter stuff from Andrew yet, I think that is an important part of the equation. And it's an important part of the equation for Charlie to actually have those removal spells. I mean, you just can't, your first play can't be Fable the Mirror Breaker. Like that, that's unacceptable against this Ninja deck because you're just going to start getting beat up by a Planeswalker.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was like the precursor to a turn 4 Transmogrify where you even have extra mana, but instead it seemed like maybe it was just sort of a fair hand mix of lands and spells that just didn't really work out great for Charlie there. But it certainly doesn't help when your Transmogrifies don't work, right? Like if that's your deck's game plan and some amount of your draws are dedicated to drawing Transmogrify Enabler, or, heck, you might even unfortunately draw the Atraxa, right? Like, so when you're already giving some of that space to your deck, you're pricing that into your draws. So you can just end up with hands that just don't quite get there, like we kind of saw in that last one.
Well, down to a mulligan goes Charlie, and I mean, I like to see that. Especially, we just need more action here. And with Charlie on the play, Andrew up some cards, which I think is actually going to be a big deal because there's a lot of sweepers and things of that nature. A card advantage game could be something that matters at some point in this game. And so, as these players kind of smiles and playing some high stakes, both of these players, Charlie already in our NRG championship for 2024. And I do not, let me check on Andrew. Is he already in? I don't think he is, but I will check really quickly. Yeah, he is not in. I wanted to make absolutely sure there.
Good opening for Charlie here. Turn 1 Thoughtseize. We do see a Spell Pierce. And away it goes.
yeah, that one's got to go. And the rest of these spells notably don't cost 1. So just really disrupting the curve for this deck is a big deal. I mean, really the best draw for Andrew here is just a 1-mana spell. You find like a Miscreant, anything like that. Just something that allows you to curve out. I think that's ideal. And it looks like he did.
You nailed it.
Too easy. Too easy. Yeah, so sick. It's okay. Not the best one, but one of the ones for sure. Here comes a nice curve out for Charlie. Follow-up is the Reckoner Bankbuster. And now, thanks to this one-mana spell, we get the Moon Circuit Hacker. Yep, here it comes. Boop! Ninjutsu new play card coming.
Nice opening for both players, to be honest. If you're Charlie, you feel okay about where you're at setting up for the long game. But if you're Andrew, you also feel like you're doing okay at that because you're up some cards.
I'm getting word that Andrew did compete in the 2019 championship. So been a little bit. I mean, quite a storied history with these NRG championships. So he has played one before. Like I said, not in prime position. He's not qualified already and not really even prime position to qualify off points. Does need to take it all down, but up a game here in the semifinals on the menu potentially. And Charlie, of course, somebody we'll be seeing again basically no matter what. As Fable on turn 3 is available. Did make that happen. And Mutavault the follow-up. Those are the lands we knew about. Got a play of some kind for 2 mana. We bouncing something? Yep. Petty Theft the token. Clear the way.
Yeah, good play. It's going to deny Charlie both mana and creatures for the board. Like, all in all, just a nice play for Andrew. You have somewhat limited resources in that a few of your cards are, these X ones that are just attacking. So just being able to make a nice tempo play there is going to give him a good shot because, hey, and even gets to follow it up because there you go.
Oh, get to be net efficient too?
Yeah.
My God, this is so easy.
Copying the Miscreant, draw an extra card because you now have a second Miscreant in play.
I mean, these sequences from Andrew have just turn over turn been excellent. Just using all your mana, your interaction works, and then you get sugar for your trouble. Like we saw the Brazen Bar hanging out, like everything coming up, Andrew, turn over turn. That Miscreant, I mean, I can't underrate how good of a draw that was, enabling the Moon Circuit Hacker. And now, Mockingbird is able to draw a card off of the Miscreant because you get the second one. I mean, just crazy stuff across the board with these draws. And here's the Thoughtseize. Gets to go looking for a Transmogrify. Found it. Only lands left over for Charlie. So great timing on that after the Fabled discards.
Well, and what's interesting there is Charlie opted to only pitch one card to the Fable, which was a land, and then played land, and then still has land. So was obviously setting up for that Transmogrify, and then maybe drew one card he did not want, in fact, to draw. But and we saw him activate the Bankbuster, in fact. So he is digging for sweepers, I guess, now, because if he was digging for a Transmogrify play, that's not going to be available to him at this point. So looking pretty good for Andrew. If that 3 mana represents any kind of interaction, Charlie is almost out of life. Look at that. He's down to 7.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a Brazen Borrower as the floor. So even if a sleeper comes down, you get to start getting pressure going right away. And I mean, like I said, everything's kind of coming up to you as we're going to activate Bankbuster on the main phase. I mean, and I really want to highlight too, while we're talking about how great these sequences, these curve outs have been, Gloom Lake Verge, a big part of Andrew's deck. All 4 copies that you can play available in a big part of his mana base here this weekend. Just having untapped lands of the colors you need, a big part of the mana base for this deck in Pioneer. No fetch lands or anything like that. His Torch the Tower is going to actually take down the Brazen Borrower, biggest points of power on the battlefield there. And finally, we're seeing some of this 1 mana removal spell we've seen Charlie have in abundance against some of the other creature decks. We have not, it's been all but absent in these games that we've seen.
Yeah, these games have definitely been a little odd draws for the Transmogrify deck here. And he's staring it down now, right? Here comes the attack. I mean, he did have a little bit
Here comes 4 more points. You can block 2 of it if you want to trade off with the hacker. And I think you do.
You got to protect your life total.
You just need to protect this life total. It's so low.
You can cash in the Bankbuster for 1 more card. Oh, gosh. This will do it, though. Kaido again.
Boy. Kaido, that one's going to come into play. They're going to trade off, and 4 points of damage rumbling across. No creatures in play. Down to 3 life goes Charlie. And again, Kaido is the on-board insurance against Atraxix. It's like, all right, nice. Tapped. Thanks for sharing. Tap target creature, 2 stun counters for that one. See you later, alligator. And you're allowed to just keep rumbling across. Now Transmogrify not even good enough.
Thoughtseize in hand too, I think I spotted for Andrew. So if he wants to follow, he's actually going to bin the Thoughtseize. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Finds a land, plays a land, and now passes with 2 mana open.
Not just a land, Mutavault. You have lethal in your mana base.
Good point.
If somehow everything on your board dies, you have 2 Mutavaults dialed up to just end the game right there. So I don't know what Charlie's outs looked here, but what a dominant performance from Andrew across these 2 games. Just mushing this top 8 and this top 4. I mean, just everything. Just absolutely dismantling everything that his opponents have put in front of him.
All right, I think Charlie sees the writing on the wall. We really didn't
Follow up
watch him do much.
Bankbuster is not exciting. It does present a blocker.
Yeah, we just didn't get to watch him do much in these games, did we?
We picked up the Brazen Bar. No, we just had
There
the
you
Brazen
go.
Bar. Yes, that's more than good enough. And yeah, I think Charlie's just like, you got it, man. I'm not beating all that stuff. And yeah, Andrew victorious, a decisive 2-0 victory over Charlie there. And I mean, an impressive call, I'd say. I really liked Charlie's deck for the weekend. It looked like a good choice. He did a lot of winning through all of the Swiss, but I mean, that Ninja's deck. No, and I want to highlight Nikachu, right? Like that's a difference in another blue aggro deck. You know, you're talking about laying beatdowns and being backed up by counter spells. You know, he did a good job kind of hanging with the Merfolk deck and being able to fell that in order to punch his ticket to the top 8. But I do think that is one of the strategies he was going to struggle with, and did run into it in the form of Ninjas that was able to draw a little bit better through the games. And I mean, a very dominant victory there.
Yeah, not only able to draw better through the games, but also just able to draw more, right? Like when we did watch the Merfolk deck earlier, we talked about how it was lacking some of the card draw spells that it would typically have. Well, the Ninja deck isn't, right? Kaido can draw cards. The Hacker, the 1-drop, can draw cards. You have more ways to just keep the card flow coming. The Miscreants as well, right? We watch Mockingbird turn on a Miscreant draw. So like it just, I mean, what we're talking 2-3 extra cards over the course of 5-6 turns. That's a big deal. And I think that's the real difference. That one of the reasons I think the Ninja deck has been so successful, because it presents that creature-based aggressive game plan, but it can also fuel its interaction in the sideboard.
Absolutely. And I mean, impressive. And, you know, a finals appearance rewarded. Let's go ahead and go live into our backup game. Now, this is the other side of the bracket that you saw. I believe it's Selesnya Company versus Phoenix. Starting game number 2. So we're going to be going in, like I said, live. We got Max Komanowski. We saw him win his quarterfinals game, and he is going to be against Pierre Smith, our number 1 overall seed there on Selesnya Company. So seeing a little bit of Company through the weekend, and overall Company has looked like it should be pretty well set up for Phoenix. Here we're coming in, Max up a game. So, you know, Pierre very likely going to be on the play here, and we're going to see if he can be the one to take down our lone Phoenix remaining in our top 4 and face off Ninjas in the finals of this Pioneer Showdown. Not the contestants for the finals I think I was going to be ready for. If you told me Ninjas is going to be in the finals, I'm what are we doing here? What, you sure? What Pioneer? Yeah. Right? Okay.
Well, we do have a classic Selesnya deck in these island sleeves. I love that. It looked pretty.
Yeah,
good.
You like that? You like that? Were you like a Goblin Guide playmat, red deck box, red sleeves, playing blue-white control kind of guy?
I mean, that is the thing. I encountered that archetype early on in my Magic career, and it legitimately kind of blew my mind the first time. Right?
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
Like, oh, yeah.
I was shocked at how often it works the other way. How often we're talking about, you know, people that just play, you know, they're actually playing Bird with the Goblin Guide, red deck box, red sleeves. As far as resolving mulligans, we are in game 2. Let's take a quick look at the deck lists. And, you know, I don't know that we're going to have time to talk about the sideboards necessarily too much, but I do want to highlight there the Selesnya Company. You know, 3 Brutal Catharas, 2 Werewolves, Bodyguard, 2 Elite Spellbinders, 2 Portable Hold, 2 Unlicensed Hearse. That's a big one I think that we're going to see. Anointed Peacekeeper, Wandering Emperor, Guardian of Faith, Gideon Ally, Zendikar. So a kind of atypical sideboard. A lot of Planeswalkers here, kind of a go big strategy. I don't know if we're going to be employing that here, but I like the pivot. This is something we didn't really see too much on the Selesnya Company deck earlier. You know, and with us being on the play, you think we're going to be pivoting and seeing some big Selesnya Company here?
Well, it's interesting how they choose to want to play it, right? Because if you think that the Izzet deck is going to remove all your small creatures, well, for starters, one, that's not the end of the world, right? Because it means they're getting taxed by Thalia, or it means they're hitting your Enduring Innocence. That's not so bad. So if you can think if you can lean on something to shut down the graveyard, I think you can go big, right? You can play something like Gideon that just becomes incredibly difficult for the opponent to answer. The problem that, you know, obviously Pierre is going to be facing here is that we're starting off on a mulligan to 5. And
a mulligan to 5. He does not look happy about the 5. A lot of head shakes here. Now, we've seen Max Komanowski's deck before. We saw that in the previous round, so we're not going to necessarily take a look at that one. But we know he's got a lot of removal spells that he's going to be reaching for. Things like Anger of the Gods. You know, he's got the Beacon Bolts. He's got all those one-ofs that, you know, we know about. So quite a few removal spells. And yeah, Pierre does not seem thrilled.
Well, he's thinking about what to put on the bottom here, or possibly even if he needs to go to 4. It does look like he's thumbing through a Voice of Resurgence, which is one of the best cards you could have, especially on a mulligan, because, of course, if an opponent messes up and casts a spell during your turn, it's going to trigger and make you a free token. But more than that, it typically will eat a removal spell and leave a token behind. So it does get you somewhat back when your opponent's playing a bunch of, 1-mana removal spells. So if you're Pierre, I imagine this is something like needing a land and calculating the odds of finding land on the top of your deck, something along those lines, versus the odds of going, looking at a fresh 7, but can you actually win the game on 4 cards?
Yeah, and I think he hates this hand. And it's tough when you're already at 5. Can you even win on a 4 on the play? I mean, you're just not really your deck's not really built to be aggressive. You're trying to grind on average, and already on a 5, you're already starting from behind in that axis. Now, there's no Torch to the Tower, so maybe the voice in Komanowski's deck that I see. So that makes your Voice of Resurgence better, and you can start to recoup some card advantage there. And there's things of that nature you can do, but you're already starting on such a back foot that you need to win 2 games here. I mean, this is a really tough spot for Pierre.
I watched a player in the semifinals of a pro tour once back in the day. I think it might have been like Magic Origins or something. Keep either a 1-lander or even a 0-lander in the semifinals of a pro tour. And they said, well, I had like a 30% chance to draw a land, and if I did, I'd win. And I didn't. So I just played 1 land and then scooped my cards up on turn 3 or 4 or whatever, right? And it looks really bad, but the math is the math. And sometimes you have to be able to accept that this might be the right decision, but it might look really bad. And, lo and behold, there's Pierre Smith missing a second land.
Well, Plains in the opt, and here comes Ledger Shredder, and now, I don't know how many turns you mentioned. I don't know how many turns you need.
You needed to get here by now, though. Maybe. Oh, okay.
No, we did find it. Turn 3. This is the turn. Let's see.
Something needs to go right for every hand, right? And now that it has gone right for Pierre, you missed 1 land drop, but maybe that's okay.
Okay, Thalia not too late to the party. I mean, Max spent his turn deploying a creature, which he would have done anyway, and now kind of tough to trigger the Ledger Shredder. So yeah, we got to start by killing the Thalia, and that's a fine place to start. And here's the follow-up. Sleight of hand, and finds Artist's Talent.
Good for Pierre making that decision, because how bad would it look? How sad would it look? You're on camera and you go out in the semifinals because you just have 1 land in play, right? But it takes a lot of discipline to make that decision that he made.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, with not having lands means you have a lot of spells, so he should have things to do now that he did hit a land. Now, he might want more. This is a company deck, so we're trying to get to 4 most of the time, and Portable Hole is a good one.
This is really okay.
Yeah, all right, here comes Journey On. So that creates X maps tokens, where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who control an artifact. So I believe we're making a map token.
Yeah,
is what that does. And then, of course, Kellen Daring Traveler says whenever he attacks, you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card with a mana value 3 or less, put it in your hand. So a little card advantage there. Otherwise, you may put it into your graveyard. So yeah, there you go. Look at that one. The rare from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Not a card we've seen too much of, in my opinion. I haven't played against this card too much.
That's a fun one,
and,
though, huh?
Seen some action here. Card advantage for sure.
Yeah, all of this is lining up for Pierre to have the best possible shot he could have in this game. Now, we'll see how many birds end up in play. But look, the first trigger off of the class didn't put a Arc-like Phoenix into the graveyard. That's a
good sign.
Not
it means there's nothing in hand.
Yeah, still nothing. Like, if Max is just sitting on a bunch of lands and removal, maybe Pierre leans on his card advantage cards that he's found, or his Voice of Resurgence or something like that. We even now have a 3rd mana.
Hey, 3rd land. I don't know if it's on time and on schedule, but it's here. we got a Voice of Resurgence. All right, we got Enduring Innocence. All right, okay.
Well, these are engines now. Like, now we're talking about, this is a curiosity to, this is real. If you're Max, LOL, my opponent missed their land on turn 2. But no, this game is not in that situation now, because even if you shoot the Enduring Innocence, if Pierre starts drawing cards off of every creature he plays, and you can't put a bunch of Arc-like Phoenixes into play very quickly, this could slip away.
Yeah, and you can look at the Sheep Glimmer, enchantment creature rare from Dustmourne, making a lot of waves. Card got pretty expensive. Actually, this is one of the few cards actually pre-ordered from Dustmourne. I was like, this thing's nice. I want me some of these things. And
the whole cycle is amazing.
Yeah, they are cool cards, and actually pretty good in this matchup too, right? A little bit of extra utility there. And again, there's no Torch the Towers involved in Max Komanowski's deck, and an intentional choice for sure, but has cost. And creatures that do things when they die is kind of the cost. And this Celestia Company deck has an abundance of them. Here comes Consider, 2 Artist Talents triggers. That includes 1 Arclight Phoenix, and the second one's a land. But, I mean, we're just getting so much churn that, I mean, we're not too far away from basically Max having access to whatever he wants in his deck.
Yeah, the jig is up. The jig is up for sure because Max is now, he was dirtling for a few turns, but now he's unlocked it. The talents are rolling. And look, if you're Pierre, actually, this is going to work out for you. There's, I think, just the one bird in the yard right now. You're going to have a window, which is more than you can ask for him. Like, you mulled to 5, you missed your second land drop. This is about as the best position you could ask to be in turn 5. These are good cards, but it's a little too late, I think. You're taking your first damage of the game. You have a lifelink creature in play. Maybe you think you can dig out of it, but the problem is now Max is going to untap with, you said it, access to essentially the ability to churn through all of his deck with these double talents in play.
Here comes a 4-point life steal. Like I said, Andrew, your finalist with Demir Ninjas watching on as this resolves. Max Komanowski, of course, up a game already, 1 game away from a spot in the finals and a chance to make the last possible tickets to ride for the 2024 championship. As Pierre, like I said, stumbling here a little bit, but Enduring Innocence can start to fix the cards problem. Kellen can help with that as well. Maybe Map Token even involved. Like, we have tools to get some cards going, but it might be a little late as passing here with all this stuff. I mean, I'm sure Max is already thinking Flash Creature. It's just pretty loud declaration that you have like something like an Aven Interrupter, which are a 4 of course, in this deck.
He's got something.
Yeah, something's up. But Max, I mean, having so much mana, Artist Talents gives you such a choice in the cards you want.
Gosh.
And here comes Prof's Memory. Oh, boy.
This one could get big. It's going to be a big bird pretty soon.
Yeah, I think we saw Pierre very quickly reach for the mana, but is actually going to wait for the Artist Talent triggers to resolve first. And then I think we're going to go after this Memory, potentially. Yeah, here we go. Tapping stuff. And here comes Aven Interrupter. Boop.
All right.
Now that is plotted.
Okay, so Pierre had a play, adds to the board.
Draws a card.
Enduring Innocence. Say if we catch it, we should draw a card off of the Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, you already drew a card there. And we get a look at the Aven Interrupter, rare from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Little flash flying white creature. Kind of gets to do the exile thing. Exile target spell, it becomes plotted. And cards you cast from graveyards and from exile cost 2 more. So that can matter against things like adventure cards and such. But we just have the second prof. So how about that?
Second plot. Yeah.
How about dim apples? And of course, draws a card, but also lets you churn more. And there goes another bird. And I mean, once again, access to nearly your entire library. The prof's going to grow the Arclight Phoenix. So a lot of pressure on Pierre to start making a lot of things happen. Just doesn't have a lot of mana to make things happen with. As there goes the Aven Interrupter.
Yeah, how good have the talents been, right? The class.
What is that card, man? Why is that thing so good? I just like, you just get to keep rummaging. It's like everything that they print these days is, you can only do this once per turn. You can only do this if it's a full moon and you're wearing a hat. Like, they have all these restrictions that just make their cards look so inelegant and unfun. And now they were just like, for this thing, I don't know, 2 mana, whatever. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Just rummage all the time. And we'll put more text on it too. You're low on mana, don't worry.
This Eidetic, he's just picking them up. The Eidetic
Pierre has seen enough. This is a 2-turn clock. We're done here. All packed up. So your finals here is now set. Max Komanowski, a clean, again, dominant victory. So really, I mean, both of the players in our finals have had dominant runs through our top 8. So before we break to the finals, and we're going to watch Ninjas versus Phoenix in the finals, have to shout out Ultimate Guard for sponsoring this series. Really, they make some of the best products in the market, if not the best, from, sleeves, deck boxes, all that stuff. I use their deck boxes all the time. I use their sleeves whenever I can. Like, they are really a bastion, I'd say, of products for the Magic community. And it's really one of those products that you're happy to have endorse you, because I use their stuff all the time, and that's the best thing. Whenever it's a product you believe in, it's a product you use all the time. It's not like this is soulless shilling. This is something that we're really happy to work with them. We're proud to support them, and we're proud to have them support us. So thank you to Ultimate Guard sponsoring the series. And of course, we'll be taking a quick break here in our 5K showdown. All of you here don't want to miss that action. Make sure you're slamming that follow button. You're subscribing if you don't want to have those ads interrupting the game and any of the action. Make sure you do some of that. We're going to take a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with the finals here very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
If you've never been to an NRG before and you're maybe a little intimidated about the main event, I highly recommend coming and checking out the side events. They've got so many awesome side events, and it's a great way to sort of dip your toes in and get a feel for the experience.
Side events are actually, I don't know, maybe a misnomer. They're not really side events. They're still just as competitive as the main event. It's a really great way to boost up your own skill.
They're my favorite part. Friendly, it's a great starting point. The judges who run them are fantastic. Just playing with the convention boosters every time is just so much fun. Like years after they stopped printing them, it made the weekend so much better.
You start running into regular players, they can walk you through the process, start helping you get more comfortable, not just with the event, but with the people at the event.
No matter win or lose, it's a good time.
It's just a great way to hang out with people. You can watch games between rounds and just have a great time.
The NRG series is coming to a Midwest city near you.
All right, we're back as promised. Final match of the final event of the season here. Of course, the final season as well here in the 2024 NRG series. The championship is next, but unfortunately, that means there's no events for you guys at home to play in for the rest of 2024 if you're not qualified for the championship. But fear not, for we already have the first few dates of 2025 already sorted out. So let's take a quick look at those. Formats not necessarily announced yet. That will be coming, so keep your eyes peeled and all the channels that you can follow the NRG series, Twitter, whatever your favorite is. But here you can see, mark the calendars. We're going to be back in Chicagoland right at the beginning of the 2025 Season 1, February 1st and 2nd. And you can see that we can guarantee you that Sunday is going to have a team trial there. So no matter what the formats are, it will be a team event. And then, of course, the Showdown. Both 10K events there to start the season off. So we're starting off with a bang. Following up there, March 15th and 16th, we're going to be in Madison, Wisconsin for a 10K Showdown and a 5K trial. And then again in Chicagoland, this time in Mundelein instead of Elmhurst. So it's still in Illinois, a little bit different location. May 10th and 11th, and a 10K Showdown, 5K trial. And then capping off Season 1 is going to be in Indianapolis. Saw somebody in chat wanting for Indy. So we'll be back in Indy, 10K Showdown. And of course, the long-awaited 10K Team Showdown. Those are quite popular. Get your whole team qualified for the championship. And then there's going to be 2 opportunities to do that at the end of each season in 2025. So I think that's going to be a pretty big event in Indy. And I like Indianapolis quite a bit. So who knows? Maybe me and you, Corbin, we'll come.
I
we'll
would
come
say
take it
that
down.
I'll say this: Indianapolis is, for one of the best cities in America to host an event that has just great infrastructure around the downtown. Love going to Indianapolis for one, and also playing in one of these next year. Team event, especially, I'd have to say that I hope that ends up on my calendar. That would be
see, team events. They're the events that I'm most excited about. I think you all are most excited about. So we're gonna have 2 team events. We have the team trial, the team showdown marked on the calendar here. So gonna be a big part of the NRG series in 2025. Set your dates. You're gonna want to qualify for the 2025 championship because obviously your opportunities are over for 2024. Great event. So with that. All of that out the way, let's talk about crowning a champion. One of these players punching their ticket into the 2024 championship. Neither of these players qualified, and I believe a loss, even with any leaderboard standings, leaves both of these players out of the championship as well. So it's all or nothing here. You're in the championship with a win, you're out with a loss. Now there's still money, a token, trophies, RC invites for both of these players already that these players, are playing for and have already earned. But I think the championship's kind of on both of these players' minds as we're starting off with the Ornithopter and a Fairy Miscreant here.
Sure. 3 permanents to play on turn 1. I guess, hey, we talked about the importance of double spelling throughout the day. Hey, Ornithopter helps you do that, right? So, pretty good.
Double spelling on turn 1. Ornithopter been doing it since antiquities.
So what it does mean here for Andrew is that if he has one of those ninjutsu plays on turn 2 or later on turn 3, literally just having the extra attacker that goes faster than Max's mana might turn out to be pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, this overwhelms one mana removal spells, right? And that's a big deal when it comes to getting your Moon Circuit hacker in play. Now Max might just say no blocks, and then you put the hacker in play, and then you hit that. But now you're susceptible to Thoughtseize.
Oh, you can even line it up, right? You can line up. You can protect your hacker here if assuming you have hacker and land to be a really awesome start for Andrew, staring down just one removal spell.
I mean, you can't have it all, unless you're Andrew. Maybe he has it all. But
well, look, it means that the way
Max does not have it all.
If he does have a ninjutsu creature, he could take the impulse and actually have the way clear to guarantee himself a card with it. If that's not the case, he'll opt for something longer here and take the talent.
I love this. Yeah, talent's really one of the engine cards. You've talked a lot about that in the other matches we've called. I mean, Artist Talent really represents an engine for Is It Phoenix. So taking that does a lot to disrupt Max's flow of the game here. These cantrips now, instead of just getting a bunch of value off Artist Talent, now have to work. They have to actually find action. And this 1 mana removal spell, I think that's a loud signal to me that Moon Circuit Hacker is not part of the plan, but maybe Kaido is something not susceptible to Fiery Impulse. And so maybe we could just play around it. Maybe we could just beat it. And I mean, that would be an impressive aspect of this Ninja's deck to be able to do that, coming out the gate very strong here in the first game of the finals. Being on the play, a big deal as well.
Oh, he does have the hacker.
Whoa, but that just gets impulse before damage. So that's going to happen.
Just cared about taking the talent anyway. Fair enough.
Fair enough. I mean, not even that bad of an exchange. Ornithopter is a 0-mana creature, so you're not even down a creature. The Ornithopter wasn't doing damage anyway. So, I mean, you're still trading a card for a card. So, in this way, in a really roundabout way, your Moon Circuit Hacker is like a Thoughtseize for the Impulse as well.
Sure.
Here comes
now,
a sleight of hand.
Yeah, it's been very mana efficient in all of this for Andrew. Now, the issue for him is that he has exactly 1 power in play and only a couple cards in hand. So
clock's not big. Yeah,
things could get like this game could actually turn out looking pretty badly for him if Max is able to chain together a couple of removal spells and he just whiffs. But hey, I guess that's if you're playing Ornithopter in your deck, you are signing up for this experience because look how good it was, right? Like in a world where that Hecker just connects, you're already even on the card from your Ornithopter, right? And now you're just up. So with every play past that. So it doesn't take much to make it kind of worth it. But in the games where it doesn't work out, it could look bad. So here we go. It's a big turn for Andrew here.
Yeah, I have to agree there. Second Miscreant's a great way to start. Get some cards coming. I think we have a Mockingbird too, so we might just be miscreanted up. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Talk to me.
Oh, it's like playing limited.
A land in Otawara, beatdowns of the Miscreants. So you mentioned the clock was only 1 point of power. We tripled that this turn. 3 Miscreants. And the Mockingbird actually a really good one to pick up with ninjutsu effects. Again, like the clone aspect, being able to reset it and get a little bit more utility out of it could be a big deal. And again, all these cards replace themselves. So kind of got to do that there. Consider going to bin an Otawara, draw a card. I think there's a Lightning X involved.
Yeah, and the last card in hand for Andrew probably is pretty decent, right? Because if it was a land, he probably would have played that land instead of Otawara, which he did play. So I would presume that his last card is in fact a spell here. So and Max may be going through that same calculation. He hopes to have a 1 removal spell open here, but okay, we're just continuing.
Sleight of hand. Well, we have an axe, so we might be able to just like axe the Mockingbird, bring back Arclight Phoenix, and start just kind of getting some blocks going.
Yeah,
if you want, that is very aggressive. That's an aggressive play for Max, but it's available.
I was going to say that would look throwing a Lightning Axe at a 1/1 feels horrible, but that might actually be the play. I mean, that is your opponent's game plan is to play the 1/1s. But
or how about this? How about a Treasure Cruise instead? I want a quick check of the 7 cards. Yep, still 7.
It's a much better use of the mana.
I agree. And I think we picked up another axe. Do we have to move to discards? We might be putting our Phoenix in their graveyard by moving to discards. Nope. Exactly 7. Love to see it.
Well, shields down, I guess, Andrew. Make the most of it. Oh, just attacking. No ninjutsu.
No Kaido is big here. I mean, that has been, and I don't think Andrew looks super happy with the draws.
His hand has got to just be removal or something, right?
Could be Brazen Borrower. That's been a card that we've seen. I mean,
that would be a helpful one. That would be a good one. I wonder if
I think
flash one in at this point.
Oh yeah, I think so. You really need to get the clock going. I mean, really, Max just spent all that turn spinning his wheels, right? Cantrip, Treasure Cruise. Like, I mean, you drew cards. That's all you did.
This isn't much either, right? We were just picklock prankstering. Well, I guess free the Fane.
I really want to highlight here while we watching this game play out like it has, how heads up taking the artist talent was with the Thoughtseize. You know, it's really tempting to take that Fiery Impulse. A lot of players, maybe even myself, would have done so. And I think that turn 3 that we saw from Max would have been a very different story if the artist talent was allowed to be put into play on turn 2. And now here we are finally getting some action going with the Lightning Axe. Finally made that play on the 1/1, that Mockingbird, to bring the Phoenix back on this turn, and now we got some blocks going there.
Okay.
Oh, it's a drowner. Wow, that's these huge. Have been good for Andrew because you can shuffle away the Phoenix. That's a great way to do it.
That's massive because he gets to attack now. We're going to get in for 4 damage, poke Max down to 9, and then you said it. If he wants, he can throw the drowner away to get the Phoenix. But here's the other way: you can actually just keep attacking with drowner. Phoenix is going to remove that stun counter. It's still tapped, right? So, like, it's still down for a turn, and you're just going to keep attacking with your 2-power creature.
There's a look at Drowner, the powerful uncommon from Duskmourn. Done a lot of work for Andrew, and even the games we've watched today. Flash Vigilance, tapping things down, shuffling things away, and just the threat of shuffling things away we've seen be a massive aspect to this card because it just doesn't feel good to try to remove it. As Ledger Shredder is going to get triggered, and into the graveyard goes a Sleight of Hand. Growing that, we have 2 blockers now, Picklock Prankster, Ledger Shredder. Flying blockers may be a weakness of this deck, so if we do have a Brazen Borrower, or Fatal Push is also quite good, that's going to help clear the way.
These have been perfect draws for Andrew, and now I just want a petty
too. Wow.
Yeah, he's got the petty theft in hand, so the next blocker doesn't do anything, I think that, yes, I think the prankster's in play. So he could
Right.
actually remove the blocker, swing for 4 if he wanted. I don't know if that's necessarily where he wants to be. Maybe he just swings with everything anyway and loses one of them and gets in for 2.
Yeah,
This is
it's
kind of a tough
because
spot.
putting
Yeah.
Max to 5 doesn't feel great. Brazen Borrow's a good attacker, but
Yeah,
gets
so
if you're losing creatures, this is tough.
this is kind of rough because like maybe you end up just wanting to attack, get in some damage, and then flash in the Brazen Borrower itself, or maybe you don't do that at all and you just pass, and maybe then you flash in Brazen Borrower and increase your air force. But giving Max access to this much mana again is dangerous.
It's tough, but I will say with what's on board, it's not like he has a lot of great attacks right now. Now, obviously, Treasure Cruise and all the things that he can do, the wheels he can spin through this turn can change that math quite a bit. But
yeah,
with what he's working with right now, I mean, Picklock Prankster has Vigilance, so maybe you could just send it anyway or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Ornithopter checks it. But like the Arclight Phoenix isn't really going to turn sideways. You're not under any pressure. There's not a lot of rush. And we've seen Andrew's deck really be able to like assemble a burst of tap effects that allow you to punch through a hole where there otherwise wouldn't be one. You can actually grind with this Ninja's deck. So
more Free the Fae.
Oh, and finding 2 birds off this Free the Fae. That might be exactly what Max needed here. Wow, that was a good hit.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of low rolls off of Free the Phase. We finally saw a really high roll here for Max, putting 2 more Phoenixes into the yard. That's going to overwhelm, I think, look, Andrew had a line here where if there weren't more birds this particular turn, maybe you can line up enough. But I think now it's probably going to be too much.
Yeah, the removal spell and the 2 birds, that's a lot to fight through. And, that's one of the cool, exciting aspects, I'd say, of Phoenix is, you do, not an actual gamble, but, there is some variance aspect to it with how quickly you hit your Phoenixes. And when you hit them this quickly, it feels good. Andrew lining up the easy block. The Witch Birds to block a little bit harder. Here we go.
I think maybe we haven't decided
what
our attacks are.
Maybe we're not. We haven't finalized the tax yet. So, hold your horses, Andrew. You'll get to block that Ornithopter if you want.
Well, Andrew wants to be able to attack, and Max is thinking about, okay, do I really want to keep 3 blockers right now so that nothing can get sued? Like, am I just serving with exactly 1 Arc-like Phoenix on this turn? That's the thought process. And the answer, in fact, is going to be 2 of them and 1 removal spell.
It is weird to send 2. It feels like you're sending 1 or 3.
Well, you end up with 2 blockers and a removal spell, right? So in theory, you can hold down 3 attacks.
Yeah, if you have a removal spell, I guess, you have it all checked. So maybe this is fine.
This is I would that's what I would think witnessing this attack here. But here we go. This is what you kind of leave it open to.
Right, you leave it open to anything. Like, I mean, Andrew didn't play anything. You really think he just has nothing? Not even a land? I don't know. I mean, we get to bounce a thing, but hey, I think this opens a window.
Yeah, it opens a window. And the question is, if you're Max, how bad could it be if he does have removal there, which he did? And the answer is, okay, the attack comes in and then he has Kaido, basically, right? And
Kaido, Moon Circuit Hacker, which isn't bad. Get some cards running, pushes some more damage. This is 3 damage right now if Max has nothing. The question is, does Max have anything? And he does. Key Fiery Impulse here, and that's going to get a scoop from Andrew. You get a look there very quickly. Moon Circuit Hacker card we've looked at before. Kind of went under the radar a little bit until this new Kaido Bane of Nightmares card came out. But, like as I said, both of these players have been very dominant through their top 8s. Now, I mean, we're seeing that was some close magic there. And really, Andrew kind of lost a little bit of steam in the mid game. I really liked his sequencing, taking the artist talent and all that. It really seemed to work out his way. But Max just kind of assembled a little too much, a little too quick, and finding 2 Phoenixes off the Free the Fae really just kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you play against the Phoenix deck, right? The inevitability is just so much, whether the inevitability is the inevitability of them casting Treasure Cruise and drawing more cards, or whether it's the inevitability of, okay, even if these first couple of spells that put things into the graveyards miss and it's not a free game for them where they have all their birds instantly, it just every single turn you spin your wheels against them is another turn that they're taking a chance to put them in the graveyard, and then they always show up in the end. And now you're Max, you put yourself in a position where, look, all you have to do now is 1 more game. If you can get a couple of them out really early, have a great open, you can just win this thing.
Well, with that, let's see what Andrew can do to stop that from happening and his take of Dimir Ninjas, a deck we've seen before. We're going to take a look at the sideboard one more time here in the finals of our Pioneer 5K Showdown. We got 4 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, 3 copies of Anoint with Affliction, 3 copies of Disdainful Stroke, 2 Cut Down, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Alcazat's Deepest Betrayal. I think there's a lot to like here. What do you like?
Certainly has options against the Phoenixes, doesn't he? He's got removal. He's got exile effects. He's got a 4 Unlicensed Hearse. And I think we're getting probably quite a bit of it, right? So this is a sideboard that has Phoenix in mind, as we talked about coming into the top 8. Like every deck in this top 8, they're either playing Phoenix or they are playing with a plan for Phoenix, and that's exactly what you see over here in Andrew's sideboard, with up to, I think, probably 8 or 9 cards that could come in.
Yeah, depending on how much you want. Like the Anoint with Afflictions, I think, I wish they obviously hit Phoenixes, but they only hit 3 or less. But that's still not a 0, because you have things like Ledger Shredders, Picklock Pranksters you need to get out of your way. Fatal Push probably a little bit better at that. So you have to kind of make that decision. But the 4 on Hearse, I think, the 4 on Licensed Hearse, I think slam dunks. Those have been incredible every time. And like I said, if you want to reach for cut downs as an upgrade potentially to Fatal Push, you can maybe do that.
Well, and that's the level. That's the level 2 of the sideboarding, right? Is where level 1, okay, if I'm bringing in the Hearses to answer the Phoenixes, I don't want to lose to the Ledger Shredders, and I don't want to lose to whatever else we have. And that's where you end up looking at that removal. So, like you mentioned, it really is a question of how much he wants to dilute sort of his deck's primary game plan, and whether he wants a bunch of, like, whether he wants to fully max out on reactive cards, or if you just slam your Hearses, eat their graveyard, and call it a day.
Speaking of maxing out, let's take a look at Max Komanowski's sideboard and see what he has to work with. He has 2 copies of Prismari Command, 2 Negate, 2 Mystical Dispute, and then his list of one-ofs: 1 Beacon Bolt, 1 Third Pass Iconoclast, 1 Brazen Borrower, 1 Annul, 1 Aether Gust, 1 Prof's Eidectic Memory. I can never say that word. 1 Anger of the Gods, 1 Crackling Drake, and 1 Chandra's Defeat. What do you like against the Ninjas?
Well, he's got a lot of options as well, doesn't he? Again, plenty of removal as well. I think we'll see Mystical Disputes. Those are pretty good when your opponent's trying to do things on your instep. I think the removal will come in. A lot of options here for Max. And do you want to cut down on your graveyard stuff? Do you want to cut down on some of just the I don't know if random's the right word, but look, you got the Flood Maw in the main deck. You got the couple of Spell Pierces in the main deck. You got 4 Talents in the main deck. Like, are any of these the cards you cut, depending on whether you just want to pick up a few more pieces of interaction? But overall, you're still in Is It Phoenix decks, and if you can just put your Phoenixes into play, that's actually a pretty good game plan here for Max. So it really depends on how much he wants to hedge against those Hearses that we know are coming.
Well, of course, for these players, Max Komanowski 1 game away from his 2024 NRG Championship ticket. Andrew working from behind here, but on the play here, once again, as he is on a mulligan with his take on Ninjas, deck I haven't really seen too much of. And I mean, I've been extremely impressed by what I've seen. I mean, all of the Duskmourn cards. I really think this is maybe the most affected deck from Duskmourn, like really one of the decks using the most cards, right? You're using 4x of the Kaido, you're using 4x of the Flood Pits Drowner, you have 4x of the Gloom Lake Verge. Like, you have so many upgrades to whatever you were trying to do with Ninjas before and what you're trying to do after with Duskmourn, that, I mean, this is something that would now be on my radar. There's a lot going on here. I mean, Andrew doesn't seem to like his hand too much. Saw Alcazat's among the mix, but he does not look thrilled at all with his 6. And, you know, it's funny. This is exactly what happened with Max Komanowski's semifinals opponent, too. Yeah. You know, we saw that 1 land from Pierre in the semifinals, and maybe something to be said, too, about the consistency of Is It Phoenix. All your hands are just like a land or 2 and cantrips and stuff, so maybe you do a little bit less mulliganing than some of the other decks that need a specific mix. I think we've seen that in play here a little bit as Andrew. No turn 1 play at all. Pretty shocking. No second land either. Max Komanowski going to cast off Riverglide Pathway.
Oh, we might be in for a quick one here. Shout out, by the way, to Apex Gaming, rating with a party of 168. Really appreciate that. Just like we really appreciate all of you who are here hanging out with us in the finals of the NRG Championship Series in Chicagoland. Max Komanowski is there may not be much analysis on this one if Andrew can't.
Yeah, the artist talent. That's a good exchange.
Yeah,
for
good start.
No second land, and that's not the face of man that just drew a land. So here we go.
Well, I guess a miscreant makes future miscreants and or mockingbirds playable.
Well, shout out to everybody coming from the Apex stream. I mean, obviously, you're here to because you love Paper Magic, you love Paper Magic coverage, and I'm sure everybody at the Apex did a great job. Hopefully, the finals of your event was maybe a little bit more close than what we're seeing here, as players missing land drops, an unfortunate aspect of the game. You do want to see very competitive games of Magic, but I'm sure Max Kamenowski here, who is about to punch his ticket to the 2024 championship in the last possible time, is quite excited to see this as a rub of the table coming for Andrew, and combat beats for 1. Got the hacker in the removal. No, let's it happen. Okay.
Land?
Card coming.
Land.
Land.
We've got a game, Drake. It's not over yet.
Oh, it's not over yet. I'm sitting here doom saying it's not over yet. Now, Max, no removal. I'm shocked.
I am shocked that worked. Yes.
Double Ledger Shredder here. They're going to trigger the first one. So now big stop signs in play for the attack force. But Andrew got to get something done.
Yeah, Andrew got to get a card. Now maybe he hits a land off the top. Maybe he's got something. He's got removal. Like we talked about in the last game. Like spinning your wheels against Phoenix is horrible because that sets them up extremely well. And double Ledger Shredder is pretty nutty in itself. But hey, the game is going on. And wow, we talked about how much does he want to hedge against other Phoenix, like non-Phoenix plans. Well, this unlicensed Hearse will eat the graveyard, but the Ledger Shredders might just do it on their own.
I love the proactivity there with Max discarding a Treasure Cruise to the Ledger Shredder last turn. When Treasure Cruise looks like it was going to be really good on the following turn, has to say there's more in hand, and so aggressively exiling with Hearse shuts that down to some degree. As here comes a 4-mana Treasure.
You're right.
Shredder.
You nailed it, and you cost him a lot of mana as a result.
Yep. I mean, obviously, he was still able to make it happen. Ledger Shredders, it's going to be hard to stop in general. There's 2 Ledger Shredders in play. But, did make it quite a bit harder and made it to where, maybe Max doesn't get as much done with this turn, especially post Treasure Cruise.
Well, it might have been the difference, too, if he had a bird in hand to discard. It might have been the difference between him having an additional mana and cantrip here to then bring it back.
And the extra cruise getting discarded now that the Hearse is around, not really going to be able to cash in on that one too well. But an attack force now mounted because, Andrew really hasn't been able to get a lot going. Best draw here, I think, land for Kaido. If he has Kaido and he has a land, we have a game, I think.
True. It is, in fact, shields down for Max, and land Kaido would be pretty powerful here for Andrew. And there's land, step 1.
There's land, untapped. Now, is Kaido good enough? I don't know. The -2 can keep some of these birds tapped. Thoughtseize is going to get the party started. Can take Phoenix and exile it. That's not a 0.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do because otherwise it is just going to come into play and attack you. So
yeah, you just cast it for 4 mana. That's absolutely fine on this board state, I'd say. So yeah, we're going to take that. Normally pretty bad. A lot better when you have a Hearse in play. And going to go ahead and pass the turn back after that. So we did shock there. So... have to imagine we have a play for 2 mana, maybe a Drowner?
Drowner seems likely, and Drowner's not terrible here. You can tap down the big Shredder. We didn't give him an extra trigger by casting 2 spells on your turn.
Yep, true.
Now, I don't know if any of it's going to be enough, given how much Max has in hand to keep the Shredders going. But the start. It is a start.
Ooh, an Artist Talent. What a draw. The shake of the head from Andrew. That was a great draw off the top. 2 cantrips left behind, and Max with some extra lands that he'd love to get rid of. Picklock Prankster. We're going to free the Fae here. That's actually going to be spell number 2. So we're going to start conniving, and we also have Artist Talent. So we have to stack those triggers, which is, I believe, what we're doing right now. So we started by drawing, so a connive has to happen first.
Right.
We're doing the one with 1 counter. So there goes the opt. So that's going to grow the other one. Now we're doing the second connive. Going to see what we have here. And I mean, this is really all coming together for Max because now you get to cantrip without casting them. Your Artist Talent's going to start getting things going. Picklock Prankster's another blocker, and the window really closing here for Andrew. Okay. Let's see. 2 mana left over. 4 power Ledger Shredder. Andrew at 11. Memory. Oh,
it's been a lot of cards drawn over the course of it. This is a really, look, this is going to be an Is It Phoenix game without a single R like Phoenix involved. And that
yeah, I mean, and who needs
that's-
them? I mean, the hearse is on duty to exile it, but that just isn't part of the equation really at all here. Is the Prof's Eidetic Memory is going to do a great job growing these Ledger Shredders, and the Ledger Shredders are already doing a great job growing themselves, and the churn is real. And I mean, this is the power of Visit Phoenix, right? Even the non-Treasure Cruise, like if you want to highlight Treasure Cruise as a problem, that's fine. I hear you. But also the rest of the cards, I mean, with Artist Talent now involved, Prof's Memory's got a lot better with Artist Talent because now all of these things have come together with Ledger Shredders and the like to pay you off for just spinning your wheels. That's always what Arclight Phoenix, the card, has been about. And now you really have some great options in Pioneer to really support Arclight Phoenix and keep that running. And I mean, the deck's just really powerful. There's no two ways about it. 3 of them in our top 8, the only repeat. And now Max looking very, very likely to punch his ticket to the NRG Championship with these Prof's Memories, these Ledger Shredders, the Artist Talent. I think we're counting spells.
Well, we're that or
cards
we're counting,
drawn.
Yeah, for the memory, because it's going to make one of these shredders very large. And gosh, would it even be lethal? Right. So 4 + 3 is 7. It might just be lethal.
I mean, you're the math guy. What do we got? We got 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's where we start. So we need 4. I think we've drawn more than 5 cards, right?
I think so. There's a miscreant to chump block here, and of course Andrew does still have the open mana, right? So this could end in like we still could have the Drowner here. We might have
the petty theft, the Drowner. Okay, beep beep, stop.
You nailed it. There we go.
Here comes the Drowner. Yeah, tap that down. See you later. Massive Ledger Shredder with a stun counter represented by the green counter. I mean, that's what Andrew had to have. I mean, this is becoming very lethal very quickly. But I mean, Max tapped out. 16's a high life total, but I mean, there's an opening. There's something. Come on. It's not
I mean, he is tapped out. He has no blockers. You have a Drowner. You have a Hirsch you can crew up. I think the actual answer here is removal, right? If you were just able to remove both of the Shredders this turn, or hey, one of them is not going to untap. So even if you can just answer one of them, maybe you got a shot here. Hall of the Storm Giants, unfortunately, not going to do it.
Not on time, but hey, look who decided to show up to the party.
Okay, Kaido can tap down the other one. They're both going to be stunned. Now the Drowner is back in hand, and it can stun again.
No attack there with the miscreant. Kind of interested to see that. As here comes Kaido. Yeah, we're gonna look on the screen. The kind of the crux, I'd say, of Andrew's deck. This powerful planeswalker that static ability, ninjutsu, all these loyalty abilities. A lot of text on this card, and all of it is relevant. The 3/4 hexproof on your turn.
Even miscreant back means you don't die to some random Phoenix plus eidetic memory combination.
Right.
So Andrew, even with his back up against the wall here, is doing what he can. He's looking at it. There comes the Treasure Cruise for Max.
I believe the last one in the deck, and of course underneath a hearse, hard to do, but Ledger Shredders plus the Artist Talent were able to make it happen.
Well, so we'll see what he can find off of it. There's only so many cards that actually turn sideways and attack, and Andrew can answer a couple of them at the moment.
Yeah, and of course the Drowner's now back in hand, so we have another go at it too. Another tap down, so maybe can start to close the gap as here comes Prismari Command. That destroys an artifact, so we can actually go after Kaido and the hearse.
Can That's also a big burn. Solver. Can also go face, I believe.
Sure.
What
you
is?
Could draw
I don't know what
the to grow the thing.
Like what is the line here for Max? You could take out the blocker.
Get a look at Prismari Command, a card of options to say the least. It's a command, so we can get to pick 2. TL2 damage to any target. Target player draws 2, then discards 2. Create a treasure or destroy target artifact. A lot of appealing options on this one. Max doing a little think here.
Yeah, destroying the artifact is certainly enticing. Hitting the miscreant isn't bad because then a future like miscreant or mockingbird off the top don't draw additional cards for Andrew because they would obviously wouldn't be a second miscreant in play. There's also consideration to go face. He's at 7 life only. There's a ton of triggers here. Draw 2, discard 2 is interesting because you have the eidetic memory even, right? So a lot of options available to Max with the card Prismari Command, and looks like he went for draw discard here, Or maybe
No,
you
I
just
think these are
resolve
the connives. Yeah, we got connives, we got artist talent. So the order here is you have to pick the targets for Prismari Command, then resolve all your cast triggers, your artist talents, your connives, all those things, and then we can finally start to resolve the Prismari Command. So if you're going to discard a Phoenix and you pick Destroy Target Artifact, you can actually get the Phoenix in the yard the way you want, because you could blow up the artifact as part of the Prismari Command. If the other modes draw 2, discard 2, then you get to get a Phoenix in the yard with that. Without the Hearse having a chance to get it. Now, I don't know if that's what he picked. It looks like
he pitched artifact. Looks like he pitched one to the connive, maybe, because it did end up getting eaten by the Hearse. Then the Prismari Command goes off, takes down the Hearse, and bunch of draw, bunch of draw happening over here. From
yeah, I mean, I think we're at draw 2, discard 2 more. So churning through the deck as artist talent is known to do at this point in time. Ledger Shredder is, of course, part of that mix as well. But I don't necessarily want to question Max's wisdom. He's the Izzet guy after all. Leaving Dimir Ninjas with a Kaido, not something he's going to want to do. So we have more mana. Let's see what we're going to do with the rest of the turn here. We're just going to make a massive Picklock Prankster.
Okay, massive.
It's not small.
Okay, well, just having the additional bodies big for Max, right? Because if it was just the 2 Ledger Shredders, they can still get answered for a couple turns by Andrew with the cards that he has. Now,
push at the front of the hand. Yeah. I mean, that's big, right? Because you could push the Prankster, lay some beatdowns, lay some beatdowns, get some tapping going. Maybe
wonder what that last mana. Here. There's 1 mana open for Max, and what it is might be pretty relevant because he gets to tick up here. This will pump the Kaido. You can use that push to get rid of the Prankster. If that last mana doesn't do something useful for Max here, this game's going to be very interesting over the next turn. It is not at all over, and the Prankster goes down.
Oh, I saw a Dispute pulled to the front of Max's hand. That one doesn't go after the push and wouldn't even be good enough anyway, so that's a big deal here. As Kaido going to be laying the beatdowns. This is 4 points of damage, putting Max to 9. We still know about a Drowner. Now, the Dispute will line nicely against that one, but there is only one threat coming as we are ninjutsuing another Kaido.
Okay, playing around Dispute?
Yeah. It will allow you to keep the tap going. So we've ninjutsu'd a Kaido for another
Max
Kaido.
Is like, uh-oh, how does this work?
Okay, so you still take 4 because the emblem is what's doing that, and then we get to lock down the other creature, and back to no creatures are locked.
Yeah, 2 creatures permanently locked down as a result of the Kaido loop in a way that does not use the stack. Mystical Dispute does absolutely nothing against what Andrew has going on right now.
And Spell Pierce doesn't work either. So that mana, I think that he had held up there for either Spirit Pierce. Yeah, there goes the Dispute to the artist talent. That one not having text. Super heads up by Andrew. And, we were sitting here doom saying, he's dead. He's dead. Yeah. He's not dead. Down to 9 goes Max. No untapped creatures here. Huge.
Max only has so many creatures in his deck.
Yeah, been a big problem. Just can't keep creatures in play. He's been playing the Picklock Pranksters and such, and still can't keep something in play.
Kaido is so strong.
I mean, I thought there was no way out for Andrew, and now, this is a game. Say what you will about who's likely to win. We have a game on our hands, and that was not the case, in my opinion, 2-3 turns ago. Yeah, we had a nice big raid. All these people are watching a non-game of Magic, and now, you're getting a sweet game of Magic.
That's right.
Max, a lot of mana to work with, a lot of cards to work with. Really seems like he should have all the options. The only question is, can he get a creature? That's a creature.
My gosh, this is what you have to do. Another Free the Fae, probably just to follow up with another Prankster and put some counters on it. He just desperately needs a 3rd body in play.
Yep. And it's funny because he just got rid of the Dispute. If he doesn't have a Dispute for the Drowner, I think both players still know about a Drowner, and this Picklock Prankster doesn't have haste.
Yeah.
We can just get that out of here. No bird in the yard yet. I'm sure he's digging for the last couple birds, trying to find them, but because that's the formula, right? Get the bird, get the Prof's memory on it, just end the game. Get the game over with. But the Miscreant's stopping that, so there is a problem with that too. Impulse to the yard. Not too worried about having enough removal is Max. As we're keeping track of the cards drawn, I believe. 4 total. So 2 Ledger Shredders, artist talent card for turn is, I believe, what we're signaling.
Working their way through.
Okay. Yeah.
So Andrew looks pretty interested. He's just watching. He's like, wow, I thought this game was over too.
I mean, his turns taking a tenth of the turns the time the Phoenix takes as well. Andrew, can only really look on. Not a lot else he can do, but I mean, I'm sure he's glad to still be in this game. As there goes the Fairy Miscreant, which imagine has to have a bird follow up, and that's it. Handshake. That's enough. The memory plus the bird. That's Hasty Creature. That means a victory for Max Komanowski and a 2-0 victory over Andrew Wiltis on his version of Demir Ninjas. Is It Phoenix takes it all down. The hands of the Is It Master himself, Max Komanowski. So,
great ending.
at the last possible second, punched his ticket to the 2024 NRG Championship. So, with that will conclude our weekend here in Chicagoland. That concludes our double showdown weekend, qualifying 2 players. We saw Grayson Nemitz got to call that. He punched his ticket. Now Max Komanowski did so as well, which means the rest of the Energy Championship is going to be set as well. The leaderboards will be updated. Then whoever is left standing will get the remaining invites: the 2 from the seasonal leaderboard, the 3 from the overall, and of course, like I said, Max Komanowski did it. Last possible second to do so, did it. And Andrew with his brew made a deep run. Max ultimately victorious with his take on Is It, and I believe he's here to speak to us. Max Komanowski, the Is It Master. Congratulations!
Congrats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was it gets really tiring playing Phoenix. There's a lot to keep track of, but the deck is just super busted. So even if you're not playing perfectly, you're gonna get a lot of help from the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the deck just looks so incredible, and you were someone I think that's known for. Is this a natural choice for you? Is there ever any question to play anything else?
No, there isn't. My friends say I can't win without Steam Vents in my deck, so that really limits my deck selection.
Good choices.
I just get lucky sometimes when the Steam Vents decks are really good. I played Phoenix, a very similar list, to qualify for the Pro Tour in Washington D.C., and so it was a pretty obvious choice to run it back this weekend. One of the main changes was I didn't have 4 artist talent, and every time you cast that card, you realize how good it is and how much you want it every single game on turn 2. So pretty clear 4 of, and kind of just has taken the deck to the next level.
It certainly looked that way, right? We also saw Prof's Eidetic Memory look extremely powerful in that last game, and these are cards that are more recent additions, at least to the deck. So how much of Is It Phoenix do you think is a result of, hey, you're really good at Is It Phoenix, but how much do you think the new cards level up the deck?
Oh, a huge amount. I think that, so speaking to artist talent, it is the best enabler for the deck that has ever been printed. I think that Shredder was previously in the slot.
Yeah.
One of the advantages of playing Phoenix is that removal isn't good against your Arclight Phoenixes. They're recursive, right? But Ledger Shredder just ends up being a lightning rod. So against half of the field, it's inconsistent. It's hard to sometimes time like when you are going to be able to discard your Phoenixes. You get stuck with them in hand, and you're seeing way less cards compared to Artist Talent. Like Artist Talent is every single spell you cast, basically. And so you just get to churn through so much of your deck, find like the key pieces, which that being, Treasure Cruise and Arclight Phoenix are really the 2 core pieces, but sometimes you're looking for counters, sometimes you're looking for removal, and Talent just finds that so efficiently that it's really strong and really leveled up the deck. To speak to Profs, when you're like facing your opponent game 1, usually the Profs can be nice to have, but not necessary. But once you go to post board, you see Unlicensed Hearse, Leyline of the Void, stuff like High Noon. There's plenty of ways that people are trying to hate this Phoenix deck. And Profs kind of says, well, all of my Picklock Pranksters and, like my Phoenixes can be hard cast as Snare Thopters, and then I can cast a couple cantrips, and all of a sudden it's a 6/5, right? So these the Profs is just a huge way to make your deck more resilient. The downside is like 2 mana draw a card, and it just sits in play. So it's a huge card that really leveled up the deck's resilience to Graveyard Hate, and I think is a step above some of like the previous side steps that you'd play, like Third Path, Iconoclast, or Crackling Drake, those types of cards, because they can be kind of clunky and still play into removal a little bit more than the Profs does.
Yeah, we definitely saw that, kind of manifest as one of your jukes. You were able to beat unlicensed hearse and things of that nature, at least fight through them for a long period of time, alongside with that exact combination. Your artist talent, eventually finding your profs. And I mean, you got it done. You got it done your way. You got to use your Steam vents to be victorious. Talk to me a little bit about this win, making the championship, and kind of that in the context of your year here on the NRG series.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play in Champs again. It's one of the most fun events that I played when I qualified a couple years ago. I have a lot of friends who are playing, so hopefully they'll want to practice with me. And yeah, the NRG series events are always really fun. I just think that you see a lot of common faces, and you always have a good time. Even in the top 8, the opponents were super friendly. We were bantering a little bit back and forth, and that's something that you see a little less of in some of the more like highly competitive Pro Tour qualifier type events. So I'm always happy whenever I can make it out to an NRG event, and anytime they're near Chicago, I'm definitely going to be there.
Well, fortunately for you, we are near Chicago quite often. So thankfully, that'll be close to you. And we'll get to see a lot more of you, not just at Championship, but hopefully, in the future as well through our Chicagoland events. Max, congratulations again. You did such an awesome job piloting that. Even if you were tired, you still made, you looked like a master out there. Give me any final shout outs, anything you want to say, anything for the camera, what you got?
Shout out to everyone who practices with me. Shout out Tristan W. He originally found the artist talent, and now I'm a huge believer. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, if you have a Pioneer tournament coming up, you should get your artist talents. I personally I own 20 of them, so I guess I have to disclose 20? That. But it just shows I'm a big believer in the card.
Oh, and, yeah. Him and his 4 closest friends are ready to play.
I was handing out artist talents to all my friends this week and trying to anyone who would listen. But if they're not going to play it, then that's also good for me. It means easier opponents. So I can't recommend it enough. And it's a fun deck to play. I mean, who doesn't like drawing all of the cards? So definitely, yeah.
I'm with you. Again, thank you so much. And like I said, it was a real treat watching you take it down. And it's going to be a real treat seeing you, maybe take a swing at it again there in the championship. If you're that big of a believer, I imagine we'll be seeing you with some Steam Vents in your hand at the championship as well. Thank you so much, Max. Congrats.
Absolutely.
Congrats, Max.
Thank you, guys.
Well, with that, I believe that is going to conclude, obviously, this tournament, this weekend, but clearly also our entire season, our entire year. So once again, I can't thank all of you watching enough for sticking with us through this. If you're still here, you must really like us. So make sure to follow, subscribe. Thank you again to Ultimate Guard, again, sponsoring the series and everything we do here, making fantastic products, not just for our players, but also making sure that stuff like what we do here in the booth and, obviously the quality of tournaments like that, what Max just attested to is able to be possible thanks to Ultimate Guard. So again, they sponsor our series. You should use their products. Their products are awesome. I'm a big believer. I use them myself. So thank you, Ultimate Guard. And one last time, this is the final event of Season 2, which means the next event on our calendar is the NRG Championship for 2024. Get a look at this one. Bam! NRG $35,000, the best of the best of our series, December 14th and 15th. Mark your calendars. Set reminders. You are not going to want to miss this if you're a fan of Paper Magic coverage, or just me and Corbin talking, because I think you're going to get some of that too. So all these faces, Steven Dykman, who got to be the champion and the MVP last year, going to be making an appearance alongside some of the other players you see here. Nikachu, Dominic Harvey, and now Max Komanowski and Grayson Nemitz, who punched their ticket this weekend. Last possible second, still good enough. We'll be seeing them on December as well, and hopefully we'll see all of you as well. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you in December. Have a good night.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.